What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description.
Why don't you fly there yourself? Deidara muttered and complained. Stop talking nonsense and open the way. Shie simply didn't bother to talk to him. Deidara curled his lips, controlled the clay dragon to rise into the air, and roared away. Mr. Itachi, let's go quickly. Kisame walked to Itachi and smiled. Itachi nodded calmly, but he didn't know what he was thinking about in his heart. Rumble. The sky seemed to have a hole, and heavy rain poured down, accompanied by rumbling thunder, shaking the world. From time to time a flash of lightning flashed across, bringing a moment of brightness to the darkened earth. The clay flying dragon roared past under the control of Deidara. He was condescending, scanning the city shrouded in rain, looking for Sasuke's figure. Advertisement. Where is that kid hiding? The building blocked his view. Deidara looked around, but Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Hey. Deep in the dark clouds that Deidara and Scorpion didn't pay attention to, a force of thunder quietly gathered, ready to go. Deidara wrinkled his nose and looked at Scorpion doubtfully. Hey, do you smell anything weird? It was like something was burnt. Scorpion cast a, are you stupid? Look, do you think I can smell things with my nose? Scorpion has long since transformed himself into a puppet, and there are not many human senses left. That's right. Deidara nodded in realization, so your art is not perfect enough, so you might as well give up early and join my explosive art. That's the best art in the world. Shie ignored this and concentrated on repairing his puppet. Deidara felt bored, turned around, rubbed his arms, and muttered. Why do I feel my skin is a little numb? The words just fell. In an instant, dazzling thunder exploded, and the dark clouded sky seemed to have opened a thunder door, filled with dazzling lightning. The gathering of thunder is like the end of the world. This strange scene made Deidara's eyes widen, it's so beautiful. But the next second, he looked confused. What's going on? Roar. A huge thunder beast suddenly rose from the thunder pool, with copper bell-like eyes, a ferocious face, teeth and claws, proudly displaying its huge figure. This is a monster made purely of thunder and lightning. It looked up to the sky and roared, its sound shaking the sky. Scorpion was also dumbfounded. This is comparable to my art. Deidara stared obsessively, with a look of intoxication on his face. Scorpion's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly grabbed Deidara. Idiot. Stop looking, it's coming towards us. The thunder beast opened its bloody mouth and roared at them. Chapter 115. What is in Scorpion's fourth scroll? At this time, there is no time to explore who this sacred thing is and how it appeared. Shie knows in his heart that if they don't avoid it, the only fate waiting for them is to turn into ashes. Deidara came to his senses and anxiously controlled the clay flying dragon to try to escape, but no matter how hard he tried, the flying dragon seemed to be imprisoned by thunder and lightning and remained motionless. Oops, my clay is restrained by lightning style. There are high voltage electric fields everywhere here, and I can't control it. Deidara shouted in horror. What? Drop the chain at the critical moment. Scorpion was shocked. Scorpion glanced at the ground far below, gritted his teeth, couldn't care less, and jumped down while dragging Deidara. The moment they broke away, the giant clay dragon was swallowed up by the Qilin, leaving not even a single spark behind. Hey, we can't survive if we fall like this. Deidara shouted in midair. Shut up. Shie coldly shouted and summoned the puppet of third generation Cage again. Magnet-style Satetsu no Tsubasa. The phantom of third generation Cage created a large amount of sand iron out of thin air, which condensed into a pair of sand iron wings behind the scorpion. Scorpion grabbed Deidara and dived towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Wait, man, I remember that iron conducts electricity easily, right? Deidara stared blankly at the sand iron wings on Scorpion's back. What, is there such a thing? Shie was extremely shocked. Deidara was also stunned. You actually don't know. Have you ever gone to school? No. Scorpion looked gloomy. What should we do now? What should I do? It's over. Deidara looked at the approaching Kirin with despair. Magnet-style sand iron sky. Scorpion did not give up. He tried his best to use the magnet style of third generation Cage. Countless sand and iron gathered together to form a huge iron wall. Boom. The unicorn hit the iron wall instantly, a dazzling thunder burst out, and the blue thunder and lightning lit up the whole world. Damn, it has come to this point that we have no choice but to give up. Scorpion gritted his teeth and reluctantly threw the scroll of third generation Cage, letting it maintain defense in the air so that they could escape. The sky suddenly darkened, and all the lightning was blocked. Deidara raised his head after the disaster. Are you saved? Advertisement. Brother, you are still awesome. However, the two of them could not breathe. On the water tower in the distance, Sasuke's lips curved into a sneer. The whereabouts of his raised left hand. Follow the thunder. The Qilin, which was originally blocked by the sand iron sky, seemed to be blessed by some kind of power, and it looked up to the sky and roared. It hit hard and hit the iron wall with all its strength. Boom. A small opening was knocked out of the indestructible sand iron sky, and the thousands-mile-long dike collapsed in the ant nest, and the gap rapidly expanded. In an instant, the sand-iron sky collapsed. Keelin pounced towards the two people below. Devour them in their horrified eyes. As this Sasuke's progress. Uchiha Itachi, who was about to arrive at the battlefield, looked up at the power that was like a natural disaster, and felt a sense of relief in his heart. Neither Deidara nor Scorpion is good at lightning style, so the user of this technique is self-evident. Uchiha Sasuke. That's an exaggeration, Mr. Itachi. Are all you Uchiha clan such monsters? Kisame sighed softly. Uchiha Itachi chuckled. Maybe. On the battlefield struck by thunder, everything became flat. Only a desolate land was left. And two figures lying on top of it. Deidara, his once fluffy blonde hair was now standing on end, and his face was covered with burnt marks. Although he was lying on the ground, his body was as straight as a javelin, and his hands were placed neatly by his side. The boy Iwagakure stood at attention. At the same time, his body flashed with tiny electric lights from time to time, occasionally triggering convulsions. Ta ta ta. The sound of footsteps gradually approached, and Uchiha Sasuke came slowly. He looked at Deidara and Scorpion, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. You're not completely dead yet. On the other side, Scorpion slowly climbed up from the dust. When the figure of the instigator came into view, his face was full of disbelief. Such a technique comparable to a natural disaster was actually produced by such a young man. If it weren't for the critical moment, he would use the red secret skill 100 machine exercises, summoning hundreds of puppets to resist, supplemented by a full blow from the Inferno-style scroll. Advertisement. He and Deidara were probably already wiped out in that catastrophe. It looks like it's time to unveil it. Shie took a deep breath, reached his right hand behind his back, and pulled out the last scroll. Originally he was carrying 4 important scrolls. One roll is a disposable consumable that stores fire style. One volume contains his most famous work, the 3rd generation Cage puppet. There is another volume, which is the famous, red secret technique 100 machine exercises. What's left now is the secret in my hand. Sasuke's face turned solemn when he saw this. He knows all about Scorpion's abilities. Back then, in the battle between Scorpion, Grandma Chio, and Sakura, when all the scrolls were exhausted and they were still at a disadvantage. Shie calmly took out the 4th scroll, as if it was the master key to solving everything. All the scrolls in Scorpion are used to store items, so what secret is hidden in this last scroll? Is it Unit 00? Our Danger Wanderer? It can't be Gundam, right? No matter who you are, disappear here. Shia's face was full of confidence and he slowly unfolded the scroll. Sasuke's eyes tightened, he would never let the other party succeed. Lightning-style Chidori knife. With a flash of lightning, Sasuke instantly crossed the space and stood in front of Scorpion. What? Scorpion was shocked, it was so fast. He barely had time to react. Lightning-style speed was invisible. Ninjutsu is famous for its quickness. Especially since the opponent is clearly very grandmaster in this art. Clang. Sasuke swung his sword and the scroll immediately split into 2 halves. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths is hidden in this scroll, it will be of no use at this moment. Then, Kusanagi's sword turned and pointed directly at the core of Scorpion's chest. That's his real vital point. Once damaged, it means death. Scorpion's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. It was obviously the first time that he and Sasuke met. Why does he feel that the other party seems to know everything about him? Go aside and stand still. My target is not you. You will deal with it later. Sasuke gently moved the Scorpion with his Kusanagi sword and pointed to the open space aside. Shie looked at Sasuke deeply, said nothing, and stepped aside as instructed. Chapter 116 Sasuke. My stupid brother. Now that you're here, don't hide. When Scorpion stood still, Sasuke suddenly looked somewhere and called out. Gwa, gwa, gwa. A large number of crows suddenly gathered in the sky. They screamed and covered the sky. Hee hee. Sasuke chuckled and gathered the power of lightning in his hands. His Sharingan locked on a few inconspicuous crows, and then whipped out the lightning like a whip. The thunder and lightning turned into countless sharp swords and flew away quickly. Chidori Senbon. Call out. Each 1,000 swords accurately hit the target selected by the commander. The crows cried out and fell, losing their vitality. Soon, all the crows in the sky disappeared, and it turned out that most of this scene was just Genjutsu's creation. Such a little trick is full of loopholes in front of Sasuke today. It seems like you've made rapid progress over the years. Uchiha Itachi's figure slowly appeared, looking at Uchiha Sasuke with an indifferent expression. Itachi's eyes secretly glanced at Deidara and Scorpion beside him. Have they all been defeated? In a short period of time, half of the members of the Akatsuki organization fell to Sasuke. Is the Akatsuki organization too weak? No, Sasuke is too powerful. Finally appeared, Itachi. Sasuke stared at Itachi's figure, his eyes full of memories. Brother, if you count the time, I haven't seen you for 16 years. However, we brothers will be reunited soon. Come back to Konoha with me. Sasuke's lips twitched, but suddenly paused and turned into an intriguing smile. The idea king is here. He received the other party's message. To be honest, I wanted to have a serious discussion with Itachi a long time ago, but I never found the opportunity. Now that he has the king of ideas in his pocket, he plans to relax a little. Nine Tails, it wouldn't be a problem to lend me some power. Sasuke's figure appears in Nine Tails' habitat. Huh, okay. Nine Tails blinked. Although he didn't know why, he just wanted to lend some strength, so he wouldn't refuse. Bring it on. Sasuke extended his hand, and Nine Tails responded tacitly. The fists touch each other. Mind to heart. Nine Tails' chakra surged in like a tide, climbing onto Sasuke's smiling face. Real world. Boom. For a moment, it was like a thunderous explosion. Sasuke's body burst out with an unrivaled aura, and the earth trembled under this power, with cracks everywhere. What followed was a wave of suffocating power that permeated the entire venue. Sasuke's clothes are like shining lights, with the six paths symbol printed on the skirt, and his whole body is filled with strong purple light. Uchiha Sasuke open black lens bracket Kurama connection close black lens bracket. Advertisement. This is the power of the tailed beast. Feeling the huge pressure coming from Sasuke, Itachi's face was filled with shock. Where did Sasuke get the tailed beast? Sasuke took steps slowly, raised his face slightly, his eyes full of disdain. Itachi, why are you so weak? Is it because the hatred is not deep enough? Now you are indeed not qualified to stand in front of me. My stupid brother. The nine tails in Sasuke's body is only a quarter of the nine tails in its heyday, but it has given him an unimaginable increase in power. Uchiha Itachi. Well, he was still doubtful about the other party's identity before, but now it seems. It was absolutely him. Even though his heart was full of turmoil, Itachi's face remained calm. Sasuke, if you think you can face me with the power of the tailed beast. Itachi's eyes gradually changed, and the pattern of a pair of three-edged windmills appeared in his eyes. Then you are dead wrong. Tsukuyomi. Mangekyo suddenly activated. A string of blood and tears slid down Itachi's face. One of the strongest genjutsu, only Tsukuyomi under the distinguished heavenly gods. However, Sasuke suddenly turned his head and faced him with his back. The monthly reading is invalid. Put away those ineffective pupil techniques. My eyes are more profound than what you see. Every weakness of yours cannot escape my eyes. Itachi was silent. How did Sasuke know Tsukuyomi's defense method? Hey, how dare you get distracted while fighting me? Itachi, you are indeed slow. Sasuke's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Itachi was shocked. He lowered his head and saw the tip of a sword flashing with lightning coming out of his chest. Sizzling. The lightning quickly spread throughout his body. Immediately afterwards, Itachi's body exploded and turned into a flock of crows scattering. One of them suddenly transformed into a human form high in the sky. He threw multiple shurikens at Sasuke and quickly breathed out flames that blended with the shurikens. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Sasuke didn't dodge, he waved his sleeves and all the fireball shurikens bounced away. But the next moment, a huge fireball struck. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Clang. Sasuke's eyes were focused, and with a wave of his thunder knife, the great fireball broke instantly. Dissipate into nothingness. After that, no matter what kind of offensive Itachi launched, Sasuke defeated them one by one. Fire-style. Cut. Exploding clone. Kill. Shuriken. Kunai, etc. are not a problem. Cut. In short, just fight all the way to the end. Advertisement. At this moment, his numerical value was ridiculously high. No skills were required, it was purely numerical crushing. So that guy Naruto has always fought like this. Feeling the raging power inside his body, Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. Don't be afraid, Mr. Itachi. A loud shout came suddenly. I'm here to help you. The dried persimmon Kisame suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, raised his Samahata high and struck hard. This blow is so powerful that it can split a rock. However, Sasuke just glanced behind him indifferently. Turn around and kick without looking back. Boom. Kisame flew out in an instant, and his body set off a huge wave of dust on the ground, drawing a ravine of dozens of meters on the ground. Kisame was lying at the end of the ravine, kicked his legs, and passed out. Itachi was slightly startled. You. Forget it. After seeing Kisame's miserable end, Itachi decided to go all out. Susanoo. A huge chakra wave emitted from Itachi, and the orange half-completed body of Susanoo condensed and formed around him. The right hand holds the 10-fist sword, the left hand hangs the 8-foot mirror, and the 8-foot Magatama hangs on the chest. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo is equipped with 3 sacred weapons. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. A sharp attack roared towards Uchiha Sasuke. Then let's play with you. Sasuke chuckled and unfolded his Susanoo as well. The ancient bow of Maga from heaven. Sasuke drew his bow and knocked an arrow, and an arrow burning with black flames flew out. Instantly colliding with Uchiha Itachi's attack. Boom. A series of explosions covered the entire land. Violent vibrations swept across. But the 2 Susanoo statues stood tall and motionless, like mountains. The fire light dissipated and the dust settled, revealing the unscathed figures of both sides. Sasuke, if you are hit by the Juken sword, you will sleep forever in the world of Genjutsu. It's not too late to surrender now. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke calmly, as if he wanted to give him a way out. Snort. A powerful weapon must hit. Itachi, you don't understand this, right? Looking at Sasuke's confident look, Itachi didn't say anything more and directly raised his Juken sword. Respond with action. However, at this moment, suddenly, a sound sounded like countless people praying. Oh, Lee, give, big, pine, apple. Immediately, a godlike figure slowly descended from the sky. God Pain. Coming.
4th chapter 117 God descends, God A comes up, God falls. Buzz. Boom. An astonishing force suddenly pressed down from the sky, with such suffocating pressure that even the powerful Susanoos of Sasuke and Itachi couldn't help but tremble. Why did this guy come? Itachi frowned slightly, he didn't like this unexpected change. What if this person hurts Sasuke? Itachi always felt elusive about the self-proclaimed god leader. Uchiha Sasuke. Heavenly Tao Pain hung high above the clouds, his cold eyes shooting down like arrows. Intruding on God's territory is a guaranteed death. But since you came with 9 tails, as long as you were willing to hand over 9 tails, I can let you leave safely. Nagato, who was behind everything, was secretly happy. He never expected that Uchiha Sasuke would show up carrying 9 tails, the most difficult thing to capture. They originally planned to quickly collect other tailed beasts, putting the strongest and most difficult 9 tails at the end, but now, it seems that they have a chance to get this strongest power in advance. In comparison, the dead Hidan and Kakuzu seemed insignificant. Therefore, he can graciously let Sasuke go for the sake of 9 tails. But, once 9 tails is taken away, whether Sasuke can survive is not his concern. When Sasuke heard this, a smile appeared on his lips that I didn't care about. Want to get 9 tails? Okay, you can get it yourself. You can't expect me to offer it to you. Sasuke pretended to be relaxed, as if he really wanted to hand over 9 tails. With that said, he actually lifted Susanoo and revealed his true body in front of the enemy. It's quite sensible. Tiandao Pain cast an approving glance, then slowly descended and landed smoothly. He is not worried about Sasuke playing tricks, because he is a god, and has his own confidence. Seeing that Tendo Pain had really arrived, Sasuke was both amused and helpless. He didn't seem to have expected that the other party would be so easily fooled. Did I really trick you? If you had stayed at a high place, I might not be able to do anything to you, but now. Before he finished speaking, Sasuke suddenly got angry. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of electric lights exploded, turning into dense lightning needles and heading towards Pain of Heaven. In just a moment, lightning-style Chinban was close at hand, but Tiandao Pain only raised his eyes slightly. An invisible force filled the air instantly. Advertisement. Buzz. Those thunder needles seemed to be frozen, all solidified in front of Tiandao Pain, making it difficult to move forward. Do you still want to resist pointlessly? I thought you were a sensible person. Tiandao Pain looked a little disappointed. In the end, it still has to be solved by force. Then, your attack should be returned to its original owner. Tiandao Pain waved lightly, and those lightning needles were instantly bounced back. Sasuke stood still. An illusory fox-headed image appeared around him, turning into an indestructible shield that blocked all lightning rods. Ding ding ding. The time has come. Under the fox's head, Sasuke had a successful smile on his face. After the Shenra Tianzheng is cast, there will be a short 5-second cooling period. The other party certainly wouldn't have guessed that he would have this information, right? Whoosh. Sasuke disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Tiandao Pain. What? Tiandao Pain's pupils tightened. This speed is too fast. Puff. Sasuke punched Tendo Pain right in the face. At that moment, Tiandao Pain's face was twisted like a piece of rubber that could be kneaded at will, and the scene was extremely shocking. Ah! Tiandao Pain let out a shrill scream, and his whole body flew out like a kite with broken strings. The so-called majesty of God disappeared at this moment. At the same moment, peefed. Nagato, who was far away in the depths of Yuyan village, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His chakra was connected to Tendo Pain, and Sasuke's attack also affected him. How could it be possible at this speed? Nagato looked shocked, even though his Samsara eye could capture the enemy's movements. But it was to no avail. The Tendo Pain he controlled could not catch up with Sasuke's speed, and he could only watch the opponent's fist fall. Advertisement. Everything seems so futile. It seems that the other 5 paths must be sent out. The way of heaven alone is not enough to fight Uchiha Sasuke. Nagato's face was gloomy and he slowly closed his eyes. Chakra's output surged, and his face twisted in pain. At the same time, in a hidden corner, 5 figures slowly opened their eyes. The screen switches back to the battlefield. Hey, stop lying on the ground. That punch didn't completely kill you. Sasuke looked at Tendo Pain, who had been silent for a long time, and couldn't help but start teasing him. Upon hearing this, Tiandao Pain, who wanted to wait for the other 5 Pain to arrive, couldn't pretend any longer and had to get up dejectedly. You. Just when Tendo Pain was about to say something, there was a flash of purple light, and Sasuke's face with a slight smile came close to him. What do you want to say? Tiandao Pain's expression changed, and he quickly activated his pupil technique, Shinra. Before Shinra's 10 march could even start, Sasuke moved faster. One Shu soul was firmly imprinted on Tiandao Pain's face. Poof! Tiandao Pain was like a shooting star. This kick directly kicked him hundreds of meters away. It was hit and pierced, and finally it was like a nail, piercing deeply into a boulder. His legs trembled uncontrollably for a few times, and finally stopped completely. Nagato's vision went dark, and he completely lost Tiandao Pain's perspective and control. Oops. Even if 6 Paths Pain is a puppet made from corpses, he will be reimbursed if he gets beaten up badly. It has to be remade. What kind of monster did this guy come from? Nagato silently recalled the 5 Pain who had just been sent out, but all the Tendo Pain were defeated. All that's left. It's better not to give others heads. A dozen Kisame, it's not that I won't help you, it's just that I can't help you. Just wish yourself well. Chapter 118 Brothers Reconciliation. At this time, there was a subtle change in Itachi's expression. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Tiandao Pain, who had become silent. Then he turned his attention to Uchiha Sasuke, who was opposite him with a smirk on his face. Uchiha Itachi's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Kill a god-level boss in 2 hits? It's so fast that people have no time to react, and it's so strong that people can't resist it. Is this Sasuke's current strength? Are you kidding me when you fight with me before co-writing? Recalling the way Sasuke played against him, it was like a child playing house, and even Itachi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Well, Itachi sighed, a sigh of relief and relief. The huge Susanoo on his body slowly dissipated. Although it is unclear how Sasuke grew up to this point, with Sasuke's current strength, his mission as an older brother has been completed. The next step is to sacrifice himself so that Sasuke can have the Mangekyo Sharingan that will never go blind. Help him reach the next level. Yo, are you planning to give up resistance? Itachi, I thought you could play with me a little longer. Sasuke raised his eyebrows and smiled with interest. Itachi was expressionless. Are you getting carried away so quickly? You won this time, I have nothing to say, you'd better do it now. Otherwise, when I find the opportunity, I will kill you without hesitation and dig out your eyes as a sacrifice on my eternal road. Itachi said something against his will while hinting at how Sasuke made Mangekyo evolve into eternity. Sasuke shook his head helplessly and walked towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi showed no intention of resisting at all, and looked at Sasuke quietly, with a kind of relief in his eyes, as if he was determined to accept his fate. Sasuke walked up to Uchiha Itachi and the two looked at each other. At this time, if Itachi suddenly activates Tsukuyomi, Sasuke may not be able to resist. But Itachi didn't take action. Obviously, he just said that he would deal with Sasuke if he had the chance. He was just trying to be brave. Advertisement. Sasuke suddenly raised his hand and gently touched Itachi's face. Uchiha Itachi thought he was going to take away Mangekyo and deliberately sarcastically said. After being taken out, Mangekyo cannot be stored like ordinary Sharingan and requires extremely strict storage methods. If you don't understand, don't ruin my Mangekyo, why not? Itachi's words stopped abruptly. Sasuke's hand suddenly moved to the back of Itachi's head and pressed lightly. Their foreheads touched. Itachi, don't say that again. Sasuke sighed softly. You. Itachi's eyes dilated slightly, full of disbelief. Looking at Sasuke's face so close to him, Itachi was completely stunned. Sasuke continued. I know it all the truth, everything, I know it all. Naruto and I got rid of Danzo together, and no one will force you to do things you don't want to do anymore. Come back to Konoha with me. The 3rd Hokage has retired and is now in charge of the 4th generation. He will help you take off the hat of a traitor and you can return to Konoha with dignity. We will never be separated again, brother. Sasuke's heartfelt words were like a key, quietly opening the long-standing shackles in Itachi's heart. He stared blankly at Sasuke, his chest filled with thoughts he wanted to express. He was full of doubts, not only wanting to know how Sasuke learned all these secrets, but also wondering where Sasuke's amazing power came from. However, all the questions turned into a heavy sigh on his lips. Why? Hiss. Sasuke was shocked. He could bring out such a treasure. Hash plus hash equals Sasuke's dad. Isn't that his dad too? Could it be that Uchiha Fugaku is here? Boom. The immortal body. Isn't this incredible? He backed away slightly, keeping a slight distance from Sasuke, then stretched out 2 fingers and tapped Sasuke's forehead. Advertisement. What kind of treasure is this? Sasuke's eyes widened. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure fell from the sky. Elder brother, however, when he saw that the visitor turned out to be a kid about the same age as Sasuke, Itachi's eyes instantly widened, and he finally couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. Sasuke hurriedly stepped forward to help Itachi. Itachi, who was on the edge of semi-consciousness, was stimulated by the sound, and seemed to regain his energy instantly, turning his head to look at the person. The brother he knew so well was finally back. Hey, you guy, come and save people. Sigong Yuyue landed heavily, causing quite a commotion. A long-lost smile bloomed on Itachi's face, and the indifference in his eyes melted away, replaced by endless tenderness. Sasuke suddenly raised his head and shouted to the sky. Blood foam continued to flow from his mouth, and it was obvious that his body was extremely weak. Sasuke's voice couldn't help but rise a few degrees. Hey, you can't take advantage of me like this. Sasuke, you have grown up a lot. Is it like the first Hokage's physique? Sasuke looked at the smiling Shinomiya Yuzuki, and his face turned half dark. Right. Itachi was already weak, and had been suffering from blood succession boundary diseases for many years, and the fact that he had just used Susanoo, which was extremely draining of his pupil power, made it even worse. Fairy body. Itachi repeated this gesture of affection that was reserved for their brothers, causing a bright smile to appear on Sasuke's face. However, the joy did not last long. Itachi's expression suddenly changed, and a violent cough followed. That light blended into Itachi's body, and in an instant, Itachi's face miraculously returned to rosy color. Just kidding, sorry. Your dad is coming. Shinomiya Yuyue had previously vowed that Itachi could be saved even if he died, so he felt relieved and had a desperate battle with Itachi. Yuyue answered easily. With a smile on her face, Yuyue walked to Sasuke and squatted down, suddenly took out a ball of light and quickly injected it into Itachi's body. Now that the war is over, it's time to ask him to clean up the mess. Chapter 119. Brother Chao. Yuyue looked at Sasuke's eager but afraid face and smiled. Yuyue raised her eyebrows and said with a hint of temptation in her voice, "Would you like to have one too?" Sasuke's throat moved, and he really wanted it, but he had just helped Itachi, so it seemed inappropriate to make a request at this time. So he declined and said, "I'd better forget it, this must be very precious." Yuyue put her arms around Sasuke's shoulders. "Hey, this thing is indeed not cheap, but do we still need to talk about money in our relationship? How can our feelings be measured by money? In one word, it's either or." Sasuke's face was full of surprise. It turned out that the relationship between them was so good. Yuzuki's words have reached this point, and Sasuke's refusal would seem a bit ungrateful. "Well, with the immortal body, I also want to experience how powerful this thing is. It can actually create a strong person like first Hokage," Sasuke said impatiently. Yuyue took out a ball of light again and shot it on Sasuke. After listening to Sasuke's words, Yuyue couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, you can't cultivate a strong man of Hashirama's level with the immortal body alone. You are still far away. However, it can still be done to shorten some of the gaps." Although Sasuke heard Yuyu's words, he was unable to make any response at this moment. He only felt endless chakra surging within his body. The power was so huge that it was almost as powerful as a tailed beast. This is still the early stage of the immortal body. Yuyue glanced at Sasuke, who was adapting to the new power, stood up and left without disturbing him. He caught a glimpse of Scorpion, who was sneaking away and was about to slip away. He just smiled, ignored him, and walked straight in the direction of Tiandao Pain. There, following Yuyu's gaze, Shia's whole body trembled, not daring to make the slightest move. The look in that guy's eyes. How terrible. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to pay too much attention to them. He just glanced at them casually, looked away, and left quickly. At this time, Scorpio picked up Deidara and ran away without saying a word. While Sasuke has not yet taken action, Itachi is unconscious, and the mysterious strong man is ignoring them. How long will it take if they don't escape now? Even the leader has been defeated, so I see no need for this Akatsuki organization to go back. Simply divide Akatsuki's property, you go back to your Iwagakure, and I go back to mine Sanagakure. On Yuyu's side, he also found Tiandao Pain's body at this moment. To be more precise, it was a severely damaged puppet. He pulled Pain out of the pile of rocks. He had to admit that even if he became a puppet, these Pain were still surprisingly tough. Despite his tattered appearance, Pain's body structure was mostly unscathed, with only the Akatsuki organization's robes being torn, revealing a muscular body. Advertisement Shinomiya. Yuyue looked at Tiandao Pain, with a mysterious smile on her lips. The world has become so weird anyway, it's not a big deal to have one more super brother. Having said that, Shinomiya Yuyue began to restore the vitality in Tiandao Pain's body that had been dormant for countless years. After some careful operations, except for being unconscious, Pain at this moment was no different from ordinary people in other aspects. No consciousness? This is not a problem at all for Yuyue. That's what he does. He then took out a piece of memory crystal and embedded it into Tiandao Pain's body. As the memory crystal gradually integrated, Tiandao Pain, oh no, should call him Yahiko now, slowly opened his eyes. With a deep breath, Yahiko sat up suddenly. He immediately lowered his head to check his chest, as if the moment when the kunai penetrated his heart was still in front of him. What's going on? Yahiko's face was full of confusion, but then a memory that did not belong to him flooded into his mind, which was the days when he was manipulated by Nagato as Pain of Heaven. Everything gradually becomes clear. Thousands of thoughts converged into one sentence: he is back. Soon, the confusion in Yahiko's eyes dissipated, replaced by unprecedented determination. Since I have been given a second life, this time, I will lead the Akatsuki organization to glory. Fulfill our dreams. Yahiko has made up his mind. His past failures have made him understand what is most important in the ninja world. It is not a kind heart, nor is it an ideal to end the war. But power. Only absolute power can change everything and prevent the Akatsuki organization from falling into a tragic fate again. Suddenly, a slight sound from the side caught his attention, and Yahiko realized that there was someone next to him. He turned his head and looked at Shinomiya Yuzuki. Are you with Uchiha Sasuke?
The other party is young and possesses Uchiha Sasuke's chakra. Obviously, he has a close relationship with Sasuke, and they should be hostile.
Yahiko did not underestimate the opponent because of his age, but there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. Sasuke had defeated his predecessor with 2 moves. The boy in front of him might not be as strong as Sasuke. Advertisement Yuyue did not rush to respond, but looked at Yahiko carefully, nodding with satisfaction from time to time. Yahiko was once just a mortal with mediocre qualifications, but now, his eyes have turned into samsara eyes. This was something Yu deliberately and accidentally kept. Even Yuzuki didn't make fun of the black sticks on Yahiko's body. Of course, those black sticks now have become decorations and can be removed, but they still look more interesting with them on. When everything came together, Super Brother was born. Of course, this samsara eye only has the ability of heaven and can control gravity and repulsion. As for the power of the other 5 paths and the other abilities of the samsara eye, there's none. This is a little trick for Yahiko. After all, in the ninja world, you can live without it, but you can't live without it. Your mightiness. Yahiko looked slightly displeased. The other person stared at him and said nothing. What did he mean? Sorry, I was a little obsessed. By the way, what did you just say? Yuyue said with a smile. Fascinated? Yahiko was stunned, and then his body tensed involuntarily. Will he encounter misfortune just after he is resurrected? No, that's not possible, unless it's Nagato. You're thinking too much, I'm not interested in men. Yuyue saw Yahiko's misunderstanding and immediately felt funny. Really? That's best. Yahiko secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's get down to business. May I ask why you're here? Although the Akatsuki organization did attack Uchiha Sasuke, it is also true that he attacked us first. You can't deny this, right? Besides, Sasuke also killed 2 of our members. How about settling the score? Yahiko mistakenly thought that Yu was the reinforcement brought by Sasuke. When his strength was inferior to others, he naturally tended to reconcile. However, Yuyue waved her hands, turned and left, with a playful smile on her face. Don't be so nervous. I'm just here to have some fun. You can continue to do your work. With that said, Shinomiya Yuzuki left without looking back, leaving Yahiko with a confused look on his face. Chapter 120 Yahiko returns looking at Shinomiya Yu's unresponsive back gradually disappearing. Yahiko was convinced that the other party had really left. What a weird guy. Yahiko stood up from the ground. In this case, he didn't plan to pay attention anymore. He turned around and jumped into the air vigorously, like an arrow from a string, flying towards the predetermined direction. Although he was still confused about his rebirth, Yahiko only had one thing on his mind at the moment. Return to the Akatsuki organization as soon as possible and share this rare joy of rebirth with Nagato and Konan. After a period of flying, Yahiko finally set foot on the familiar land of Yuyin village again. Nagato, Konan, I'm back. Yahiko's eyes flashed with excitement, and his chest was filled with surging emotions. Looking around, the familiar sights made him speed up his pace and hurried along the path in his memory. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Akatsuki organization. Squeak. As the door was slowly pushed open, Konan and Baiju, who carried the pitcher plant, entered together. The light from the outside took the opportunity to slip in, bringing long-lost brightness to this dark room. In the center of the room, on a huge instrument, the skinny Nagato sat quietly. Konan looked up at him, thought for a moment and then said. Well, Scorpion and Deidara escaped. Should we consider recruiting new personnel? It's the only one left in the Akatsuki organization that can be used now. Konan tapped his finger and pointed at the pitcher plant Waiju on the side. Seeing this, Baizetsu waved to Nagato and grinned. Hi. Nagato glared at Baiju. Hey, you are so big, I'm very angry now. Baiju chuckled and quickly shrank his head. The Akatsuki organization, which once swept through the ninja world, now has its members dying and running away, leaving only an unknown guy by his side. Nagato has mixed feelings in his heart. He stroked his forehead helplessly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Recruitment will be discussed later. The key now is how to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. I don't think Uchiha Itachi can be his opponent. If Sasuke kills Itachi and then targets us, it will be a headache. Nagato frowned. This was undoubtedly a disaster for the Akatsuki organization. If he had known this, he should not have interfered in the family affairs of the Uchiha clan, but in the end he lost 4 members in vain. If I have no choice, I might have to trouble you to take action. Konan looked at Nagato, his eyes filled with distress. Advertisement Nagato's physical condition is getting weaker, but his strength still cannot be underestimated. In her opinion, nothing seemed to be able to stop Nagato. This was the power of the Samsara Eye, a power that even Jiraiya highly praised. Ahem. Facing Konan's trusting gaze, Nagato felt a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, maybe, if he really comes, I will handle it. Even so, Nagato was not sure. After all, Sasuke became ridiculously powerful after merging with 9 Tails. Only 2 strikes destroyed Tiandao Pain, and Tiandao Pain could represent almost 80% of his strength. If he faced off against Sasuke, I'm afraid one more punch will be the end. Maybe not. Yeah. Konan nodded slightly. Then I'll go prepare to recruit people first. Once you take care of Uchiha Sasuke, we can start rebuilding the team. Konan was about to turn around and leave, but he inadvertently noticed a figure slowly walking into the room. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was Tiandao Pain. The opponent's Akatsuki organization robes were in tatters, but the main body seemed to be fine. A trace of confusion flashed across Konan's face. He remembered that Nagato had said before that this pain had been defeated. Why did it appear here again? Just as he was about to turn around and ask Nagato's eyes were full of horror. Konan, get behind me, Nagato said in a deep voice, his eyes firmly fixed on Tiandao Pain. Konan thought Nagato still controlled pain and didn't notice anything unusual. As everyone knows, Nagato can't feel the opponent's chakra receiver at all at this time. The person in front of him is not Tiandao Pain at all, just a substitute with the same appearance. Nagato. What happened? Although Konan was confused, he still retreated to Nagato as instructed, staring at Nagato with confusion in his eyes. He is not Pain. I can't control him at all. The real Pain was destroyed in the battle with Sasuke. Nagato spoke solemnly, with an unspeakable heaviness in his tone. What? Konan trembled slightly, and after a moment of surprise, his eyes turned cold. Advertisement layers of paper slowly appeared around her, as if ready to fight at any time. Who are you anyway? There was a questioning tone in Nagato's voice that could not be ignored. Facing the caution of his former companions, Yahiko did not panic at all. He raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and slowly opened his lips. Nagato, Konan, it's me, Yahiko. Those familiar words made Nagato and Konan feel shocked and full of disbelief. Nagato looked at Pain's familiar face and spit out a name with hesitation. Yahiko. The name escaped from the long doorway, and Konan couldn't help but feel trance-like. How long has it been since they mentioned this name? Is this really him? Yahiko raised his eyebrows, with a hint of joking in his relaxed tone. Don't believe it. Both Nagato and Konan were silent. This scene was beyond imagination. Yahiko has been dead for many years. How could the leader who was once as warm as the sun be reborn on his own body? Even Nagato, who controls the Samsara Eye, cannot easily accept this reality. Based on your words alone, I can't determine your identity. Nagato tried hard to suppress the waves in his heart. Yahiko seemed to have anticipated their reaction and said confidently. It seems that I can't convince you unless I share some exclusive memories. Yahiko smiled confidently, with nostalgia flowing in his eyes. Remember? That time you almost collapsed on the roadside from hunger, but Konan took you home. You were so hungry that you almost fainted, but you still insisted on feeding the puppy. Its name seems to be Tiny, right? Later you joined us. In order to make a living, we stole fruits from the market together. You ran slowly and were caught, but I went back to rescue you. Also, when you were studying with Jiraiya-sensei, if you failed to catch a fish, you would be dragged into the water by the fish. Yahiko's words were like a trickle, gradually awakening the memories deep in the hearts of Nagato and Konan. Those past events correspond exactly to what Yahiko described. Nagato looked at Yahiko, who was talking eloquently, and the image in front of him gradually overlapped with the brother-like figure in his heart. Yahiko. Konan covered his mouth, his eyes filled with tears of shock and excitement. Yahiko. It's really you. Nagato looked at him, his hands shaking unconsciously due to excitement. If his legs had not been disabled for a long time, he would have rushed forward and tightly embraced this lost and recovered miracle. Chapter 121 Pretty boy, lend me your reincarnation eye. At this moment, Konan has taken the first step and turned words into actions. Yahiko. Konan rushed forward and hugged the other person tightly. Konan. Yahiko gently patted her back to comfort her. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I still have to ask, Yahiko, how's your current situation? Nagato's voice sounded, and his eyes wandered between Yahiko's Rinnegan and the black rod on his body. Is the person in front of me a memory of pain, or is Yahiko's true form resurrected? I am resurrected. I don't even know about the reincarnation eye. It was embedded in my eye socket when I woke up. Now I can freely use the power of heaven. As for these, they have outlived their usefulness. Yahiko casually pulled out a black rod from his face. Those black rods were once tools of control. After being removed, his body immediately repaired itself without any pain or feeling. Seeing this, Konan curiously removed a black rod, but Yahiko was unharmed. These signaling devices that were once used by Nagato to control pain have now become decorations. Does this mean that Yahiko is completely resurrected? It's so nice. With Yahiko here, our dreams will soon become a reality. Konan said with joy. Yahiko has returned and possesses extraordinary power. Under his leadership, the Akatsuki organization seems to be on track to end the war and realize its dream of the other side. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Yahiko's face suddenly turned serious. He turned to Nagato and asked, Nagato, how many fighting men are left in the Akatsuki organization? Uchiha Sasuke comes with bad intentions, and he also has a mysterious helper. He is definitely not an easy character to deal with. We have to be prepared. Upon hearing this, Nagato glanced around the room, finally stopping on Yahiko. You, me, and Konan, Nagato replied. Well, what happens next? Yahiko listened intently. Nagato blinked. No more. No more? These are the only people in our Akatsuki organization? Yahiko was surprised. Although he has memories from the Tiandao Pain period, he will not know anything about it just after being resurrected. But Tendo Pain is essentially a puppet, and is in standby mode most of the time. On weekdays, it is Konan who conveys information for Nagato. Only when encountering something really important, Pain will take action personally. Advertisement therefore, the information Yahiko knew was actually limited, otherwise he would not have asked Nagato. That counts him. Nagato suddenly pointed at the pitcher plant White Zetsu, who had been standing silently in the corner. Hi. Shiro waved to Yahiko and grinned. Yahiko was speechless for a moment. Forget it. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. I'll think of other ways. Ta. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and Yahiko and the others immediately looked at the door. Who is it? Yahiko's face darkened. This is the core area of the Akatsuki organization, and people from a megacure village usually dare not approach it. At this moment, the person coming is most likely Uchiha Sasuke. Yahiko raised his right hand slightly, ready to activate the 10,000 elements at any time. Even if he is defeated, he can delay some time with 3 stages of attraction and 1 frame of Little Shinra, so that Nagato and Konan can retreat. Hey, pretty boy. Why are you so nervous? It's me. At the door, a smiling figure walked in. It was Shinomiya Yuyue. Is it you? Yahiko frowned. It's this mysterious figure again. Yahiko, do you know him? Nagato asked in a low voice. Well, he was the first person I saw after my resurrection, Yahiko nodded. Immediately, Yahiko put down his hand. If Shinomiya Yuyue had intentions, he should have taken action long ago. It seemed that the other party had no ill intentions. Of course you saw me. After all, I am the one who made you reborn. Yuyue said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the three of them looked at him. Did you do it? Yahiko said in surprise. Otherwise, you don't think you won the resurrection match, do you? Yuyue spread her hands. If you confront Lao Da, see if he kills you with his elbow. Yahiko looked at the other person carefully and recalled that he was indeed the only one beside him at that time. And a strong person like Shinomiya Yuyue should not lie. I am so grateful for your help that has allowed me to regain my life. You must have something to ask for during your visit this time? How can I help you? Yahiko knew very well that the other party would not help without any reason, let alone the extraordinary thing of resurrecting the dead. Advertisement: the cost of this is definitely not small, so the other party must have something up his sleeve. Of course, Yahiko never imagined that there really were people like Shinomiya Yuzuki in the world who did not care about rewards. Of course, this is just Yahiko's worry. Yuyue is not a bandit. If you can't borrow it, you can always rent it and give it a little sweetness. Take it. When the three heard this, they exchanged glances with each other. As for the cost, there is always a way to find someone to take over for this kind of thing, so don't worry. I want to use the Eye of Reincarnation to resurrect two people. Shinomiya Yuyue waved her finger. No, this is different. Resurrecting Yahiko is more special and simpler. Nagato handed over the Rinnegan, and with his eyes still bleeding, the scene was quite a bit like a thriller movie. Borrowing the reincarnation eye, oh, what a cruel person. The process of resurrecting Yahiko is quite simple. It only requires reviving the life energy of Tendo Pain and inserting a memory crystal. If we talk about the purpose, maybe it's just to have fun? Alright. Now Yuyue and Kagaya are almost inseparable. They deduct points from Kagaya every day. As time goes by, the inventory will naturally become richer. But the Samsara Eye is very different. If you want to buy a pair in the mall, you can get it for 500,000 yuan. But this time he did come with a purpose. He needed to use his reincarnation eye. This set of operation costs is low, not even 10,000 gold coins are needed. After all, Yahiko's memory crystal is still a bargain. Yahiko spoke slowly. He could sense the calmness and composure in Yu, revealing an overwhelming sense of superiority. Your Excellency, don't you have the ability to resurrect the dead? Why do you need the Samsara Eye? Yuyue gave a thumbs up, originally thinking of doing it herself. After all, he had a gentler method. Shinomiya Yuyue raised two fingers and said bluntly. Nagato nodded lightly, and then clicked the button without hesitation. Before everyone could recover, he had already taken off his Samsara Eye. If you refuse, you may not get any good fruit. Yuyue took out a special container and put away the Rinnegan, then flicked her fingers. An array of gentle energy went straight to Nagato. Tisk, it seems like I have to show my sincerity. Since you said so, I'll tell you the truth. Come on, Nagato-chan. My skills are very fast. I promise it won't hurt to take out the eyes. Yuyue had a smirk on her face and quietly stretched out her hand. But the two people I plan to resurrect will not be so easy. The Samsara Eye does have this ability, but the cost of using it is extremely high, so it is really unnecessary. This is the power of 6 Paths Yang, which contains extremely powerful vitality and can help the door recover its body. Even if her condition declines slightly, this little energy is still nothing to her. You just have it on hand now, so Yuyue has no intention of spending any more money. This. Nagato hesitated. Nagato couldn't help but ask questions. He didn't want the Samsara Eye to fall into the hands of unknown people. This thing is a lot. After all, Kagaya is a 6 Paths level existence. Nagato, lend it to him. Chapter 122. Passing on the third generation at a glance, people's eyes are still there. Bathed in the nourishment of the yang power of 6 paths, the surging vitality instantly filled Nagato, and he couldn't help but moan softly. After a while, Nagato's thin body gradually began to plump up, and his dry hair became soft and smooth. When he raised his head again, his complexion improved significantly, as if he had been reborn. What's going on? Nagato slowly opened his eyes and looked at himself, full of surprise. The body, which had been weakened for many years due to carrying the power of the Samsara Eye, miraculously recovered to its original state. Etc. Yuyue was stunned for a moment. Holy shit, the yang power of 6 paths was so strong that it even regenerated Nagato's newly lost eyes. I can't put my reincarnation eyes back now, Yuyue complained silently in her heart.
However, Nagato, Yahiko and Konan didn't seem to care about this. They were overjoyed and gathered around Nagato, helping him stand up. Thanks to the yang power of 6 paths, Nagato's leg injury was also healed, and he was filled with emotion at the feeling of standing up after a long absence. Although Nagato's pace was a little unfamiliar, he quickly adapted to it. The three of them walked towards Yuyue together, full of gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, haha, you don't have to be so polite. I have to thank you for lending me the Samsara Eye. Yuyue replied with a smile. This is different. Konan stared at Yahiko and Nagato with tears in his eyes. Thanks to Yuzuki, the three of them could finally be reunited as before. Nagato nodded solemnly. The two cannot be compared. If you need help from the Akatsuki organization in the future, just ask. Yahiko added with a smile. Of course, murder and arson will be avoided. We don't want to cause a war.
Yuyue was amused. That's not the case. By the way, we're breaking news. How should we deal with this? Yuyue suddenly took out the bottle containing the Samsara Eye. As the Samsara Eye reappeared, the three of them suddenly realized that Nagato had new eyes. Yes, then what should we do with the Samsara Eye? Do I need to dig out new eyes? Nagato said quietly. You did this on purpose, right?
Hee, it's just a coincidence. Nagato stared at the Samsara Eye. Although it can give people supreme power. But the price hidden behind it is too heavy for ordinary people to bear.
Recalling that he had become neither a human nor a ghost because of it, Nagato shook his head slightly. Forget it, you better take the Reincarnation Eye. He clenched his fists and raised the corners of his mouth like a self-mockery. I have become unfamiliar with the 5 elements escape technique after relying on the Reincarnation Eye for these years. It's time to pick it up again. My power of 5 spirits is not in vain. Nagato's free and easy attitude exceeded Yuyu's expectations. You really don't want it anymore? Yuyue blinked her eyes, looking a little surprised. Advertisement. Well, then please keep it safe and don't let it fall into the wrong hands. Nagato nodded slightly in approval. Haha, don't worry. Once this Samsara Eye is in my hands, it will be like a meat bun beating a dog. It will never come back. Well, although the metaphor is a bit crude, that's what it means. After Yuyue heard this, she pocketed the Samsara Eye again. This Samsara Eye is a good thing, and it runs through the entire Hokage plot. It can be said that it is said that 3rd generation was passed on at a glance, but the person's eyes are still there, and this thing was taken away by him, and the plot package changed. A lot of gold coins burst out again. Where do you plan to go in the future? Will you continue to stay in the country of rain? How about coming to Konoha and joining me? This trip has been fruitful, but Yuzuki still wants to go one step further and abduct the 3 little ones of the Akatsuki organization. But as soon as the words came out, Yuyue suddenly remembered that there seemed to be unresolved grievances between Nagato and Konoha. Sorry, I made a mistake when I didn't mention it. If you touch other people's scars, even if it is not intentional, Yuyue will immediately and sincerely apologize. Nagato was slightly surprised. No one should know about this except himself? How did the other party learn about it? But now is not the time to think about this, Nagato responded. After so many years, I understand that this is not Konoha's fault, but the sin of the war itself. I will not deliberately target Konoha again, but the hatred has not been completely let go. I need time. Yuyue nodded. I didn't think well, so I'll take my leave now. Everyone, I'll see you later. Goodbye. The 3 of them said goodbye in unison. Immediately, Shinomiya Yuyue turned and left, her steps seeming a little lighter.
Until Shinomiya Yuyu's figure completely disappeared from sight.
At this time, Yahiko suddenly put his hand on the shoulders of Nagato and Konan, smiling like a flower. In this way, how about we go around the ninja world during this period to relax? At the same time, appreciate the customs of other countries. Great idea. Nagato and Konan naturally had no objections and readily agreed. Then let me go and make arrangements for Yuyin village, Konan asked. No need, just send a clone to handle it. Let's set off now. Yahiko suggested. Just as the 3 of them were preparing to set off, Yahiko suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned to look at the lonely figure in the corner. We can't leave this guy behind. After all, he is one of the few partners of our Akatsuki organization. Yahiko walked to Baizetsu and squatted down, smiled and asked, how about traveling together? Baiju didn't react for a moment. Come on, let's go. Yahiko pulled up Baizetsu and led everyone to leave this place and move towards the outside world. Advertisement. I don't know how long it took. In a room at the Akatsuki organization base, a space-time vortex slowly opened, and a figure covered in gravel stepped out of it. It was the masked man. He shook his body, and gravel fell to the ground. This Luosha is indeed difficult to deal with, but that's all. As long as someone helps me hold it back, I can capture one tail. Next time, bring Hidan and Kakuzu with you. Let them attract attention. After saying that, the masked man pushed through the gate of opening and walked out. Not long after, he came to the usually bustling hall. But at this moment, it seemed extremely quiet here. Why is it so quiet today? The masked man looked left and right, but there was no sign of anyone. He was wandering around, and even Deidara, who was usually the laziest, was not in the base. Are they all out on missions? The masked man was a little confused. Go to Nagato and ask for details. Using Kamui's power, the masked man teleported deep into the Akatsuki organization's base. Long before he could finish speaking, the word, door, was stuck in his throat. Because all that appeared in front of him was an empty chair, and Nagato had long since disappeared. Where are the people? The masked man's eyes suddenly widened. Nagato has spent more than 10 years here, so he won't suddenly run away, right? Did I go to the wrong place? This is not actually the base of the Akatsuki organization? The masked man patted his forehead, thinking he was hallucinating. Since the last time I went to Konoha, strange things have happened one after another. Absolutely. The masked man shouted suddenly. Even if everyone else is gone, she should still be there, right? That is the embodiment of Madara's will. However, there was only his lonely echo in the room. The masked man was completely confused. Lianju is missing? This is wrong. What could possibly happen to this guy that is so important that he would leave the Akatsuki organization and not return? Eye of the Moon project cancelled. What happened? How many days have you been away? Why did everyone in the Akatsuki organization disappear when we came back? It's not just a few years. There was a pop. The masked man slumped limply on Nagato's specially customized chair. His inner irritability reached the extreme. Oops. My samsara eye. It's a small matter if Nagato is missing, but it's a big deal if the reincarnation eye is lost. Nagato. What have you done? Without the Rinnegan, how can I activate infinite Tsukuyomi? Chapter 123 Skeleton Soldiers. Hi. The Eye of Reincarnation, got it. In a flash of white light, Shinomiya Yuzuki appeared behind Sasuke like a ghost, patted his shoulder lightly, winked and smiled. Huh? So fast? Sasuke turned his head, slightly surprised. You just killed Nagato and then took off his eyes? A trace of helplessness flashed across Yuyu's face. Damn it, I am the image of the Predator Demon King in your mind? Not really, I just think Nagato is not a kind person and you may not show mercy. Sasuke doesn't have a good impression of the Akatsuki organization. There is no absolute right or wrong in this matter. Standing is as light as a feather in the scale of the ninja world, unless you are a big shot like Hashirama. With strength, whatever you do is right. If you don't have the strength, you just wait to be tortured. Obviously, neither the Samsara Eye Nagato nor the Five-Spirit King Nagato has that level of power. Okay, let's change the topic. Where is Hidan? This guy has an immortal body. He has a perfect eye. He can use it in any way. Yuyue looked around, only to find that there was no trace of Hidan. Do you want me to help you look for it? Sasuke looked a little embarrassed. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Yuzuki nodded and sat next to Uchiha Itachi, who was still awake. Sasuke sighed and walked towards the previous battlefield, secretly wondering if there were any remains of Hidan. Soon, Sasuke returned, dragging something in his hand that stunned Shinomiya Yuzuki. A moving skeleton. What is this? Yuyue looked curious. You want Hidan? Sasuke tossed it casually. The skeleton broke free from its restraints and immediately wanted to run away. Yuyue hooked her fingers and cast wood style instantly. The strong tree trunk broke out of the ground and bound the skeleton tightly. Is this really Hidan? Yuyue circled the skeleton, her eyes full of surprise. Sasuke nodded with a complicated expression. If I had come a step later, this guy might have really escaped. I knew he wouldn't be killed, he would just starve to death. But I didn't expect that you can still move with only bones left. Yuyue tapped the skull lightly, and the hollow thumping sound confirmed that there was nothing inside. Can you control body actions without thinking? To be precise, Hidan's current state should be in a special state of death, unconscious and without memory. The movement of this skeleton is purely based on biological instinct. Advertisement. This immortal body is really outrageous. Who is the evil god that can give people such a heaven-defying physique? Yuyue was amazed. He had learned that Hidan's immortality originated from a series of evil experiments conducted by the evil god cult. A large number of experimental subjects were subjected to cruel experiments, but in the end only Hidan survived and gained this ability. It seems that there are quite a lot of secrets hidden in the ninja world. Yuyue was thoughtful. Forget it, now is not the time to study this. Let's settle the matter at hand first. Yuyue used the power of Six Paths Yang again. Since this skeleton is still alive, it cannot be regarded as a dead thing. The power of Six Paths Yang can make all living things rejuvenate. Bring it on. Yuyue flicked her fingertips, and the power of Yang surged in. Buzz. The majestic life energy surges. In an instant, changes occurred, and flesh and blood spread rapidly on the skeleton and grew wildly along the bones. In just 1 minute, a new Hidan was reborn on the skeleton. Tisk, 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 thief. Yuyue praised repeatedly and carefully looked at the person in front of her. Sasuke, give this guy some genjutsu, change his memory, and I'll make him work for me. For him to accept me as Lord with all his heart, this is simply a natural arrogance. I have decided that this pair of reincarnation eyes will be placed on him. It doesn't matter if he is injured. He can recover as before by absorbing some energy. Sasuke nodded and was about to step forward when the corner of his clothes was suddenly pulled gently. He lowered his head in confusion, and a bright smile broke out on his face. Brother, you finally woke up. Itachi smiled softly, nodded slightly to Sasuke, and then slowly sat up. It's up to me. Sasuke's genjutsu hypnosis may be at risk of being cracked. But my method is foolproof. The weasel seal was formed, and a distinctive crow slowly appeared. It's not an ordinary crow, it's a powerful crow, a crow with a Sharingan. Are they distinguished heavenly gods? Yuzuki also noticed the Sharingan in the crow's eyes, which was Uchiha Shisui's pupil technique. The strongest genjutsu distinguished heavenly gods. Take it. Itachi waved his fingers lightly, and the crow fluttered its wings and flew to Yuyu's shoulder, where it stood obediently. In an instant, Yuyue felt that her chakra was closely connected with the crow, and she felt the power of the distinguished heavenly gods residing in its eyes. Advertisement, nice one. Yuyue was overjoyed. With the power of this thing, Hidan finally had something in his life.
Brother, how do you feel now? Sasuke asked with concern. Great. Better than ever. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body.
The past ailments completely disappeared, my body was filled with majestic chakra, and even my vision became extremely clear. Is it because of him? Itachi's eyes turned to Shinomiya Yuyue. That's right, this guy planted an immortal body for you. The immortal body. Uchiha Itachi repeated in a low voice, his eyes full of thoughts. At the same time, Yuyue grabbed the crow and went straight to Hidan, lifted his eyelids, and slapped the crow in his face. Eat me, distinguished heavenly gods. Call out. The eye power of distinguished heavenly gods instantly penetrated into Hidan's mind, quietly reshaping his consciousness. From this moment on, Hidan will be completely loyal to Shinomiya Yuzuki. Then, Yuzuki took off Hidan's original eyes and inserted the Rinnegan eye into them. In just a moment, the Rinnegan eye took root in Hidan's eyes. Done. Perfect. Yuyue looked up and down, and suddenly noticed Hidan's bare arms after his rebirth, and then remembered that he was not wearing clothes yet. I actually forgot to get him an outfit. How could this be possible? How could my little brother be so careless? Yuyue looked around, and her eyes finally landed on the unconscious Kisame not far away. He raised the corner of his mouth, walked to Kisame, and easily took off the other person's Akatsuki organization robe. It's okay, Kisame is still wearing pants underneath anyway. For male college students' personal use, it's 80% new, so just make do with it. Yuzuki tossed it casually, and the branches formed by wood style quickly put the robe on Hidan. Kisame. I feel a chill on my back. Hey, don't sleep, get up and move around. Yuzuki shook gently, waking up Hidan. Hidan opened his eyes in confusion, a pair of samsara eyes emitting a captivating light. His eyes immediately focused on Shinomiya Yuyue in front of him. A trace of doubt passed through his mind, but soon, information about Yuyue flooded into his consciousness. Chapter 124 Resurrection. Kushina. Hidan's face suddenly burned with a fanatical light. Lord Evil God. Are you saying that you are the evil god? I am your most devout believer? Ooh. He struggled desperately. If it weren't for Woodstyle's restraint, he would have pounced on him and worshipped him. Evil. Evil god. Yuyu's eyes widened. It feels like something is not quite right. After scratching her head in embarrassment, Yuzuki suddenly realized that distinguished heavenly gods had set herself up to be the most loyal person in Hidan's heart. But then again, isn't the most important thing in Hidan's heart the illusory and unpredictable evil god?
This time, it was a hit by mistake. After releasing the restraints of wood style, Hidan slid to his knees in front of Yuzuki.
Leave a trail along the way. Lord Evil God. Why did you come to the ninja world in person? Do you need me to offer a sacrifice? I'm going to find a sacrifice to offer to you right now. He looked around and his eyes fell on Sasuke and the Itachi brothers. Upon seeing this, Sasuke immediately responded with a kind smile. He couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that these two brothers were not something he could deal with. So he quickly changed his target, and soon, the unconscious Kisame came into his sight. Hidan's eyes lit up and he was about to run towards Kisame. Lord Evil God, the sacrifice has been found, please be patient. Hidan rubbed his fists and palms, sharpening his sword at Kisame. Kisame. Etc. Wait a minute. Yuzuki and Uchiha Itachi stopped him almost at the same time. Huh? Yuzuki glanced at Itachi in surprise, and then said to Hidan helplessly. Okay, I don't need any sacrifices. Hidan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Sir Evil God, you don't need a sacrifice? It feels as weird as hearing someone say that you work for your boss but refuse to receive a salary. Why do I need those things? Come, stand next to me, I will give you a task later. Hidan's face was full of confusion, but he still obeyed. At this time, Yuyue turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, do you know the art of reincarnation in dirty soil? Certainly. Advertisement. Sasuke nodded. During the more than 10 years of wandering in his previous life, he had studied almost all ninjutsu. How could he miss learning the art of reincarnation, which was so brilliant in the Fourth Ninja War? That's good, otherwise I have to learn it myself. Yuzuki took out a hair, which belonged to Kushina Uzumaki. Using this hair, she could be reincarnated from the Pure Land. Please begin your performance. Sasuke took the hair, slightly confused. Where is the sacrifice? After all, reincarnation in the dirty earth requires sacrifice as a price, using the soul of living creatures as the medium to summon the soul of the underworld. I almost forgot, let's use this. Shinigami Yuyue waved her hand, and a white puppet appeared. Reincarnation puppet. A product specially designed for the reincarnation of the dirty land, which can 100% inherit the power of the deceased. This thing is very cheap in the mall, and Yuyue has several of them. With the sacrifice, there would be no problem in performing the spell. Sasuke put his hair on the puppet and began to form seals. Then slapped the ground. The art of reincarnation from dirty soil. Yuyue looked on with a smile, like a commentator. The train from the Pure Land to the present world is about to leave. Passengers, please hurry up and get on the train. Suddenly, a strange breath filled the air. Countless paper-like objects fell from the void and slowly attached to the reincarnated puppet until they were completely wrapped. Later, the puppet's shape gradually became clear, with long red hair and a beautiful face. It is the whirlpool Kushina. Kushina was stunned for a moment and slowly opened her eyes. With a trace of confusion in his eyes, he looked around and at Yuyue and others. Where am I? Sasuke stood up and smiled slightly. Welcome back to the human world, Kushina-senpai. I am Sasuke, do you remember me? Huh? Sasuke. Kushina tilted her head, and then a bright smile broke out on her face. Sasuke. I remembered. You are Makoto's child. Then, her expression became a little surprised. You have grown so big. Last time I saw Makoto take you out, you were just a little taller. Kushina gestured with her hands as she spoke, her eyes full of memories. Sasuke smiled. 12 years have passed. People always grow up. Has it been 12 years? There is no concept of time in the Pure Land. Kushina is filled with emotion. Naruto should be as old as you now. Advertisement. Kushina looked down at her reborn body and hands. Sasuke shook his head in denial. No, this is important. Who are you? Beside, Shinomiya Yuyu's voice suddenly sounded. It's not just bad. Sasuke recalled Naruto's lonely childhood in the original time and space, and shook his head helplessly. Having said this, Sasuke turned his head and cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke continued. Please take me back to Konoha. I will make it up to Naruto in the future. Don't worry, Naruto is living very well now, and your current state is not really resurrected yet. Originally, he was accompanied by his relatives, but they were suddenly eliminated. It's our problem. Naruto's best friend, a third-level monk, just call me Shinomiya Yuzuki. Growing up in an environment with family members around and without family members is completely different. Human power changes the environment, right? Kushina was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. Actually, it doesn't have to be like this, I am already a dead person. Big spiral wheel. What is that? Well, it can be understood as an extremely powerful tailed beast jade, with destructive power enough to shake the world. Sasuke touched his chin and gave an example. The big spiral wheel may have hit Konoha long ago. Shinomiya Yuyue bowed slightly and introduced herself. Yes. Kushina fell into silence. After a long time, she sighed deeply. Itachi felt helpless, as the situation at that time was indeed beyond his control. Kushina heard this and covered her mouth in shock. Naruto wants to destroy Konoha? Has he had a bad life these years? There is still one step that has not been completed. After it is completed, we have to resurrect Namikaze Minato. What he didn't have, I will spend the rest of my life filling. Danzo's threat is imminent, and the Uchiha clan is too radical. No need to eat hard. That's right, that Naruto guy is now an outstanding ninja, and his strength can be considered a little bit stronger. If it weren't for Naruto's innate resilience, I can't imagine what the world would be like. It's very bleak. Minato? Kushina's eyes flickered when she heard the name. Kushina looked at Yuyue curiously. This technique was told to him by Yuyu. Although he explained the principle and hoped that he could teach it to Naruto, Sasuke himself has not learned it yet. Sasuke, were you the one who revived me? Chapter 125 Kisame. I contributed at least half. Well, then I'll call you Yuyue. Kushina blinked her smart eyes and spoke with a smile, as friendly as the big sister who lives next door. You just said that the resurrection process is incomplete. No wonder I can't feel body temperature, breathing, and the breath of life. What's next? I can't wait to meet Minato and Naruto. Kushina is full of expectations. Bang bang bang. Yuyue clapped her hands gently. Hidan, now it's your turn to perform. Hidan's eyes widened and he pointed at himself with a trembling finger. Me? Really or not? Lord Evil God, I didn't even know I had this ability. Yuzuki pointed at the Rinnegan in Hidan's eyes. You didn't have it originally, but I have given you this ability. Following Yuzuki's words, Hidan suddenly felt a flood of information pouring into his mind about the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the 7th path, the heretic way to master the innateness of reincarnation. Hidan opened his arms and shouted excitedly, Ooh! Lord Evil God, I feel new power. Then why are you still standing there? Come on, let's start forming seals. Use the art of reincarnation on her. Yuzuki raised her fist towards Hidan with a faint smile. Just when everything seemed to be ready, Hidan suddenly said, If I say I can't form seals, ga. This time, let alone Yuzuki, even Sasuke, Itachi and Kushina were shocked. One of the basic skills of ninja is hand sealing. How could someone not know it? You don't even know how to seal. How do you usually fight? Yuyu's eyes widened. Oh, I don't need ninjutsu. I just rush forward with a sickle and chop. Hidan made a slashing motion. When Yuyue heard this, she directly raised her forehead. Okay, just learn from me. Fortunately, reincarnation only requires 2 seals, so Yuyue can barely hold on. The seal of the future is activated, and the seal of the past is maintained. First this, then that. Do you understand? Hidan's eyes widened and he looked serious. After Yuyue demonstrated several times, he finally nodded. I understand, Lord Evil God. Advertisement? Then let's start. Remember, the target is her. Yuzuki pointed at Kushina. Hidan nodded, and then began to make a not-so-standard seal. Fortunately, the execution of the reincarnation technique was quite tolerant, and the technique was successfully activated. CC. A warm energy overflowed from Kushina's body, and her earthly body gradually transformed into a real flesh and blood body. Does this count as a complete resurrection? I can feel the power of life. Kushina was full of curiosity. Yes, it was successful, Yuyue said with a smile. Plop. Suddenly there was a sound of falling to the ground, and Yuyue turned around to look. Hidan fell to the ground weakly, his body size shrunk greatly, and he was so thin that he was skinny and boneless. Yuyue raised her eyebrows. It consumes so much? It seems that the reincarnation eye is really not easy to play with. Just wait, I'll find some supplements for you. Yuzuki would not let Hidan let such a good-looking person die like this. He had anticipated it, so he had already prepared countermeasures. He strode to the side of Kisame, who was still unconscious. It seemed that Sasuke's kick made this guy enjoy it. I fell asleep and my sleep quality was excellent. Yuzuki stepped over Kisame and picked up the weapon called Samahata. This is an artifact that can swallow chakra for his own use. With it, Kisame even earned the title of Tailless Beast. This shows how extraordinary it is. But the same shark muscle is not something that just anyone can control. Seeing Shinomiya Yuyue reach out, it suddenly changed from the harmless long knife appearance. In an instant, a big mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly bit into Yuyue. Bang! However, a dull punch fell hard, and Sameji was immediately suppressed under the punch. Boom! The tyrannical force instantly created a big hole in the ground. Sameji instantly became calm and didn't dare to move again. Be calm, I'm just borrowing some chakra. After getting Samahata, Yu glanced at Kisame lying on the ground, ignored him, turned around and walked back. Kisame. Are you a human? You stole clothes and weapons. Here, take some chakra from Kido. Without saying a word, Yuzuki threw Samahata directly onto Hidan. Hungry Kido? Hidan was stunned for a moment, then recalled that this was also one of the abilities given to him by Yu. Advertisement immediately, he grasped Samahata tightly with both hands. Hungry Kido starts. His hands were like two black holes greedily absorbing chakra, feverishly extracting the huge energy stored in Samahata's muscles. Hidan's immortal body can quickly recover from any injury as long as it is nourished by energy. With the influx of massive amounts of chakra, his shriveled body swelled up like an inflated balloon. Too strong. Lord Evil God, I have been resurrected with full blood. Hidan jumped up and looked at his body with excitement on his face. Take Samahata with you. This will be your new weapon from now on. Don't use that broken sickle. Just right, this guy can also work part-time as a mobile power bank when paired with Hidan. Yes. Lord Evil God. Hidan happily picked up Samahata, not caring at all that this was the weapon of his former colleague. After all, in his heart, Lord Evil God's orders always come first. Okay, the next task is to resurrect Minato. Yue looked at Kushina. But before that, we have to lift the zombie seal. Minato used the ghoul seal, and his soul was taken away. It's still in Shinigami's belly. We have to find Shinigami to release him. Kushina thought for a moment. Are the corpses sealed away? I know the solution, but you have to go to the Uzumaki clan's ancestral hall and use the Shinigami mask there. That ancestral hall has been moved to Konoha. Just go back and look for it. I happen to know the location. Sasuke from the side suddenly interrupted. He is familiar with this place. He went there with Orochimaru. Okay, let's go back to Konoha first. Yue agreed, and everyone was preparing to set off when Itachi suddenly said. Well, bring Kisame with you. He is a person who knows current affairs and can be used by Konoha. His strength is not bad. Kisame. Shinomiya Yue turned her head and her eyes fell on Kisame, who was only wearing big pants and had all his weapons and clothing stripped away. Well, bring it with you. Although he has been doing so much, he still made a small contribution. Hidan, go and do it. Yue ordered. No problem, Lord Evil God. Hidan executed it immediately and came back with Kisame on his shoulders. His execution was excellent. Hidan, you have to change your name from now on. The title of Evil God sounds weird. Yue reminded that if you were called that in Konoha, you would definitely attract a lot of strange looks. Then what do you want me to call you, Lord Evil God? Just call me by my name. Okay, Lord Evil God. Shinomiya Yue, Chapter 126 Resurrection of Minato. Konoha has really changed over the years. Whirlpool Kushina looked around, observing the rapid changes in Konoha village with novelty. By the way, where is Naruto? I really want to see him, she asked suddenly. I went on a mission and I haven't come back yet. Yue was thinking about something and answered casually. Yue, let's go back first. Sasuke suddenly interrupted, pointing to the path extending ahead. Go straight along this road, and at the end is the place where the Uzumaki family masks are stored. Itachi and I have to evacuate first. It's not appropriate for him to show his face until his wanted order for treason and ninja is revoked. Besides, I have to rush back to the country of waves later. The mission there is not over yet. Hey, wanted? Kushina turned her head and stared at Uchiha Itachi in surprise. Wanted Itachi? What's going on? Who could have done this to such a good boy? I have to talk to Minato. She was so angry that her cheeks bulged. And Mikoto, this is so careless. His son is wanted and he doesn't care. Hey, speaking of Mikoto, how is she doing lately? Yuzuki, Sasuke and Itachi made eye contact with each other. Yue. It's none of my business. You can find your own way to explain it. Sasuke. It's none of my business. It's all my brother's fault. Itachi. How about we say Danzo did it? Why don't you say anything? Kushina was confused. Don't worry about it for now. Let's resurrect Minato first. That's the business. Yue pushed her and secretly winked at Sasuke and Itachi, signaling them to move quickly. Kushina-senpai, let's take our leave now. The wind is blowing. You guys are a little weird today. Sasuke and Itachi fled away, and of course, Kisame was taken away with them. Yuzuki used ninjutsu to speed up, taking them through Konoha and quickly approaching their destination. Soon, they arrived at the target location, and the ancestral hall where the masks were stored was right in front of them. That's it right here. Kushina couldn't wait to trot forward, obviously looking forward to seeing Minato again. However, a beam of golden light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The visitor was none other than Namikaze Minato. Minato? Whirlpool Kushina was startled. Minato has actually been resurrected in advance? Excited, she rushed over with tears in her eyes. Minato. The couple reunited and missed each other even more. But at the critical moment, Minato cleverly avoided this hug. Huh? Kushina stood blankly on the spot, looking at each other in disbelief. The grievance almost overflowed from his eyes. Minato. Minato quickly waved his hands and explained. Sorry, Kushina, I am not the person you were looking for. Even though Minato wanted to give her a hug to comfort Kushina when he saw her eyes dim, but this was obviously not appropriate. I feel sorry for myself in this time and space, and I feel sorry for his wife. Advertisement because he himself is never willing to let other men embrace his wife, even if he comes from different time and space. Hey, why are you here? That's fine, it saves me the trouble of explaining. Yuyue stepped forward and explained to Kushina. Let's go, your Minato is waiting for you to resurrect him inside. He is a visitor from another time and space. Although he has the same name, he is not the one who belongs to you, he has his wife. Why? After some explanation, Kushina seemed a little confused. But she realized that the person in front of her was not her husband. She wiped away her tears in embarrassment and smiled through her tears. Sorry, I admitted the wrong person. It's okay, you go in, I'll guard you here. Minato Namikaze smiled gently. The three of them continued walking forward and entered the ancestral hall. In the ancestral hall, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes shuttled between the masks, and finally settled on the Shinigami ghost face, which she recognized at a glance. That's it. As long as you put it on, you can summon Shinigami to appear, but the price is. The person wearing the mask will become a sacrifice to Shinigami, and his soul will be taken away by Shinigami, and he will pay the price with his life. Kushina's words were calm and firm, but Shinomiya Yuzuki didn't seem to care, and told Hidan with a relaxed expression. Hidan, come on. Your stage has arrived. Death, nothing to fear? Because what is about to appear is the noble phantasm of death. Hidan. Is Shinigami stronger, or is the evil god better? Let's wait and see. Lord Evil God, please feel free to leave it to me. Without saying a word, Hidan walked straight towards the mask and put it on his face without hesitation, even though he knew that the price behind it was death. Kushina's eyes flashed with admiration. What a warrior. She hurriedly reminded. Concentrate chakra, and Shinigami will come when called.
Hidan did as he was told. Immediately afterwards, a huge and illusory figure suddenly appeared, ferocious and terrifying, with a face like an evil ghost. Shinigami Yuzuki threw a kunai casually, and Hidan opened a gash in his abdomen. Shinigami followed suit and also overturned this move on his own body. In an instant, a faint light burst out from Shinigami's belly, which was the soul of Namikaze Minato in this world.
Yuyue acted quickly, threw out a reborn puppet, and immediately formed a seal. Reincarnation from the dirt. After seeing Sasuke use it, Yu has quietly learned this technique and now uses it herself. In an instant, Namikaze Minato's soul seemed to be pulled and integrated into the reborn puppet. It worked. Yuzuki was looking at the reborn Minato when Hidan complained impatiently. Go away, don't bother me. You want to take away my soul, sir? Are you kidding me? My soul will always belong to Lord Evil God. Hidan was seen baring his teeth and claws, seemingly arguing with something invisible. After a battle, Hidan finally won. He took off his mask and smacked his lips in disdain. Want to separate me from Lord Evil God? Dreaming? Sensing Yuzuki's gaze, Hidan immediately straightened his back. Lord Evil God. I didn't bow to that guy. Advertisement. Here you go. Yuzuki smiled softly. The evil god was obviously more powerful, not even Shinigami could take away Hidan's soul. Turning his eyes to the side, Minato was already hugging Kushina tightly, and his whispers were full of tenderness. Yuzuki didn't bother him, and just motioned to Hidan with his eyes. Hidan understood this and immediately activated the reincarnation technique. In their affectionate embrace, Namikaze Minato was completely reborn. The yellow flash that died young comes to his loyal Konoha again. Soon, the two let go of their embrace, and Minato looked at Yu, with a smile like the warm spring sun on his face. Kushina told me that you gave us a new lease of life. Thank you, Yuyue. Well, and this one, what should I call him? Minato's eyes turned to Hidan, who was holding Samahata and sucking greedily, but the latter was too busy enjoying to respond. Just call him Hidan. Mr. Hidan? Okay, I'll note it down. Minato then asked with a bit of worry. Is Konoha in big trouble now? Does it need to go to the point of resurrecting the dead of past generations? Yuyue thought for a while. That's not true, but a lot of things have happened during the time you passed away. Now the situation in Konoha is a little bit complicated. Yuyue made a gesture that indicated the distance between her fingertips. But overall it's pretty good. Resurrecting you is just for personal needs. Minato secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that something was not wrong with Konoha. As long as it's not Konoha's problem, it's not a big deal. We can sort it out slowly. I think it would be more efficient to have another person explain it to you in person. Oh, then please ask him to come. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed, and another Namikaze Minato appeared in front of him. Huh? A trace of surprise flashed in Minato's eyes. Meeting yourself? What kind of unfolding is this? Kushina held Minato's arm and explained with a bright smile. This is Minato from another time and space. He is helping us take care of Naruto during our absence. I see. Thank you so much. I hope Naruto didn't cause you too much trouble. This time and space, Minato said a little shyly. Anyway, Naruto is very sensible. Just a few simple and implicit sentences and get to the point right away. Then, let me explain the situation here clearly to you now. It's time for me to return to my own time and space. I am very happy here these days. The two Minatos looked at each other, smiled tacitly, and then raised their hands simultaneously. Bang! The two fists touched lightly, and apart from some private memories, each other's experiences and knowledge were instantly shared. This time and space, Minato suddenly became enlightened. So many things have happened during this period of time, as well as other seniors from different time and space. Then I'll take my leave first. Yuyue, I'll trouble you later. Everyone waved goodbye to him. Goodbye. Minato disappears in an instant, preparing to take his Kushina back to their world. Chapter 127. Delicious food should be shared. Huh? The sun climbed up to the treetops. Yuyue woke up on time as always. Looking out the window, today is already the third day of Minato's resurrection in this time and space. Naruto and Sasuke also returned from their mission to the Land of Waves. Cardo died, and the construction of the Cross-Sea Bridge went smoothly. The future of the country of waves seems to be gradually brightening. Konoha village is also on the right track. Through the memory sharing between the two Minatos, he seamlessly connected with the current Konoha without any sense of disobedience. The Konoha collapse plan in the original plot is approaching step by step, but Yuzuki feels that in this time and space, Orochimaru will most likely not appear. Unless he has the ability to challenge Namikaze Minato alone. Stepping into the living room, Yuyue caught a glimpse of someone busy in the kitchen. Taking a closer look, Yuyue was suddenly surprised. I went, and when I got up, I saw Kaguya holding the spoon.
Kaguya, who has not been exposed to human fireworks for thousands of years, can really cook. Yuyu tiptoed closer to observe, and saw Kaguya adding something to the pot from time to time under the guidance of Heizetsu and Tien Wenjing. Mom, put some salt and stir it. No, you should put the oil in first, right?
What is this? Forget it, add some more. Since it can be placed here, it can definitely be eaten. Seeing all kinds of condiments being thrown into the pot, Yuyue couldn't help but feel chills running down her spine. This is AF ******* G laboratory, right? Escape is the best option. Dust style flashed, and Yuyue turned into a white light and tried to escape, but at this moment, a space door suddenly opened in front of her, and Yuyue fell headfirst into it. In an instant, he appeared in front of Kaguya. Yuyue, lunch will be ready soon. Let's eat before leaving. Busy Kaguya slowly turned around, with a smile on her face. Yuyue glanced at the black stuff in the pot, and her Adam's apple moved involuntarily. This thing, is it really edible, Yuyue? Advertisement? Seeing that Shinomiya Yuyue did not respond, Kaguya tilted her head slightly with a look of confusion on her face. Okay, I'll eat it. Yuyue forced out an exaggerated smile, her eyes showing determination. This is Kaguya's first time cooking, and he will taste it no matter how it tastes. Kaguya's face was full of happiness, and she smiled with her eyes narrowed. Mom, I feel like it's ready to cook, it should be cooked through. Tien Wenjing said casually while staring at the fire. When Yuyue heard this, she felt inexplicably uneasy. Which one cooks based on feelings and shoulds? Well, Yuyue, please wait a moment and take this out first. There's another dish waiting for you later. Kaguya quickly scooped up the dark stuff, put it into a deep bowl, and then handed it to Yuyue. As soon as Yuyue took it, a strange smell hit her nose, and her face changed. It's just pure enjoyment, then, I'll take it out first. Yuyue seemed to be running away, holding the mysterious dish and running away. Yuyue, remember to enjoy it slowly. In the living room, Yuyue put the unknown thing on the table. Looking at it, she couldn't feel the slightest bit of appetite. How should I say this? But if he doesn't eat, he's afraid that it will dampen Kaguya's enthusiasm. Just when he was struggling, an idea flashed in Yuyu's mind. New ideas are coming. With a weird smirk, he opened the group chat interface. Good things should be shared with good brothers. In the group, everyone was already chatting happily. Uchiha Obito. Minato-sensei, I'll be there in 2 days. What's the date over there now? Namikaze Minato. It's still early, it's only June. I will inform you then and I will ensure that you are the first to hold Naruto. Remember, it's hug, not explode. Uchiha Obito. Minato-sensei, you are a bad student, don't make such a joke. Uchiha Itachi. Obito, you have the nerve to talk about others. Uchiha Obito. Oh, here you are, good brother, let's have a prize-free guessing game. Advertisement, what's red when cut? Uchiha Itachi. Watermelon. Uchiha Obito. It's a clan member. Uchiha Itachi. So it's a clan member. I thought you were talking about watermelon. Wait, something seems wrong. Shinomiya Yuzuki, 6 inches. Shinomiya Yuyue. Okay, stop making trouble, I have something good for you. Shinomiya Yuzuki sent a red envelope to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito received a red envelope from Shinomiya Yuzuki. Uchiha Obito. What good stuff. Shinomiya Yuyue. Just eat the gift from our ancestors with confidence and boldness.
Yuyu smiled sinisterly while closing the group chat. Glancing at the empty bowl in front of him, he felt very proud. In this way, Kagaya's heart was saved and he didn't have to bite the bullet.
Best of both worlds. Yuyue, you finished eating so quickly? Kagaya led the black Zetsus out of the kitchen, holding a large, tightly covered plate in her hands, looking mysterious. What is this? Yuyue stared at the big plate curiously. Naruto and the others gave us a bag of seafood they brought back from the Land of Waves yesterday. Come and try it. Seafood? Nice guy. Yuyue picked up the chopsticks expectantly. As Kagaya opened the lid, he quickly took off his chopsticks. But the next second, Yuyu's face froze. A crab clamped tightly on the chopsticks he stretched out. Crab. What do you want? Let's make gestures. The corner of Yuyu's mouth twitched. She suddenly took out her chopsticks and tapped lightly on the shell of the naughty crab. Crab. Be honest, brother. Yuyue suddenly stood up expressionlessly. I remembered, I don't really like seafood, so I'll leave this delicacy to you. I'm quite full from the big bowl one just had. You guys can enjoy it slowly. I'll take it out first. Saying that, Yuyue smiled and ran away. Chapter 128. This thing is nothing like Leonardo da Vinci. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Konoha Ryoko's day began. Let's go see how that guy Hidan is doing with his training. Yuzuki walked leisurely towards the direction of Konoha's training ground. With his endorsement, Hidan, the former S-class renegade ninja from Yubikure village in Kawanaguni, settled in Konoha as if by magic. The stains of the past seemed to disappear, and the rebellion of other countries was poured into the village, which was something that was unthinkable before. The charm of power is really tempting. As soon as she approached the training ground, Yuyue was attracted by the chants coming from the distance. There was a burst of enthusiasm in that voice, which made people want to join them involuntarily. Xiao Li. There are only 10 laps left, hold on. This is our passionate youth. Metkai's passionate voice burned Rock Lee's fighting spirit like fire. Yuzuki walked into the training ground with a smile, already having a plan in mind. Isn't Hidan immortal? Since he doesn't know anything about anything other than physical skills, it's better for him to learn the 8 gates evasion technique from Metkai. See if the immortal body can reach the gate of death, or even if it can still be alive and kicking after opening the gate of death. Teacher Kai. Yuyue greeted Metkai, who was sweating profusely on the court. Hey, Yuyue, it's you. Do you want to sweat together and release your energy that has nowhere to go? Metkai ran with heavy rocks on his back, his clothes soaked with sweat, but he still had a bright smile on his face. For such people, failure to succeed is simply unforgivable. I'd better forget it, I'm not a physical practitioner. By the way, Teacher Kai, where's that big guy the first brought over a few days ago? Yuyue deliberately didn't mention Hidan's name, knowing that Teacher Kai might not remember it. Looking around, Hidan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Could this guy be lazy? Something was wrong. Hidan was not afraid of hardship, and how dare he disobey Lord Evil God's orders? Metkai blinked his eyes and thought about it before he suddenly realized. Ah, you mean Hidan? He didn't come today. Yuzuki was quite surprised. She didn't expect Kai-sensei to remember Hidan, which was really interesting. Boom. Boom. Metkai walked over, and every step seemed like the earth was shaking. He gave a thumbs up, grinned, and showed a white fang. That guy Hidan is quite able to endure hardships. He even completed 10 times the special youth training with me. Without him here today, I always feel like something is missing. Teacher Kai spoke highly of Hidan. Yuzuki nodded slightly when he heard this. I understand, Kai-sensei, let me go first and see what Hidan is up to. Okay, I hope he can continue to come to training tomorrow. Yuzuki smiled, turned around and left, heading straight to the cabin arranged for Hidan. When they arrived at Hidan's residence, the door was unlocked, so Yu just pushed the door open and entered. Hidan, are you resting today? Advertisement. I walked around the room, but there was no trace of Hidan anywhere? When he walked into the bedroom, he saw the same shark lying alone on the floor. Not at home? Going out to play? Yuyue muttered and prepared to leave. At this time, the same shark on the ground started to move on its own, and Hidan's voice came from inside. Lord Evil God. Is that you? I'm here. Sameji was twisting and turning on the ground, and Yu was shocked. Are you inside Samahata? He stepped forward and put his foot on the twisting shark muscle. You used it as a bed? Hidan's voice came from inside Samahata. How can it not be possible? It swallowed me up by itself when I was sleeping last night. Shinomaya Yuyue. This answer really surprised Yuyue. I didn't expect Samahata to be so stubborn. It had only been quiet for a few days before it started to make noise again, unwilling to admit that Hidan was its new owner. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Yuyue clasped the 2 pieces of Samahata's jaw with both hands, broke it with force, stepped on the lower jaw with her foot, and inserted her hand into the sticky mouth. Feeling her fingertips touch something, Yuyue yanked hard. Hidan, who was all wet and covered in Samahata's saliva, was rescued. Lord Evil God, thank you so much. Hidan's face was full of gratitude and he slowly got up from the ground. Yuyue casually summoned water style to rinse her hands, and said helplessly, go and clean yourself quickly. Okay, go right away. Hidan hurried to the bathroom. Not long after, Hidan tidied up, put on new clothes, and reappeared. Yuyue carelessly sat down on Sameji's back, causing Sameji's whole body to tremble, fearing another iron fist. Yuzuki ignored Samahata and turned to Hidan. What happened? Let's not train today. By the way, how's the progress of cultivating psychic beasts that I told you about last time? Psychic beast? Hidan thought for a moment, then turned around and picked up a gourd from the bedside table. Lord Evil God, please see, I have cultivated some in the past few days. Although the number is not large, it should be enough to deal with those who displease you. Hidan pulled out the stopper of the gourd, and an incredible scene appeared. Countless mosquitoes poured out of it. Hidan's psychic beast is neither a mighty toad nor a cunning snake, but a swarm of mosquitoes. Upon closer inspection, the compound eyes of these mosquitoes have been replaced with tiny samsara eyes. To be able to witness the samsara eye, which is smaller than an ant's legs, is considered an anecdote. This is the use of the animal path, one of the 6 paths powers of the samsara eye, which can directly transform and cultivate psychic beasts. Yuyue nodded with satisfaction. Yes, with these mosquitoes, you can deal with whoever you want. Another T0 level combat power was born, Mosquito Hidan. Advertisement. Hidan smiled and scratched his head. This is all thanks to your wonderful idea, Lord Evil God. I can't figure out such a trick myself. Secretly sending mosquitoes to suck blood, and then activating the death department to rely on blood. Who could have predicted this? Only the supreme evil god can conceive it. Yuyue waved her hands, looking very humble. I just borrowed the wisdom of netizens. Okay, you go on with your business, I'll take the first step. Yuyue smiled slightly, stood up and prepared to leave. Congratulations, Lord Evil God. Hidan straightened his back and watched Yu leave. However, as soon as I walked out of the room, the message notification sound of the group chat in my mind was endless. When Yuyue caught a glimpse of the news, the smile on her face gradually solidified. Why did she go astray the more she talked about it? He was so frightened that he quickly stopped to explain, otherwise he would probably have to live on another planet. Uchiha Obito. At Seagong Yu at Seagong Yu at Seagong Yu at Seagong Yu at Seagong Yu. What the hell is this? It's still warm. Did you just give birth? Video. MP4. Obito uploaded a video, and everyone clicked to play it. The picture in front of them was shocking. A dark mass was lying quietly on the ground. Obito filmed it from a distance, and you could smell the fragrance through the screen. Senju Hashirama. This is this. Namikaze Minato. Obito, don't eat this randomly. Uchiha Obito. Minato-sensei, am I that stupid? 6 paths Obito. 114,514. Uchiha Madara. This is snow. Uchiha Itachi. I can't tell that the group leader still has this elegance. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wait, this is not mine, it's Kaguya's. Uchiha Obito. What, you feel even more perverted when you say that. You still steal from others. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wrong, it's not Kaguya's fault. This is the lunch she made by herself. It just looks a little weird and tastes a little weird, but it's definitely edible. Uchiha Obito. I understand everything, okay, no need to explain. We won't publicize your unique hobby everywhere, just don't send it to me next time. Although I'm not very smart, you don't really think that I can put weird things in my mouth, do you? Shinomiya Yuyue. Shanji, don't understand yet, it's really not what you think. Chapter 129 Uchiha in action in the group. The dispute between Obito and the group leader over a strange item made Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but chuckle. But even the interesting discussions in the group could not stop him from leaving. He closed the group chat interface without hesitation. Because tonight, a long-planned plan is about to kick off. It was already dark, but Uchiha Itachi's room was pitch black without any light. Dong dong dong. There was a soft knocking sound outside the door, followed by a very respectful voice. Young patriarch, it's almost time. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly and replied calmly. Well, I'll go over immediately and let everyone gather. As the sounds outside the door faded away, in the darkness, Weasel's figure quietly turned into a flock of crows, fluttering its wings and flying out of the window, disappearing into the boundless night. In front of Nanga Shrine, Uchiha Shisui stands in front of the shrine, ready to go. Behind them is a well-organized lineup of 120 Uchiha elites, all of them with sharp momentum, the last of whom is elite Chunin, with both eyes open, which almost brings together the essence of the Uchiha clan. If something goes wrong, the Uchiha clan will suffer heavy losses. However, that won't happen because the leader of this operation is Uchiha Itachi. Someone who knows the script for the future. Quack quack quack. In the night sky, countless crows suddenly gathered together, swooping down like a black torrent, and finally condensed into the figure of Uchiha Itachi. Young patriarch. The appearance of Uchiha Itachi lifted the spirits of everyone present. During this period of time, the young patriarch has shown his iron fist and implemented drastic reforms in the family, and he is so powerful that no one is dissatisfied. Everyone, let's go. Uchiha Itachi's order was brief and powerful, and the established deployment had already been conveyed, so there is no need to elaborate at this moment. As you command. Uchiha Shisui's body flashed and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was on the top of a tall building. The other elites followed closely behind and disappeared into the vast night. Uchiha Itachi turned around. Inside the shrine, his parents and younger brother were waiting for him quietly. Uchiha Makoto saw his gaze, smiled and encouraged. Go, Itachi, realize your ideal. We will wait here for your triumphant return. Although Uchiha Fugaku said nothing, the recognition in his eyes was worth 1,000 words. But Sasuke was full of attachment. Brother, when will you come back? Itachi chuckled, his eyes as gentle as water, and touched Sasuke's eyebrows with 2 fingers. You don't have to wait for me tonight, Sasuke. Advertisement, sleep well. When you wake up, Uchiha is still standing, and Konoha is still the same Konoha. Nothing will change. Root's stronghold. It's not good, Danzo-sama. A member of the Roots had a gloomy face and walked over quickly, speaking in a heavy tone, the Uchiha clan. There's been a rebellion. Danzo opened his eyes suddenly, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What? Uchiha launched a rebellion? Why? During this time, the changes in the Uchiha family gradually improved their reputation in the village and they were no longer feared. Although Danzo was dissatisfied, he could only watch. After all, Shisui and Itachi suddenly cut off contact with him, and he had no way of knowing the current situation inside Uchiha. I thought that Uchiha was unwilling to accept the position of Hokage and wanted to win the hearts of the people, but unexpectedly, news of a rebellion came? So, wouldn't all the previous layouts fall short? Not to mention, even if they really overthrew the rule of Konoha, the Hokage throne that they had taken by force would not be stable. I think these Uchiha are crazy, but coincidentally, they are not clear-headed, which just suits my wishes. Danzo snorted coldly, the pleasure of getting something for nothing welling up in his heart. Originally, he was thinking about where to collect more Sharingan for Orochimaru to study, but now, the opportunity came to him. Let's go, order all the Root members to besiege Uchiha. When Danzo was gearing up for a big fight, the Root member who tipped off the information spoke with a serious face. Danzo-sama, should we go to the Hokage for help first? Our people are almost overwhelmed. Danzo frowned and his eyes shot at him like ice. How could our people suffer so many losses? You led someone to take action without permission? Did I allow it? How'd I teach you on weekdays? Danzo taught a meaningful lesson. We are the Roots of Konoha, and we will never act rashly until it is a critical moment of life and death. Got it. Idiot. The Root member murmured, but Uchiha has already arrived at the door of our house, is it possible that we are still sitting idly by? Danzo's eyes widened, he grabbed his collar and asked in disbelief. What did you say? Uchiha didn't attack the Hokage building, but instead came to the door? Yes, and that Uchiha Itachi, he's like crazy, killing everyone he sees. Danzo-sama, let's hurry up and get reinforcements. Advertisement. The Root member's eyes were full of horror, wondering what kind of horrific scene he had witnessed. Waste. Danzo threw him aside casually, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Why is Uchiha's target the Root? Damn Uchiha, I told them they couldn't stay. It's all because of Hiruzen's indecisive character. Danzo gritted his teeth and turned towards a hidden shadow, where there was a secret passage leading to the ground. Uchiha came out in force, and he and his subordinates alone were unable to withstand it. Hiruzen must be notified immediately and an army must be assembled to counterattack. But the next moment, boom, there was a deafening roar, and a black shadow flew straight towards Danzo like a meteor in the night sky. Danzo immediately became alert and ducked to one side. Bang! The black shadow fell heavily to where Danzo was standing just now. Only then did he see clearly that the black shadow was actually a person. Someone used unimaginable force to throw him over like trash, and now he has become a disgusting piece of meat. The only thing that can identify his identity is the incomplete Root mask. Danzo only glanced at it and then looked away, without even a trace of emotion in his eyes. He had seen scenes more disgusting than this, coming from those laboratories. You, bring this news to the third Hokage immediately. Danzo turned around and gave instructions to the Root on the ground that reported the news. Yes, Lord Danzo. The Root member immediately got up and fled through the secret passage. Looking at the departing figures of his men, Danzo waited patiently for more than 10 seconds, guessing that the man was far away from the secret passage, and then destroyed the secret passage with his own hands. It is not only a passage, but also hides many ulterior secrets. Danzo raised his eyelids slightly, it came so fast. Fierce fighting sounds came from above, with metal collisions, roars and various ninjutsu bursting sounds intertwined. Suffer death. Wind escape. Fire style. Lightning style. At the same time, there were bursts of dull thunderous sounds, the source of which was unknown, which was frightening. Advertisement. Chapter 132. Healthy. Every roar was accompanied by a short scream, then everything fell silent, and a creepy atmosphere filled the air. Slowly, the movement above calmed down, leaving only sporadic sounds in the distance. It seems that the battle above is over. I am afraid that one side has been completely defeated and everyone is dead. Boom. A figure suddenly broke through the top floor building, plummeted, and made a huge crater in the ground. The visitor was dressed in a battle suit, holding tightly a tungsten iron rod covered with flesh and blood, and every drop of bright red slipped quietly down the tip of the rod. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo narrowed his eyes and looked at the uninvited guest carefully. His heart couldn't help but tighten. The man in front of him was soaked in blood, as if he was an evil ghost walking out of the Shura field. Those red eyes were as calm as water, but they contained enough murderous intent to fill the entire space. If he didn't look familiar, Danzo would hardly believe that the person standing in front of him was Uchiha Itachi. Go. Protect Lord Danzo. Behind Danzo, 5 figures suddenly jumped out, holding various weapons, and headed towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's face was expressionless. He flipped his wrist and the blood on the tungsten iron rod was neatly shaken off, because it was about to meet a new prey. Itachi squatted down lightly, then kicked his feet, bursting out with astonishing power. Boom. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, terrifying airwaves scattered. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi disappeared. "Where is the person?" someone exclaimed. "Behind you." A root organization member was extremely frightened and shouted a warning. Poof! With a swing of the stick, a member of the root organization was cut in half in an instant, and his internal organs spilled out, which was shocking. Ah! Ah! The unlucky root member failed to die immediately, and his painfully twisted face was unbearable to look at. "It's so fast!" Danzo was shocked. Uchiha Itachi didn't even form the seal, this was purely the speed of the body. "Who is this monster?" 1. Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi looked sideways at Danzo and spoke calmly. Faced with the provocation, Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. F*Kami. Fire-style Dragon Flame Bullet. A member of the root organization formed seals quickly and was about to cast a spell. However, the scene in front of him suddenly became blurry, and Uchiha Itachi came to him quietly. The next moment, he felt a palm touching his face in horror. Skill. Bang. The ground opened, and Uchiha Itachi smashed the head to the ground. His head exploded like a watermelon, and his brains splattered everywhere. 2. The remaining 3 people witnessed this scene, but did not flinch. Their eyes were red, and they rushed towards Itachi again with madness. The opponent's speed is so fast that ninjutsu is ineffective. The moment the seal is formed, it is a decision of life and death. And taijutsu is no match for them. Since they cannot escape death, they decided to use their own sacrifices to obtain more information for Lord Danzo. Uchiha Itachi struck back and swung the tungsten rod in his hand, causing the man's head to sink into his chest, killing him instantly. 3. Whoosh! Uchiha Itachi threw it violently, and the tungsten rod came out of his hand and headed straight for another root organization member. The opponent's pupils shrank sharply, and he slapped the ground quickly. The earth flow wall rose rapidly, but in an instant, the tungsten iron rod penetrated the earth wall and penetrated straight into the opponent's body. The huge force threw him away. Then there was a loud noise, and the man was nailed to the wall. 4. The last member was instantly restrained by Uchiha Itachi. His limbs were broken, and his screams did not stop. Then he kicked him in the chest, and like a kite with broken strings, the man crashed into the wall and merged with the wall. 5. 5 people, all died. This unparalleled strength and speed, your body. Danzo's eyes were full of shock. Is this really Uchiha Itachi? Danzo held his head high and declared with a confident attitude of winning. So, we are kindred spirits, Itachi. The temptation of Sharingan is still lingering in his mind. Itachi can stay, but the Uchiha clan must be eliminated. Advertisement. Danzo pondered for a moment, and doubts suddenly arose in his mind. How could Itachi change so much in such a short period of time? Itachi spoke calmly, holding the tungsten iron rod tightly in his hand, with murderous intent in his eyes. It's time to sell the blood debt of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi had just pulled out the tungsten iron rod from the wall. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look sideways and cast a look as if he was looking at a fool. The shadow of the stick was like a mountain, falling heavily. Danzo's eyes were about to burst. This guy was really serious. Today's Uchiha Itachi is not even half the same as before. He is simply a beast in human skin. In his memory, Uchiha Itachi's fighting style had never been so brutal and brutal. Hokage position. That's just the beginning. He can even have greater ambitions. How naive is he to think that everyone in the world is as unscrupulous as him? Even though he has superb physical skills, he rarely uses physical skills in head-to-head confrontations. Human experiments. As for the Uchiha clan, there is no need to exist. Any clan that dares to rebel should be eradicated from Konoha. Danzo looked at Uchiha Itachi carefully with burning eyes, thinking in his mind. Yes, the recent restraint of the Uchiha clan is probably because they are about to complete an experiment and do not want to cause trouble. Itachi's condition shows that the side effects are minimal. If one can master this technique, it is not impossible to create an extraordinary physical skills army. In an instant, an idea flashed through his mind like a flash of lightning. Whoosh! In the past, he always relied on long-range tactics, combining genjutsu and fire style to outwit him. After all, Itachi's physical condition was not outstanding. Hey, it seems that you Uchiha clan are not so innocent in private. Are you secretly conducting experiments to strengthen the human body? Is he really not afraid of the genocide of the Uchiha clan? Isn't it foolish to be condescending? Danzo's lips curved into a smile that he thought he had an opportunity, and he said to Uchiha Itachi. What kind of experiment? Does he think that the changes in the immortal's physique are a laboratory product? Hand over the experimental results, and I can plead with Hiruzen to spare your life. Itachi turned a deaf ear and raised the tungsten iron rod. Hiruzen is coming soon. Do you really think you can escape under the siege of all Konoha ninjas? Danzo's eyes widened angrily, and he pointed his finger and said sternly, Uchiha Itachi, don't seek death. Without my protection, you have no chance of survival. In an instant, Itachi appeared in front of Danzo like a ghost. Ignorance. Moreover, he had already led his tribe to attack here, and Danzo still imagined that he would be spared? HMPH, I see. If the experiment is successful, it will give them the capital to resist. Is this the reason? Chapter 131. Facing the third generation. Danzo tried his best to raise his arms to resist. Click. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and Danzo's arms instantly shattered into pieces. Immediately afterwards, his entire body was thrown away by this huge force. Boom. In a cloud of flying dust, Danzo violently collided with the stone wall, leaving a huge and hideous hole. Don't die in a hurry, you are carrying the hatred of the entire Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi's tone was indifferent, he could have killed the enemy with one blow. But he just left some room to enjoy this slow torture. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo slowly crawled out of the hole, covered in bloodstains and in a miserable state. Without his arms, he was like a cripple. For a ninja, this was a punishment more cruel than death. Can you still make a sound? It seems like the blow wasn't hard enough. Bang! Uchiha Itachi pointed his toes, and the ground roared and shattered. With this powerful explosive force, he shot towards Danzo like an arrow. Bang! With a heavy kick, Danzo suddenly lost control of his body and flew high like a kite with its string cut off. Itachi swayed, jumped into the air, and whipped the falling Danzo again. Aha! Amid the shrill screams, Danzo fell down like a meteorite. Bang! The cracks on the ground were scattered in all directions, like a ferocious spiderweb, and Danzo was lying in the center, his life or death uncertain. Plop! Uchiha Itachi landed firmly and placed one foot lightly on Danzo's head. This little strength is not enough to kill you, why don't you consider struggling? Uchiha Itachi. Danzo let out a low roar, no one had ever humiliated him so much. Despite being at a disadvantage, Danzo did not give up, and he still held the final comeback trump card. Just wait for that moment. Thinking about Izanagi? Uchiha Itachi's gentle words sent a chill down Danzo's spine, and a bone-deep chill shot straight into his heart. He actually knows this. What I know is far beyond your expectation. Danzo closed his eyes, unable to delay any longer. Suddenly, Itachi put the stick behind him without warning. Bite. Advertisement. The tungsten iron rod suddenly moved sideways, blocking the kunai that was coming silently. The one holding the kunai was Danzo. Is it still possible to use Izanagi? Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work. Itachi chuckled. Whether it's useful or not, you'll understand soon. Danzo gritted his teeth. He waved the kunai wildly, stabbing, picking, and slicing with great proficiency in every move, but none of them could touch Itachi. All attacks were easily resolved by Uchiha Itachi. Since it was still within Izanagi's 1-minute limit, Itachi chose to defend conservatively. Just let him live a little longer. Itachi, Lord Third Generation, is here. Uchiha Shisui's figure suddenly appeared, with a stern look on his face. The next action is crucial. Once they fail, they will be unable to withstand Konoha's comprehensive counterattack. So fast? Itachi was slightly surprised. Now that the matter has come to this, it is obviously inappropriate to continue to entangle with Danzo, so let's leave it to Shisui. He stretched out his body, jumped up, and stood side by side with Shisui. Itachi chuckled lightly, displayed his stick flower, and put the tungsten iron rod behind him. Don't worry, just follow the plan. Shisui felt slightly relieved by Itachi's comfort. Then, I'll leave this place to you, and I'll deal with the outside. Shisui nodded, reached for the hilt of the knife behind his back, and turned to Danzo with a calm gaze. Itachi stopped hesitating, slightly bent his legs, and kicked off suddenly. Boom! With an astonishing burst of power, he shot straight into the sky like a rocket, instantly far away from the root stronghold hidden underground. Itachi left, and Shisui began to survey the battlefield. Seeing the scene in the stronghold that looked like a Shira field, Shisui gasped. I don't know when, Itachi's fighting style changed and he no longer relied on genjutsu and ninjutsu. It was replaced by a tungsten iron rod weighing 560 kilograms, sweeping everything with brute force. In the words of Itachi, this thing is much more practical than ninjutsu. Along the way, Shisui almost saw Itachi killing everyone by himself. With its current strength and tungsten iron rod, ordinary people would be killed at the touch of it. Uchiha Shisui. Danzo's voice interrupted Shisui's thoughts, and Shisui looked at him in confusion. Shisui, the key to ending this rebellion lies in your hands. Uchiha Itachi has gone crazy, stop him with your distinguished heavenly gods. Maybe we can save some people, otherwise, the Uchiha family will be buried with him because of his fault. Advertisement. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Compared to the elusive Itachi, Shisui was obviously easier to deal with. Even with Itachi and Shisui leading the team, sacrifice is still inevitable. After all, there are always ninjutsu that are difficult to defend. There is no need to count them in detail. At a glance, you can tell that there are as many as 1,000 Konoha ninjas on site. Opposite him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was wearing a black combat uniform and holding a psychic beast, the monkey demon, which had transformed into a Vajra wand wishrod. He looked like he was ready for battle. Are you determined to start a war? At this moment, all the Uchiha elites gathered together and watched the enemy on the opposite side with vigilance. I will never allow anyone to get in the way of Itachi's plans. This time, Shisui showed an unprecedented determination. Facing the prestige of the Uchiha clan and the bloodline limit of Sharingan, they felt a lot of fighting pressure. Itachi raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then walked to the front of the team and confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan ends today. Phantom instant technique. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He almost persuaded Shisui to break up with Uchiha, but at the critical moment, Shisui severed contact. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy. Uchiha Itachi, there's no need to beat around the bush. I just want to know whether this was your idea or Uchiha Fugaku's. Even behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, there were already ninjas swallowing nervous saliva. Danzo frowned and was about to speak when Shisui's sword was quickly swung at him. You. As soon as he finished speaking, the hearts of everyone present were in their throats. Not to mention the old man standing in front of the ninja formation who was silent but put heavy pressure on everyone. He has been coveting Shisui's pair of Sharingan for a long time. On the ground of the Root Organization base, corpses were scattered everywhere. Most of them were Danzo's men, but there were also Uchiha tribesmen. Go through my level first and then talk about it. Young Patriarch. Danzo quickly jumped out of the way and jumped onto a tall building, glaring condescendingly at Shisui. You Uchiha. They have been surrounded and unable to fly. Third generation Sama. What are you doing if you don't rest late at night? Itachi said with a smile. Young Patriarch, you are here. You are seeking your own destruction. Especially after learning about the power of distinguished heavenly gods, he was eager to take it as his own all the time. Just by using their ninjutsu, they can drown hundreds of Uchiha tribesmen in an instant. All eyes are focused on Uchiha Itachi, because his answer is related to the fate of the entire village.
They are all Anbu members from Konoha, as well as many active Konoha ninjas.
The Uchiha tribes suddenly became noisy due to Itachi's arrival. Chapter 132 Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who is leading my rhythm? At this moment of public attention, Itachi smiled and said easily. Third generation Sama, you may have misunderstood. We are just here to settle some personal grievances with Shimura Danzo and have nothing to do with the village. The Uchiha clan has always advocated peace, so how could they start a war? You're worrying too much. As soon as Uchiha Itachi said this, many people in Konoha breathed a sigh of relief. Personal grudge? Okay, I scared you to death. It was really a false alarm. Personal vendetta is fine, as long as it's not a true rebellion. Personal grudge? Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly startled, obviously not expecting Uchiha Itachi to answer like this. And you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak but stopped. At this time, someone from behind the crowd suddenly shouted and asked. Personal grudge? Danzo-sama is devoted to Konoha, how can he have a personal grudge with you? Don't use this as an excuse. If you can, show us evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked back, trying to find out which ninja family was so impudent that he spoke without permission when his Hokage didn't speak. However, the night was dark and there were so many people that he couldn't immediately identify who it was, so he had to hold it back for the time being. Just at this moment, Uchiha Itachi on the opposite side smiled, as if he was getting what he wanted. The naval forces are in full force. Evidence? Of course, please bring up the evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed a hint of conspiracy. Uchiha Itachi's answer was too smooth, as if everything was as he expected. At this point, even as a Hokage, he can only wait and see what happens. As the evidence was brought up, everyone was shocked to find out. The so-called evidence turned out to be some mummies. There were also mutilated pieces of meat soaked in potion, and a strange smell spread out. And among the bottles and jars that were brought up later, some eyeballs and organs can be vaguely seen. Fortunately, the people present were all ninjas and had experienced fighting. Although they were a little physically uncomfortable, they could still bear it. What's this? One of the ninjas asked tremblingly. Advertisement Uchiha Itachi calmly displayed these chilling physical evidences and responded with cold eyes. This is exactly the evidence you want. Improved evidence of cruel human experiments conducted privately by Shimura Danzo. Danzo has been secretly researching Sharingan for a long time, and has stolen the remains of our fallen clan members many times during the war. Therefore, what I did was not rebellion, but seeking justice from Danzo. As Uchiha Itachi's words fell, most of the ninjas were shocked. What? Human experimentation, isn't this? This kind of thing already prohibited by law back then. Master Orochimaru betrayed the village and fled because he violated this taboo.
Even Orochimaru was kicked out, so why does Danzo still dare to do these things? Hey, do you think Danzo would dare to do such a thing without Hokage's acquiescence?
Is this what it is? So, wouldn't it be that Hokage-sama is the one who did this evil experiment? It's normal. All high-level officials in Konoha are like this. They protect each other. Listening to the increasingly outrageous comments behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face gradually darkened. Do you think I can't hear your weirdness? He twisted his neck and looked back, wanting to see who was the B*********** D here setting his own pace. He felt that the next moment, he would be beaten into a heinous sinner, even though he had done nothing. Across the crowd, Uchiha Itachi's lips raised slightly. This is the power of public opinion. Among the more than 1,000 people brought by Hiruzen Sarutobi, there were a dozen water troops that Itachi had already arranged. They were responsible for muddying the water as much as possible. As a result, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't resist the words of Ju Gen and Yi Lai. And Itachi did not accuse him unjustly, at least Sarutobi Hiruzen definitely knew about Danzo's human experiments. But he still chose to acquiesce. Suddenly there was a cry and howl from the crowd. Uchiha Itachi was shocked and came to the most critical part. What's wrong with you? Someone wondered. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that if he didn't suppress it, there might be unpredictable consequences. A child who was born with the ability to love, a child with a bright future who dreams of becoming a Hokage. Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned. Advertisement. After unremitting efforts, he graduated with honors and became a genin. But he just told the other party to let him make up a little story so that everyone could turn the blame on Danzo. Quiet. My poor brother. The most important thing is that there is no such huge policy of allocating objects to the village. As the unknown ninja narrated, everyone's emotions were aroused. But again, it was too dark and there were too many people, so he couldn't see anything at all. I have no choice, I don't know the truth, I can only accept it with tears. Every time I ask, I get the answer that he is out on a mission. He also said that if he becomes Hokage, he will expand Konoha and recruit talents from all the ninja world. All single people in Konoha will be assigned a husband or wife. He is always willing to help others without asking for anything in return. No matter how busy he is, as long as he sees someone in need of help, he will lend a helping hand, even if it makes him lose a lot of time. I really fear that the world will not be in chaos. He smiled and told me that his dream is to become a Hokage and make Konoha better and better. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but get angry. As Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, the crowd's voice gradually became smaller. What kind of beast is this? Unexpectedly, this guy just told an explosive story, which immediately detonated the whole audience. But for such an optimistic child, there was no news after being summoned by Shimura Danzo. What kind of brain does it take to come up with such a good idea? After the crowd calmed down, he stretched his neck and looked back, wanting to see which B************ D had been spreading this kind of thing. After many years in power, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has prestige in the hearts of everyone. The Buddha statue at the fire temple should be thrown aside and let my brother sit on it. I think of my brother. What kind of idea is this for the invincible Super Tyrannosaurus King in the universe? I would ask every once in a while, but what I got in the end was the sad news that he failed to perform his mission and died. Just like that, Danzo died miserably in endless torture. At this time, the crowd exploded with complaints and anger. Uchiha Itachi touched his chin. It seems that everyone agrees with the idea of dividing the village into two halves. The person who just spoke was also the envoy he sent there. Many years ago, my brother awakened a powerful blood successor. He had no intention of becoming a ninja, but the appearance of this blood successor gave him hope. But now it seems that my brother probably did not die on the mission, but was used for human experiments by that damn Danzo. Maybe this is a good idea, but only if there are enough talents. Chapter 133 The Navy is still there. See with a helpless sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Itachi again. He pondered for a while and said, I didn't even know Danzo was doing this, he did it secretly behind my back. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of boos among the many ninjas of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At first it was just the voices of a few people, but once someone took the lead in this kind of thing, others also responded. You. Who took the lead? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned back and glared with gritted teeth. There are bad people among the masses. Sarutobi Hiruzen now realized how disgusting the Navy was. Uchiha Itachi smiled lightly, stretched out his hand and said, We believe in you, Mr. Third Generation, please continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him deeply and continued. Itachi, I know you have resentments. However, after all, Danzo is an elder of Konoha and serves as an assistant to the Hokage. Even if he makes a mistake, he should be handed over to Konoha for trial. Instead of you lynching. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the corpses of the root members on the ground. Besides, your target is Danzo, so why do you want to kill these innocent people? Did you know that they are also someone's children, husbands, fathers, and the backbone of the family? Is it just that you are acting so wantonly? Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made everyone suddenly wake up. Yes, if Danzo is a bad guy, then Uchiha's current behavior of killing innocent people does not seem to be justice. Uchiha Itachi's lips curved into a confident smile. How could he launch this plan if he was not fully prepared? Bring the stuff over here, Itachi whispered to the clansmen behind him. It's the young patriarch. Soon, with a stack of information in place, Uchiha Itachi took it in his hand and showed it to everyone. These are the information of Danzo's men. Everything they have done is recorded in it. When it was done and who gave the order, it is clear at a glance. You can take a look. After reading it, you will know whether these people are innocent. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's confident look, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little doubtful. How deeply could Uchiha penetrate the roots? Can even this kind of information be investigated? He didn't quite believe it. Go and bring the things to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the people on the side, It's Lord Hokage. Advertisement soon, the information was brought over, and Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately started to look at it. When he saw it, his face couldn't help but turn green. It's actually true, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. He looked up at Uchiha Itachi, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, he could really investigate the roots so thoroughly. How on earth did he do it? Uchiha Itachi met Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes and just smiled lightly. Actually, he didn't ask for it, he asked for it from someone in the group. Danzo has a strong desire to control his subordinates, and everything that everyone does must be recorded. Just take a copy of this document from a time and space where Danzo has been destroyed and use it, it's almost the same anyway. So, these people are not innocent? Uchiha did not kill wrongly? The Navy continues to exert force, it seems, yes. If these people are helping Danzo and the tyrants to commit crimes, then it is indeed not a pity to die. Deserve it, the reputation has reversed again. The whispers of the ninjas behind him came. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned dark. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, unwilling to say anything more. Now if he can't feel that someone in the crowd is messing with him, there's no need to be a Hokage. Where is Danzo now? I will not pursue these people, but Danzo is a high-level official in Konoha after all, and needs to be judged by Konoha. Danzo? He's dueling with Shisui below. Ladu can't hold him back, and I didn't intend to hurt him. He insists on holding on to him. I'll go down and take a look, but I can't guarantee he's still alive. After all, you can't ask Shisui not to fight back when he's beaten. Uchiha Itachi smiled and spread his hands, looking helpless. You. Bring Danzo out quickly, Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered in a deep voice. As commanded. Itachi smiled slightly, turned around and walked into the depths of Gen's stronghold. He jumped down along the passage he came from and quickly returned to the underground. Haha, it seems that even if I wasn't there, you wouldn't be able to make any trouble. Uchiha Itachi glanced at it and couldn't help but want to laugh. In front of him, Shimura Danzo was tied tightly with multiple ropes by Shisui, and he was paralyzed on the ground like a squirming insect. Itachi, did you succeed in persuading the third generation? When Shisui saw Itachi coming back, a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face.
Advertisement. Danzo, on the other hand, looked ugly. Uchiha Obito. Huh, good brother, it's better to come sooner than to come sooner. I'm planning to deal with it.
Uchiha Itachi turned his gaze to Danzo and slowly approached him. Uchiha Itachi. Okay, do you have any leftover lunch? I have someone here who wants to try it. Itachi shook his head. I'm not completely convinced yet, but I'm almost there. Come on, take Danzo out first. Open black lens bracket. You received Uchiha Obito's red envelope. Close black lens bracket. However, even if he is so stupid, now is not the time to end him. Uchiha Itachi was a little speechless in his heart. Is this guy Danzo really brainless? Uchiha Obito. Haha, okay, I'll heat it up with fire style, you're welcome. He has to be taken out to put on a show, and then his end will be. So, he has been completely abandoned. By the way, who wants to eat this? The taste is really unique. Danzo's eyes widened, his legs kicked wildly, and he resisted desperately. Ooh. Itachi grabbed Danzo's chin and forced the mysterious thing into his mouth. Uchiha Itachi smiled evilly. Uchiha Itachi, Danzo. Uchiha Itachi, let me go immediately, otherwise, when I regain my freedom, you will only die. Open black lens bracket. Uchiha Obito sent you a red envelope. Close black lens bracket. As he spoke, Itachi waved his right hand, and an orange skeleton arm appeared out of thin air. Then, a black thing fell on the skeleton hand. After a while, a prompt popped up in the group. If you say this, aren't you afraid that you will kill him immediately? The stench was overwhelming. Uchiha Itachi, what do you want to do? Do you think that no matter how brave you are, you can still be the enemy of the entire Konoha? Give it to me. Shinomiya Yuzuki. That's not a gift, it's really lunch made by Kaguya herself. When Danzo heard this, he raised his head suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, I knew that Hiruzen would never abandon me. Immediately, he opened the group chat interface. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I just bring you delicious food, made by my ancestors for you to try. Uchiha Itachi. At Uchiha Obito, Obito, is that gift that the group leader gave you before still there? Itachi knelt down in front of Danzo with a smile on his face. He glared at Itachi with a ferocious expression and threatened fiercely. He had been looking forward to the rescue of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but after waiting for a long time, it turned out to be Uchiha Itachi? But it doesn't hurt to give him a little lesson. Danzo sensed Uchiha Itachi's intention, mistakenly thought that he was going to take action, and suddenly panicked. Chapter 134 Shimura Sir Danzo. It seems that third generation Sama, you were lucky, that guy Danzo is still alive. Uchiha Itachi dragged Danzo, walked over slowly, and then threw him in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes instantly focused, curiously examining the other protagonist who caused this battle tonight. Danzo has rarely appeared in public since he took charge of the Roots. Some people only heard of his name but never saw his true appearance. Is this really Danzo? His appearance is really off-putting. He doesn't look like a good person at first glance. With so many bandages on his face, there must be some shady secret behind it. Has he already got Sharingan? In the past, the high-level officials of Konoha were now like a bound insect, squirming helplessly on the ground. The chatter behind him made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel depressed for a while. But he had no time to care about this. His eyes fell on Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed carefully and found that he had no obvious injuries, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Itachi was still reasonable and did not use torture in private. Danzo. Let's just say, is there a possibility that my life has been aborted? What did you feed Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Danzo's expression was obviously wrong. He looked like he had eaten a fly, he kept retching, and his face turned green. Uchiha Itachi chuckled. Don't worry, it's not poison. We, the Uchiha clan, have always treated prisoners favorably, and we always have enough to eat. Even Danzo, who is the opposite, is no exception. But Danzo doesn't seem to adapt to our Uchiha food, so we can't blame him. Uchiha Itachi spread his hands pretending to be helpless. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Although he was dissatisfied, he could only order his subordinates. Bring Elder Danzo here. Yes, Hokage-sama, soon. Danzo was brought to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who untied the rope from him with a few moves. You're not hurt. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. This Danzo was always causing trouble. It seemed that his power would have to be reduced afterwards. Danzo kept coughing while holding his throat. It took a long time to calm down. It seemed that Kaguya's lunch was really not very delicious. Danzo suddenly raised his head, glared at Uchiha Itachi ferociously with a gloomy face, and roared. Damn it, Uchiha boy, you gave me such disgusting food. He turned sharply to Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes red. Hiruzen, immediately order the destruction of these hateful Uchiha. Advertisement, if you dare to rebel, you will never be tolerated. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly took a few steps back, holding his nose and looking surprised. Danzo, what did you eat? Why does it smell so bad? Hiruzen, you? Danzo stared at him in disbelief. Are you serious about taking half a step back? A small movement can still cause so much damage. Also, I'm talking to you about major issues related to the safety of the village, and you actually care about these little details? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak, the Navy Army, hidden in the crowd, got there first. Shimura Danzo, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. Now, should you explain the issue of human experiments first? Why do you continue this evil experiment that has been completely banned? The sound was like thunder on the ground, seeming to represent the power of justice. However, this time the Navy Army operation went awry. Do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order without expression, and a large number of Enbu personnel immediately emerged from the crowd. If you can't solve the problem by surrounding the person who raised the voice, then solve the problem by solving the problem. Do you think you can use your tricks again and again under my nose? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Itachi coldly. Uchiha Itachi remained calm and composed, and even had time to smile and greet Sarutobi Hiruzen. Does he have any other options? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself that no matter what, he would protect Danzo today. As for the exposed human experiments, although it is troublesome, there is always a way to solve it, as long as Danzo refuses to admit it. Everything can be blamed on Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Well, you are indeed my good teacher, a kind teacher and a filial piety. Lord Hokage, the target has been captured. Several Anbu members appeared like ghosts. They captured a bald ninja tightly. Judging from his attire, he was a Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes and looked at the other person. It seems that he is not a member of the Uchiha clan, but a civilian ninja who was bribed. The Uchiha clan has black hair and black eyes, and most of them are very handsome. The one in front of me doesn't even have hair, so obviously not. Who are you? Why are you spreading rumors among the crowd? In his eyes, the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan activated silently. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly sent Anbu to calm down the anger. Advertisement, what's the difference between admitting it or not? He admitted it. He admitted it himself. He used villagers for live experiments, and he looked like it was a matter of course. I'm just doing experiments on a few people, so what? No one has found out for so many years. Who knows how many people he has harmed? Underneath that relaxed tone, there is a shocking cold reality. There were scoldings one after another, and the people's emotions were extremely excited. He is a demon with hands stained with the blood of Konoha people. Do I need to explain to you what I did? How abominable. Such people should be executed immediately. Did everyone hear that? Shisui, the time has come. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Shimura Danzo. And with Danzo's personality, even if the blame is placed directly on his Hokage, he will not admit it easily. Clear. Uchiha Itachi and Shisui whispered for a moment and reached a consensus. The bald man sneered and asked, so, you admit it? Danzo raised his face slightly and finally spoke. His face was as cold as ice, and he looked down at the bald head. You might as well ask me if you ask him. If you ask me, I will think of an excuse to fool you. A trace of helplessness flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Time would pass in vain in such questioning. Rumor? Huh, Hokage-sama, why don't you ask Danzo-sama directly to see if what I said is a rumor? On the other side, an imperceptible blood-red light flashed deep in Danzo's eyes. After a brief moment of astonishment, Baldhead suddenly exploded, pointing his finger at Danzo, and shouted around. Shisui nodded slightly and quietly formed a seal under the cover of the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded sternly, with undoubted power in his voice. However, there were hundreds or even thousands of people gathered at the scene, and just a few dozen Anbu would undoubtedly be a drop in the bucket. How can you say such things so lightly? How many innocent lives are there? Danzo-sama, why don't you personally explain it to everyone? In an instant, the crowd's anger was completely ignited. Danzo's face was gloomy and he said indifferently. The distinguished heavenly gods, buried in advance, were activated. A natural disaster or war will kill many innocent people. Have you ever hated the sky or the earth? The bald man showed no fear in the face of the third Hokage's majesty. He raised his head and looked directly at him with a mocking smile on his face.
There may have been room for refutation of Uchiha's accusations before, but now Danzo himself has confessed.
Chapter 135 Gradual changes begin. What's more, these Anbu are also people of flesh and blood. After knowing that Danzo had committed such a cruel crime, some Anbu also felt angry, and they would not join the crowd that condemned Danzo. But it won't stop these people from seeking justice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sweating profusely. Seeing that the situation was out of control, he glared at Danzo angrily. Danzo, what the hell are you talking about? I can't protect you now. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled angrily. Danzo had such a heart and courage that he dared to openly admit this? At present, only a small-scale spread has caused such strong public outrage. It is hard to imagine what kind of shock it will cause once this matter spreads throughout Konoha tomorrow. By then, tens of thousands of ninjas and civilians across Konoha will probably flock to the Hokage building to demand an explanation. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel chills running down his spine. He was completely dragged into the quagmire by Danzo. However, Danzo remained unmoved and just looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly. Hiruzen, why are you panicking? They're just a few civilians. If they die, they will die. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his eyes widened. You're still saying this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with shock. He backed away repeatedly, as if he recognized Danzo's true face for the first time. Don't take me with you if you want to die. Can this kind of thing be said openly? Could it be that he was hit by genjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes, and he had a plan in his mind. Genjutsu solution. He slapped Danzo on the back suddenly, intending to interrupt the potential chakra control. However, all efforts seemed to come to nothing. Danzo was not controlled by any genjutsu, everything he did came from his heart. Crazy. Danzo has gone crazy. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured in a low voice, but out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently glanced at Uchiha Itachi and figure of Uchiha Shisui, distinguished heavenly gods. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly widened as memories came flooding back. If genjutsu control still has the possibility of discovery. But the influence of distinguished heavenly gods is silent. Ordinary people simply cannot tell whether a person has been affected by the distinguished heavenly god's spell. Uchiha Itachi. Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. Such a method was used. Uchiha Itachi just smiled lightly. Means are means, they just used distinguished heavenly gods to get Danzo to reveal the truth. There is no added fuel or vinegar in the slightest. Gao Ming, you win. Sarutobi Hiruzen moved his lips silently, and his deep gaze stayed on the two of them for a moment. The matter has reached this point, and the overall situation is irreversible. Looking back on everything tonight, they seem to be led step by step into the game by the Uchiha clan. They were all linked together, catching him off guard. Excellent. Uchiha Itachi bowed slightly, his attitude extremely humble. Just combined with his appearance as if he had been killed out of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood, this scene did not feel modest at all. Advertisement on the contrary, there is a sense of, let you use all kinds of methods, I will defeat it myself. Retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an order, and all the Anbu quickly gathered around him, and then left decisively without looking back. Danzo was left alone. Danzo is hopeless, and if he is forcibly preserved, he will probably drag his Hokage position into the quagmire amidst the anger of the people. Now that things have come to this, we can only let go. If Danzo's sacrifice can put everything to rest, then this death will have meaning. Oh, Danzo. No one can save you from the evil you have done yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped quickly on the trees and soon disappeared under the night sky. Master Hokage is gone, can we? In the crowd, someone hesitated to speak and made a chopping gesture with his knife. Of course. Mr. Hokage has given up on him, so why do you care? Go. Teach him a lesson. That damn Danzo. The words stirred up 1,000 waves, and the crowd stopped hesitating and rushed towards Danzo like a tide. Facing the surging crowd, Danzo showed unusual calmness and looked around arrogantly. What do you want to do? I am the elder of Konoha, please step aside. As soon as this statement came out, the crowd's anger was even more ignited. What a bullshit elder. A heavy kick hit his face, Danzo's face deformed, and he was instantly kicked away. The crowd immediately swarmed up and surrounded Danzo. Let me step on you. Don't squeeze. I'll punch you 2 more times and get out of the way. Hey, be careful. You hit me, feel sorry. Seeing Danzo being bullied in a sea of people, Uchiha Itachi turned to his tribe and announced. Retreat and come back in 3 hours to clean up the scene. Don't disturb the villagers tomorrow morning, lest they be frightened. All the Uchiha members straightened their backs and solemnly responded, yes, young patriarch. The night passed quietly. As soon as the glimmer of morning light appeared on the horizon, an explosive news broke out in Konoha village. Have you heard that in our village, someone secretly carried out shameful experiments on living subjects? The methods are simply appalling. What? Is such a thing really happening? Where did you hear the gossip? Rubbish. This has almost become street news. Who else can I listen to? It spread all over the village? Really? How come I didn't get the slightest hint of it? Why don't you just talk nonsense here? Hey, let's not worry about the details. Anyway, when the word comes to you, you can pass it on to the next one, and then pass it on to 10, and then it will naturally become a secret that everyone knows. Oh, is that so? Are you really that amazing? Sure enough, just as the person said at the beginning, this matter quickly exploded in the village. As long as they are a member of Konoha, almost everyone knows about it. Shimura Danzo, the former elder of Konoha, secretly conducted those extremely cruel human experiments. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan, who are full of justice, exposed all this in time. Their Starry Night operation not only destroyed Shimura Danzo's dark experimental dens, also bring Shimura Danzo himself to justice. In the end, faced with overwhelming evidence, Danzo Shimura had to admit his crime. Under the wave of anger from the villagers, nearly 1,000 ninjas united and made Shimura Danzo pay the price with his life. Advertisement crushed it to ashes. Oh no, not even ashes were left. There were too many people present. Ninjutsu has everything you need, but after a bombardment, nothing is left. Uchiha did a great job this time. Well, Uchiha really made a great contribution this time. I originally thought they were just showing off in the village, but now I see that they are sincerely doing good for the village. How come I vaguely heard that third generation Sama is also involved in this matter? Hush. Don't say this nonsense, be careful that walls have ears. If Uncle Anbu captures you, I won't be able to catch you. Sasuke, it's time to go to school. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his hand towards Sasuke, who was enjoying breakfast, with a gentle smile on his face. The blood all over his body last night disappeared without a trace after washing up. As dawn breaks, he transforms back into the Uchiha Itachi who loves his younger brother. Sasuke quickly stuffed the last bite of breakfast into his mouth, then grabbed Uchiha Itachi's hand, jumped deftly, and climbed onto his brother's back. He turned around, smiled and waved goodbye. Dad, Mom, let's go. Immediately, the two set off, walking through the lively streets of Konoha village to the ninja academy. At this time, the front of the college was already full of students and parents seeing them off. Although Konoha suffered a huge change last night, life has to go on, school goes to school, and work continues to work. Everything was as usual, except for a few more voices greeting them along the way. But it is this subtle change that indicates that Uchiha Itachi's plan has been mostly successful. The next thing is left to time. A touch of orange sneaked into Uchiha Itachi's sight, making him slightly startled. Uzumaki Naruto. After thinking about it, Uchiha Itachi carried Sasuke on his back and walked in the direction of Naruto. Naruto lowered his head and walked alone. Seeing others being picked up and dropped off by their families, a trace of sadness inevitably appeared in his heart. Suddenly, his eyesight dimmed, and he looked up, and a tall, smiling figure came into view. Huh? Big brother, what's the matter? Naruto asked curiously. Uchiha Itachi smiled softly. You are Sasuke's classmate, right? I am his older brother, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke often talks about you, and I happened to meet you today, so I wanted to come over and get to know you. Sasuke glanced at Itachi, full of confusion. When did I keep mentioning him? Why didn't I know? Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? Hello, brother Itachi, nice to meet you. Itachi smiled and rubbed Naruto's head. Since you are in the same class, you must take care of each other in school from now on. Don't worry, I will definitely do it, Naruto assured with his head raised, his face full of excitement. Sasuke, you too. Itachi turned his head and smiled at Sasuke on his back. Ah, got it, brother. Sasuke pouted. Who is this? Why is there suddenly someone else who shares his brother with him? Itachi put down Sasuke and pushed the two of them gently. Let's go. I'll pick you up in the evening. Naruto can also come to our house for dinner. Really? Really? The excitement on Naruto's face was beyond words. Certainly. Itachi narrowed his eyes and smiled broadly. Chapter 136 2 Shawang in group chat open black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi sent a lucky red envelope close black lens bracket. You received Uchiha Itachi's red envelope and received gold coins 2233. Suddenly a bomb was dropped in the comm group and everyone came out. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Hey, another boss has made a fortune, let's congratulate this guy. As for why I am the least lucky, I feel like there is something shady. Uchiha Obito. Ha ha ha. I actually grabbed 15,000, which is the best luck. Senju Hashirama. Yuyue, aren't you the leader of the group? Ha 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 ha. Why are you doing your own dirty work? Uchiha Itachi. At everyone, thank you all for your help during this time. After a period of planning, my plan was successful, and now Uchiha's development is on the right track. Danzo has been eliminated, and the Hokage's seat is not far away. Uchiha Obito. That's so polite, my dear brother. Friends should help each other. When can we play Fruit Ninja? My hands feel itchy. Uchiha Itachi. Well, there's no need for this. Uchiha is fine now, so I don't need to worry about it. Uchiha Obito. Don't be nervous, I didn't say I had to go to your place to play. I mean, if a new group member happens to be in that situation, wouldn't it be nice for us to help them out? The knife was raised and lowered, and the knife was raised and lowered, slashing from the security department to the residential area. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At Uchiha Obito, something is wrong with you. Where did my sunny and innocent Obito go? Why did he become a shrimp rice? Take off that red mask first. Uchiha Obito. Huh? Didn't I tell you that I have the Samsara Eye? I can be resurrected afterwards. I still have the immortal body in Sage mode. I'm not afraid of chakra consumption, so I can play with it as I like. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Reincarnation Eye? When did it happen? Yuyue sat up from the bed with a swish of surprise, her face full of surprise. Advertisement yes, Yuyue is back in bed again. No matter how many days pass, as long as the camera cuts back, he will be refreshed on time in bed. This bed is almost turning into a monster spawner. This kid, he didn't even say a word, it's so shocking. Yuyue smiled happily. The Samsara Eye evolved from Kamui. I feel like it will gain special heaven-defying abilities. Obito's Sharingan is already a particularly buggy pupil technique. After evolving into the Samsara Eye, he will gain new abilities again. For example, Uchiha Madara's eye techniques such as Ring Tomb and Border Prison and Tenji Gengshing. Shinomiya Yuyue. Hey, Samsara Eye, Immortal Human Body, Sage Mode, this set will cost almost 1 million gold coins, right? Brother Tuzi, do you still have enough gold coin reserves? After all, UUA can synchronize the gold coin income of group members at any time. After this expenditure, Obito's small wallet is almost bottomed out. Uchiha Obito. It's just a small amount of money. Besides, gold coins are just for use. You are busy these days, but I am not idle either. The remaining Sanagakure village and Kirigakure village were also persuaded by my reasoning and agreed to join the big family of Konoha. So far, I have completed the unification of the ninja world. For such a level of plot modification, there is no shortage of gold coins. Sigong UUA. I am the first emperor of Earth, so you're taking over at 5th Hokage now? Uchiha Obito. Not yet, Minato-sensei is still in charge. Hey, let me tell you, Teacher Minato is very prestigious now. Konoha is the only ninja village in the ninja world now. As the Hokage of Konoha, you can imagine his status. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Then what's your status in Konoha now? Senju Hashirama. It's already October where you are. It's only the beginning of summer here. Obito's Samsara Eye has 2 pupil techniques for the time being. I haven't decided what to call them yet and what their abilities are. Why don't you guys give me some ideas? Shinomiya Yuue. Damn it, you already have one over there and you are still thinking about the one in the group? Senju Hashirama. Okay. 6 paths Obito. Me? Well, since you said so, it's not impossible. I haven't received the red envelope yet, will anything happen? If it were me, it would probably be even worse. Now I just live with Lin every day. It's relaxing and comfortable. Uchiha Obito. By the way, why didn't you see Minato-sensei online today? If you don't want to be a Hokage, do you want to be the Supreme Emperor? Advertisement Uchiha Madara. At Senju Bashirama, Hashi Hot Mom. Count the time, your birthday is coming soon. Do you want to come over and celebrate it together? Shinomiya Yuue. Tisk, the most uncomfortable episode. Uchiha Madara. What are you talking about? How can the friendship between Hashirama and I be affected by quantity? Shinomiya Yuue. Can't you just hope for him? 6 paths Obito. Old guy, you remember this little thing very clearly. Uchiha Obito. Hey, let me keep it a secret and won't tell you for now. Uchiha Obito. I don't deserve anything. This kind of position looks majestic, but it's actually very tiring. Minato-sensei handles government affairs at such a speed that I can't even handle it now. Uchiha Obito. Sorry Minato-sensei. Uchiha Madara. How could I forget Hashirama's birthday? Uchiha Madara. Your temperament hasn't changed much after all. Somehow, Yuue seemed to be able to see a helpless tone between the lines. Then I will open the portal. Are you ready, Shinomiya Yuue? It's better for you older generation to have fun. Uchiha Obito. At Namikaze Minato, at Namikaze Minato, at Namikaze Minato, at Namikaze Minato, at Namikaze Minato. Shinomiya Yuue. Just hold me captive when you need to come back. After all, Hashirama here has been resurrected. It might be a bit strange for 2 of them to appear at the same time. After a bombardment of super information, Namikaze Minato finally showed up. 6 paths Obito. Yeah. Uchiha Madara. It's October 20th, and there are 3 days left. Namikaze Minato. Obito, is there a possibility that I am sleeping? Then come over, I'll tell Naruto and the others to avoid causing a commotion then. Don't do that. I haven't hugged Naruto yet. Shinomiya Yuue. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's share your new power of the Samsara Eye. I'm very curious. Now that the 2 were ready, Yuzuki teleported directly, sending them to Uchiha Madara's timeline. Why don't you come too? After the battle with Toru Yoriichi, you left before I could thank you properly. Shinomiya Yuue. You kid. Chapter 137 Big Party. Under the setting sun, Yuue arrived in front of Naruto's house. He reached out and clicked the doorbell. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard in the house. With a click, the door opened, and Naruto poked his head out of the crack in the door with a puzzled face. When he saw Yuue outside the door, the confusion on his face instantly turned into surprise. Yuue, you came so quickly, come in quickly. Naruto yanked the gate of opening and welcomed Yu in with a happy face. After entering the entrance hall, the 2 of them changed their shoes. Naruto closed the door and walked side by side towards the living room. Yu's eyes were clear, and she rushed straight to the newly added big sofa, lay down there, and said with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Hey, today is such an auspicious day. It's really rare to be able to eat the meal you invited. Naruto returned to the dining table and was busy placing the tableware. Hey, you always invite me, so this time it's my turn to be the host. I'm going to find something to drink. Hey, aren't Minato and Kushina at home? Yuzuki asked curiously. Naruto came back with a drink and explained. Dad went to see Uncle Shikaku. After all, the Chunin exam is about to start. I heard from my dad that he is planning to hold a joint examination with other countries, which will be a big competition for the younger generation. As for my mother, she went to Sasuke's house to chat with Sasuke's mother. The 2 of them always have endless topics to talk about, but every time they chat, they inevitably involve me and Sasuke. It's quite embarrassing, haha. Yuue lay on the sofa, propped up her chin, and said with a smile, it's pretty good. During this time, he arranged for Hidan to go to Sasuke's place. Sasuke can use Earth Reincarnation, and then let Hidan undergo a reincarnation, and the resurrection of the dead will be a matter of course. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto were able to see each other again, and Sasuke's family was finally reunited. But other Uchiha people. Ahem. There were so many people that even Shisui hadn't queued up yet, so everyone else had to step aside temporarily. The chakra in Samahata has been exhausted, and now Kisame is fighting outside with Samahata. When it comes back with a full load, another round of resurrection will begin. Naruto. What's wrong? Are you and Sasuke going to take the Chunin exam? Yuyue asked with interest. Naruto answered without hesitation, of course, my goal is to inherit my father's position and become a Hokage. How can a genin be a Hokage? I must at least become a jonin first, right? So I will never miss this Chunin exam. Yuyue almost laughed out loud, then the candidates in your same class are really lucky. In the Chunin exam, the top ones were probably Gaara and Rock Lee, but compared to Naruto and Sasuke, the gap between them was not even a tiny bit. It's not on the same level at all. It's like, you just learned boxing for 3 months, and the coach asked you to compete on stage. All the information you had was that your opponent had the word, Tai, in his name. When you got into the ring, you found Tyson standing opposite you, and your heart froze. As a result, Tyson is the referee and your opponent is Ultraman Taro. This is called a dimensionality reduction attack, thorough. Hey. Naruto smiled a little sheepishly, obviously he understood this. When the time comes, be gentle, must. By the way, Yuyue, will you participate when the time comes? Naruto's blue eyes were full of curiosity, as if he could speak. A smile appeared on Yuyu's lips. You want to see my skills? Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously, his anticipation palpable. Advertisement every night before going to bed, Kurama would always tell him a bunch of stories, which greatly expanded Naruto's knowledge base. The more you know, the deeper your awe will be. Now he suddenly realized how powerful the elder sister who was always by your side was. She is the source of all ninjas and is known as the ancestor. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, the goddess of Ura, controls the supreme power.
He is such a character, but he follows Yuyu willingly, and acts like a gentle and harmless big sister next door in his daily life.
How can we not make him curious about Yuyue? Recalling that when they were in school, the two of them were still worthy of their reputation. In the blink of an eye, the two of them have become so powerful, and those classmates who once laughed at them are now gone. Haha, forget it. Yuyue chuckled and shook her head. I think being a genin is pretty good. If he really takes the field, it will simply be like letting the Trisolarans beat up the Jurassic dinosaurs, without any suspense at all. Genin is not worthy of your status, Yuyue. Hey, come on, let's take the Chunin test together. I'm looking forward to confronting you head on. Yuyue said with a little helplessness. You are far behind. I only need to move my hand a little and you will be unable to resist. That would be boring. Adding Sasuke would be more interesting. Then come with Sasuke. We'll beat you up. It should be interesting now, Yuyue. Naruto immediately smiled and answered. Okay, I'll just participate. Yuyue couldn't help but laugh in the end. In this case, it wouldn't hurt to satisfy Naruto's curiosity a little. The two of them chatted together, and time passed quietly. It wasn't until bursts of aroma wafted from the kitchen that Yuyue gradually came back to her senses. It smells so good. Yuyue blinked and was suddenly startled. Wait a minute, Minato and Kushina are not at home, and you are here, so who is cooking in the kitchen? Naruto grinned. Guess what? Your shadow clone. No, oh, I know, it's Yugai, Yuyue said meaningfully. Naruto, when he set out on his journey to the land of waves, there were 5 figures in his team, but when he returned, there were 6 by magic. I have to admit that he deserves the title of succubus of the ninja world and is extremely attractive. Naruto waved his hands quickly. Hey, that's not right either. Then I can't guess. Yuyue turned aside, nimbly got off the sofa, put on her shoes, and walked towards the kitchen with a curious look on her face. I want to see with my own eyes who this mysterious guest is. Could it be Zabuza? That's too outrageous. The kitchen door was pushed open by Yuyue expectantly, as if a treasure box had been opened. And the next second, his face was full of astonishment, and he was stunned on the spot. 9. Kurama. Shinomiya Yuyu's face was filled with shock. The nine-tails fox, which was as tall as a human, was standing in front of the stove, busy working in full swing. Oh, it's you, kid. Don't just look around. Help me take the dishes out. Kurama turned his back to him and said while shaking the spoon skillfully. Oh, okay. Yuyue was in a daze and left the kitchen with the fragrant dishes. When he put the dishes on the dining table, he suddenly woke up from a dream and looked blankly at Naruto who was smiling brightly over the sofa. Kurama still has this ability. Hey, Kurama is awesome. Indeed, it's admirable. Facing the tempting food, Yuyue nodded solemnly. Although it has not yet been eaten, the appearance and smell already indicate that this meal will not be simple. I have to find time to invite Master 9 to teach Kagaya and the 2 black Zetsu some cooking skills. Advertisement dong dong dong. When the doorbell rang, Naruto's expression instantly lit up and he couldn't wait to run towards the door. They should be here. Yuyue was full of curiosity. Did Naruto invite other guests today? After a while, as Naruto returned, a group of people poured into the room. Damn, so many people? Yuyu's eyes almost popped out of her head. At the front of the team are several adults, Kakashi, Metkai, Uchiha Itachi, Zabuza, Yuhi Kurenai, and Lao Ma. Behind them were a group of half-grown boys and girls, Hyuga Neji, Xiao Li, and Tenten. Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Shiro, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Also Shikamaru, Choji, Ino. The 12 Konoha heroes and their mentors all arrived. Everyone, please sit down. The food will be ready soon. Naruto announced with a smile. Yuyue. Familiar faces greeted each other one after another, and Yuyue responded with a smile one by one. Naruto's residence is no longer what it used to be. It is no longer that simple den that doesn't even have a balcony. The current residence is a magnificent single-family villa. After all, it is the Hokage's residence, so the scale is naturally not small. Even though it is so spacious, it is still full to accommodate such a group of people, which shows the scale of today's feast. In the hall, there are 2 tables on both sides, one is for adults and the other is the exclusive seat for these minors. Huh? Is there wine? Yuyu's eyes lit up and she noticed several bottles of fine wine in Kakashi's hand. I want to sit at the adults' table. Yuzuki smiled and sat calmly between Kakashi and Zabuza. Give it to me, thank you. Yuzuki said politely to Zabuza who was pouring wine. Zabuza raised his eyebrows. Hey, kid, how can you drink at your age? If you get drunk, I won't be responsible for carrying you home. Although Zabuza is a ruthless character, he has been diligently performing tasks every day since he came to Konoha. In just a few days, he completed 3 B-level and 1 A-level tasks. In addition, he was brought back by Naruto, so everyone didn't have much of a barrier to him. You're just kidding, I have a lot of alcohol and can drink for a whole day without getting drunk. Yuyue raised the cup and motioned for the other party to give him some. Yuyue, it's better for you to avoid drinking at your age. Kakashi advised. It's okay, Before she finished speaking, Yuyu's collar was suddenly grabbed by a hand, and she was dragged out. Looking up, a piece of golden hair came into view. Suffer. I'll just take a sip, Ino. No, Ino stood firm and refused to give in at all. Okay, I'll just sit at the children's table. Yuyue sighed helplessly. Master Ninth, can we serve the food? I'm hungry. Yuyue shouted loudly. Okay, come and help serve the food. From the kitchen, Kurama's voice came out. Go duck, go duck, go duck. Chapter 138. Wow, Joan of Arc eats mud. Duck time is like running water, and the months have passed by in a hurry. On October 6th, winter is approaching quietly, and there are only a few days left before Kushina will usher in a new life. Due to the drastic changes in the plot and the advanced technology brought back by Minato from the future, Konoha village is experiencing an unprecedented stage of rapid development. The specific date of Naruto's birth may no longer be October 10th, it may be advanced to tomorrow, or even the next moment. However, no matter what, the task of protecting Kushina has already begun in full swing, and everyone is waiting with bated breath for the arrival of that important moment. Around Namikaze Minato's residence, Kakashi's figure was hidden in a leafy tree. His alert eyes scanned the surroundings from time to time, guarding against any possible uninvited guests. He was here to protect Kushina as ordered, and Minato wanted to distract Kakashi with some matters to prevent him from overindulging in the pain of the past. Kakashi, are you free now? Suddenly, Namikaze Minato's voice sounded in Kakashi's ears. Minato-sensei? Kakashi perked up and turned around quickly, only to find that there was no one behind him. That sound clearly came from here, he muttered in his mind, slightly confused. Before he could figure out the situation, the voice came again. Kakashi, come in, there is someone who wants to meet you. There was a hint of mystery in Minato's words, which made Kakashi even more curious. Someone wants to see me? Who is it? Full of suspicion, Kakashi jumped down from the tree and came to the door of the house. Although he was confused about the visitor's identity, he would comply with Minato-sensei's arrangements. Pushing the gate of opening and stepping into the house, Kakashi walked directly to the living room. However, only Namikaze Minato was sitting there, and no one else was seen. Please take a seat, Kakashi. Minato had the same warm smile on his face as always. Minato-sensei. Kakashi asked as he sat down, you just said, who wants to see me? Minato didn't answer immediately, but looked at Kakashi with a smile. Just when Kakashi felt strange, his eyes suddenly fell into darkness, and a warmth enveloped his eyes at the same time. Someone gently covered his eyes with his hands from behind. Kakashi's body tensed up, and he was extremely surprised. Who is it? It was possible to approach him so quietly without him noticing. Fortunately, the visitor was a friend rather than an enemy. Kakashi secretly warned himself that he would have to train harder in the future. Hello, may I ask? He was interrupted before he finished speaking. A very familiar voice came from behind. Idiot Kakashi, guess who I am? Advertisement. This voice seemed to touch his heartstrings instantly, and Kakashi's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. You. In fact, there was no need to guess, this voice was something he would never forget in his life. The moment the other person spoke, Kakashi already knew the identity of the person coming. But, shouldn't he be gone anymore? Obito, is that you? Kakashi's voice was trembling, for fear that this was just an illusory joke. Tisk, you were quite clever. The person behind him let go of his hand and the light returned. Kakashi was stunned for a moment and turned around suddenly. Obito. It's really you. The Obito in front of him still had the familiar silly smile in his memory. Even though he changed into casual clothes and no longer wore the pair of goggles that never left his body, Kakashi still recognized him at a glance. Seeing Kakashi looking like he was about to rush over and hug him, Obito quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. Wait a minute, idiot Kakashi, calm down first. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and Obito continued. I know you are feeling very upset right now, but we can find another way to vent it. Don't hug her all day long, I'm tired of it. As he spoke, he fished it up in the air, and the space fluctuations flashed away. Obito pulled out a maid outfit as if by magic. Come on, put on this and let me take a few photos and that's it. Obito grinned, full of pride. Kakashi's face turned dark. Are you kidding me? It's impossible to wear something like this. How come this guy's character has become so unique now? I was so moved that I was completely moved. It's a nice thought. If you want to wear it, you can wear it yourself. Kakashi grabbed the maid uniform and threw it aside. Kakashi, just once, Obito held his head and pretended to cry. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once it happens, you can go back to your own time and space and tease Kakashi over there with these photos. Kakashi, you don't want these photos to be circulated, right? Kakashi rolled his eyes and simply ignored Obito's nonsense, turning to look at Namikaze Minato who was always smiling gently. With a hint of confusion and joy at seeing Obito again, he asked. Minato-sensei, what on earth is going on? Although it seemed a bit inappropriate to ask this question, Kakashi clearly remembered that Obito was in an extremely dangerous situation at that time. Advertisement, it's already a disaster. And now, Obito is standing in front of him unscathed. How to explain this? He is a visitor from other time and space, not the Obito you are familiar with, but at the same time, he is indeed Obito himself. As for his origin, it can be compared to the Dragon Vein phenomenon we have experienced. Namikaze Minato did not hide anything and directly told the truth. So that's it. Kakashi's eyes were slightly hollow, and the previous excitement gradually subsided. It turns out that he is a visitor from another timeline. So, our Obito is finally. There was a trace of disappointment in Kakashi's tone. But that's it. An arm was put on his shoulder, and Obito said unhappily. What's that look in your eyes? How am I inferior to that person? Kakashi raised his eyelids and sighed. Comparison is meaningless, you are not the same person. Seeing that Kakashi was about to fall into depression again, Obito smiled and said. What if I tell you that that person is not dead? Kakashi raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of surprise. You mean? Yes, it's exactly what you thought. Where is he? Kakashi couldn't wait to ask, and if he is still alive, why doesn't he come back? Obito waved his hand. Don't worry, this matter is quite complicated. If you really want to explain it in detail, it will take a lot of time. Then speak slowly. Obito said with a smile. Tell you what? Okay, put on that suit first and show me. Kakashi's face fell, and he lost all thoughts in an instant. He couldn't help but push Obito's hand away, and then kicked him straight to Obito's butt. I think I have to teach you a lesson. Kakashi secretly complained in his heart that this guy was much more outgoing than the Obito he remembered, but his temperament was, well, hard to put into words. Obito chuckled, his body instantly softened, and he easily dodged Kakashi's attack. What ability is this? Kakashi was a little surprised. Super practical ability. Chapter 139 Tiger Skin Mask, will win. Okay, no more joking. Kakashi put away his smile and became serious. Didn't you lie to me what you just said? Is that person really still alive? Don't worry, why are you lying to me? Besides, maybe you will be able to meet again soon. Obito smiled, pretending to be mysterious. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. That's good. Just when everything seems to be settled, Kakashi suddenly put on a playful smile again and took a flying kick. Can I still hide now? Unfortunately, Obito's ritualization was as fast as lightning, and Kakashi's surprise attack failed again. HMPH, you still want to attack me? Kakashi, you're still a little young. Obito smiled with disdain. What an incredible ability. Kakashi shook his head, then sat on the sofa, giving up the idea of kicking Obito's ***. Obito sat across from Kakashi, with a mysterious smile on his face. Kakashi, besides me, someone else has arrived, guess who it is? Who is it? Kakashi raised his eyes with curiosity shining in his eyes. Obito stood up suddenly, opened his arms, and yelled with all his strength. Resurrection. My sweetheart, as Obito called, the space in front of him was distorted by Kamui's power, and a vortex-like portal gradually took shape. The opposite side of the space vortex is connected to an unknown and mysterious place. Soon, Nohara Lin slowly walked out of the whirlpool. How's it going, Kakashi? Is it surprising? Obito winked at Kakashi, his face full of pride and expectation. However, Kakashi's reaction was far beyond Obito's expectations. He just raised his eyebrows lightly, an elusive trace of guilt and complicated emotions flashing through his deep eyes. Compared to the shock and excitement when he first saw Obito resurrected, Kakashi was unusually calm at this moment. It's okay. Kakashi's tone was gentle and calm. Lin, long time no see. Then, he smiled softly and said hello to the old friend in front of him. Kakashi. Nohara Lin called softly, her voice full of disbelief and emotion. I never thought we could meet again, I'm very happy. Her smile is as bright as a summer flower, innocent and warm, and seems to melt away all ice and distance. Huh? Obito looked confused. He looked at Nohara Lin and then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, are you so calm? This is Lin, advertisement? Obito's eyes widened. Open your eyes wide and look. You won't be able to see well, right? I'm not blind, of course I know she is Lin. Kakashi looked helpless. But she should also be Lin from another time and space, right? Kakashi speculated softly, with a hint of relief in his tone. Although this gives me some relief. But I accidentally killed Lin in our time and space. This is a reality that cannot be changed. I failed to fulfill my original promise. Kakashi's expression gradually became serious as he recalled the pain of the past. Obito's face became strange and he said loudly, Kakashi, are you confused? What nonsense are you talking about? This is Lin from your time and space. I just resurrected her not long ago. Kakashi turned around suddenly, and the sadness in his eyes was instantly replaced by surprise. What? He originally thought that Obito brought Lin here from his world to alleviate his inner guilt. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Is this true? Kakashi scratched his head, as if he had made a joke. Kakashi, your smart head is starting to get confused. You are indeed an idiot, Kakashi. Nicknames never lie. Obito crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. Don't worry, Kakashi, it's absolutely true. Namikaze Minato on the side intervened at the right moment, concluding the matter. Kakashi was speechless for a moment and was shocked. Lin came to life like this? There was no warning. Kakashi, what's wrong? Kakashi looked at Nohara Rin silently. The blameless smile in the other person's eyes made Kakashi's years of self-blame gradually fade away. Thank you, Lin. Thank you too, Obito. Kakashi expressed his sincere thanks. In any case, Nohara Lin was able to regain her life, and Kakashi was filled with joy. The shadow of accidentally killing her has been tormenting him for this period of time, almost swallowing his soul. In any case, he is grateful to this Obito from another world. Why are you being polite to me? Which one of us is following the other? Obito chuckled. But in the end, this gratitude still needs to be expressed. Okay, let's go out and have a good time. Lin, let's go. Advertisement Obito greeted. Minato-sensei, let's go too. Minato was startled for a moment, and then he smiled reassuringly. Tisk, the masked man is so lucky to have a peer like you. Okay, thank you for the hard work. The Samsara Eye, Sage Mode, the immortal body. In the face of these, Minato really couldn't think of a reason for failure. Okay, let's go then. It's been a long time since I taught someone a lesson. I'm going to be hot on horseback, in Hokage's office. Just concentrate on staying with your master's wife. What's going on now? Would it be a bit too bullying if we hit him? Shinomiya Yuyue asked with a smile. Looking at Obito and Yuzuki walking away with their arms around each other, Namikaze Minato silently mourned for Obito in this time and space in his heart. Minato-sensei, relax, I will take care of everything. Did you come here specifically to watch? Stable, everything is stable. Shinomiya Yuyue jumped out of it, her face filled with uncontrollable excitement. Then, without hesitation, he flashed golden light and his figure disappeared without a trace. It's okay. I believe he won't be knocked down that easily. That's natural. How could I not be there on such an occasion? Suddenly, a door to space suddenly opened. Hopefully that kid can handle it all. As if it was fate or an unexpected coincidence, Kushina's delivery day was determined to be on this day. Obito was surprised at first, and then he said with joy, Yuyue, you are here too. Obito was so confident that he directly took over the task of resisting the masked man. Yuyue. The important task of delivering the baby falls on the shoulders of 3rd Hokage's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, who will personally go to battle to welcome the arrival of new life. Naruto is about to be born. The Nine Tails Rebellion probably has no chance of appearing in this time and space. It's almost time. I was planning to intercept the masked man. Since you're here too, why don't we go together? Obito suggested. In tonight's contest, there is almost no doubt about the outcome. Obito's victory seems to be certain. Minato smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Obito smiled evilly. Naruto's birth is such a big event, how can I be absent? After hearing Obito's words, Yuyu's expression was slightly subtle. Time passes day by day, and in the blink of an eye, October 10th arrives. Chapter 140 Your mask is not as good looking as mine. At night, outside Konoha village, on the quiet forest path, a slender black shadow slowly appeared. A ray of moonlight as clear as water penetrated the sparse clouds and gently fell on the black shadow. The black shadow shrouded the whole body in the black robe, like a part of the night, elusive. Konoha. A low and magnetic voice, with a hint of complex emotions, sounded softly in the quiet night. The visitor raised his head slightly, and his figure under the cloak appeared more upright. In the shadows, the only thing exposed was a yellow tiger-striped mask. The only hole in the mask was like a window to peer into the world. In an instant, an imperceptible scarlet light flickered through it and disappeared in an instant. This is your best chance to get 9 tails, but once 9 tails leaves the body, Master Neong. In his whisper, his tone seemed hesitant, his hands clenched into fists unconsciously, and an imperceptible pain flashed across his eyes. In the world of ninjas, the separation of a tailed beast from its body is undoubtedly a death sentence for a Jinchūriki. At this moment, a sudden burst of joking words came from above. Well, this kid is not hopeless. I thought he was really cold-natured and cruel. This sudden interruption made the mysterious masked man's body tremble. A chill suddenly rose behind his back. Who could approach quietly beyond his perception? He raised his head suddenly, his eyes as sharp as a hawk, trying to catch the trace of the uninvited guest. However, when his eyes went beyond the layers of leaves and towards the towering wall of Konoha village not far away, I was shocked to find that 2 strangers, also wearing cloaks and masks, had quietly stood on the wall at some point. The masks worn by the two men were very similar to the mysterious masked man, but the color was bright red. The other person is even more peculiar, his mask is extremely simple. Only a piece of cloth is used to simply cover the face. The only decoration on the cloth is a bright red word, Zhang, which is simple and powerful, revealing an inexplicable humor and provocation. Who is it? The mysterious masked man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his inner vigilance was raised to the extreme. Being able to approach without him being aware of it means that the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. Faced with the questioning of the mysterious masked man, the boy in the red mask felt slightly embarrassed. He scratched his head and looked at his companions, as if seeking advice. He asked who we were. How should we answer him? This was not part of our plan. Advertisement Hongzong glared at him with disdain. Stupid, you just answer his questions. Why don't you just do it if you want to do so much? Red Mask nodded repeatedly as if he suddenly understood. These two, uninvited guests, in strange costumes came specifically to intercept the mysterious masked man Uchiha Obito and Shinomiya Yuzuki. Since the other party likes to wear masks to show off, then they simply wear masks. Hey, that's fun. Obito took a step forward and imitated Uchiha Madara's voice while laughing. Well, who can't imitate it? Hey, the guy below, don't blame us for bullying the minority. Choose one of the two, you pick an opponent, otherwise we will carry out a righteous gang fight. The mysterious man was slightly startled. Why is this voice so familiar? Forget it, this is not the time to get hung up on the details. He raised his eyes alertly and stared at Obito and Yuyue solemnly. All the cells in the body seemed to be screaming warnings. The strength of these two seemingly careless guys was definitely beyond imagination. Follow their rules? Choose one? The mysterious man understands that for the other party, all this is just a game, and he is the toy in this game. Moreover, it is impossible to escape with Kamui at this time. It takes time to activate Kamui, and he is already firmly locked by the opponent. The slightest movement will result in a fierce counterattack. There is no way to escape, we can only deal with it head on. Damn. Where did these two guys come from? How could I not know that there are such masters in Konoha? Although feeling humiliated, the mysterious man finally chose an opponent. It's you. The mysterious masked man pointed at Obito, who had a red mask on his face. But no matter which case it is, in the current situation, unless he can become invisible, it is really difficult to imagine how to escape. What? Obito playfully raised a finger in front of the mask and smiled softly, full of teasing. It's rare to see something strange. After finishing speaking, Obito jumped off the high wall with vigor and landed firmly on the ground not far from the mysterious masked man. But Obito seemed not to have expected this sudden attack, standing there blankly, with no intention of evading. Advertisement. A glimmer of light flashed in the mysterious masked man's eyes, and he stared at Obito. But how is this possible? Hollowing is his unique eye technique, and in the entire ninja world, only he can master it. Anyway, you just need to know that your mask is not as good looking as mine. It's done? Driven by great force, the chain rushed towards Obito like a furious lion majesty. Then I'm welcome, I'll show you my respect first. He looked around and decided to have a chat with the guy who looked a bit silly. The next moment, the mysterious masked man's pupils suddenly dilated, full of disbelief. Haha, don't worry, I will definitely keep it for you. Obito looked happy and patted Yuyue on the shoulder triumphantly, as if he had received some kind of affirmation. Are you Silas? Who are you? How come you have a mask so similar to mine? Tisk, you really have no vision, you didn't choose me first. Yuyue curled her lips, a little unhappy. How can you do this? Before he could finish his words, he suddenly launched an offensive, trying to catch Obito by surprise with lightning speed. The man exclaimed in amazement. The chain had indeed penetrated through, proving that Obito had really mastered virtualization. Given the disparity in strength, he must seize every possible opportunity. Then I will appear as the second stage, bang 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 bang. The opponent is strong, and they may be able to fight one-on-one, but if the two of them join forces, there is really no chance of winning. I was wondering, is this guy overconfident or did he not react at all? Shish, knowing too much is not good for your health. The chain actually passed directly through Obito's body, as ethereal as a reflection in the water. The cold and hard chain seemed to appear out of thin air. The man held one end of the chain tightly and swung it violently. It's really G virtual. The mysterious masked man narrowed his eyes. Really? The mysterious masked man's voice was deep, and the other person's mask was almost a replica of his red version, exactly the same. Oh, what a good vision, in an instant, the chain was in front of him. Chapter 141 is already night. Disappear quietly. Obito smiled easily and casually drew out the long knife from his waist. His movements were unhurried, but he showed a calm and unhurried aura. Obito raised his long sword high and swung it down suddenly. A red half-moon-shaped sword energy roared out. But this was just the beginning. He slashed twice more, and 3 sharp sword energy pierced the air, heading straight towards the mysterious masked man. Bang 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 bang. The chain that bore the brunt of the attack was instantly cut into several pieces, and the fragments of the chain were scattered on the ground. The mysterious masked man was also able to use virtualization, so the 3 sword energy penetrated his virtual body without any suspense and failed to cause any damage. But even so, the shock in his heart still came like a tide and occupied his heart. How come you can do this? The mysterious masked man's voice trembled and was full of disbelief. Forget it, you can actually launch an attack while remaining in a virtual state. Why? Before his chain could be retracted after penetrating Obito started to fight back. If it were him, once he materialized, the chain would definitely pierce him. But obviously, the other party is not subject to this restriction. The opponent's virtualization is even better than his. It's very simple, as long as you have these eyes. Obito pointed to the eye holes on the mask and smiled quite proudly. Under the mask, a pair of deep purple reincarnation eyes quietly opened. It was the product of the evolution of Eternal Mangekyo, which gave Kamui the ability to launch attacks in the ether state without losing the ether form. And this is just an insignificant point among the many abilities of this pair of reincarnation eyes. Reincarnation eye. The mysterious masked man was shocked. What's going on? Why is the Samsara eye there with you? Did this guy kill Nagato? But, when did this happen? When he went out this morning, he saw Nagato alive and well. Obito waved to him, motioning for him to come closer. Want to know? Come here and I'll tell you quietly. But the mysterious masked man immediately took several steps back like a frightened bird. Tisk. Why are you so nervous? Obito pouted, looking a little helpless. The mysterious masked man remained silent, just looking at him warily without any relaxation. Okay, then it's my turn. Obito smiled impatiently. He gently raised his hand, and his fingertips collided with each other lightly, making a crisp sound. Advertisement clatter. This soft sound made the surrounding scene suddenly become strange and unpredictable. In an instant, the bright moon that was originally hanging in the night sky suddenly disappeared. The boundless world was pulled by an inexplicable force and fell into a sudden silence and darkness. However, the disappearance of the moon is just an illusion in the blink of an eye. When the bright moon appeared in the sky again, it was no longer the silvery white of the past, but turned into a shocking blood red. The scarlet moonlight poured down on the earth, dyeing everything with a sad and bloody color. Obito slowly raised the long knife in his hand, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the blade flashed a cold light in midair. Chang! Almost at the same moment the sound sounded. Obito has quietly arrived in front of the mysterious masked man, slashing horizontally with his long sword at a speed that is too fast to catch. When the mysterious masked man saw this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he secretly exclaimed, "So fast." Almost like a conditioned reflex, he immediately used ritualization, his body twisted in the air, and he easily avoided this fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, the mysterious masked man quickly distanced himself from Obito. A searing heat surged in his chest, and then a huge, blazing fireball shot out from his mouth, accompanied by the roaring sound of flames. Fire-style great fireball. Facing the fierce fire coming towards him, he turned his wrist and the long knife drew an elegant arc in the air. In an instant, a huge red sword energy swept out like a tornado, heading straight towards the fireball, tearing the majestic great fireball into pieces in an instant. Just as the sword energy dissipated and the smoke settled, the mysterious masked man used the visual disturbance caused by the fireball to rush out of the smoke like a ghost. There is a new chain shining with cold light in his hand, intending to get close to Obito and launch a surprise attack. However, Obito seemed to have already expected this. He stood motionless on the spot, allowing the chains and detonating charms to fly around him, but none of them could touch the corners of his clothes. Has it been guessed? The mysterious masked man frowned. Then, Obito stretched out his figure and jumped into the air like a ghost. Sword light swirled around him, forming a bright curtain of light that overwhelmingly enveloped the mysterious masked man looking downwards. Clang! 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 Under this airtight sword shadow, the mysterious masked man had no other choice but to constantly use ritualization to dodge. Every dodge consumes his precious chakra, and his eyes gradually reveal a trace of anxiety and unwillingness. So shameless? The mysterious masked man's eyes widened with anger, his heart full of dissatisfaction. He found that he couldn't even touch his opponent's clothes Kakuzu. Such a fight was undoubtedly in vain. Every attack from the opponent forced him to use ritualization. Frequent use of this ability is undoubtedly a huge burden on his eyes, and I'm afraid it won't last long. Boom. Advertisement. When the sword shadow in the sky finally fell, Obito struck hard with this blow, but it still penetrated the virtual incarnation of the mysterious masked man. Only the earth withstood all the power at this moment, leaving a huge and ferocious pit innocently. This is boring. The two of us have been disappearing and feeling lonely. Obito twitched the corner of his mouth and put the long knife back into its sheath. The mysterious masked man looked at Obito deeply. His eyes were complicated and difficult to distinguish, but he did not make any response. Beaten up? It was obvious that he had been beaten all the time. Immediately, he quickly retreated, seemingly wanting to adjust his tactics. However, at this moment, Obito moved faster than him. Several chains shining with cold light seemed to grow out of thin air, spreading out instantly and weaving into an airtight net. Let's put an end to our drama as soon as possible. It feels like Yuyue can't hold it in any longer. Obito's chuckle accompanied by the jingling of chains reached the ears of the mysterious masked man. The eyes of the mysterious masked man suddenly tightened. Facing the chains coming towards him, he activated the blur reflexively. I was secretly glad in my heart. If it hadn't been for this ritualization technique, I would have died countless times tonight. Just when he was full of confidence and thought that this time he could make all attacks fail like usual. Something unexpected happened. What the hell? The mysterious masked man was shocked. The chains thrown out by Obito actually tied him tightly in his virtual state. What the hell is going on? The mysterious masked man was shocked. Has Kamui's ability, which he has always been proud of, malfunctioned? He didn't use it for 5 minutes straight, he always used it intermittently. You really thought I couldn't do anything to you, brother? Obito held one end of the chain, and the chain seemed to have a will of its own, entangling the mysterious masked man tightly, making it difficult for him to move. Looking at the mysterious masked man who couldn't move, Obito threw away the chain. Then, he slowly walked towards the mysterious masked man, and at the same time slowly pulled out the long knife from his waist. Every time he pulled out a little bit, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Although Obito's movements were slow, every step he took seemed to teleport more than 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the mysterious masked man. Obito raised his long sword high and slashed it down without any hesitation. In an instant, the mysterious masked man's eyes went dark, and the moment before his consciousness dissipated. He seemed to hear something whispering, "It's already night, disappear quietly." Chapter 142 Challenge the second week. The mysterious masked man took a deep breath and opened his eyes suddenly. However, what he saw in front of him was not a long blade covered in blood or a cold underworld scenery. Rather, it is a forest full of flowers and greenery. After a brief moment of confusion, he touched his intact body and doubts arose in his heart. I'm not dead. A trace of astonishment flashed across the face under the mask. Obito's knife was supposed to be a fatal blow. He was restrained by iron chains, unable to move, and his pupil technique failed inexplicably. Even the virtualization could not be achieved, and even the final trump card, Izanagi, failed to activate due to some kind of intervention. He just watched the sharp blade approaching, like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. What the hell is going on? The mysterious masked man began to examine his surroundings. This is still the path beside Konoha village, where he came from. But all traces left behind after the fierce battle with Obito disappeared. The destroyed ground was as smooth as before, and the trees swept by the sword energy were also intact. Even the blood-red moon in the sky has returned to pale yellow, exuding a gentle light. He was left standing here alone, everything was like a dream. Well, he covered his head and felt a dull pain. Was what just an illusion? But soon he denied this idea and his eyes became dark. No, that feeling is too real, it's definitely not an illusion. It's really strange. He was puzzled, shook his head, and decided to continue walking to Konoha village. Am I too nervous? It's better to check the status of Nine Tails. But just as he took steps, a burst of ridiculing tones suddenly sounded in the sky. Konoha ahead, no one is allowed to enter. It's getting late, you'd better come back and visit tomorrow. This familiar voice. The mysterious masked man's eyes widened. He raised his head suddenly and looked around. I saw two familiar figures standing on the high wall of Konoha. Advertisement: a red mask, it's them again. The mysterious masked man was extremely surprised. This scene. Did I ever experience that? He couldn't help but murmur. Hey, the one below, since you don't want to leave, just stay and play with us. How about choosing one of us to be your opponent? Of course, you don't have to choose, then the two of us will do it together. Don't blame us for engaging in righteous gang fights. Obito said with a smile, a hint of expectation in his tone. These familiar words convinced the masked man, he has indeed experienced all this. Did it go back in time? Or was it controlled by some unknown genjutsu? The mysterious masked man has never encountered such a bizarre thing in his life. His face was full of disbelief and confusion. Hey, you have 3 seconds. If you don't choose, we will do it ourselves. Obito's voice sounded again, urging him. Without enough time to think too much, the mysterious masked man decisively pointed his finger at Shinomiya Yuyue, who was wearing a Hongzong mask. I choose him. Everything is too unbelievable, but since there is a chance to re-elect. Naturally, he would not choose Obito again, who looks stupid but is actually extremely cunning. That would undoubtedly be a huge trap. Infinite blur plus the ability to attack even when in the blur state, this combination is almost invincible. Facing this guy, there is no other way but passive defense. This time, he will never make the same mistake again. This guy is so shameless, as expected, I chose you, Yuyue. Obito acted like he had already understood everything. Needless to say, it's obvious. I was so frightened by your virtual transformation in the first week. How could I make the same mistake again in the second week? Yuyue said with a smile. Okay, let's see your performance. Did you just record it? Yuyue asked. It's covered. That's good, keep recording, this will be rare material in the future. Shinomiya Yuyue took a step forward, advertisement. Standing on the wall of Konoha village, with his arms folded across his chest, he looked down at the mysterious masked man from above. It's amazing that you have the courage to challenge me, but that's all I can praise you for. This arrogant tone seemed to have won a few points before the battle. The mysterious masked man narrowed his eyes, this guy. How arrogant, I hope you can hold on a little longer. Shinomiya Yuyue smiled meaningfully and then made a snap. Put your hands together. Wood-style deep forest bloom. Boom. The huge chakra is like a torrent of life, giving birth to trees wantonly. In an instant, the earth surged, and countless thick trees broke through the soil. In the blink of an eye, the open space turned into a vast forest sea. The mysterious masked man had a look of horror on his face, staggering around as the terrain suddenly changed. Wood style on such a scale. Who the hell is he? His shocked eyes fell on Shinomiya Yuyue. He can also use wood style, but it is limited to simple moves such as wood style and cutting technique. Throw a few branches as an attack, and if they hit someone, they will explode. It can also cause considerable damage. The top one is wood style Hell Chaos, but compared with the person in front of me, that is nothing. Facing the overwhelming sea of trees, the mysterious masked man didn't have time to think too much and immediately formed a seal. Fire style Storm Dance. The throat heats up, and a ball of blazing flames spurts out. Combined with Kamui's twisting power, the power of fire style is doubled. Whoosh, crackle. The raging flames engulfed the forest sea, and the fire spread rapidly. However, before the mysterious masked man could be proud of this blow. The next second, the endless sea of trees extinguished the flames one by one. The endless forest sea is so huge that it is suffocating. There is no way to resist. The dense trees cover the sky and the sun, making it difficult for the moonlight to penetrate. Immediately afterwards, the mysterious masked man was submerged by the surging sea of trees. Completely disappeared from Shinomiya Yuyu's sight. Everything returns to silence. Only a few huge flower buds slowly bloomed in the moonlight. Displays stunning flowers. Chapter 143 Lord Hashirama. What an exaggeration. The mysterious masked man slowly walked out of the sea of trees that had taken shape and stopped growing, and looked around at the scene around him. At this moment, the area within 1,000 meters in diameter is dominated by trees. He has never heard of this level of power. The mysterious masked man stared at Shinomiya Yuyue solemnly. Who exactly are you? This guy with the weird red mask. Who is it? Hey, you guy, you don't even know him. Suddenly, a sudden sound sounded. Obito was seen pointing angrily at the mysterious masked man below. The mysterious masked man was slightly surprised. Should I know him? I've never heard of this person either. Obito squatted down, facing Shinomiya Yuzuki with both hands, and introduced excitedly. The one standing before you is the Land of Fire, Konoha Hidden Village, First Hokage, Senju Hashirama-sama. Senju Hashirama? This answer was beyond the expectations of the mysterious masked man. After a brief moment of confusion, he immediately denied it. Impossible. Senju Hashirama has been gone for many years, how could it be him? Your wood-style skills are indeed superb, but I never believe you are Senju Hashirama. After all, I'm Uchiha Madara, the deep and firm voice of the mysterious masked man echoed. He gently adjusted the mask on his face, narrowed his eyes slightly, and locked eyes with Shinomiya Yuyue. Come on, it's time to reveal your true face. Let me see who you really are. It is undeniable that the opponent's magnificent wood-style ninjutsu does indeed reveal the momentum of Senju Hashirama. But no matter how powerful the attack, it can only be in vain in front of him. His virtualization ability can easily resolve all physical attacks. This guy is much easier to deal with than the guy wearing the red mask. The next moment, the mysterious masked man moved. The next second, advertisement the mysterious masked man is on the street. As soon as he took action, it was like stepping on a slippery soup bowl at home and falling down beautifully. The eyes under the mask were wide and full of confusion. My body. Why is there no strength left? He collapsed to the ground, his whole body limp and powerless. It was as if the connection with the body was cut off, and he couldn't even move a finger. It's you who is causing trouble. His eyes shot towards Shinomiya Yuyue with resentment. Yuyue spread her hands easily. What are you talking about? You said I was causing trouble. Isn't it part of strength to show off one's own abilities on the battlefield? Steamed buns. You don't have a handle? The mysterious masked man was stunned and speechless. You're Uchiha Madara. How come you were knocked down just by looking at me? Young people should not be too impulsive. If you don't do enough intelligence work, you will just get carried away. If you take 2 more puffs of pollen, you probably won't even be able to speak. Just sleep until the sun rises. There was a hint of joking in Shinomiya Yuyu's tone. The face of the mysterious masked man turned slightly red. This is so embarrassing. He looked at the blooming buds on the sea of trees, filled with regret. It's because of this. The last time he fought against Obito, he could barely struggle a few times. I thought I had picked a soft persimmon this time, but when I met Shinomiya Yuyue, I immediately rushed to the street. Damn bad information. Hateful. The mysterious masked man gritted his teeth, and the light in his left eye was permanently extinguished. Izanagi, activate. The body of the mysterious masked man gradually became blurred and finally disappeared without a trace. Still want to steam? Shinomiya Yuzuki witnessed the whole process and knew that the other party used Izanagi. He shook his head helplessly. Then let's keep having fun. Yuyue smiled slightly, and in an instant, his temperament became otherworldly. An invisible coercion radiated out. Sage mode, start. The majestic perception covers all around like a tide, making it impossible to hide anything. I found you. Yuyu's smile was meaningful. Advertisement. His hand was already on Shinomiya Yuyu's shoulder. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the mysterious masked man. A black hand stretches out from it. Without thinking too much, he simply couldn't take away Shinomiya Yuyue before the Mingshin gate fell. Kamui starts now. It will take at least a second to transfer a unit with such a huge amount of chakra. The figure of the mysterious masked man appears again. The mysterious masked man was shocked. The chakra contained in the guy in front of him far exceeded anyone he had ever met. 1 second is enough to decide the outcome. Is he really Senju Hashirama? But this process appears to be extremely slow. His eyes flickered with reluctance, and the opportunity he had finally obtained through Izanagi was lost in vain. Hateful. Loud noises echoed over the village like thunder, but even such turbulence failed to attract any curious eyes. At this moment, a burst of wind came from above the mysterious masked man. Murata. If you get trapped by that thing, you're really doomed. He made a decisive decision and retreated, sure enough. He looked up suddenly and saw more than a dozen huge red torii gates crashing down from the sky. Just because tonight, the fourth Hokage issued an ironclad order. Behind Sigong Yuyue, the space suddenly split open. No matter what happens outside, villagers are not allowed to go out to avoid unexpected events. The best policy is to stay at home quietly. Such an amazing amount of chakra? Is this still human? This is the legendary Mingshin Gate. Shinomiya Yuyu's figure began to twist, and she was slowly sucked into the Kamui space. The mysterious masked man's pupils shrank suddenly. Boom. It's simply a tailed beast in human skin. The solid wall of Konoha village was as vulnerable as a child's building blocks, disintegrating in an instant.
The mysterious masked man appeared in the hiding place, his eyes fixed on the wall destroyed by the Mingshin Gate. The smoke and dust billowed, covering the sky and the sun. For an ordinary person, 1 second may be very short, but when a master fights with him, it can be a short time.
Kamui flashed, and the mysterious masked man disappeared instantly. No matter if you are Senju Hashirama or not, once you are dragged into the Kamui dimension, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot escape from my grasp. Amidst the deafening sound, the gate of Mingshin crashed down. Chapter 144 Encounter with First Hokage. Wood-style sage art is as strong as a monster, and you can't defeat it even with all your strength. But before he could think too much about it, amidst the roar, a giant wooden dragon, which was covered in emerald green and made up of countless trees, roared out, swooped from the sky, and pointed directly at the mysterious masked man. Wooden dragon jutsu. The mysterious masked man's heart sank. This is another First Hokage Senju's specialty. Could it be that the opponent is really the legendary ninja god? There is no need to think too much, wooden dragon is here. The figure of the mysterious masked man instantly became blurred, cleverly avoiding the impact of the dragon. Taking advantage of the fact that the wooden dragon was close in front of him, he jumped up vigorously and came to the huge body of the wooden dragon. Between the lightning and flint, a black rod appeared in the hand of the mysterious masked man, and it stabbed into the wooden dragon's head sharply, making a clanging sound, and several black rods were driven deeply into the dragon's head. With crackling sparks flying everywhere, he once again attached a large number of igniting detonating symbols. Followed by a series of subtle hissing sounds, sparks jumped, like an hourglass timing, indicating the precursor to an explosion. When everything was ready, the mysterious masked man quickly evacuated and distanced himself from the wooden dragon. Under the blockade of the black rod, the chakra cannot be connected, and the chakra link is lost. This wooden behemoth interfered by the black rod is only slightly harder than ordinary wood. Boom. A loud noise shook the sky, and a large number of detonating symbols detonated. The huge wooden dragon was torn in half in an instant, and the remaining body fell, and the night sky became silent again. It's not too much trouble, however, before the man who had just breathed a sigh of relief could finish his words, his face darkened. Angong. The deafening dragon roar sounded again, and this time, 10 wooden dragons soared into the air, sweeping towards him like a tsunami. Besides, so much more, the mysterious masked man gritted his teeth. But he had no time to think too much, he quickly formed seals with his hands and slammed the ground. Dense black runes spread out like a tide, and in the blink of an eye, a huge formation emerged, with blazing flames rising into the sky and lighting up half of the night sky. Uchiha Fire Formation. 10 wooden dragons approached with a loud bang. Bump. The collective collision with the flame array caused waves of fluctuations, but the flame array was indestructible and only kept shaking. The mysterious man trapped in the formation looked at the wooden dragon around him with a solemn expression. This is a shame. He was wrong, terribly wrong. No matter which of the two choices Obito chooses you choose, it's a trap. Neither of these two people is easy to deal with. On the other side, Obito and Yuyue stood on a high place, looking at the flame formation. This guy is hiding in defense. Obito got into a slashing stance. Yuyue, do you want to cut it open with your dust-style lightsaber? The dust-style lightsaber can even cut through the planetary devastation, and the Uchiha Fire Formation is certainly no problem. Yuyue shook her head slightly and said with a smile, I am Senju Hashirama, now, so naturally I have to use wood style to deal with him. Obito pointed at the flame formation. Then what's your clever plan? Bombard it with sage jutsu? It feels okay too. Yuyue smiled mysteriously. Of course I have my own way. Oh, by the way, there may be a lot of noise later. Please help me keep an eye on Konoha and don't let the battle spread, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Obito glanced at Yuyue with interest, nodded and stepped aside. Yuyue smiled softly. I hope it doesn't scare the villagers of Konoha. Putting her palms together, Yuyue whispered softly. Sage art wood style sage senju. Rumble. Tonight, I don't know how many earthquakes have disturbed the tranquility of Konoha. The villagers became curious and wondered about the secret behind this sudden change. After all, it is human nature to join in the fun. Advertisement, but given the fourth Hokage's lofty reputation and clear instructions, most people resisted the urge to go out and explore. The previous few slight shakings had allowed everyone to take it calmly, but now this force made it impossible for people to just sit idly by. This earthquake was so unusual that it was so powerful that standing still was a luxury. Their figures in the house stood staggering. The cramped room made people feel uneasy, and people flocked to open areas to seek refuge. Tatsuno-kun, what are you looking at? A villager who had just escaped from home asked curiously. However, when he followed Long Yi's gaze, the next second, he was also stunned on the spot. Follow that line of sight. I saw a Buddha statue that was so huge that it seemed to connect heaven and earth slowly rising. It was it that caused a strong vibration in Konoha. This giant Buddha towers into the clouds, at least 1,000 meters high. The moonlight tried to penetrate, but was ruthlessly blocked by it, and not a single ray of light could penetrate. What is this? All the Konoha villagers who witnessed this scene were stunned. Shocking. Incredibly shocking. On the Konoha Hokage rock, a clone of Namikaze Minato also stared at the giant Buddha in the distance, feeling secretly in his heart. This is the power of the legendary first Hokage. Even if it is displayed through Yuyu's hands, its majesty is unmatched. Huge roars continued, and the earth trembled. However, all the noise fell silent in an instant, just like the mute button was suddenly pressed in a movie theater. Obito? Namikaze Minato turned his head and looked behind him. Minato-sensei is really keen. Even if it's just a clone, the tiny spatial fluctuations can't be hidden from your eyes. Obito's figure appeared out of thin air, and when he took off his mask, his shimmering samsara eyes were clearly revealed. Is this your masterpiece? Minato wondered. He was referring to the ability to make everything fall silent instantly. Yes. Obito replied with a smile. I temporarily severed the causal connection between the real number Senju and Konoha. No matter how it moves next, it won't disturb us. Let's just watch the show with peace of mind. Causal isolation. What an incredible ability. Haha, that's all. The master and apprentice smiled at each other and looked outside the village. At this time, the mysterious masked man in the Uchiha flame formation had a strange look on his face. No he. Looking at the huge Senju, his eyes were empty and lifeless. At this point, he was convinced that the other party was Senju Hashirama. He had heard Uchiha Madara mention this move, and only Hashirama could perform such a powerful skill. Madara was severely punished by this trick back then. Obviously, the other party took his previous words seriously and treated him as Uchiha Madara. Questions arise. How should I explain so that he can believe that I am not Madara and let me go? The mysterious masked man was deep in thought, never expecting that one day he would be in trouble because of Uchiha Madara's identity. Normally when he reveals this vest, the enemies should not be shocked and change their color. Why did the other party suddenly become excited? On the other side, Shinomiya Yuyue, standing on the top of the Buddha, had no idea that the mysterious masked man was struggling to defend his identity. He was high up, looking down at the insignificant Uchiha fire ray. Have you eaten? If you don't eat, punch me, snap. Yuyue clapped her hands. The best. The huge Buddha statue slowly sits upright, extremely majestic. Thousands of giant fists suddenly stretched out and struck directly at the churning flame array below. The mysterious masked man just watched the huge fist getting closer and closer. Sighing, he turned on the blur. Advertisement it's hard to support. Boom. 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 It's deafening, as if the end of the world is coming. 5 minutes later, Senju's offensive ended, leaving behind huge potholes everywhere. Deep in the biggest pothole, the mysterious masked man lay quietly, motionless. Yuyue crossed the void with one step, and with a flash of white light, she instantly moved from the top of the Buddha 1,000 meters away to the bottom of the pit. The space on the side was distorted, and Obito's figure appeared. Tisk, this is terrible. Obito looked at the half-disabled mysterious masked man. Although he was not dead, he was already dying. His virtual blur evaded almost all attacks, but at the last moment he was used continuously for more than 5 minutes. He was forced to lift the blur and was slightly touched by the aftermath. Even so, he was on the verge of death. Most of the mask was broken, revealing his true face. This is a good pose. Let's take a photo first. Obito smiled playfully and took out the video recorder and recorded the moment. The mysterious masked man opened his eyes with difficulty, and when he saw Yuyue, a trace of uncontrollable fear flashed in his eyes. Obito easily sucked him into the Kamui space. Konoha encounters first Hokage, wood-style sage art is as strong as a monster, and you can't defeat it even with all your strength. Can control the flow of time in an area, accelerate, retrace, pause, and even divide. Then he tilted his head and completely lost consciousness. Wait a moment. After everything recovered, Obito smiled at Yuyue. After a while, let's take him away. An invisible force spread to all directions, covering the world. The two of them each used their own abilities, and their bodies flashed and disappeared into the sky in an instant. It's time to be honest now. The devastated earth slowly healed, and the scattered soil automatically returned to its place, filling up the huge pits. The mysterious masked man has become honest. His left eye shone with a strange light. Then, the two of them rose into the sky and ascended into the clouds. The broken trees reunited among the sawdust and stood upright again into a forest. Let's go. It was as if the nightly battle had never happened. Buzz. Yuyue called out to him. Everything seems to have gone back in time and returned to the same state as before. From high in the sky, Obito's vision covers the entire battlefield. A miracle happened. The land is flat and lined with green trees. Okay, let's go, I know you're in a hurry. After a few punches, no matter how arrogant Chunibyo was, he was knocked awake. At this time, Naruto's birth was probably successfully completed. This is the power of Obito's Samsara Eye left eye. Regardless of the Eye of the Moon plan, this is what he calls hell. Okay, can we go now? Obito was also very anxious and wanted to go and have a look quickly. Wait, let's restore this place to its original state first. Oops, I almost forgot about business. Yuyue nodded with satisfaction and confirmed the arrival of the gold coins. The mysterious masked man seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but in the end he only moved his lips slightly. Chapter 145 Shoutou's Key Assist. Aha! The mysterious masked man slowly woke up. Before he even opened his eyelids, severe pain hit him like a tide. Half of the body seemed to be out of control and lost consciousness. Recalling the heavy blow from Senju, half of his body that was fused with white Zetsu was almost torn apart. The moment is slowly repairing itself. After a moment, he barely opened his heavy eyes. What came into view was a snow-white ceiling, and a trace of confusion suddenly arose in my heart. Where am I? Mysterious. Oh no, his mask has been removed, and his true face is exposed. He, Uchiha Obito, has returned to his identity. That's right, I should have fallen into their hands. Thinking of those two weird guys wearing masks, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but feel irritated. Since putting on that mask, he has inherited the name Uchiha Madara. He had never suffered such a big loss before. He was completely suppressed and unable to fight back. He was like a cat playing with a mouse, being ridiculed. He sighed softly and stopped thinking about it. The current situation was no longer his choice. It's better to observe where you were taken first. Holding back the pain, he tried to turn his head and try to observe the surrounding environment. As soon as he glanced at it, a very familiar figure came into view. The man was lying on the bedside and sleeping quietly, his body rising and falling rhythmically. Although his face was hidden in his arms and could not be seen, Uchiha Obito recognized the other person's identity at a glance from his outline. Lin? Uchiha Obito's voice trembled with shock, and his eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed that his low cry disturbed the sleeping Nohara Lin. She moved slightly, slowly raised her head, and her hazy eyes gradually became clear, looking at Uchiha Obito. Obito? Nohara Lin rubbed her eyes, and a surprise and warm smile broke out on her face. Obito, you finally woke up. The excitement was beyond words, and Nohara Lin immediately stood up. I'm going to tell Minato-sensei and them the good news. After saying that, she turned around to leave, but unexpectedly an arm suddenly stretched out and grabbed her hand tightly. Wait. Lin. Is it really you, Lin? Uchiha Obito ignored the pain in his body, and when he saw Nohara Rin was leaving, he subconsciously reached out to hold her back. Obito, what are you talking about? Who else could you be besides me? Advertisement Nohara Lin turned around, with a hint of helplessness in her smile. Hearing the affirmative answer, Uchiha Obito's heart seemed to be hit softly by something, stirring up 1,000 waves. He was trembling, his voice full of disbelief. But, you haven't, already. He once witnessed Nohara Lin being penetrated by Kakashi's rakery, and the flower of life withered. She gradually became cold in his arms, and the scene was as deep as a brand. This cruel fact once made him almost crazy. However, what is going on with everything in front of us now? That movement and look all proved that she was the person in his memory. Could it be resurrection? A suspicion flashed through Uchiha Obito's mind, and Nohara Rin's next answer confirmed his idea. She chuckled, like a spring breeze blowing through her heart. Someone resurrected me, so I can stand here in front of you now. It is indeed. Uchiha Obito sighed secretly in his heart. It was indeed a resurrection. Facing Nohara Rin in front of him, Uchiha Obito had mixed emotions. The word resurrection is not unfamiliar to him. After Uchiha Madara passed away, he could have used the Rinnegan to resurrect Nohara Rin at any time, but he did not do so. Because he knows it. As long as this world and this deep-rooted ninja system still exist, even if Nohara Rin is resurrected, she may die in the war again. Therefore, he determined to destroy the old world, implement the Eye of the Moon plan, and create a flawless new world. But now, Nohara Rin is standing in front of him live, and Uchiha Obito doesn't know how to deal with himself. Should the Eye of the Moon plan continue? If he continues, how should he respond if the two weirdos wearing masks intervene? He is no match for those two guys. Uchiha Obito fell into a deep whirlpool of thoughts, and everything around him seemed to go away temporarily. Just then, a soft call sounded in my ears. Obito? Why are you in a daze? Nohara Rin put her hands behind her back, tilted her head slightly, and raised a curious smile at the corner of her mouth, looking both peaceful and full of life. Obito suddenly came back to his senses, and his eyes locked on Lin's figure involuntarily. That pure and energetic face made Obito's turbulent thoughts come to an abrupt end. The bulk of my thoughts came to the shore in an instant. And the little head of emotion set sail quietly. Go to hell with all the Eye of the Moon plan, advertisement. No matter what, I will guard Lin day and night. If anyone dares to hurt her, I will let him know why the 9 tribes are extinct. No, it's okay, I was just thinking about something. Even after going through ups and downs, Uchiha Obito still can't hide the tension and embarrassment in his heart when facing the girl he likes. Then I'll ask Minato-sensei to come over and get you some food. You've been lying down for several days. You must be starving, right? Nohara Lin's concerned words were full of warmth. As soon as he finished speaking, an awkward gurgling sound escaped from Obito's stomach. It seems I'm really hungry, so I'll trouble you, Lin. Obito admitted frankly that after all, eating is human nature. Even if Hashirama cells are implanted in his body. But even first Hokage Senju Hashirama himself needs to eat. After all, he is only known as the god of ninja, but not a true god. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing to himself. If Hashirama can't live without grain, he, a person who only possesses a part of Hashirama's cells, will not be able to eat or drink. Nohara Rin left the room, went to inform Namikaze Minato of the good news, and prepared some food to come back. And Obito was wondering how to face his teacher. After all, he had evil intentions, although he never carried them out. But the feeling of guilt for Minato-sensei and his master's wife Kushina still lingers. Perhaps it would be wise to apologize first. While he was thinking, there were soft footsteps outside the door. Before the door opened, Obito recognized the familiar and hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Is that guy awake? Let me be healthy? Obito's heart tightened, and he had a premonition of the coming storm. The door opened slightly, and a group of people filed in. Minato Namikaze, Rin Nohara, Kushina, and those two mysterious people who always wear masks. The man in the red mask held the infant Naruto in his arms and walked forward quickly with a proud look on his face. Hey, I got Naruto one step ahead of you. Although the mask obscured his expression, Obito could almost imagine the complacent look underneath the mask. Can you hold Naruto before me? What's there to be proud of? Uchiha Obito ignored him directly. This man must be a fool. But the strength is very strong. Well, he is a powerful fool. Chapter 146. He believed it. He believed it. Another masked man with a red pattern on his face caught his attention. Obito looked solemn. This person was far more unfathomable than the former. First Hokage Senju Hashirama. It's better to meet him than to be famous. He is worthy of being a legend in the ninja world. As the masked man in red approached, Obito's body couldn't help but tremble. First generation, my lord, the younger generation would like to pay tribute to you. He saluted respectfully, feeling uneasy in his heart. I deeply apologize for my previous use of Uchiha Madara's name. But as you can see, I'm not Madara, I'm just his successor. Obito explained quickly, fearing that he would be displeased due to his previous impersonation. Everyone knows that Madara and Hashirama were once mortal enemies, but little did they know that the two were actually close friends. Obito is well aware of this secret history, and he would not be surprised if Hashirama is offended by it. However, what he didn't expect was, after the explanation, everyone looked at each other and then burst into laughter. The man in the red mask was swaying with laughter, almost losing control. Ha 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 ha, he believed it, he believed it. The little Naruto in his arms bounced back and forth with the laughter. Instead of crying, he was made to giggle. Hey, be careful, don't drop Naruto. Kushina was extremely anxious, fearing that the red mask would miss her. What's going on? Uchiha Obito is completely confused. His eyes were widened, and his gaze turned around and around everyone. For a moment, I couldn't find a word to express my inner shock. Finally, Namikaze Minato stood up with a smile and broke the deadlock. Okay, everyone, stop making fun of him. Red Mask chuckled, looking quite proud. Who thought he would really believe it? Yuyue, well done. He looked at Sinamong Yuyue, and Yuyue raised her fist in understanding and touched him lightly. The two looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing. You. Uchiha Obito's voice trembled slightly. You're not Senju Hashirama? At this moment, how could he not understand that he had been tricked by these people? These two guys. Brother, do you believe whatever others say? You have to have your own opinion. Red Mask held little Naruto and shook it gently, saying with a smile on his face. Uchiha Obito felt a sweetness in his throat and almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Listen to what you were saying, didn't I have any doubts from the beginning? But that guy's first move was the super large-scale Deep Forest Bloom, followed by Mugen Gate and Wooden Dragon. Finally, even the real number Senju was figured out. Can I not believe it? Advertisement. Even if Uchiha Madara were present, he would probably think that it was Senju Hashirama himself. So, who are you anyway? After calming down a little, Uchiha Obito's eyes locked on Shinomiya Yuzuki. I just heard him call you Yuyue. Yuyue? I don't think I've heard of this name before. Could it be another fake name? Uchiha Obito said suspiciously. Ha ha ha, that's not the case, this name is true. Seeing Uchiha Obito's dubious look, Yuzuki couldn't help laughing. This guy is really scared of being deceived. As for my identity, I am. Yuzuki deliberately prolonged her tone, while Uchiha Obito listened attentively. But suddenly, Yuyu's words changed. I won't tell you for now, you can take your time and guess. Shinomiya Yuyue said with a look of shame. Uchiha Obito almost spit out the saliva he just swallowed. Are you making fun of me? Yuyue smiled and turned to Namikaze Minato next to her. Minato, the matter has come to an end. We have also seen Naruto, so we will withdraw first. Minato smiled and nodded. Okay, it's all thanks to you this time. He didn't try too hard to stay. After all, they were in the same group chat, and Yuyue could come anytime she wanted. Yuyue waved her hand, and two portals appeared. When he turned around, he found that Red Mask was still holding Naruto. Hey, let's go. He couldn't help but darken his face and shouted. After being reminded by Yu, Red Mask reluctantly handed Naruto over to Kushina. Kushina chuckled and took Naruto. You like children so much, why don't you have one yourself? Oh. Master's wife. Red Mask's face turned red and he rushed towards the portal as if running away. Wait, Obito. The blue door leads to my house, and the orange door to your house is. The moment Red Mask stepped into the portal, Yuyue suddenly called out to him. Ahaha. I'm sorry. Red Mask scratched his head in embarrassment, turned around and walked into the orange portal. As the Red Mask left, the portals closed one after another, and Yuyue also stepped into the blue door and disappeared behind it. When the two figures disappeared completely, Uchiha Obito slowly recovered from the shock. Obito. He muttered unconsciously. That's right, the fake Senju Hashirama wearing the red mask actually calls the red mask, Obito. In addition, when Red Mask left, Kushina's joking words. He calls Kushina, Master's wife, with all the clues gathered together, do you still need to guess the guy's identity? The answer is self-evident, I should have noticed. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath. Advertisement in the battle that night, the abilities displayed by Red Mask were exactly the same as his own. No, it's even better, but it remains true to its origins, and its core abilities are still insubstantial. Another me. Uchiha Obito's eyes sparkled with realization. Then where did he come from? While thinking, he looked at the smiling Minato Namikaze beside the bed. Uchiha Obito also showed a relieved smile. Forget it, why does he care so much? Those illusory people are not what he should pursue. The person in front of you is the most important. Haha, bye, look at how scared you are, brother, this is it. Killer Bee's opening was like dropping a bomb, and the smile on Reikage's face suddenly froze. I saw a few lines of words written neatly on the scroll. Reikage closed the scroll and couldn't help laughing. Brother, something big happened in the village, it's haunted. Bring it to me and see who it is, Killer Bee said, looking around uneasily, fearing that something unknown was watching them. He proposed to unite all the villages to hold a unique Chunin selection exam. This is not a monster, it is a cooperation proposal sent by the 4th Hokage of Konoha village. 60 years of Konoha. It's haunted. How do you explain this? Tell me in detail. Bye. Why did you come to me in such a hurry? There was nothing next to my bed before I went to bed. When I woke up, it appeared there inexplicably. Tell me, besides ghosts, who else can do this? I asked Zauba, and he said that in the dead of night, a golden light flashed, and this thing appeared out of thin air. Killer Bee is the complete opposite of Reikage. Instead of smiling, his face is filled with nervousness. Reikage was burying his head solemnly in a pile of official documents. Soon, the door was pushed open violently, and the familiar figure of Killer Bee came into view. Reikage carefully studied the object in Killer Bee's hand. Reikage was extremely surprised. He had lived in this world for most of his life, but he had never heard of such a strange thing as being haunted in the village. The sudden shout from outside the door made his frown instantly relax. As Reikage, the strongest man in the village, how can he continue to lead the ninjas in the village if even he is afraid? The scroll slowly unfolded, and the two of them waited with bated breath, but nothing strange happened. Brother. A bright smile appeared on his face. The country of thunder, cloud-hidden village. Reikage reads 10 lines in one glance and can read the entire text in a matter of seconds. Reikage took it without fear and unfolded the scroll neatly. Is this the ghost you're talking about? A scroll? Killer Bee quickly took out a scroll and handed it over. Reikage walked around the desk and greeted him with a cheerful face. Shinomiya Yuzuki's timeline. A ghost is causing trouble. Chapter 147, Returning to Minato Troubles lay easy. After listening to Reikage's explanation, the heavy stone in Killer Bee's heart finally fell to the ground with a plop. Oh, haha, that's it. It was so scary that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. I thought it was a ghost, but it turned out to be that guy from Namikaze Minato. Ha. As they were enjoying themselves, Killer Bee and Reikage's smiles gradually became stiff. It seemed as if something more terrifying than a ghost had crept in. Namikaze Minato. Reikage's eyes widened, and his voice rose several decibels unconsciously. Bye, are you okay? Reikage threw away the scroll and quickly held Killer Bee's shoulders, looking up and down with concern. Killer Bee was also frightened and checked over and over again. I was afraid that I didn't know where a knife had been stabbed secretly. After a moment, Killer Bee looked up with some hesitation. Brother, I feel like I'm really fine. After receiving Killer Bee's response, Reikage was relieved, but his brows were still furrowed. Namikaze Minato. The flying thunder god mark he left on you back then actually hasn't disappeared yet? This ninjutsu is too exaggerated. Reikage frowned and began to think about countermeasures. The flying thunder god technique comes and goes without a trace, and since Namikaze Minato can place the scroll silently, that means Killer Bee can be killed at any time. Killer Bee is tenacious despite being surrounded by tailed beasts. But if a Rasengan falls from the sky and moves its head, no matter how strong the tailed beast is, it will be useless. This damn Namikaze Minato, for a moment I couldn't find a way to break it. Reikage looked a little anxious. Once marked, the other party can flash over at any time. There is no way to defend at all. After all, who can imagine when the other party will come? And they can only always be on guard, but people always get tired. If I go to the toilet or come over to you while eating, it will really blow up the tank. Moreover, the opponent can run away and go home at any time. Even if the attack fails, he can still wait for the next opportunity. Advertisement, I'm damning you. He looked around and suddenly felt that the desk was not pleasing to the eye, so he struck it down with a palm. Bang! This angry slap shattered together with those troublesome documents. For a moment, the depression in my heart seemed to dissipate a little. He turned to Killer Bee and said, "Let's do this, bye, you will stay with me these days. In addition, 8 Tails will be responsible for the safety at night." Killer Bee scratched his head and followed Reikage. Then he doesn't have time to practice his rap. Brother, Minato Namikaze won't suddenly attack me, right? Wouldn't this cause a war for no reason? I think he is quite rational. Reikage glared at him. How could he not know Killer Bee's little thoughts? He couldn't help but knocked Killer Bee on the head. With Minato Namikaze's character, I believe he will not kill easily before we officially start the war. But we can't put our lives and deaths entirely on the kindness of the other person. What if one day his brain gets hot and he wants to have S*X with you? I'm just such a little brother. Faced with Reikage's iron fist and earnest persuasion, Killer Bee finally nodded and agreed to the plan. Well, then, brother, I will listen to you, but brother, as the old saying goes, it's easy to be a thief but hard to prevent a thief. We have to think of a long-term solution. Reikage smiled and said, "You are finally smart for once." "Don't worry, I have it in mind." Reikage picked up the scroll again. "Unite the 5 major ninja villages to hold the Chunin exam?" What a whimsical proposal. Do you want us to see the younger generation? We in Union Village agree. In this regard, our Union Village never admits defeat. Bye, when the time comes you come with me and we will go directly to Minato Namikaze to remove the mark. Okay, brother. After making the decision, Reikage immediately yelled. Mabui. This call like a bell could be heard clearly by everyone in the Reikage building. After a while, the office door was pushed open, and Reikage's secretary Mabui walked in. Advertisement under her unique short silver-white hair is a beautiful and refined face, and her tight-fitting hip skirt outlines her graceful figure. Lord Reikage. She saluted respectfully. Mabui, Konoha invites us to hold the Chunin exam in a few days. I give you full authority to arrange this matter. Choose the best young people in our village to accompany me on the expedition. Let everyone in the ninja world see how powerful our cloud-hidden village is. Reikage said solemnly. Mabui was stunned. Going to Konoha to take the Chunin exam? What kind of novel idea is this? But since it was Reikage's order, she naturally agreed. Don't worry, Reikage-sama, I will make arrangements. Do you have any other instructions, Reikage-sama?
Please help me get a new desk. I accidentally smashed the original one. Okay. By the way, Lord Reikage, have you read the documents I sent this morning? Ha, you're done reading, you're done. Go and ask someone to get a new table.
Narito stepped into Ichiraku Ramen. Yuyue, the shadows from other villages have arrived at the entrance of the village, and Dad has already gone to pick them up. Want to join in the fun? There are so many people. I heard that geniuses from all over the ninja world have gathered together. Yuyue slurped the noodles and said nonchalantly, Go ahead, but wait until I finish the bowl. A scent of aroma hit his nostrils, and Naruto took a deep breath, feeling that the gluttons in his stomach were aroused. But he had obviously just eaten. Come on, Uncle Handbeater, give me a piece too. Haha, sit down Naruto, still the old rules? Flavored ramen? Yes. After a while, the two of them wandered out of the noodle shop. Passing through the crowds of people, we headed towards the entrance of Konoha village. Let's go from the top, it's crowded down there. Yuyue pointed to the rooftop next to her. Compared to the crowded streets, it looked more like a dedicated passage for ninjas. Great idea. Naruto's eyes lit up. Immediately, the two jumped into the air, stepped on the ridge of the roof, and traveled smoothly, quickly arriving at the entrance of the village. Chapter 148 Civil Engineering Yamato. They stood on the high wall and looked down, only to see a dense crowd. The entrance to the village was crowded, led by 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Except for Union Village, he sent envoys to convey the news to other villages. After receiving the invitation, all major ninja villages agreed to jointly organize the Chunin exam without exception. Every village has confidence in its own genius. In other words, the entire ninja world will be present. This will be an unprecedented gathering. Soon, the first team came into view. They are a delegation from Sand Hidden Village in the Land of Wind. 4th generation Keisuke Luo Shaw led the team. Yuyue glanced at it and recognized several familiar faces. Ross's children, Gaara, Kankuro, and Tamari. There are also elite Jonin in their village, such as Maki and others. Besides, Scorpion, this guy is on the team too. He did not control the puppet Fei Luhu, but walked in the queue in human form. The whole person looks handsome, a handsome young man, attracting many gazes. After all, his appearance is indeed outstanding. However, probably no one knows that only the face is original in Scorpion's body. Haha, this guy actually ran back to Sunagakure village? Yuyue couldn't help but laugh, but it is reasonable, after all, in Scorpion's eyes, Tendo Pain, who is regarded as a god, is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. But such an arrogant leader in his opinion was easily defeated. Under such circumstances, who would dare to stay in that organization? That is indeed the real Rasa, Orochimaru is not among them. A voice sounded from behind. Sasuke, Itachi, you are here too. Naruto turned around and greeted. Advertisement. Sasuke and Itachi slowly stepped forward and stood side by side with Yuzuki and Naruto. Yuyue smiled and said, don't worry, that guy will never be absent. Oh, do you have inside information? Tell me about it? Sasuke asked with a smile. Yuyue smiled mysteriously, don't worry, you will see him soon. He was not just guessing, he held 2 black zetsus in his hands. The 2 major intelligence leaders in the ninja world were with him, and his eyes and ears were all over the ninja world. No sign of trouble can escape their eyes. Even if Orochimaru acts secretly, there is no guarantee that no trace will be revealed. He has already set off and is heading towards Konoha. Really, then I'm really looking forward to it. Sasuke smiled intriguingly. Uchiha Itachi on the side also smiled helplessly. Orochimaru seems to have a plot against the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. If they meet, he may not show mercy. But with Sasuke's current strength, Orochimaru is probably going to have some trouble. When Luo Sha arrived, Minato led everyone in giving him a warm welcome. They were arranged to live on the outskirts of the village. It's not that they are not welcome to enter the village, but in fact there are so many people that they include guests from the entire ninja world. The 4 major ninja villages plus various small villages sent dozens of people to each place. No hotel in the village can accommodate such a grand occasion, so the time for a wood-style master has arrived. At the edge of Konoha, a wide and clear land is waiting for its owner. A man with empty eyes stood there expressionlessly. He is none other than Yamato, the wood-style ninjutsu master of Konoha village. He was originally on a mission to build a mansion for a rich man, but he was urgently recalled by the village. The task was taken over by others, and Yamato thought that there was a more important mission waiting for him. I rushed back excitedly and was about to show off my talents, but the task was still to build a house. When you go out, you build a house, and when you come back, you still build a house. I'm a wood-style ninja, why'd I keep doing this job? Come on Yamato, there will be a big harvest after you finish this time, and the reward from Minato-sensei will be very generous. Advertisement. Kakashi came over with a smile and patted Yamato on the shoulder. Yamato glanced at him and heard that it was this Kakashi who suggested that Hokage recall him to build a house. The art of wood-style row houses. Yamato nodded his hand and slapped it on the ground, and the power of wood-style exploded immediately. Countless trees sprouted from the ground, growing in an orderly and intertwined manner at an astonishing speed. Soon, rows of exquisite houses lined up, both beautiful and practical. Each building has a standard configuration of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. What's even more amazing is that the interior furniture is fully furnished, including tables, chairs, benches, wardrobes and beds. The hardest part is done. All you need to do is connect the water and electricity, and you will have a perfect modern residence. Well done, Yamato. Kakashi gave a thumbs up and praised. Keep working hard, more people will need shelter in the future. Yamato held his knees, looking exhausted, breathing heavily. Hearing Kakashi's words, he gasped and raised his middle finger tremblingly. Shinomiya Yuyu's eyes seemed to be glued to one direction, refusing to move away. Over there, the delegation from Iwagakure village was slowly approaching. The leader is 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki, leading a group of people. The focus of Yuyu's attention was naturally not on Onoki, who was getting stronger and stronger, but on someone who was following closely behind. That is Onoki's granddaughter, Kuritsuchi. At this time, she was not wearing the high-slid cheongsam with bare legs that later generations wore. Instead, she was wearing a standard ninja outfit, but she wore a layer of fishnet stockings on her legs. It's not that charming at all. F*K. These legs. Okay. Mangekyo's Sharingan was activated quietly, and the penguin pattern was reflected in the pupils. Under this enhanced vision, no detail can escape his discernment. How shameless, so shameless, Yuyue secretly gave a like. Chapter 149. The immortal thunder is big and white below. Onoki was suspended at the front of the team, always with a faint smile on his face. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the yellow-haired boy beside him. How could you not be happy? Deidara actually came back on his own initiative, which was simply a miracle again. Old man, why did you insist on dragging me here? What if you run into that guy again? Deidara was filled with helplessness. He woke up not long after escaping from the Kingdom of Rain, and Scorpion told him what happened during his coma. Deidara was shocked to learn that the earth-shattering lightning strike was the work of Sasuke. Knowing that even the leader was no match for him and worried about being hunted down by Sasuke, Deidara readily accepted Scorpion's proposal. They split up and returned to the village to avoid the limelight. Now he is learning dust style from Onoki. When he learned that Onoki wanted to take him to Konoha, he strongly opposed it. After all, Sasuke was from Konoha. Even if he wanted to settle a score with Sasuke, it shouldn't be now, at least wait until he has been practicing for a while. Learning dust style has just begun. Why panic? Onoki couldn't help but educate. I can tell from your description that something is wrong. Uchiha Sasuke was obviously looking for Uchiha Itachi, but you listened to the leader and provoked him. It's your fault, and it's my fault for not controlling you. Just follow my arrangements. This trip is to let you see the major figures in the genin world and the backbone of each village. You are going to take over Tsuchikage in the future, so you can't even know who the other Kages are. I just want to take this opportunity to familiarize you with it. Onoki said with a smile and leisurely clasped his hands behind his back. As the most promising genius in Iwagakure village, Deidara also has the qualifications to inherit Dusk style. Not surprisingly, he is the next generation Tsuchikage. Onoki was quite grateful to Sasuke from the bottom of his heart. It was his appearance that made Deidara feel relieved. Everyone in Iwagakure quickly arrived outside Konoha village. Namikaze Minato greeted them warmly. After Iwagakure's team has settled in, prepared to rest. Shinomiya Yuyue then reluctantly withdrew her gaze. However, at this moment, another team arrived. That was the delegation from the Kirigakure village of the water country. Shinomiya Yuyue spotted a figure in the team. Her eyes suddenly lit up and her face was filled with excitement. Something more interesting is coming, advertisement. The one at the front of the team is even more of a heavyweight. 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Shinomiya Yuyue looked over there, her eyes suddenly widened. My thunder is rolling, so big, no, so white. In contrast, he obviously prefers this large scale. Under Terumi Mei was laughing so hard that she was chatting happily with Minato Namikaze. Suddenly, a burning gaze locked her tightly. That sight was like a blazing flame, trying to penetrate everything she knew. The goal seems to be. She lowered her eyes slightly, looked down, and suddenly understood. A smile flashed in his eyes. Which little pervert is he? Looking towards the source of that strong feeling, Shinomiya Yuyue was standing on the wall, catching her sight. Oh, he's still a handsome guy. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up and she said with interest. She covered her mouth and chuckled, then blew a kiss in the air in the direction of Shinomiya Yuyue. A soft sound of bow. On the other side, Shinomiya Yuyue responded with a smile and a blowing kiss. Bow sounded again. How audacious. Interesting little guy. Terumi Mei was overjoyed. In the past, she also liked to tease those shy little boys, but they usually lowered their heads and blushed, or ran away directly. How could anyone respond so fearlessly like this young man? Hokage-sama, what's his name? Terumi Mei asked Minato Namikaze with interest without looking away from Yu. Minato smiled and said, his name is Shinomiya Yuzuki, he is the most outstanding genius in our village. Terumi Mei blinked, slightly surprised, the greatest genius? To be praised so highly by Lord Hokage, that child must be extraordinary, right? Who doesn't know Namikaze Minato's reputation as a genius? He was born a commoner, but he was able to conquer the ninja world and ascend to the throne of Hokage. His talent and intelligence are undoubtedly the top of the ninja world, and it is rare for him to admire him so highly. Konoha is truly a land of outstanding people and talented people. It's more than extraordinary, Minato sighed with emotion. This has gone beyond the scope that can be described by the simple word, awesome. Terumi Mei nodded in deep agreement among everyone present. Advertisement. They wanted to see whether the opponent had 3 heads and 6 arms or 1 head and 2 arms. The team from Kirigakure then left and headed to the camp assigned to them. Hiss. I'll wait and see. When he saw Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. As if aware of Sasuke's gaze, a tall ninja among the grass ninjas looked up particularly sensitively. After all, this was the opponent who once tied with 4th Hokage. And that young man is naturally the Bantang boy, Chojuro. It's really here. Hidden Cloud Village, Reikage and Killer Bee arrived together. Yuyue touched her head. Sasuke said suddenly. There was some inexplicable amusement in Minato's voice. Immediately afterwards, other villages also arrived one after another. Yes, you will be able to see it with your own eyes when the time comes. Shinomiya Yuzuki's eyes moved away from Terumi Mei and fell on a shy young man next to her. The Abbey group that was once famous in the ninja world has once again reappeared. He stuck out an unusually long tongue and licked the corners of his lips. Terumi Mei nodded knowingly. The young man carried a pair of strange and huge blades on his back. Then he waved his hand and shouted, be ready to attack immediately. Okay, I'm having a bit of an illusion. Without thinking too much, this person must be Orochimaru. His eyes were fixed on the Kusakunin village team below. This is one of the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure village, Hiramiko. I hope this Mizukage won't be too scared by then. Who has ever seen ordinary people with such long tongues, licking them intoxicatedly from time to time? It attracted the attention of many Konoha villagers. After Cloud Hidden Village, there are the teams from other small villages in the ninja world. He always felt that Chojuro's face would turn into that unyielding dragon at any time. Then will he take the Chunin exam? Terumi Mei asked curiously. For example, Taki Ninja Village, Grass Ninja Village, Auto Ninja Village, etc. There were many people who paid attention to her, but Shinomiya Yuyue gave her a unique feeling of being locked in. It looks like 2 fish whose tails were made into knife shapes. Yuyue shook her head and laughed. Chapter 150. I miss you so much in Konoha. Representatives from many ninja villages gathered together. Namikaze Minato announced that the Chunin exam will begin in 3 days. This short interval not only allowed the ninjas who came from afar to rest, but also provided them with leisure time to integrate into Konoha and enjoy the food and beautiful scenery. Konoha village suddenly became bustling with people, and foreign travelers and ninjas from all walks of life were intertwined, forming a rare picture of peaceful coexistence. The 5 great nations, fire, earth, thunder, wind, and water, abandoned the wars of the past and met peacefully in Konoha village at this moment. Even if they meet by chance, they will just greet each other with a smile instead of tense. It's noon, but today the sun is shyly hiding behind the clouds. There was a cool breeze blowing in the air and it was cloudy. It was a good day to go out. Hey, Mr. Scorpion. Deidara was walking down the street with Kuratsuchi when he accidentally bumped into an acquaintance from Sunagakure village. Not far away, Luo Sha also led a group of people to wander around the village, and Shay was among them. Deidara's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward and gave Scorpion a big hug. Master Scorpion, you have come to Konoha. Haha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. The two briefly hugged each other and then stepped away, Deidara with a bright smile on his face. There was also a faint smile on Shia's face. You are different and you are here? I thought you would stay in Yanyan and not come out. Deidara shook his head helplessly when he mentioned this. It's not like the old man forced me to come, I don't want to do it myself. He said he would bring me to meet the shadows of other villages to enhance understanding. I'm really not interested in being a Tsuchikage at all, it's boring. Deidara waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. I see, I feel the same way. Shie chuckled lightly, and there was something in his words. Kuratsuchi on the side was not happy after hearing this and puffed up his cheeks to retort. Brother Deidara, how can you say that? Yang is the most respected figure in the village. How can you deny the value of this position so easily? Deidara glanced at her. It seems that you yearn for Tsuchikage's position? Of course. Kuratsuchi crossed his arms and replied confidently. Deidara suddenly smiled slyly and flicked his fingers. Well, in that case, the next Tsuchikage is decided to be you, little junior sister. Oh. What? Advertisement. Kuratsuchi was stunned. What exactly did Deidara mean by this? Deidara, however, did not take this seriously and instead asked Scorpion. Master Shie, why are you here this time? Scorpio glanced at Konkuro in the team and explained. I met a little guy with some talent, and the old woman asked me to be his teacher and teach him some puppetry skills. Most of my puppets are seriously damaged, and it will take time to remake them. Just teach him while collecting materials. Konoha is rich in materials and many materials can be purchased, so I'm here. Deidara looked at the naive Konkuro, then turned back to Scorpio and said with a sarcastic smile. I can't see that Mr. Shie is still enthusiastic about teaching. Shie glanced at him lightly. There are still many things you don't understand. Yes, Master Shie is so old that he is almost an antique. Don't talk about this. Let's go find a pub to have a drink or two. It's a rare get-together. After that, Deidara put his arm on Scorpion's shoulder and the two of them walked towards the tavern. Looking at Deidara's back without looking back, Kuratsuchi looked in disbelief. Brother Deidara, are you leaving me now? Deidara didn't look back, just waved his hand. You should go shopping by yourself first. The security in Konoha is so good that we can't lose it. What does this have to do with whether public security is good or not? Kuratsuchi's eyes widened and he complained angrily. She couldn't believe it, Deidara left her like this. Accompanying a girl to go shopping, only to abandon her and go drinking with others, is really touching. Kuratsuchi curled his lips, turned around and left. Why not go shopping and go back to practice ninjutsu? She seems to have gained some insights recently, and is just around the corner to break through the restrictions. Soon she will be able to switch between the two modes of light and heavy rock and weighted rock. By then she will be able to fly in the sky and fight on the ground. Luo Sha frowned and watched Deidara and Sha gradually move away. This guy left the team without making a sound, and he is also hanging out with people from Iwagakure village, is this ridiculous? But when the words came to his lips, he could not rebuke him harshly. After all, the other party had a special status. Advertisement as the leading puppet master in Sand Hidden Village and his own son's teacher. Not to mention, even if a traitor returns, he can still be reused, which is a very important skill. Behind him is the grandson of Elder Chiyo. With Chiyo's support, he can do almost anything. He sighed softly, turned around and said calmly to the people accompanying him. Let's move on and see more of Konoha's geniuses. Only by knowing more can you not be easily defeated after the exam begins. Yes, father. Konkuro and Tamari responded positively and had a positive attitude. Gaara, on the other hand, had a gloomy look on his face and remained silent. Just as everyone was about to move on, a voice sounded from behind, quick and clear. Wait a moment. Luo Sha paused and the group turned around. I saw Uzumaki Naruto trotting over, his face full of excitement. Uzumaki Naruto? Information about this child quickly flashed through Luo Sha's mind. The son of Hokage is also a recognized genius. Go say hello. Luo Sha raised her chin slightly and ordered, hello. Tamari smiled lightly and introduced in a graceful manner. I'm Tamari, this is my brother Konkuro and Gaara. Naruto stood in front of them, with the same smile on his face. Hi, hello. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Sorry to bother you, everyone. Actually, I came here to see him. I heard that he is also a Jinchūriki. It just so happens that I am too. I think we can definitely chat. Can I take him for a walk?
Naruto's eyes fell on Gaara, who looked gloomy, as if he might explode at any time.
His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chapter 151. Just the mouth escape. Naruto, who was hanging out with his friends on the street and making new friends, suddenly received a message from Nine Tails. It was said that another tailed beast Jinchūriki came to the village, and he suggested that Naruto go and get in touch. Naturally, Naruto would not ignore Nine Tails' words and followed his induction to find this place. Looking for Gaara. Tamari was stunned, but she didn't expect that the other party's target was actually Gaara. She couldn't decide this matter on her own, so she quietly looked at Luo Sha behind her. Luo Sha narrowed her eyes and looked at Naruto. He knew that Naruto Uzumaki was a 9 Tails Jinchūriki, but he was just a little confused. The same as Jinchūriki, why does Naruto look sunny and cheerful? But Gaara is always so gloomy and has a cold face towards everyone. He thought for a while and finally nodded in agreement. Go ahead, go out and have some fun. Rasa didn't stop him. He had no malicious concerns about Konoha or Naruto. Namikaze Minato will not cause trouble at this point, it will not be good for anyone. In this case, it might as well let Naruto have free access to Gaara. Gaara is already like this, and the situation probably won't be worse. Maybe the communication between the two tailed beasts Jinchūriki can help Gaara learn how to better control the tailed beasts. Only in this way can Gaara's value be truly revealed. Naruto smiled cheerfully and stretched out his hand to pull Gaara. Let's go, I will take you to a fun place. You might make a lot of new friends. Unexpectedly, Naruto's hand just touched Gaara. The latter reacted violently and slammed Naruto's hand away. Don't touch me. Advertisement, stay away from me, I don't need friends. Gaara's eyes were red and he stared at Naruto coldly. The surrounding sand seemed to be driven by some kind of will, slowly rising. At that moment, Naruto felt a strong hostility emanating from Gaara. Hatred, loneliness, bloodlust, world weariness. All kinds of negative emotions rushed towards him, and Naruto seemed to feel something from it. I couldn't help but feel a resonance in my heart. He must have had a very hard time these years. Look at Gaara's clear eyes, most of the hatred in them has almost dissipated. I have my friends, they are my most precious treasures. Luo Sha had never been so shocked. Friend. There was uncertainty in his deep voice, but there was a hint of yearning. But I never gave up, because I firmly believed that one day, I could use my actions to change their views and prove that my existence is a gift, not a curse. Simply incredible, like a hot little sun, enough to melt all the ice. However, all efforts failed, even intensifying Gaara's dislike of the village. You called me Gaara, right? Come on, come with me, I'll introduce you to more new friends. Protecting the people I care about, Naruto continued. Gaara, you are not alone. The key lies in how we deal with these problems, whether to turn them into shackles that imprison us, or whether to turn them into a driving force to move us forward. Advertisement. Naruto chuckled, pulled Gaara away from the crowd with a slight tug. Looking at the two people leaving, Luo Sha's always calm face showed a little surprise. But Naruto, with just a few words, made Gaara's attitude change. Naruto took Gaara and trotted away, not forgetting to turn back and wave goodbye to Rasa and the others. Naruto smiled as brightly as the sun and stretched out his hand to Gaara. In order to let Gaara control the tailed beast in his body, they tried various methods, even using some despicable means. Luo's eyes became deep and complicated, and the years of loneliness and resentment seemed to have found an outlet for release. Your ability to control sand is so powerful. I believe that hidden behind this is your true power to protect the people you love. I'll take Gaara to play for a while, don't worry, I'll bring him back intact later. But do you know that I was the same before? People in the village regarded me as a monster. I had no friends and only endless loneliness to accompany me. Gaara hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out and placed his hand on Naruto's palm. That's right, Naruto nodded vigorously, I also had hatred, but in the end I understood that only love can make us stronger. Gaara's hands trembled slightly, the sand gradually fell, and the tense atmosphere around him relaxed. There was a flash of fluctuation in Gaara's eyes, the surrounding sand became still, and the whole world seemed to be listening to Naruto's every word. What an eloquent person. Naruto's voice was as gentle and firm as the warm spring sun. Naruto did not flinch, but instead smiled brighter. In this world, everyone has their own pain and challenges to face. He took a step forward and his words were gentle and powerful. Gaara, why don't we be friends and work together to change this world that has hurt us? Gaara, I know that you have unspeakable pain and loneliness in your heart. This guy. Chapter 152 Jiraiya. I am very good at art. Tailed beast space. Two giant tailed beasts sat facing each other, like two hills facing each other. The scene in front of them reflected a scene like the water. Gaara and Naruto's conversation was unfolding enthusiastically. Shukaku stared at Nine Tails with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. Nine Tails lay down leisurely on his side, holding his chin in one hand and a faint smile on his lips. Stupid civet cat, I won this time. Shukaku suddenly came back to his senses and shouted anxiously. Smelly fox, you are cheating. I think you're the one who's cheating, right? Nine Tails warned him unhurriedly, don't go back on what you said. Shukaku immediately showed off his acting skills and pretended to be innocent. When did I promise you anything? HMPH, I expected you to regret it. Nine Tails smiled contemptuously, mysteriously took out a small gadget from behind and placed it in front of Shukaku. Here's the proof. Shukaku looked at the little black thing with a confused look on his face. What is this? Recorder. Nine Tails said and pressed lightly. Shukaku's own voice suddenly sounded. Smelly fox, so what if I make a bet with you? Hate is something that can be easily put down with just a few words. I've said what I said, and it's hard to catch up. If you win, I will never question your stupid statement that you use your tail to measure strength. This is the bet between Shukaku and Kurama. Shukaku didn't believe that Naruto could make the resentment dissipate with just a few words. Kurama firmly believed that Naruto could do it, so, the bet came into being. As a result, Shukaku lost. Listen clearly, these are your own words, and you can't rely on them anymore. Nine Tails was triumphant. Shukaku stared at the recorder with wide eyes. What the hell are you doing? Human technology, boy. Shukaku rolled his eyes and had a plan in mind. Snap. Shukaku suddenly stretched out his claws and smashed the recorder to pieces with a slap. Nine Tails snorted coldly and took out a recorder from behind. I have been prepared for this move of yours. What else? Shukaku was stunned for a moment. Admit defeat, stupid civet cat, hee. Looking at Shukaku's defeat, Kurama's face was full of joy. Doesn't he still know how powerful Naruto's mouth is? From 6 paths Obito to Nagato, following Naruto for so many years, I have never seen anyone he can't handle. In this bet, Shukaku was doomed from the beginning. Stinky fox, stinky fox, stinky fox. Shukaku seemed to have a mental breakdown in an instant. Stupid civet cat, stupid civet cat, stupid civet cat. Nine Tails refused to be outdone and responded tit for tat. Advertisement, tavern. As for the wine, of course the more the better, boss, let's have a few more rounds. Deidara shouted to the boss loudly. Not long after, the waiter brought several bottles of wine and placed them steadily in front of the two people's table. Chie glanced at the table and said calmly, I won't touch this stuff. If you order so much, you have to drink it for me. Deidara put on a proud gesture and waved his hand. Don't worry, I have a huge capacity and can never pour 1,000 cups. As soon as he finished speaking, he filled a cup himself. Come on, I'll do it first as a courtesy, Mr. Scorpion, thank you for saving my life. Deidara smiled with a smile on his face and raised his glass in salute. Then, he tilted his neck, and not a drop of the drink was left. Immediately afterwards, thump, Deidara fell directly to the ground. Bang dang. The cup rolled to one side alone. Scorpion. Is this considered a massive amount? Which seed does your seed come from? What a fool. Chie rubbed his forehead helplessly, feeling a slight headache. Just as he was about to drag the drunk Deidara away, a shout suddenly came over. Waiter, bring more wine. Scorpion's hand stopped in midair. This sound. Why does it sound so familiar? With some surprise and confusion, he turned his head to follow the sound. Through the gap in the curtains of the private room swaying in the wind, a figure that he had never expected came into view. Leader. Scorpio breathed out involuntarily. That's right, it's him. Although there are no those weird nail decorations on his face, Scorpio will never mistake this face. Not to mention those reincarnation eyes. So the leader wasn't dead at that time? Chie looked at Yahiko, who was holding a wine glass, his cheeks flushed, and chatting animatedly with a white-haired middle-aged man. At this moment, the image in Scorpion's heart that was as cold as a god and inaccessible to others collapsed. Is this really the leader I know? Chie touched his smooth chin and sighed at the unpredictable changes in human nature. It turns out that there can be such a huge difference between one person in front of others and behind others? Advertisement is this what is called contrast? Quite interesting. Puff. Suddenly, a weight pressed on Scorpion's back. Maybe there will be a new spark to create intimate paradise in the future. Deidara's drunken voice came from behind. After all, who is a serious person who plays art? Without waiting for Shia's answer, Deidara's sharp eyes also noticed Yahiko and others in the box. His eyes lit up. Hey, it's the leader and the others. It seems that everyone is well versed in the art of contrast. Jiraiya-sensei, let me introduce you to these two people who were former members of the Akatsuki organization. Your Majesty the Angel. As soon as he heard the word, artist, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up. Leader. The mentality changes so much between work and get off work. Why are you here? Master Scorpion, let's go over and toast. Although Scorpion felt helpless, he still walked in. Jiraiya's enthusiasm instantly increased. It turns out that I am also an art lover. Come on, let's celebrate with a toast. Conan smiled gently in return. In my mind, I couldn't help but classify them as being on the same side of the people. Ha ha ha, leader, you are still alive. Come, let's drink to your rebirth. Scorpion is here too. Come in quickly. Yahiko was a little surprised when he saw Deidara. Deidara? I came to drink with Mr. Scorpion. I didn't expect to meet you. Master Scorpion, what are you looking at? This made Chie a little surprised. In the impression, the angel from Yuyan village had never shown a smile. What a coincidence. Come and sit down together. Deidara looked around with blurred eyes, and his words were a bit drunk. He raised his wine glass and specially handed a glass to each of them. The twin stars of the art world, Scorpio and Deidara. They must have similar interests. He bowed slightly to Yahiko and Conan. As he spoke, he stood up unsteadily, grabbed a bottle of wine from the table, and staggered towards the box. In the ninja world, their names are as brilliant as their art. Then, he turned his eyes to Chie, who was standing at the door of the box, and waved. There was a red-haired man sitting next to Yahiko and Conan, but Shaw didn't recognize him, so he didn't say hello. Their sudden appearance interrupted the gathering between Yahiko and his mentor Jiraiya, attracting the attention of several people. Yahiko stood up and enthusiastically pulled Deidara to his seat. 5th chapter 153 What is art? This is called art. Thank you, but I don't drink. Shaw politely waved his hand and refused. The person in front of him was Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Logically speaking, he shouldn't refuse, but as a puppet, he doesn't have this function even if he wants to drink. But Deidara seemed much more heroic. Not only did he drink his share in one gulp, he didn't even waste Scorpion's cup. This time, the eyes that were already slightly blurred became even more hazy. The blush on his face made his smile brighter, and he looked at Jiraiya. Hey, you also have a special liking for art? Jiraiya misunderstood, thinking that Deidara blushed because of their tacit understanding about things between men. So he winked and looked like he was tacitly understanding. Of course, art is my favorite. Haha, that's great. We have to talk about art if we have the chance. My art is absolutely top-notch, looking forward to it. The two seemed to have reached some strange consensus, and then they put their arms around each other and started drinking while chatting. On the side, Yahiko, Nagato and Konan watched this scene while eating, and couldn't help but find it a little funny. I didn't expect that Deidara and Mr. Jiraiya would get along so well. But, it may disappoint Mr. Jiraiya, that guy Delata's art. It's completely different from what Jiraiya-sensei thought. Chie sat next to Yahiko, unable to restrain the doubts in his heart and asked. Chief, how do you want to come to Konoha? If people from Konoha knew your true intentions, wouldn't you be asking for trouble and being besieged? He and Deidara escaped quickly, and they didn't know the news that the Akatsuki organization had been disbanded. In his understanding, isn't the goal of the Akatsuki organization just to collect tailed beasts? Chie thought to himself that Yahiko might have come here for 9 tails, but now there are many experts in Konoha. Taking action at this time is not a wise move. What he was concerned about wasn't Yahiko's safety, after all, they didn't have that strong relationship yet. He was more forced to join Akatsuki, and he was convinced by Konan's strength. He was just worried that Yahiko would drag him, a former member, into trouble when he acted. He didn't want to face the masters of all the ninja world. Yahiko was stunned. My intention? They're going to attack me for what I do? Are my goals that annoying? Yahiko was confused and asked Sanlian directly. Chie frowned. If Konoha knew that you wanted to capture 9 tails, it wouldn't be possible for it to stand idly by, right? 9 Tails Jinchūriki is the son of the 4th Hokage. If you touch him, let alone others, the 4th generation will definitely not sit idly by. Capture 9 tails? Yahiko looked at Shiji's serious look and couldn't help but laugh. Advertisement, haha, Scorpion, you are mistaken. The Akatsuki organization has been disbanded, and we are no longer hunting tailed beasts. We came to Konoha just because this Chunin exam brings together geniuses from all over the world, and we don't want to miss this event. Plus Jiraiya-sensei who came to see us, that's all. Scorpion is a little confused. Akatsuki organization has been disbanded? No more catching tailed beasts. Call. Although I don't understand the reason, but since this is the case, there is no problem. Yahiko patted Chie on the shoulder and joked with a smile. But we have now established a wildlife protection association. Do you want to join us? This. I'd better forget it. Yahiko chuckled, he was just making a little joke. Afterwards, everyone resumed eating and drinking in a relaxed and happy manner. After drinking for 3 rounds, Deidara and Jiraiya gathered together, muttering to each other, not knowing what they were plotting. Yahiko looked at him curiously, but in the end he didn't catch a single word. Unexpectedly, Deidara actually jumped onto the dining table. Stand as straight as a pine tree. Hey, what are you doing? Still eating. Everyone's eyes widened. Is this guy drunk? Deidara had a mysterious smile on his face. Want to see my ultimate art? Then I will open your eyes. Jiraiya stared expectantly, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yahiko glanced at Jiraiya and realized that these two guys must have hatched some weird idea just now. He sighed helplessly. Jiraiya-sensei, where is this song coming from? There are so many people here. Don't worry, Deidara said this is a serious art display, it'll be fine. Jiraiya waved his hands, looking relaxed. Let him put on a show. Well, it's a pity that I haven't finished my food yet. Wah. Deidara suddenly pulled off his shirt, revealing a body structure that was different from ordinary people. There was a mouth on the chest, sticking out its tongue, which looked very weird. Forehead. Konan quickly turned his eyes away. Yahiko was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out, and he looked at Jiraiya anxiously. Hey, Mr. Jiraiya, is this what you call serious art? Striptease? It's still the boy version, this, that. Jiraiya was speechless for a moment when asked, no, didn't Deidara say that he wanted to display formal works of art? Advertisement, what are you doing taking off your clothes? Well, Deidara, why don't you come down first? Forget it for today, let's talk about it another day. Jiraiya quickly smoothed things over. Deidara shook his head and refused with a serious look on his face full of alcohol. The kind that concerns life and death. A huge mushroom cloud covering a range of 10 kilometers slowly rose. Dazzling white light burst out from the black sphere, as if it would explode in the next second. Everyone's curiosity was aroused, but soon, their expressions became subtle. At this time, Jiraiya's perception reached an unprecedented alert state. Finally, it slowly expanded, forming the appearance of a white pie star. Since he was so determined, Jiraiya could only take a step back. Jiraiya felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the tinling guy, and it seemed as if there were thousands of blades pointed at him from behind. Deidara, what are you doing? Stop right now, rumble. Explode. Without delay, he quickly formed a seal and slammed the ground. He clearly sensed that this crisis came from Deidara in front of him. I thought he would do something strange. Several audience members secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the performance was rubbish. Konoha. I can't stop, everyone, please enjoy my ultimate art. At this time, Deidara, who was almost transparent, showed an intoxicating smile. In an instant, a huge toad rose into the sky, swallowed everyone into their mouths, and then disappeared without a trace. Of course, no problem. Shortly after they disappeared, the black sphere reached its limit and there was a loud bang. Extremely dangerous. No more. Jiraiya immediately darkened his face. C0 self-destruction. Deidara's body gradually became transparent. Art is. At the same time, a huge black sphere appeared in his original location. Then you try to solve it as quickly as possible. Deidara readily agreed. Psychic art. Once art starts, there is no reason to stop halfway. How is this possible? In an instant. Immediately, he used ninjutsu, pinched out clay and fed it to the mouth on his chest. Chapter 154. It's time to call super wings. Boom. It's really noisy. There seemed to be a thunderous sound in my ears, accompanied by the shaking of the earth and the mountains, which made people feel uneasy. Such noise abruptly pulled Shinomiya Yuyue out of her sweet dream. Yuyue opened her eyes drowsily, her eyes confused. I was really unhappy that I couldn't wake up naturally this time. He frowned helplessly, thinking to see which guy without eyes or what had interrupted his sweet dream. After coming back to her senses, Sigong Yuyue was suddenly stunned. Where's my house? With a look of astonishment on his face, he looked around and saw nothing but emptiness. The small nest he had lived in for more than 10 years was missing. Without the house, the bed naturally disappeared. But, Yuyue turned around and found that she was lying in Kaguya's arms. No wonder he felt soft behind his back, so cool. Are you awake? Kaguya floated quietly in the air. Feeling Yuyu's awakening, she lowered her head and looked at him with gentle eyes. What happened? Shinomiya Yuyue blinked her eyes, looking confused. In front of you is an endless lava field. Looking up, we see the blue sky and leisurely white clouds. Under the feet, there is a huge abyss, with hot lava surging inside, billowing heat waves and steaming up. However, before these heat waves approached Yuyue and Kaguya, they were blocked by an invisible force and had no effect on them. Where did this come from? Is this still Konoha? Did you take me to the lava space? Yuyue couldn't help but ask. Kaguya chuckled and shook his head. No, this is still Konoha. Then why? It's just a small explosion that happened while you were sleeping. Kaguya winked mischievously. Obviously, this little explosion was not simple. I have blocked the aftermath of the explosion, but unfortunately, it still disturbed your rest. After understanding the ins and outs, even a fun-loving person like Yuyue would inevitably feel a little shocked. Konoha was just flattened to the ground by an explosion? Shinomiya Yuyue took a deep breath. Something happened, family members. When you woke up, Yuyue felt like the sky had fallen. What kind of game is this? Let me see what's going on now. Yuyue left Kaguya's arms with some reluctance. Advertisement. He stood up straight, suspended in the void, jumped slightly, white light flashed, and in an instant he was high in the sky. Looking down from a high position, you can have a panoramic view of the entire Konoha. Where did such a violent explosion come from? The corners of Yuyu's mouth twitched. The Konoha below has long been changed beyond recognition. There is only a huge lava pit in sight. A rough estimate is that it is probably 10 kilometers in diameter. Everything in Konoha, including the iconic Hokage rock, no longer exists. Yuyue lowered her eyes. In the giant lava pit, the colorful moderate chakra light flashed. Although the explosion seemed to be widespread, its destructive power was not everywhere. Yuyue raised her eyes and looked into the distance, recognizing several familiar chakras. In the land of the Uchiha tribe, the orange-red Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi spread out impressively. As for Sasuke, his Susanoo is located in the center of Konoha, where Konoha Hospital is located. Next to him was the 9 tails that Naruto had manifested using his perfect Jinchūriki form. They each used their own strength to protect some villagers and survive. Huh? This is Shukaku? Yuyue blinked to confirm that she had read it correctly. That guy Shukaku actually appeared, using his huge body to gather quicksand and provide shelter for many people. With their protection, some people were indeed saved, but Yuyue looked around and saw that the entire Konoha was in ruins. Even if Naruto and the others tried their best, the scope of protection could not exceed 1/10 of Konoha's area. In other words, more than 90% of the villagers are probably in danger. Hey, Konoha is in such trouble. It seems that even without Super Shinra Tianjung, we can't escape the fate of being beaten into a big hole. Yuyue couldn't help but feel a little funny. It's not that he is born cool, it's just that this matter is not a big deal to him at all. Even if the planet beneath his feet explodes, he still has the means to recover. Let's see how our brothers died first. Bang. Clap your hands together. Yuyue instantly enters Sage mode, strengthening her perception ability. In an instant, his perception spread around him, taking in the surrounding situation into his eyes. Huh, no one died. As expected, they still have some luck. After all, they're also the protagonist group. Of course, Neji may be a little less. In the feedback of perception, he sensed many familiar chakras. The 12 little heroes were all together at the moment, and under the protection of Naruto and Sasuke, they were naturally safe. Those Jonin, such as Kakashi, Kai, Lao Ma, etc. are also fine. Further outside, Minato was currently with the cages from other villages, but there were not many people. Advertisement. UUA remembered that when the teams from other villages came that day, there were about a few hundred people in total. Now there are less than 50 people left in his induction, and it seems that there are a lot of damage. It's time to call Super Wings. UUA opened the group chat unhurriedly. Konoha explosion? It's a trivial matter. I have my own means. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At Uchiha Obito, Letty. No, Obito, are you there? Uchiha Obito. If you start, you must. Okay, no kidding, what's the matter? Find a new way to make money? Shinomiya UUA. What is the maximum range that the pupil technique of your left eye of the Samsara eye can affect? Uchiha Obito. If we go all out, we can probably cover 5,000 meters without any problem. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly ask this? Shinomiya UUA. Ahem. I have a small situation, so I need to borrow your Samsara eye. Uchiha Obito. Isn't that right? Who dares to touch you? Could it be that the god of Ōtsutsuki himself descended to earth? Uchiha Itachi. If that's the case, we might have to fight with all of us to be able to resist. Shinomiya UUA. It's not that mysterious. Besides, it's not me who has the problem, it's something going on in Konoha. Uchiha Obito. Is there something wrong in Konoha? What's going on? I remember you mentioned that you were preparing for the Chunin exam, right? That guy Orochimaru started planning to collapse Konoha in advance. He's very brave. When did he become so brave? Shinomiya Yuzuki. No, Konoha blew up. Uchiha Obito. What the hell? Where did it explode? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Literally, the entire Konoha village is gone. With a bang, not even ashes are left. And the explosion was quite powerful, with an impact area of about 10 kilometers. Now the place has become a giant sinkhole. Uchiha Obito. The keyword 10 kilometers reminds me of a person, whether it was Deidara. Senju Hashirama. Konoha exploded. UUA, what happened? Do you need support? Shinomiya UUA. I haven't checked the details yet, but the problem is not big. It can be solved by going back in time. Uchiha Obito. It's okay to trace back to Konoha, but the 10-kilometer range is beyond my capabilities. Shinomiya UUA. You don't have to do it all in one go. If you can't do it all at once, you can do it in batches. If you do it a few times, it will be over. Uchiha Obito. No, using pupil technique frequently in the same area can easily cause time confusion, and the consequences will be very strange. For example, the time in one place is always 1 second faster or slower than the time next to it. Don't underestimate this 1 second difference. For example, if I exist 1 second faster than you, then you can't touch me no matter what. To you, I am the future, to me, you are the past, and our timelines are not the same. Even if I stand in front of you, seemingly very close, but in the flow of time, if I move forward for a second, you will also pass by for a second. We can never cross paths. Shinomiya UUA, it sounds quite fantasy. But it doesn't matter. Lend me your eyes. I have a way to solve this problem. Open black lens bracket. Uchiha Obito sent you a red envelope. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You accepted the red envelope sent by Uchiha Obito. Close black lens bracket. Shinomiya UUA. Thank you. Chapter 155 Strengthening. Reality. After UUA received the red envelope, she instantly felt a warm current gently wrapping her eyes. He then gently closed his eyes. When the warm feeling dissipated and he opened his eyes again, a pair of Samsara eyes shining with deep purple light suddenly appeared. Obito generously sent a complete pair of Samsara eyes, not just one. This approach is just right. After all, the true power of pupil technique can only be fully unleashed by using both eyes together. Although it is feasible to use one eye, it can only exert a quarter of its power. For example, Uchiha Madara's Round Tomb, Border Prison, can only summon one clone with one eye, but with both eyes open, it will be a spectacular scene of 4 clones. What powerful eyes! UUA admired sincerely. When the Samsara eye appeared, a stream of information naturally poured into his mind. That's the secret of eye magic. The left eye controls the flow of time, and the right eye can erase or cut off the causal link. It is worthy of the Samsara eye derived from the evolution of Kamui. The power of eye skills is astonishing. Let's do a little upgrade first. A mysterious smile appeared on Yu's lips, and she opened a new interface with a light touch. The chat group level has jumped to level 3, unlocking a new feature. Strengthen the furnace. You only need to invest gold coins to select a target to strengthen. The effect will be fully enhanced and the power will be extraordinary. Both members of the group and UUA can use it, but as the group leader, UUA naturally enjoys additional benefits, and the enhancement fee is only 20% of the market price. The happiest episode of Permission Dog. Choose the object to strengthen, Samsara Eye. Confirm. Yu's fingertips danced lightly and she quickly completed her selection. As the strengthening button is pressed, an upgrade is completed instantly. Coins consumed. 20,000, Reincarnation Eye strengthening successfully. Get. Samsara Eye +1. Come again. UUA hit twice in a row. Counting the last time, the Samsara Eye has reached the 3rd level. Eye technique. Samsara Eye +3, advertisement, current gain, 120%. In just a few seconds, the power of these Samsara Eyes has doubled. However, the price is also high. Although each enhancement can increase the properties of the item by 40%, the consumption will increase exponentially. First enhancement, 20,000 gold coins. Second enhancement, 40,000 gold coins. 3 enhancements. 80,000 gold coins, a total of 140,000 gold coins. Don't forget, UUA also enjoys a 20% discount. If Obito himself strengthens the group, it will be a terrible expense. 700,000 gold coins. That kid would probably have to spend all his money to be able to afford it. Old Ma, is the price set too high? Members don't have discounts, so where can they find so many gold coins? If they want to use enhanced functions, isn't it a luxury? UUA was confused, so she put forward her opinions in the feedback area. Open black lens bracket, byte close black lens bracket, feedback received, testing in progress, detection completed, correct. The following are the replies from the chat group. The cost of strengthening is determined by the value of the strengthening object. The Samsara Eye you are currently strengthening is of a high level grade, so the cost is higher. The problem of insufficient gold coins will be solved by opening a new section after the chat group reaches level 6. There, you and your group members will be able to obtain gold coins more easily. All questions have been answered. Do you have any other questions? Close black lens bracket. I see, we have to wait until level 6? It's not too long. Now that I have the 3rd level in hand, it should not be difficult to upgrade to the 3rd level. Okay, no more questions, thank you, Ma. UUA smiled and was about to close the feedback interface when a prompt quietly popped up. Tip. Make reasonable use of your group leader authority, such as helping group members strengthen through discounts, which can save costs significantly. Advertisement. F*K. Shinomaya UUA is simply amazing. Are you still the old horse I know? You're actually teaching me to save money? UUA has a completely new impression of Lao Ma. It was as if I had known it for the first day. You're not Lao Ma, who are you? Open black lens bracket, wish you a happy life, close black lens bracket with a soft sound, the feedback area automatically closes. Tisk tisk. Lao Ma, you are really good, what else can UUA say? Worship directly. After bowing devoutly to the group chat interface, UUA closed the page with satisfaction. His eyes turned to the boiling lava sinkhole below. Now, there is no problem. Today's Samsara Eye has a 120% gain, and the original distance of 5,000 meters has soared to 11,000 meters. Moreover, this enhancement is all-round, including scope, intensity, durability, and even the lead time of activation. What is even more exaggerated is that with the substantial strengthening of the Samsara Eye, the consumption has not increased, but has actually decreased. This enhancement is heaven-defying. Retracing it all in one go, no problem, UUA said with a smile. Today's pupil technique range is enough to easily cover the entire Konoha, even far beyond its boundaries. Konoha covers an area of about 400,000 square meters, which translates into a circle with a diameter of about 800 meters. Even without strengthening, the original Reincarnation Eye is enough to trace back the entire Konoha. But how could Yuzuki only be limited to Konoha? That would be too abrupt. There is only one solitary Konoha village within 10 kilometers around. The surrounding area was empty, with no roads, trees, or lawns, and it was completely desolate. First, notify everyone to evacuate and ensure that no one is within range when the pupil technique is used. Chapter 156. Unless he can turn back time, high mountain some distance away from the explosion sinkhole. Namikaze Minato, Reikage, Onoki, Terumi Mei, Rasa, everyone is here. 5 shadows gathered together. It's just that everyone is no longer as glamorous as before, and everyone is extremely embarrassed. Reikage's robe had been blown away, leaving only a few scraps of clothing stuck to his skin. The only one who was relatively intact was Namikaze Minato. The moment the explosion occurred, he used the flying thunder god to move nearby people. It was not affected much. Whoosh. The afterimage flickered, and with a whoosh, Kakashi's figure appeared like lightning, his expression very solemn. Teacher, the mission is to find survivors. Kakashi's words were heavy. Fail. Except for Naruto and the people under their protection, all other villagers have died in the big explosion. After saying that, Kakashi couldn't help but lower his head. When Minato heard this, he closed his eyes in pain. Minato. Kushina hugged him gently from the side. Namikaze Minato held Kushina's hand, but his mood did not improve much. Hokage, cheer up. Reikage suddenly walked up, and his huge voice shook Minato slightly. Everyone is very sad when this happens, but the most important thing now is to find the murderer. I can't let my men die in vain. Reikage gritted his teeth and clenched his fists inadvertently. The explosion happened suddenly, and no matter how fast he was, he couldn't save everyone. Quite a few of the people he brought over died. For this Chunin exam, he brought all the geniuses from the village. This time, it can be said that the vitality has been severely damaged, and seriously, the village may be disconnected in the future. Thank you. Minato opened his eyes and looked at him, trying his best to smile. Unexpectedly, it was his former opponent who came to comfort him. Don't worry, I won't sink because of this. I will find out the murderer as soon as possible. I'll give you and the dead an explanation. Listening to Namikaze Minato's words, the rest of the people nodded slightly. Until now, no one has ever suspected that the Hokage or people from Konoha were causing trouble. Advertisement. Although this incident could cause some of the geniuses from their other villages to die prematurely, if Konoha took the lead, the price would be too high. All of Konoha is gone. More than 90% of the villagers were killed or injured. Whether Konoha can still exist in the future is unknown. Everyone is smart, so naturally they just skipped this impossible answer. Dad, Naruto, Sasuke and others are coming this way. Behind them, there were many people, including Ino Shikacho, Sakura, Ningji, Hinata, Shino, Kiba, Xiao Li, etc. Tenten was waiting for them all. Including the scattered villagers, there are almost thousands of them. These are all the survivors in Konoha now, Naruto. Is that all? Minato asked, looking around. Well, we can only save so much. Naruto nodded. As everyone knows, the conversation between father and son aroused doubts in everyone on the sidelines. They looked Naruto up and down, and they saw that he only had one head and two arms. How did he save so many people? A big doubt appeared in everyone's mind. The cage's original location was at the edge of Konoha, and they evacuated as soon as the explosion occurred. But by some strange combination of circumstances, they missed the moment when Naruto and Sasuke showed off their kamui. Dad, ask those who are still searching inside to withdraw. Yuyue has to take action, otherwise it may affect them. Naruto's face was not too sad from beginning to end, because he received Yu's message. Yuyue said that he would solve all problems and there was no need to worry. With Naruto's trust in Yu, he naturally believed it unconditionally. Yuyue? Namikaze Minato was startled. This name seemed to penetrate his heart like a beam of light. Yes, and Yuyue. Konoha can still be saved. The haze in my heart was immediately dispelled. Okay, I'll arrange the manpower to notify them to come back. When I learn more about it, I might be able to find out something, but right now. Advertisement regardless of the outcome, even if everyone ends up going back to their respective homes, Yanyan Village will have nothing to lose. Hokage spoke highly of him, calling him Konoha's #1 genius. His men suffered the fewest casualties. After all, Earth-style was one of the best in terms of defense. No matter how powerful he is, he can't turn back time, right? After searching through his long memories, he finally shook his head. I have no impression, and I have never heard of it. It seems that as long as he takes action, everything can be solved. After saying that, Terumi Mei said no more, changed her posture and continued to stand. Reikage pondered for a moment. Do you have any impression of the name Yuyue? After saying that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left in a blink of an eye. Reikage frowned. This information really couldn't reveal much. Terumi Mei crossed her arms across her chest and said slowly. Just as Minato started to move, he suddenly changed his mind and his eyes were firm. Don't worry, since Hokage trusts him so much, we'll just wait and see how things get better. Mizukage, do you have any unique insights? Onoki looked like an old god was here. From the looks of Naruto and Minato, they almost regarded that man as their savior. Reikage still has more to say. No, I will bring them back myself. He didn't even know the old antique Onoki, so it was certainly impossible for him to know. Terumi Mei spread her hands. No, that's all. I know so much. I only met him once on the day I arrived in Konoha. That's all? Minato left temporarily, and Naruto and Sasuke were not idle either. He's a pretty handsome young man, but he's a bit mature. The three people's eyes lit up, and they seemed to have something to say. Come and tell me. She smiled, her meaning obvious. Terumi Mei smiled lightly. I seem to know this handsome guy. But the problem is, Konoha has been razed to the ground. Onoki tried to remember. Luo Sha also expressed ignorance. At this time, Mizukage Terumi Mei, who had not been noticed much, said, oh, thoughtfully, attracting the attention of the three people. They looked at each other. Of course they heard the conversation just now. Under the leadership of Kakashi and other Jonin, resettlement of the surviving villagers began. Everyone in Konoha was busy working, but the remaining 4 cages were free for a while. Chapter 157. Looking back in time, however, there is a little problem at Yanyan Village. Has Deidara not been found yet? Onoki asked softly to Huangtu on the side. Not yet, no news at all. Huangtu shook his head. Onoki was not too worried. Okay, let's put this aside for now. That kid has a very high immunity to explosions. You won't be blown up. Wait until he comes back on his own. Deidara's body structure is very different from ordinary people, and he can produce explosive clay. The explosive clay he used was not limited by blood, but a unique secret technique. Deidara calls himself my explosion style. Also thanks to this unique physique, his own explosion resistance is very high and he will not be easily blown to death. So Onoki wasn't too worried. Okay father, Huangtu nodded, then stepped aside. Onoki cast his gaze in the direction of Konoha, wondering if Deidara was buried somewhere. From beginning to end, he never doubted Deidara as the culprit of the explosion. It's not like he hasn't seen Deidara's explosive power before. Deidara's most powerful ninjutsu is C318. At best, it's like blowing up a village. The explosion range is about a few hundred meters, which is not the same magnitude as this. Naturally, he wouldn't think of going to Deidara. Call out. There was a sharp sound that broke through the air, accompanied by a golden flash, and the figure of Namikaze Minato came into view again, accompanied by 2 ninjas from the Leaf Village. After everyone returned safely, Minato didn't stop and instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Then, like a chain reaction, the dispatched ninjas were pulled back one by the teleporting light. Within a few moments, all the ninjas who went out to search for survivors returned safely. Namikaze Minato took a step forward, looking deeply at the vast expanse of lava pit. Yuyue, it's up to you. He whispered softly, feeling certain in his heart that Shinomiya Yuyue would definitely receive this trust. At this moment, directly above the lava pit, in the sky. Did everyone evacuate safely? Okay, I'm ready to start. Yuyue nodded silently and said to herself, advertisement. He obviously received Minato's message. For him, every plant in the world can be turned into eyes and ears, transmitting messages and showing vision. Backtracking. Start. As Yuyue finished speaking, the pair of samsara eyes shining with deep purple light suddenly burst into dazzling light. This light expanded rapidly, rippling like ripples, covering the entire sky. Immediately afterwards, the suffocating light suddenly shrank, converged into a line, and shot directly into the huge lava sinkhole below. Boom. Time seemed to be moved by a pair of invisible hands and began to flow backwards. The hot lava seemed to be pulled by invisible forces, rushing underground, and finally retreated into the underground abyss. The broken surface of the earth was slowly stitched together, and the broken mountains and rivers were reconnected, as if the scars on the earth were healed in an instant. The smoke and dust floating in the sky are like sand paintings blown away by the wind, returning to the original scenery bit by bit. On the horizon, a strong fire suddenly appeared. The roar is constant and deafening, and accompanied by dazzling white light, flashing throughout the world. That's exactly what happens when an explosion occurs. Yuyu's hand turned slightly, as if moving the hands of an invisible clock. In an instant, the fire of the explosion came back, quickly compressed into a point, and turned into a black sphere. Finally, he returned to Deidara's drunken form. As expected, it's this guy Deidara. Obito is really right. Unexpectedly, this sudden huge explosion was actually Deidara's fault. Is he drunk? Yuyu's eyes were locked tightly, staring at the drunken figure. Tisk. We can't let him touch alcohol easily in the future. It's too crazy for this guy to get drunk. Yuyue really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Others were just talking nonsense or making small fights when they were drunk. It would be better for him to just blow himself up. The entire Konoha was blown up to the sky by him. Look there, what's going on? Why? The scene is flowing back. It's like going back in time. Advertisement people were horrified to find that the surrounding environment began to deteriorate rapidly. The broken building fragments are gradually pieced together until they are intact as before. Disappeared houses appeared one after another, streets, trees, lawns. Even the villagers who had been blown into ashes recovered from the ashes. All familiar things reappeared before my eyes, as if everything had never happened. What is going on? Reikage was stunned. It's as if the worldview has been refreshed. Is this the power of ninjas? Brother, this is obviously going back in time, can't you tell? Killer B on the side said a little funny, nonsense. Reikage punched him hard and couldn't help but said, of course I know this is going back in time. I'm just surprised that someone can manipulate time, you know, you idiot. I understand. Killer B smiled and shrank his head. Onoki, Terumi Mei and others were also stunned and looked at all this in disbelief. That little handsome guy. Is he the reincarnation of the legendary sage of six paths? Is this Yuyu's power? Naruto murmured to himself, with unconcealable excitement and admiration in his eyes. This guy is as exaggerated as ever. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh, even though he usually doesn't praise people easily. But regarding this situation, he had to admit that Yuyu's ability was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. He had made a guess about Yuyue a long time ago, and there was a high probability that the other party had considerable attainments in time and space. After all, Yuyue brought him back to this era from the future decades later. In this scene, the calmest person was Hidan. His face was full of disdain. Is it necessary to be surprised? This is just a tip of the evil god's powerful power. Then he looked at Shinomiya Yuyue with admiration on his face. Start worshipping. Lord Evil God. Chapter 158 Konoha. Honey, I'm alive. And above the sinkhole there were fine beads of sweat on Shinomiya Yuyu's forehead, maintaining such a large-scale time retrieval. Even the strengthened Samsara Eye is a huge burden for him. After all, he is not the master of the Samsara Eye. Although he can use the eye technique, it consumes an unusually large amount of energy. Fortunately, there is a fairy body. His chakra is extremely large and recovers very quickly, which can achieve a balancing effect. He now looks like the kind of problem that often occurs in elementary school, where the pool is filled with water and drained at the same time. Yuyue took a breath, and her purple Samsara eyes gradually dimmed. Almost done. It's just the last step. Yuyue looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. Then he took a deep breath, opened his arms, and shouted solemnly. Resurrection. My Konoha. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole world seemed to stand still for a moment. Then, an irresistible force erupted from the center of the sinkhole, completely erasing the traces of the catastrophic explosion. The lava receded, the smoke cleared, and Konoha village stood intact in front of everyone. Even those lives that had been destroyed seemed to be reborn and full of vitality. Success. Everyone saw this miraculous scene. Their eyes were filled with shock and they couldn't stop at all. A long-lost smile appeared on Minato's face, and the joy of being reborn was indescribable. Everyone, return to Konoha. Minato ordered with a smile, his voice sonorous and powerful. Yes. Lord Hokage. The Konoha ninjas all recovered from the miracle, and followed Namikaze Minato back to Konoha with their hearts filled with shock. They jumped from the top of the mountain and ran through the tall trees. As for the ordinary villagers, they were not that fast, and Naruto was responsible for arranging for them to return slowly along the road. Everyone returned to Konoha and entered the village. The picture in front of me is a scene of blooming flowers. The bustling flow of people seemed as if the earth-shattering explosion had never existed. Hey, it's Master Hokage. The appearance of Namikaze Minato immediately ignited the excitement of the villagers. Their faces were filled with smiles, and their eyes were filled with respect for Namikaze Minato. Other than that, there is nothing different at all. The explosion didn't seem to register in their memories. After Minato briefly greeted him, he found an excuse and left in a hurry. In Hokage's office, the 5 great shadows gathered together around the table with different expressions. It seems that everyone who has gone back in time has no memory of the explosion. Advertisement Minato was the first to speak, sharing his observations. This should be a normal phenomenon. After all, they have returned to the time before the explosion. Terumi Mei answered with some hesitation. After all, going back in time was a new experience even for her. No matter what, I don't care about this issue now. I only care about, has the murderer been caught? Reikage tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Although his men were resurrected, he would never erase this debt easily. Don't worry, I have sent people to the explosion site to investigate, and the results will be clear soon. As soon as Minato finished speaking, the office door rang. A figure pushed open the door and entered, with another person floating next to him. Yuyue. Seeing the person coming, Minato quickly stood up and greeted him. Hi Minato. Hello everyone. Yuyue smiled and waved. A relaxed smile appeared on Namikaze Minato's lips, and his eyes were full of admiration. I was still thinking that you worked too hard this time and needed a good rest, so I didn't bother you. I plan to formally thank you tomorrow. But now it seems that earth-shaking time travel is just a piece of cake for you. It's really amazing. Well, it still has a small impact to some extent, but it's not very obvious. Haha, speaking of thanking you, do we still need to be so open to each other? Shinomiya Yuyue raised her eyebrows and smiled nonchalantly. The two people's eyes met, and Namikaze Minato's heart was filled with gratitude. Others may not care about these details, but he will remember this kindness in his heart. It is truly a blessing from God that there is a person like Shinomiya Yuzuki in Konoha village. He is extremely powerful, but he is not greedy for power, nor does he disdain a superior status. In fact, as long as Yu nodded slightly, he could give up the position of Hokage. But the other party has never expressed such an idea. Such a person, it is definitely a blessing for Konoha. Hi, handsome boy, we meet again. Terumi Mei winked and waved in response. Hello. Yuyue blinked. Originally, he was looking at the other person's eyebrows. But my eyes always fall on Terumi Mei's unusual place involuntarily. Terumi Mei covered her mouth and chuckled, this little guy. Is he the Yuzuki the Hokage mentioned? So young? When Reikage saw that Yu was just a young man, he couldn't help but be dubious. But despite his young age, his power as powerful as a god is an indisputable fact. He stood up suddenly, his eyes full of awe and gratitude. Thank you for your help. I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the boys of Union Village. Yuyue waved her hand humbly. You're welcome, it's a trivial matter. Advertisement at this time, Onoki noticed that the person floating next to Yu was Deidara, whom he had never forgotten. He also stood up, but only stepped on the chair. After all, Tadu is only 1.3 meters tall. Sir, why is Deidara with you? What happened? Looking at the sleeping Deidara, Onoki showed a rare expression of anxiety. Yuyue glanced at Deidara and suddenly realized, oh, he's fine, he's just drunk. That's it. Onoki just breathed a sigh of relief. You have to watch him closely in the future and don't let him touch alcohol again, otherwise, bang, will happen again, and the scene will not be good. The moment Yuyue finished speaking, something seemed to turn on. Next moment rumbles of thunder followed. Boom, hey. Reikage's whole body erupted with thunder and lightning, his eyes widened in anger as he stared at Deidara. Your Excellency Yuyue, are you saying that this kid was responsible for this explosion? Yuyue nodded without knowing why. Yes. The moment he received the confirmation, Reikage's anger surged to the top. The thunder armor exploded, reflecting the anger in his heart. He put his shoulders back and raised his elbows, as if he was preparing to attack Deidara. Suddenly, a buzzing sound sounded from the side, buzzing. Everyone turned around and saw Onoki holding dust style condensed in his hand, looking at Reikage coldly. Reikage, what do you want to do? Reikage sneered. What? Kill him to avenge my men. What, you want to stop it? He has a blood feud with everyone here. Do you dare to stand in the way? Do you want Yanyan village to be criticized? Onoki remained unmoved, just looking at Reikage quietly, as if dust style would attack him immediately if he made any move. Hokage, what do you think? Seeing that Luo Sha and Terumi Mei were silent, they obviously had a wait-and-see attitude. Reikage then turned his attention to Namikaze Minato. After all, this was Konoha, their territory, and the party that suffered the most. However, Minato looked at Shinomiya Yuyue. He smiled and said, Yuyue, what do you think? Reikage was slightly stunned. Hokage actually wanted to ask other people's opinions? Well, if it's this guy, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Naturally, everyone's eyes focused on Sigong Yuyue. Chapter 159. Are you asking the right person? Yuyue was stunned. You want me to come up with an idea? That's not impossible. He looked around, taking in everyone's eyes. Onoki's pleading eyes. Reikage's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Luo Sha, the B**************, just skipped it. Terumi Mei is a bit strange, her eyes seem to be stretched. At this moment, everyone was waiting for an answer from this young man. Under the eager gaze of everyone, Yuyue had a flash of inspiration. Hey, I have a new idea. My idea is to kill them all. He looked at everyone present and said with some excitement. Yuyue clapped her hands together, looking free and easy. I can't find an answer that satisfies everyone, but I have an idea that will satisfy everyone, guaranteed to be fair. Okay everyone, you go back and prepare for the battle now. I think there is no need to take the Chunin exam. In 3 days, we will fight to the death in the ninja world. Konoha challenges 4, come on together. Yuyue rubbed her hands, looking eager to try, as if she was looking forward to it. The loser will be completely wiped out from the ninja world. What do you think of my idea? Shinomiya Yuzuki showed a bright smile, but this smile made everyone except Minato shudder immediately. As soon as the words fell, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. How about it? Not great, Your Excellency Yuyue, are you kidding me? This handsome boy, there is no need to be like this. Everyone's faces froze. What a joke, now start a war with Konoha. With Shinomiya Yuyu's terrifying power, how could they have any chance of winning? Even if the 4 villages gather all their strength together, they will only die. Reikage's throat rolled, and his eyes were a little horrified, but he didn't notice it. This handsome boy's delicate appearance actually hides such a terrifying murderous intention. Powerful people are not scary, but powerful lunatics. Very scary, because you don't know whether what he said is true or false. Your Excellency Yuyue, after thinking about it, this matter is actually not that serious. Reikage said seriously. Look, since everyone has been resurrected by you with so much effort, there is no need to meet with swords. Ha ha ha, actually strictly speaking, we don't have any losses now, otherwise we can just forget about it. Saying that, Reikage gave Onoki a sharp wink. Reikage is just a bad-tempered man, not really a reckless man. Knowing that you are outmatched and still fighting to the death is called hot-blooded stupidity. What he likes to fight most is a battle that must be won. Onoki understood the idea and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Excellency Yuyue, Deidara is indeed at fault in this matter, and it is only natural for Reikage to teach him lesson. I overreacted. Immediately, Onoki also glanced at Reikage. 2 old rivals, Reikage naturally understood Onoki's hint. He smiled, walked up to Yuyue, and patted Deidara's butt symbolically. Haha, okay, I've taught this kid a lesson. Advertisement. Your Excellency Yuyue, come sit down and have a cup of tea. Reikage greeted him warmly, as if the atmosphere that had just dropped to freezing point was an illusion. Yuyue waved her hands with a hint of teasing. It seems like everyone likes my idea. Several shadow-level experts who stood at the top of the ninja world could only laugh at this moment. Never mind. I won't drink the tea anymore. I have to go back to catch up on my sleep. I haven't slept enough since I was woken up. These people are awesome. All of them were as slippery as loaches. After saying that, Yu threw Deidara aside, waved to Minato, and turned to leave. Don't take away a single cloud. Bang dang. As soon as the door to Hokage's office closed. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. This guy finally left. He seemed quite easy to get along with, but I didn't expect him to be so moody. Call. However, the next second. Boom. Reikage's body surges with thunder armor again. He instantly moved in front of Deidara and grabbed his throat with one hand. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme again. Onoki's eyes widened with anger. He didn't expect Reikage to turn against him so quickly. Why is this guy more shameless than me? Let him go. Dust style appeared in Onoki's palm, and he glared at Reikage with a sullen face. Reikage looked full of disdain. It was just to give Mr. Yuyue a face. Do you think I will really let him go? Kill him and you won't be able to live. Dust style is already aimed at Reikage. If he dares to hurt Deidara, Onoki will definitely make him disappear instantly. Then let's see who is faster, Reikage said disdainfully. Minato remained silent, just watching with a faint smile. Just when the situation is about to break out, squeak. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone turned their heads instantly, and when they saw the person clearly, the expressions on their faces froze. Why is he back? Minato, I almost forgot to tell you, I'll go to your house for dinner tonight, is that okay? I kind of miss your craftsmanship. Yuyue from the 4th palace walked in leisurely. Minato smiled with a smile on his face. Of course it's no problem. I'll go buy the ingredients myself later and make sure you're satisfied. Yuyue also smiled and nodded. That's great. At this time, Yuyue looked around. Onoki put his hands behind his back and pretended to look at the ceiling. This ceiling is really a ceiling. Looking past Onoki, Yuzuki's eyes fell on Reikage. What are you doing? At this time, Reikage was patting the dust off Deidara's body. Advertisement. Seeing Yuyue looking at her, Reikage forced out a stiff smile. Ah, I saw this guy lying on the ground. I was afraid that he would catch a cold, so I wanted to find a place for him to rest. Besides, he has a lot of dust on him, so I just helped him clean it up. Yuyue smiled meaningfully. I didn't expect such a rough guy like you to be quite attentive. Okay, I'm leaving, you can continue chatting. After saying that, Yuyue turned around and went out, not forgetting to close the door behind her. He must have really left now, right? Bang dang. As the door closes, the atmosphere changes again. The sound of wah wah sounded again. Reikage activated the thunder armor again, and his strong hands pinched Deidara's neck again. He lifted him up like a chicken. Onoki quickly aimed his hands hidden behind his back at Reikage, and Dust Style was ready to go. Minato suppressed his smile and nodded seriously. Onoki took a closer look and saw that it was Deidara. Yuyue thought for a while and shook her head, no more. Minato, I just remembered that I planned to bring a few people to eat together, so remember to prepare more ingredients. Shinomiya Yuyue never showed up again. Okay, I've written it down. Reikage was smiling but Deidara was sleeping soundly in his arms. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow flew towards him like lightning. Before he could finish the question, Reikage rushed to answer. If you can't find a bed, just hold him first. In the distance, Reikage returns to normal from his throwing posture. Staring at Reikage with a gloomy look on his face. Reikage was about to finish off Deidara. It took about 3 minutes. Yuyue went out with a smile. Sigong Yuyue walked in again. Is there anything else? Onoki once again showed the hand hidden behind his back. With a bang, the door closed. As if, you're quite a nice person. Yuyue couldn't help laughing. Minato was the only one sipping tea leisurely. The door opened again. Finally, he returned to his seat and sat down again. Okay, goodbye, I'm really leaving this time. He was overjoyed and immediately used the light and heavy rock technique to catch Deidara. He didn't say anything, but he seemed to have said everything. Really gone? Okay, we won't be fooled this time. He looked at the door and then at Namikaze Minato. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Reikage again. He is dead, no matter. Let Deidara go, otherwise, but in the office, no one moved. Chapter 160 The exam begins. You're not allowed to go anywhere, just stay here. Okay, I understand. You've said this 10,000 times. Deidara nodded helplessly and gave in to Onoki's insistence. He was sitting on the floor, concentrating on trying to integrate the transformation of the 3 chakra attributes of wind, fire and earth. This is an indispensable initial stage for mastering Dust Style. 10,000 times? As long as I still have breath, this warning will not stop. Onoki restrained his usual amiability and warned with a serious face. There are enough drinks here, you can choose whatever you want. But the conversation changed. But, you must never drink alcohol again, you hear me? Recalling that incident, Onoki still has lingering fears. This boy Deidara almost scared him. You still drink when you don't have the ability to drink, causing such a big mess. Fortunately, someone helped you clean up the mess this time, and was generous enough not to sell the score with you. Otherwise, we won't be able to afford the compensation even if we sell Yanyan Village. Deidara smiled awkwardly. I know. Okay, if you know you made a mistake, just correct it. I'm leaving. After saying that, Onoki closed the door, turned and left. This house has no special protection. After all, to Deidara, restraint is just a joke. As long as he wants, he can leave anytime and anywhere. This kind of thing has to be done consciously. Outside the house, Lois, Black Soil, and Red Soil have been waiting for a long time. The other elite members of Yanyan Village have already entered the examination room. Old man, you finally came out, let's go quickly. Kuretsuchi jumped with excitement. Although she is no longer a genin and cannot take the exam, she is always interested in lively things. Onoki looked at her lovingly and smiled. Okay, let's go. Immediately, he flew leisurely to the place reserved for him on Shudu's back. The group slowly headed towards the heart of Konoha. Advertisement 3 days have passed since the explosion, and filmmakers from various countries have coordinated to deal with the aftermath. The Chunin exam was held as scheduled, and today was the day when the preliminary exam kicked off. There were about 300 people taking this exam. It can be said to be the largest number of times. Konoha Center in a huge classroom that was specially renovated, 300 candidates sat in an orderly manner. Not only does the space not appear crowded, it is spacious and spacious. In order to accommodate all the candidates, Konoha sent Wood-style ninja and civil engineering Captain Yamato to expand the classroom. The place with 300 people was extremely quiet, which shows the quality of these young people. Soon, the classroom door was gently pushed open, and 5 figures walked in slowly. Namikaze Minato, I, Onoki, Terumi Mei, Rasa, and the 5 shadows all arrived. Wearing their own film robes and smiling, they conveyed encouragement and expectations to the audience. The candidates' eyes lit up, and they looked for the shadow of their village, with excitement and nervousness surging in their hearts. If we perform poorly, wouldn't it be a disgrace? As the host Hokage, Minato Namikaze was the first to speak. He spoke quickly. He first welcomed everyone and wished everyone good results, and then briefly introduced the examination rules. That's all I have to say. I wish everyone good luck in the exam. Namikaze Minato ended his speech with his signature warm smile. This gentleness and sunshine not only made the people of Konoha feel friendly, but also the visitors from other villages. Surrounded by warm applause, Minato walked off the stage with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Reikage stepped forward and climbed onto the podium. The candidates in Union Village were in high spirits and were looking forward to Reikage's speech. However, Reikage cleared his throat and raised a smile on his lips. I think Master Hokage has said almost everything that needs to be said. I won't be rambling anymore, why not go directly to the exam? As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. Not only the candidates from Union Village who were eagerly awaited by the audience. Even the other Kage looked sideways. Bad boy, what are you talking about? Advertisement Onoki frowned. Then he walked up to Reikage, elbowed him quietly, and whispered dissatisfiedly. Hokage has a saying of Hokage, but don't forget, there are not only candidates from Konoha, but also children from our village waiting here. A few words of encouragement can help them have a deeper impression of the film. Although Luo Sha and Terumi Mei did not speak, it could be seen from their eyes that they also held the same view on this. Can you be smarter? Reikage lowered his voice and muttered helplessly. Don't you see that your excellency Yuyue is a little impatient? Still want to talk? What are you going to talk about? How do you want us to be outnumbered by Konoha? Reikage's words shocked the three of them. This is a trivial matter, but once it involves Yuyue, it becomes a big deal. They immediately turned their attention to Shinomiya Yuzuki, who looked like an ordinary candidate in the crowd. The man looked ordinary and was turning the pen carelessly at this moment. He looked a little bored. As if sensing everyone's gaze, he suddenly raised his head and smiled softly at those eyes. This smile made several people present feel a chill in their hearts. Okay, let's do what you said and start the exam as soon as possible. Onoki said quickly. Reikage nodded and looked around the classroom. Then announced in his trademark booming voice, I announce that the first session of the Chunin exam has officially begun. The words were like a heavy hammer falling to the ground, and the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became solemn. After confirming that everything was correct, Reikage exchanged glances with Namikaze Minato and others and left the scene in tacit understanding. Then, the proctor Morino Ihiki appeared. He added several exam rules in detail on the blackboard. And is fully responsible for the supervision of this examination. Outside the examination room, Minato and others paid close attention to the internal dynamics of the examination room through the observation window. No small movement can escape their eyes, but they did not pay attention to the candidates in their own village, but invariably set their sights on the same person. Shinomiya Yuzuki, Chapter 161 Fish frying is illegal. Hokage, why don't you stop him? After a long silence, Reikage finally couldn't help but speak to Minato. What on earth was Konoha thinking? How could such a character be placed in the small Chunin exam? Besides, with Shinomiya Yuyu's strength, why is there any need for exams? Direct promotion to elite Jonin is more than enough. Namikaze Minato smiled calmly. Let him have fun, don't worry, he knows what's appropriate. Yuyue showed great kindness to them, but she never made any demands. Now he just wanted to have some fun during the Chunin exam, so how could he refuse such a request? Reikage was speechless for a moment. Okay. What else could he say? Fortunately, there is only one. Just avoid him and don't provoke him. In the final duel, it all depends on who is unfortunate enough to meet him. Reikage showed a gloating smile as he spoke. There are so many candidates, so it's unlikely that the candidates from Union Village will face Yuyue. As long as you are not from your own village, just sit back and watch the show. 1. Minato suddenly smiled, an intriguing light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that Naruto and Sasuke were also planning to give them a big surprise. Quack. Quack. A burst of croaking sound was heard, and Minato's expression suddenly changed. I lowered my head and saw that there was a small toad at my feet. Is it Jiraiya-sensei who is looking for me? Minato picked up the little toad and asked gently. The little toad seemed to understand the words and nodded. Everyone, I'll leave for now. After hurriedly greeting Reikage and others, Minato's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. He came to a secluded room. Minato held the toad close to his ear. Hello? Is this Jiraiya-sensei? Minato, where are you now? Advertisement. A familiar voice to Jiraiya came from the toad's belly. With the help of Mount Myoboku's magical psychic skills, the master and apprentice began a dialogue across the boundaries of time and space. Teacher, what's the matter? I'm in Konoha. Konoha? Which Konoha? Jiraiya's voice was full of confusion. Teacher, can there be a second Konoha in the entire ninja world? Minato smiled helplessly. Of course I know there is no second Konoha, but wasn't Konoha destroyed by the bombing? I was at the scene, and the explosion was Deidara's fault. That guy. I shouldn't be curious to see his art. Jiraiya couldn't help but have a headache when he thought about this. No, who the good guy calls explosions art? He sighed and continued. The toad I left in Konoha delivered the news before he died, saying that the entire Konoha was razed to the ground. Did it see it wrong? In fact, the impact of the explosion was not that big? Minato suppressed his laughter and replied, no, the explosion is very powerful. Not only Konoha, but everything within 10 kilometers around it has been affected. And you? Jiraiya's voice was filled with confusion. Haha, teacher, it's like this. Minato quickly and concisely described the cause and effect to Jiraiya. When Minato finished his words, Jiraiya fell into silence over there. Shinomiya Yuzuki used time travel to restore Konoha to its original appearance? Do you want to listen to what you were saying? If it were not a beloved disciple that he knew well, Jiraiya would even doubt whether the other party was sane. He knew Yu whenever he visited Minato's house. Minato and Naruto would mention this name from time to time, and it was hard not to know. Jiraiya just felt that he was an extremely talented boy. Perhaps his qualifications exceeded Minato and he was expected to become the top powerhouse in Konoha in the future. But he never expected that his ability would be so bizarre. Manipulate time? Minato, are you making up a story for me? Jiraiya said half-jokingly. Advertisement, teacher, you will understand if you come back and take a look in person. Minato shook his head and laughed. By the way, I haven't seen the teacher for several days. Did you go to Mount Myoboku? Yes, at the moment of the explosion, I took Nagato, Konan and Yahiko and fled to Mount Myoboku for refuge, along with a young man named Scorpion. Teacher, please come back first. If you see it with your own eyes, you will believe it. Okay, then prepare your psychic skills and summon me over. Teacher, wait a moment. Minato nodded and hung up the phone. Oh no, hung up Toad. He casually put the little toad on his shoulder and quickly formed the seal. Psychicism. There was a loud bang, a cloud of white mist exploded, and a toad half as tall as a man appeared from the mist. Gua. The toad screamed, opened its big mouth, and figures one after another emerged from the small body. It was Jiraiya, followed closely by Nagato, Yahiko, Konan and Scorpion. This little toad can actually accommodate as many as 5 people. Minato. Jiraiya said hello and quickly glanced around. Familiar scenery came into view, and Jiraiya's worldview was greatly impacted. This is really Konoha. He was stunned. Can anyone really control time in this world? The higher you stand, the more you realize your own insignificance. On broad knowledge, with Mount Myoboku as his back and frequent exchanges with the Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya should have been above everyone else in the ninja world. He even had the pleasure of hearing the creation myth of the Sage of 6 Paths from the Great Toad Sage. However, even the Great Toad Sage or the Sage of 6 Paths cannot control time. But Shinomiya Yuzuki did it. Is this guy really human? Just when Jiraiya was too shocked to speak, Minato's eyes gently turned to Yahiko and the others. These guys don't look very good at the moment. The only exception is Shay. As a puppet, he does not need to eat and unexpectedly escape this food disaster. Senior brother Minato. In terms of time, Yahiko and the other 2 entered the school earlier than Minato, so Minato should call them senior brothers. However, the masters came first, and Minato was a few years older than them, so Yahiko and the others simply called him senior brother Minato. Chapter 162. In the written examination, everyone showed their special abilities. Yahiko reluctantly raised his head and wanted to say hello to Minato, but his throat was churning and he retched. Be patient, this may not be a bad thing. Minato suppressed a smile and comforted him. He was like a mirror in his mind, knowing exactly what was going on. After all, they followed Jiraiya into Mount Myoboku. As the guests brought by Jiraiya, they naturally enjoyed the unique hospitality of Mount Myoboku. But those Toad brothers, their diet is very different from that of humans. They are full of all kinds of bugs. In other words, Yahiko's menu these days is full of insect feasts. As one of the 3 sacred sites, Mount Myoboku is extremely rich in natural energy. Although those bugs can't directly increase your strength, they are quite comprehensive in terms of nutrition. Except it tastes less friendly. As he said this, Minato seemed to recall some bad memories and smiled helplessly. Apparently, Minato had the same experience. I never thought I would eat bugs in my life. Yahiko took a deep breath with a complicated expression. Minato smiled and said nothing, his eyes full of understanding. Minato, take me to Yuzuki. Jiraiya came over at some point. Now, he is taking an exam. How about we go there later? Jiraiya looked confused. Exam? It won't be the Chunin exam, right? You guessed it, Minato responded with a smile. Hearing Minato's affirmative answer, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. A person with such strength also has to take the test of a group of genin? He's also a genin now, which makes sense. Jiraiya couldn't laugh or cry. This guy. Other side in the classroom, Yuyue had no idea that a storm of discussion about him had started behind her back. At this time, he was quietly performing small movements in the examination room. The first Chunin exam, the written test battle, advertisement. 9 extremely challenging questions lie ahead. Most people were confused when they saw it. Except for the 2 top students, Sakura and Hinata, everyone else looked at a loss. But this is an exam after all, and of course I will not maliciously embarrass the candidates. On the surface, it tests theoretical knowledge, but in fact it tests the ninja's observation and investigative abilities. In other words, this exam allows a certain degree of reference, as long as it is not discovered by the invigilator. Of course, completing the test paper independently is also considered qualified. The moment she saw the test questions, Yuyue smiled confidently. Take an exam. Simple. I can't, there is always someone who can. Immediately, he took a photo and sent it to the group to ask for help. After a while, the group became very lively. Shinomiya Yuyue. How's it going? Have you solved it? Senju Hashirama. This is not my strong point, and neither does that guy Madara. Alas, the disadvantages of Tobirama not being around are reflected. Uchiha Obito. Wait a minute, I'm still calculating, it's quite difficult. Shinomiya Yuyue. It's not my brother, do you think it's up to you? Let Lin do it. Don't trick me. Even if you figure it out, I won't dare to copy it. Uchiha Obito. Damn it, are you looking down on me? Do you know what my nickname is? Test your god? Shinomiya Yuyue. Okay, Mr. Kaushin, please show Lin a look at the question, let her solve it in seconds and tell me the answer. I'm very grateful. Uchiha Obito. F*K. Just as the 2 scumbags were bickering, the real, god test, was quietly taking effect. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi uploaded a file close black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi. It's more difficult than what I took the exam at the time, but it's still within my ability to handle it. Yuyu's eyes lit up, he was indeed the weasel god. You have downloaded a group file. Yuyue clicked on it and saw that it was full of answers. It's reliable. 1 dozen Kisong is the most stable. Advertisement. Yuyue smiled broadly, picked up the pen, and wrote quickly according to Itachi's answer. The voice announcing the start of the exam still seems to be echoing in the ears, and most of the candidates are frowning. Suddenly, a crisp and clear sound of writing broke the silence, attracting everyone's attention. Huh? That's Yuyue. Yuyue can actually do it? Oh, this question doesn't look like it was given to someone else. Let's learn from Yuyue secretly. No matter what the candidates around her thought, Yuyue just kept her head down and copied. It didn't take long for Yuyue to finish the entire test paper. A relaxed and comfortable look on his face. After expressing her deep gratitude to Uchiha Itachi in the group, Yuzuki put the cap on her pen and leisurely lay on the table to catch up on her sleep. When Yuyue finished writing, the candidates who couldn't wait began to use their own methods. Some used the perspective of pet puppies, some summon insect spies, and some even use the concealment skills of the Eye of the Sand. Of course, there are also those who insist on being self-reliant, such as Sakura, Hinata, and future Sasuke. Although Sasuke's brushstrokes are not as smooth as Yuyu's, they are no less graceful. After a little thought, he can write wonderfully. At this time, Naruto was still scratching his head and ears in his seat, looking helpless. At this moment, Kurama's voice quietly sounded in his mind. Naruto, choose A for this question. Why? Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Kurama, can you solve the problem? Humph, this is not a piece of cake for me. Tails looked quite proud. Although the answer was already at his fingertips, Naruto hesitated. Is this cheating? Kurama. This is not cheating. Examinations are all about methods. Being able to solve problems in any way is also a kind of ability. Oh, that's it. After understanding this truth, Naruto no longer had any worries. With Kurama's assistance, his pen tip was flying. Hinata, who was sitting next to Naruto, was concentrating on answering the questions while still thinking about how to secretly help Naruto after finishing the answer. Unexpectedly, Naruto suddenly seemed to be cheating, and his speed was astonishing, as if the questions were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Naruto-kun. That's awesome. Hinata's eyes sparkled with little stars of adoration. Chapter 163. Will he be the son of prophecy? Time passes slowly. During this period, many people who were caught cheating more than 5 times left sadly and lost the qualification to continue taking the exam. Someone from every village was eliminated because of this, but most of them were in Konoha. After all, it was a home game, so the number of participants was naturally the largest. There are 101 groups in this exam. Each group has 3 people, with a total of 301 candidates. Among them, Yuyue is in a group by himself. After all, he doesn't have extra people to form teammates. As many as 13 groups were disqualified due to cheating, and a total of 39 people had to withdraw from the competition early. Facing the gradually decreasing number of candidates, Hokage, who was observing from outside, did not see any fluctuation on his face. Not only him, but other village leaders such as Onoki, Rasa, Terumi Mei, etc. also had an expected expression. Because the focus of their attention, those stocks with real potential, have not been lost so far. Da. There were footsteps behind them, and everyone looked back and saw Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya and others walking towards them. One of the famous Sannin, the hero Jiraiya. After seeing the person clearly, Hokage's eyes revealed a hint of awe. This is the teacher who taught this outstanding disciple, Danami Fung Minato, and his own strength cannot be underestimated. What's more, Jiraiya had already become famous during the Second Ninja War and was a strong man from the same era as Hokage's father. Hello everyone. Jiraiya smiled and waved warmly to say hello. Hero of Konoha, I have admired my name for a long time. Everyone responded with smiles. I won't disturb you, I'm just looking for someone. After the greetings, Jiraiya couldn't wait to walk to the window and looked in through the glass window. His eyes wandered through the crowd, aiming directly at Shinomiya Yuyue. Soon, he discovered that special existence. Yuyue was lying on the table fast asleep, which was particularly eye-catching in the exam room where everyone was focused. Jiraiya stared at Yu intently. Advertisement, the son of prophecy from the mouth of the great toad sage. Could it be him? The child of prophecy is said to be an existence that can subvert the entire ninja world. Without exact information or any hints, Jiraiya could only rely on his own intuition to find it. However, one clue is clear. If you want to change the ninja world, strong power is essential. Without power, change is impossible. At first, he placed his hope on Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye. But now that Nagato has lost his Samsara Eye, relying on the power of the 5 spirits, although his strength is still good, it seems difficult to shoulder the burden of being the son of the prophecy. His future is, at best, a promax of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, he turned his attention to Minato. After all, Minato was his most outstanding disciple. However, now it seems, Yuyue once again became his new doubt. The ability this guy showed is really amazing. Jiraiya is convinced that as long as Yu is willing, he has the power to subvert the entire ninja world and is unbeatable. Could he be the prophesied child spoken of by Great Toad Sage? Aside, Yahiko walked to the glass window and looked out the window gently. Conan, I remember you also arranged for a few people to participate, right? Where are they? Yahiko's curiosity was palpable. Conan stretched out his slender fingers and pointed lightly to the corner of the examination room. There, the girl with purple hair is named Xianghua, and she has good qualifications. According to the plan, I originally wanted her to train for another 3 years before going into battle, but this time the Chunin exam jointly organized by the 5 major ninja villages happened to be an opportunity, so I let her go into battle in advance. Yahiko frowned slightly, looking a little confused. Why do you have to wait 3 years? She seems to be quite mature now. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Conan's mouth, with a hint of meaning in his tone. Advertisement. It may not be difficult to control a country, but it is not easy to truly control it. What we want is to firmly hold the future of Yuyan village. This needs to start from the foundation and slowly make them loyal to us. This is a subtle process. Yahiko scratched his head and said strangely, doesn't this sound like brainwashing? That's right. Conan nodded frankly, not shying away. Well, the situation was different before, and we had to use some means as a last resort, but at least we don't have to rush for success in the future. Konoha is at its peak now. Although there is no guarantee of eternal peace, there should be no large-scale war in the short term. This way we will have enough time to cultivate Yuyan village carefully. Yahiko held Conan and Nagato's hands tightly, with a warm and firm smile on his face. The back figures of the 3 people looked particularly warm in this small space. However, the atmosphere inside the examination room was completely different. Morino Iiki exerted invisible pressure on the candidates with his unique severity. No wonder he became the first choice of examiners. He kept adding pressure, especially the harsh rule. As long as one person in the team fails, the other 2 will also be disqualified. As soon as this kind of pressure comes up, many people immediately turn into pressure cookers. Started to sweat profusely. Moreover, Morino Iiki also has a 10th question hidden after the 9 questions. If you answer the dilemma multiple choice question, you will be eliminated immediately. All your previous efforts will be in vain, and the future of your teammates may also be ruined. In an instant, heavy pressure enveloped every candidate like a dark cloud, and they had to make painful choices. When the written test finally ended, more than half of the candidates left the venue with regret. From 101 teams, only 43 teams advanced to the next stage. So many people have passed. Okay, everyone can go back and rest first to prepare for the second round of tests tomorrow. You have to have a good rest. Tomorrow, I will wipe out at least half of you. With a crisp word, Mitarashi Anko broke through the window and entered. This time, she still plays the role of examiner. Chapter 164. This grass ninja is easy to bully at first glance. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. All candidates gathered at the edge of the forest of death, ready to go. After yesterday's written test screening, there were 43 teams left, with a total of 130 people. The second round of test, teamwork, will begin in this vast forest. That forest covers an astonishing 3.14 million square meters. With a radius of 20 kilometers, more than 100 people could easily hide themselves like a drop in the ocean. The roles of hunter and prey may be interchanged here at any time. Good morning. Yuyue. Naruto waved happily. The 7th class had already formed up early in the morning and had been waiting for a long time. When Yu appeared with a lazy yawn, Naruto and the other candidates had already received their respective scrolls. Hi, facing Naruto's seemingly never-ending vitality, Yu could only wave her hand feebly. This time I couldn't wake up naturally. Yuyue, go get your scroll quickly, the exam is about to begin. Naruto walked behind Yuyue and pushed him forward gently. Okay, let's go. Mitarashi Anko was in charge of handing out scrolls behind a makeshift curtain. Hi, Mr. Examiner, I'm here to get the scroll. Yuyue walked lightly through the curtain. Mitarashi Hongdu was busy writing with his head down, and said without raising his head, why are you coming here now? Everyone else has already received it and left. I got up a little late, but I should be on time. Sign up. Anko raised her head with questioning eyes. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Mitarashi Anko lowered his head and rummaged through the information in his hand. Hey, why are you all alone? Where is your team? Where is the instructor Jonin? Why are you allowed to take the exam alone? She looked at the information with confusion on her face. Taking the Chunin exam alone. This is no joke, someone could die if they are not careful. Looking at Mitarashi Anko, who was a little confused, a flash of understanding flashed in Yuyu's heart. It seems that Konoha did not publicize their situation widely, at least Mitarashi Anko was confused. Yuyue grinned and explained, I don't have any of those things you mentioned. I have always been an army by myself. Then how should I arrange your exam? This is a test of teamwork. Mitarashi Anko frowned. It's nothing. I am a team on my own, I just need to cooperate with myself. You have such a temper. Okay, but without the help of your teammates, your situation will be much more dangerous than others. Remember, don't hold on. If you really can't do it, quit the exam, safety first. Mitarashi Anko warned earnestly. Yuyue grinned and said confidently, don't worry, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. Mitarashi Anko nodded slightly and handed Yu a scroll without saying another word. Shinomiya Yuyue, this is your scroll, put it away. Remember, don't open it without permission, otherwise. Hey, what are you doing? Before she finished speaking, Mitarashi Anko's face was filled with shock. Yuyue closed the scroll sheepishly. Sorry, I'm a little curious about what's written in it. Mitarashi Anko looked at him blankly. After a long while, she managed to say, are you okay? Yuyue tied the scroll around her waist, feeling a little puzzled. Why would anything happen to me? Advertisement, but... Mitarashi Anko's eyes flickered back and forth between Yuyue and the scroll, full of surprise. The scroll contains the hypnosis spell. Once you open it, you will be hit and fall into coma. This is for those candidates who are too curious and do not follow the rules. They will be eliminated as soon as they open it. Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but ask, "Why are you okay?" Yuyue smiled awkwardly. "Maybe I'm in better health." "Yeah?" Mitarashi Anko looked at him dubiously, "but no matter how you look at it, he is just an ordinary boy. Apart from his slightly handsome appearance, there is nothing special about him." So she waved her hand. Okay, you go prepare first, the exam is about to start. Forget it this time, you can't open the scroll again after the exam starts. That can really knock you out, Mitarashi Anko warned seriously. Definitely not. Yuyue nodded solemnly. Go ahead. After Yuzuki turned around and left, Mitarashi Anko checked off a list in her hand. Okay, the final preparations are almost ready to begin. After closing the list, Mitarashi Anko was about to leave, but her eyes inadvertently fell on another scroll aside. Did the scroll just malfunction? Mitarashi Anko didn't believe Yuzuki's explanation about what kind of special physique a young boy could have. She is more inclined to think that the problem is with the scroll itself. Once your eyes fall on that scroll, it's hard to look away, and your curiosity surges like a tide. By some strange coincidence, Mitarashi Anko picked up the scroll. Let me see what's going on. She opened the scroll with curiosity. Bang dong. The next moment, Mitarashi Anko fell straight to the ground with a peaceful face. Soon, the sound of even breathing sounded. It's great to be young and sleep whenever you want. Accompanied by even snoring, a few minutes passed quietly. Da da da. A burst of hurried footsteps came from far away, approaching quickly. Hongdu, the exam is about to start. If you don't hurry up and announce the start of the exam, what are you doing here? Morino Ihiki's voice came clearly along with the footsteps, with a bit of confusion. Everyone was waiting eagerly, but the examiner didn't show up. There was really no other way, so Morino Ihiki had to come over and check it out in person. He walked to the place where the scrolls were distributed and opened the curtain. Hongdu, what are you? The sight before him surprised him. Mitarashi Anko was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Is this the cursed seal in the scroll given to hypnosis? Morino Ihiki was shocked. As an experienced criminal investigation ninja, combined with the scroll that was opened next to him, the truth was clearly revealed. What's this called? He rubbed his temples helplessly. As the examiner, Hongdu clearly knew the content of the scroll, but he still fell into the trap. It really made people speechless and choked. Obviously, Hongdu could not preside over this round of exams, so the heavy responsibility naturally fell on his shoulders. Advertisement. After instructing the logistics staff to take care of the sleeping Anko, Morino Ihiki turned around and left, preparing to go into battle in person. At the edge of the Forest of Death, another scene is taking place. Hey, Yuyue, what you got is the Scroll of Heaven. Shinomiya Yuyu's scroll was hung openly on her waist, without any cover-up, and Naruto caught this detail at a glance. He shook his head, a trace of regret flashing across his face. It's so unlucky, we are also Scrolls of Heaven. This exam requires each team to collect 2 Scrolls of Heaven and Earth and reach the high tower in the center of the forest within 5 days to pass. There will inevitably be some competition between teams with different scrolls. Yuyue patted Naruto's shoulder gently and said with a smile, Don't worry, there will always be a chance to meet. When the time comes, I won't be merciful, come on, I'm ready. While the two were laughing and playing, they attracted the attention of many onlookers. These candidates from other teams all focused their attention on Shinomiya Yuyue, or more specifically, the scroll around his waist. He looked towards the direction of Orochimaru. Hey, why, boss? Under the expectant gazes of the two brothers, Yui Liuliang slowly spoke. Then boss, how do you judge that he is strong? The two brothers suddenly realized, it makes sense. The two exchanged glances, their eyes full of astonishment. Brother Shiwan nodded in agreement. The Shiwan brothers looked at each other speechlessly, slightly confused. They are the team that Reikage has high hopes for. The young man who spoke had bronze skin and a strong body. He was only 12 years old, but he was already much taller than his peers. Unlike others who carefully hid it for fear of revealing the type of their scroll, Yuyu's behavior was extremely bold. If you can form a team with me, you should understand this truth. This time, Yui Liuliang had no objection. It's up to you. You guys can go if you want, but don't blame me if something happens. In the end, they had to hand in a blank paper. Thanks to the last question, they gritted their teeth and persevered and barely passed the test. Boss, we understand, let's change the goal. The boss he mentioned, Yui Liuliang, was from the famous Yui clan in Union Village. These two brothers are obviously not particularly smart people. I don't know either, Yui Liuliang said lightly. He crossed his arms across his chest, his expression indifferent. Boss, this guy is holding a heavenly scroll, isn't that just right? The third person in the team, Shi Wanjing, chimed in and said that he and Shi Wanchong were brothers. Intuition. Is this guy so powerful? Yui Liuliang continued. Although I don't know him, I know the blonde boy next to him. That's Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the Hokage. Before the assessment even started, Yuyue was already being targeted by many teams holding Earth Scrolls. Most of the Yui clan are ordinary, but Yui Liuliang has outstanding talent and is extremely diligent. He has mastered the lightning-style chakra mode at a young age. Who is he? Chong is right, this is a free opportunity to advance. It seems that this exam is much easier than the last one. He is a candidate from Union Village, named Shi Huan Chong. I think those grass ninjas are pretty easy to deal with. How can someone from a small ninja village be so powerful? His body is burly, his skin is bronze, and his muscles are sharp and angular, like a moving iron tower. The two of them shuddered when they thought of the last Ren test. They couldn't even solve a single question. Can you imagine hanging around with the sons of the Hokage would be a weakling? Chapter 165 Sasuke and Snake. In the team of grass ninjas, Orochimaru suddenly felt several burning eyes coming down his spine. He turned around with some curiosity, met the eyes of those guys from Union Village, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Do you think of me as prey? Hee. Chuckling meaningfully, Orochimaru didn't waste any more attention on these people. His thoughts were all on Sasuke right now. Of course, if those boys from Union Village were seeking death, he wouldn't mind solving them. Over at Team 7, as if he had a telepathic connection, Sasuke turned around suddenly and met Orochimaru's eyes. Their eyes collided like swords. An inexplicable smile suddenly broke out on Sasuke's face. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. Are the Uchiha children so polite? Immediately, he returned the smile. Sasuke-kun, I really look forward to meeting you. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes burning. After waiting for a long time, Mitarashi Anko was nowhere to be seen. In the end, Morino Ihiki was the one to preside over the exam. Dear candidates, your original examiner is unable to attend due to physical discomfort. I will take over the next examination. Then, everyone, please follow the staff to the entrance and prepare to enter the Forest of Death. As Morino Hiki's words fell, the crowd began to move slowly. Each team enters the Death Forest from a different entrance. The purpose is to prevent each team from encountering each other at the beginning and leave room for everyone to lay out their strategies. Yuzuki was also led by Konoha Ninja to the entrance of the Death Forest. Please come in. The Konoha Ninja pushed open the door and said. Yuyue nodded and strode in. The second Chunin exam, Death Forest Challenge. Officially begins, hoo. A sharp sound broke through the air. As soon as the exam began, Orochimaru's team rushed into the depths of the forest like an arrow. His eyes flashed with excitement as he gave the order. Go find those little guys, one of his subordinates responded. It refers to those 3 children, that's right. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men searched separately along the roads on both sides. Only Orochimaru was left and headed straight into the depths of the Death Forest. Advertisement, psychic art. While running, Orochimaru quickly formed seals. Bang! Several huge giant snakes appeared out of thin air, obeyed Orochimaru's will, and quickly sneaked into the forest. Search for Sasuke for him. Whoosh! In a flash, Orochimaru was standing on the top of a leafy tree. The view here is wide, with most of the Death Forest visible and many dark shadows traveling through the forest. Those are other candidates. He glanced around. Sasuke-kun, where are you hiding? Orochimaru licked the corners of his lips with an expectant look on his face. Hey, guy, what are you looking for? Behind him, a joking voice suddenly came. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with surprise. How could someone approach him silently? Interesting, could there be experts like him who managed to sneak into the Chunin exam? Orochimaru turned sharply. Sasuke-kun. Seeing the person clearly, a trace of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils. If he was a well-known master in the ninja world, he would not be surprised, but Sasuke. How could a Konoha genin have the ability to approach him so quietly? Hee. Sasuke-kun, what a coincidence. Orochimaru looked at it with interest. It seems that Sasuke seems to be hiding a lot of secrets. Do you want to take my scroll? Orochimaru took out the scroll and showed it. Our little ninjas from Kusanagi village are no match for the powerful Uchiha clan. Sasuke-kun, please don't be too harsh. As he spoke, Orochimaru deliberately looked scared, as if he had fully integrated into the role of Kusanagi. Sasuke looked expressionless and watched Orochimaru's performance quietly. Half a day passed and Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he saw that Sasuke made no movement. Give me some reaction. What does it mean to stand still? Sasuke-kun, aren't you interested in this scroll? Orochimaru asked in surprise, while gently shaking the scroll in his hand. Sasuke was a stranger to his current identity, so he obviously came after him because of this scroll. But, advertisement, Orochimaru, Sasuke said softly, directly revealing his identity. Locker Snakehand. Even Kakashi can't resist, so what about Sasuke? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his golden pupils flashing dangerously. It seems that Sasuke's attack just now was not directed at himself. When he was wounded and escaped, facing Kakashi who was pursuing him, he also relied on this murderous aura to make his opponent's psychological defense collapse. Who could have leaked the news? Hey. Suddenly, the air seemed to freeze. Sasuke-kun, your perception is so sharp. For Sasuke, who had never killed even a few genin, such murderous intent was simply a fatal shock. I have no choice but to interrogate myself, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru threw away the scroll, it was irrelevant now. It was a terrifying power that had gone through countless battles, turning into overwhelming pressure and pressing towards Sasuke. He is not affected. Been recognized? Lion Majesty spat out the lightning rod and slowly retracted Orochimaru's sleeves. He looked up at Sasuke and praised. Sasuke's offensive collapsed instantly. Suddenly, countless lightning rods sprung up towards Orochimaru. As Orochimaru waved his hand, a large number of lion majesty instantly emerged from his sleeves. They opened their large mouths and accurately bit each lightning rod that was shot. So, a heavy murderous aura spreads from Orochimaru. Orochimaru seemed to have seen Sasuke trembling under this murderous aura. His face erasing technique uses real human skin, which is impossible to detect with Sharingan alone. Haha, the secret of Uchiha Sasuke is more profound than I imagined. I hope it doesn't scare you. Sasuke's target is obviously himself. Several suspicious figures appeared in Orochimaru's mind. Just now, those little snakes that attacked Sasuke lost control. The other party must have learned about his sneaking into Konoha through other channels. Sasuke's surprise attack caught Orochimaru off guard. Seeing Sasuke's silence, Orochimaru chuckled and said, "It's to clean up those little snakes. Sasuke-kun, can you tell me how you saw through my disguise?" "Don't want to say it." Orochimaru stared at Sasuke closely. At the same time, several tiny snakes crawled out from under his robes and approached Sasuke along the tree trunk. Chapter 166 Cooperation faced with Orochimaru's praise. Sasuke remained silent, only hearing a crisp sound. Chang Sasuke pulled out the Kusanagi sword, and the sword flashed with electricity. Without any hesitation, Sasuke turned around and swung his sword. Boom! The thunder light and the sword light merged to form a powerful slash. In an instant, a giant snake that was about to attack was cut in half. Peefed. Blood flowed like a fountain, and Sasuke jumped and moved to another location to avoid being covered in blood. Wind release wind cut technique. As soon as Sasuke stood still, a strong wind suddenly started. Strong winds swept in with sharp wind blades. Wherever the fierce wind passed through, the thick tree trunks along the way broke. Susanoo. Sasuke's eyes instantly turned into Mangekyo, and 2 lines of blood and tears fell from his eyes. A set of Susanoo's skeleton quickly wrapped Sasuke in it. Ding ding. Those sharp wind cuts hit Susanoo's frame, leaving only a few shallow marks. This is. Orochimaru looked solemn and looked at Susanoo with extremely focused eyes. At this moment, Sasuke strikes again. His eyes locked on Orochimaru. Amaterasu. While Orochimaru was still observing, blazing black flames ignited on his body, catching him off guard. Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu. Orochimaru felt horrified. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the Uchiha Sasuke in front of him actually had the same eyes as Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke-kun, you gave me a huge surprise. Orochimaru grinned, originally wanting to find an Uchiha body as a reincarnation container. Unexpectedly, Sasuke had prepared everything for him. The new account is directly upgraded to a top-level account. How could he not be excited? Wow! Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide, grinning from the corner of his mouth to the base of his ears, forming a shocking gap. Immediately afterwards, another figure of Orochimaru sprang out from the huge mouth of the abyss, dragging its long snake body and flying out like an arrow from a string. Advertisement finally, he landed firmly away from Sasuke and his legs reappeared. This is Orochimaru's exclusive substitute technique, the Orochi-style substitute technique. As the old skin sheds, Amaterasu's flame loses its target and gradually dims. Uchiha's eyes hide endless evolutionary potential, and 3 Magatama are just the tip of the iceberg. New material. Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips with the tip of his tongue, greedy light shining in his eyes. Sasuke-kun, I will accept your eyes. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru's body suddenly rose up and attacked Sasuke like lightning and flint. He stretched out his fingers sharply, pointing directly at Sasuke's coveted Sharingan. Hey! But Sasuke had already taken precautions, his eyes were downcast, and there was a storm hidden in the calmness. In an instant, the thunder exploded, and the power of thunder surged. Chidori flow. The violent electric current poured down on Orochimaru like a waterfall. This overwhelming blow made Orochimaru unable to avoid it and could only bear it. Under the electric shock, Orochimaru's movements became sluggish. Sasuke waved his left hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out, penetrating Orochimaru's body. Chidori's sharp spear. Chidori's sharp spear clung to Orochimaru, slamming him into the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang, dust flew up, and a huge hole opened in the earth, burying Orochimaru inside. Sasuke looked down at the pothole with a blank expression. Seeing that Orochimaru remained silent for a long time, he couldn't help but frown. What are you hiding from? Come out. If Orochimaru could be defeated so easily, he wouldn't be Orochimaru. Hee. Sasuke-kun, you seem to know me very well. Orochimaru's laughter suddenly sounded from behind, and a human head was hanging behind Sasuke at some point, floating strangely, with a strangely extended neck connected below the neck. Orochimaru stretches his head at will, just like manipulating rubber. Your lightning style changes are really wonderful, and with that pair of Sharingan, Sasuke-kun, you are making me more and more satisfied. Orochimaru whispered in Sasuke's ear, his voice full of amusement. Hiss Lu, as soon as he finished speaking, his extended tongue gently licked Sasuke's face. Sasuke frowned and turned his head to avoid it. Isn't it disgusting? Hee. I'm sorry, I can't help but be a little excited to see such a talent. Tell me, Sasuke-kun, what do you want from me? Advertisement? Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. But what is the price behind such attractive conditions? Maybe even take Sasuke's eyes as a trophy and use him as a new reincarnation vessel. Sasuke never really had murderous intentions from beginning to end, he didn't feel a trace of murderous intent. Orochimaru's face suddenly became serious. After thinking for a long time, he slowly replied. Sasuke's attack was more like a display of strength. This scene seemed particularly weird. 1 second it was a life and death struggle, but at this moment it was like a heart-to-heart talk between old friends. But the calm yet firm confidence on his face makes people believe that he really does have this possibility. True eternal life should be an eternal existence without an end. The years you mentioned are too far away from eternal life. But just because they can't do it, doesn't mean I can't do it either. Maybe you can do it, but it will definitely take a long time. With this, he really doesn't have to reincarnate every once in a while and expend so much effort. They are an ethnic group from outside the universe, and they are also the source of chakra in the entire ninja world. Sasuke explained simply. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, will eventually come to an end. It can't be called eternal life. At the same time, he is also testing Sasuke. If Sasuke is not strong enough, he will never show mercy. Even if you can't achieve immortality immediately, at least it will allow you to live and continue your research. You will succeed one day. Even the Ōtsutsuki clan cannot achieve true immortality. At most they can only live longer. Extending the lifespan of thousands or even tens of thousands of years is far better than his current method of reincarnation. Sasuke turned his neck slightly, locked his eyes on Orochimaru, and suddenly asked this question. This question, Orochimaru has been exploring all his life, was suddenly thrown out at this moment, hitting the depths of his soul. Orochimaru didn't boast. Orochimaru's heart moved. Sasuke came to his door. He couldn't just chat. There must be something going on. I have a method that can extend your life for at least thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, giving you enough time to explore the secret of eternal life. Orochimaru, what do you think is true immortality? 500 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years? Here comes the topic. With such a long time, your research will always make breakthroughs, right? Therefore, Orochimaru will naturally treat Sasuke with the same respect. He. This really opened my eyes, Sasuke-kun. It doesn't count. Sasuke nodded silently and made no objection. But the power Sasuke showed was enough for him to be recognized as an equal opponent. Sasuke shook his head slightly, with a calm expression. I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve your goal. Ōtsutsuki? Orochimaru's eyes flashed with confusion. Because Orochimaru understood the subtleties, sure enough, conditions followed. Orochimaru naturally understands. Chapter 167 Uncle Snake, Mastering Core Technology. Orochimaru looked solemn and asked, Sasuke-kun, what do you want me to do? Sasuke said bluntly, my request is very simple, I just want you to help me research something. For example? Sharingan. Sasuke pointed at his eyes. I would like to know how Mangekyo Sharingan evolves further. Now Sasuke obviously can no longer take Uchiha Itachi's eyes to complete his evolution. Therefore, the only way to evolve Mangekyo into Eternal Mangekyo is to use the power of Orochimaru. This guy definitely has this ability, as long as he is willing to put in the effort. It turns out that these eyes are called Mangekyo, and it's actually possible for them to evolve later. It's really surprising. Orochimaru sighed in surprise. Such a powerful eye has not yet reached its peak, and the potential it contains is so terrifying. It is incredible that you, the Uchiha clan, have not unified the ninja world. Oh, I understand. Is it because the outside world spied on your potential that your tribe suffered a disaster? Orochimaru pretended to be suddenly enlightened, wondering what kind of story was woven in his mind. Okay, don't make random guesses. Sasuke's face darkened. How could that idiot Danzo have such foresight, to say that he is short-sighted as to praise him? Oh, so, Sasuke-kun, what will your Mangekyo evolve next? Orochimaru asked, and he knew nothing about this aspect at the moment. Even if he was as knowledgeable as he was, it would be difficult to start without specific information. Eternal Mangekyo. Eternal Mangekyo, how is it different from the ordinary one? Excessive use of common Mangekyo can cause a sharp decline in vision, up to blindness. Evolving into the Eternal Mangekyo can eliminate this defect and no longer have to worry about the risk of blindness. He. No wonder I rarely saw Itachi use those eyes in the past. It turns out that there is such a hidden danger. Orochimaru let out a deep laugh. Sasuke glanced at him sideways. Why are you smiling so sinisterly? It's nothing, just a little emotional. Orochimaru chuckled. Now that he has learned this information, it is too late. Since he has cooperated with Sasuke, he will naturally not take action against Uchiha Itachi. Besides, he couldn't beat the opponent either. Sasuke put away his eyes and continued the topic. According to common sense, if you want to open the Eternal Eye, you have to fuse a pair of Mangekyo who are blood relatives. But you also know the current situation. I will not transplant Weasel's eyes, so. Advertisement, so you found me, right? Orochimaru continued. Sasuke glanced at him sideways and nodded silently. So what do you mean? Orochimaru did not answer immediately, but said thoughtfully. Do you need to directly fuse the eyes of your blood relatives? It sounds like it's trying to make up for something missing. Maybe your Mangekyo's blindness problem is rooted in a flaw. Once this defect is filled, vision loss will no longer be a problem, and the evolved eyes will be able to be used permanently. This is what is called Eternal Mangekyo. Orochimaru's words made Sasuke secretly surprised that this theory was really true. He is indeed a scientific research madman, he has figured out so many ways so quickly. If it's true as you said, how long will it take for you to get results? Sasuke asked with a hint of impatience. Orochimaru was still immersed in thinking, and without looking up at Sasuke, he subconsciously replied. This will only be confirmed after a period of research, and the authenticity of the conjecture I just made needs to be verified. Anyway, this matter can't be rushed, that's it. Sasuke's mood gradually calmed down, and when he thought about it carefully, it was impossible to obtain eternal Mangekyo easily. He nodded. Okay, I'm waiting for your good news. Orochimaru, I can now tell you how to extend your life. Sasuke was about to leave, but after thinking about it, he decided to tell Orochimaru. This might better motivate him. Oh, Sasuke-kun, please speak. Orochimaru broke away from his thoughts and cast an expectant look. Collect tailed beasts and become 10 Tails Jinchūriki. After transforming into 6 paths, your physical fitness will be almost the same as that of the Ōtsutsuki clan. It will not be a problem to live for thousands of years. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with wonder. Are you collecting tailed beasts? It's a bit challenging, but it's not something you have to rush. Hee. Thanks for the information, Sasuke-kun. In exchange, I will put aside most of the research I'm doing and prioritize solving your Mangekyo problem. Sasuke nodded slightly. Okay, I'll leave first. I'll just take that scroll away, it's of no use to you anyway. Sasuke picked up the earth scroll that Orochimaru had discarded earlier. Although I have a lot of Sharingan in my hand, they are all of ordinary Magatama level. Advertisement the harvest is simply too rich, he vaguely felt. In his memory, after the Chunin exams, there will be a period of relative calm for about 2.5 years. He actually came after me. No problem, Chunin will give it to you after the exam. He couldn't help but hum. The ninja world will be more peaceful. Just as Orochimaru was about to leave, a burst of excited shouting suddenly sounded from below. The help for research is really limited. If Mangekyo is used as a material, I think the progress will be much faster. After saying that, Sasuke turned and left. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Sasuke-kun, you are truly my lucky star. Does he have other Mangekyo in his hands? Just as Sasuke was about to leave, Orochimaru called him. Even if the sky falls, he will still hold on. I'm in a good mood today. Hee. It's like sitting on pins and needles. The visitors were none other than the 3 little guys from Union Village. Boys, have you ever experienced the fear of the abyss? Sasuke responded so succinctly that even Orochimaru was a little surprised. Below, Yosuke Ruliang saw Orochimaru's eyes dropped, and he felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. Orochimaru's expression was interrupted and he looked down. Orochimaru looked directly into Sasuke's eyes and smiled meaningfully. In fact, he didn't have any extra Mangekyo. What he planned to lend to Orochimaru were his own eyes. But this is not what we need to consider right now. Orochimaru smiled and said, no problem, Sasuke-kun. I wish you good luck in the exam. Looking at Sasuke's retreating back, a smile slowly appeared on Orochimaru's lips. Any other requests? The situation doesn't seem good? Boss, we found him. It's not a big deal to lend his eyes to Orochimaru. Besides, now that Yuzuki is here in Konoha, it's quite safe to stay here. Sasuke-kun, there is something I need to mention to you. Chapter 168 New group members. Oh, it's really nice here. Shinomiya Yuyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she couldn't help but speed up her steps. Walking through a lush bush, a blast of cool air hits you. Along with the soft and melodious gurgling sound of the spring water, there is a rustling sound, like a whisper of nature. What appeared in front of him was a crystal clear river, crystal clear to the bottom. What a great place. There are actually fish in the river, so good, just in time to enjoy a delicious river meal. Yuyue walked briskly to the river with a smile on her face. During the 5-day Death Force test, Yuyue had no intention of wandering around in the forest the entire time. As for battles and scroll battles, he won't get involved. For him, it is serious to find a corner with pleasant scenery, take a rest for a while, and treat it as camping in the wild. Let's build a house here. After looking around, Yuyue clapped her hands and shouted softly. Wood-style 4-pillar house technique. Huge chakra surges like the rain of life pouring into the earth. In an instant, a dense bush broke out of the ground, grew at an astonishing speed, and finally transformed into an exquisite log cabin. The hut is built next to the water, with gurgling water right under the balcony, making it extremely convenient for fishing and water collection. Yuyue was quite satisfied with her masterpiece and immediately moved into this temporary home. He went straight to the balcony, and at some point there was a wooden fishing rod in his hand. Humming a tuneless tune in his mouth, he gently flicked the fishing rod and dropped it into the calm water. There is neither bait nor dens. The appearance of this novice fisherman makes people wonder, what can be caught like this? However, Yuyue obviously enjoyed this process very much. Work slowly and carefully, don't be impatient. Next, it's time to strengthen the team. Yuyue said with a smile and opened the chat group. After the last chat group upgrade, he still had an opportunity to recruit people. With a tap of your finger, new blood in the chat group will follow. Random selection of group members is in progress. Open black lens bracket byte close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Uchiha Azumi joins group chat close black lens bracket, Jiraiya joins the group chat. Open black lens bracket. Orochimaru joins group chat. Close black lens bracket. Tsunade joins group chat. Hey, the legendary Sannin actually came in together? Not bad, and finally there's a girl in the group. And 2 more people came at once. This time, I was finally able to balance out the overly strong yang energy in the group. It was so young that I couldn't even see a trace of yin. Let me see Tsunade from which era. There's no need to look at Uchiha Izumi. No matter what time period, she will not be more than 13 years old. After all, she left this world that year. Let's pay attention to our outliner. As a result, Yuyue was dumbfounded at this sight. Tsunade in Konoha's 12th year. If the memory is correct, Tsunade should have been born in the 9th year of Konoha, the same year as Jiraiya. In other words, Tsunade is only 3 years old now. She might not be as tall as Yuyue when she stands. Little Suna. This time it is really small, too small. Why is it not Tsunade who came during the 4th Ninja War? Yuyue still prefers the older one. Yuyue scratched her head. The people brought into the chat group this time were too young. At this time, in the chat group, Uchiha Izumi. A chat group that can communicate across time and space? Well, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a chat group or a god. Please help me. Uchiha Itachi. Izumi, what happened? Don't panic. Uchiha Izumi. Itachi? Is that you, Itachi? Help me? Uchiha Itachi. Calm down and tell me in detail what happened and I will help you. Shinomiya Yuyue. Let me do it. The little girl may be too nervous to speak. The time point she is in now is the 58th year of Konoha, the same as you, Itachi. You should understand what I mean. Uchiha Itachi. Konoha 58 years, isn't that? Night of Genocide. Uchiha Obito. Fruit Ninja? When did you come? Uchiha Itachi. You, please send me here, Shinomiya Yuyue. It's been prepared for a long time, let's go. Uchiha Obito. I want to go too. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Let's hit the road. Konoha 58 years, who are you? Just before Uchiha Izumi arrived at the security department building, he saw a masked and sneaky figure wandering there. This guy had an unseemly aura about him. Without saying a word, she threw 2 shurikens in her hands, intending to take advantage of him. What's strange is that the man didn't dodge and allowed the sharp shuriken to rush towards him. Advertisement, hello. Uchiha Quan frowned. Could it be that this guy couldn't think about it and wanted to die? Bite, the scene that followed left Quan stunned. Her shuriken actually penetrated the opponent's body and was finally embedded in the wall. This time it seemed that the masked man finally touched a nerve. He tilted his head slightly and looked at her lightly through his eyes. Yo, nice eyes. Deep in Uchiha Izumi's eyes, there is the Sharingan, the 3 Magatama that the family is proud of. And she was only 13 years old. Among the entire Uchiha clan, except Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, no one can compare. Izumi said nothing and threw another kunai in response. However, the kunai still passed through the opponent's body as if passing through the air, and was firmly nailed to the wall. At this moment, Quan couldn't help but feel panicked. Could it be that something unclean was encountered? She turned to run away, but before the thought came to an end, a chain suddenly struck out like a lion majesty at an astonishing speed. Uchiha Quan paused and fell to the ground. The chains instantly wrapped around her limbs, making her unable to move, and then slowly pulled her towards the masked man. Chang! The sound of a sword being drawn behind him sounded, and Quan was completely confused. Tears welled up like springs, and she curled up in fear. No matter how talented she was only a 13-year-old girl at this moment. In the face of life and death, fear is always inevitable. Itachi. Save me. As if I heard Quan's whisper, the masked man's contemptuous laughter came from behind. Expecting Uchiha Itachi to save you? Then let me tell you some desperate news. It was he who asked me to get rid of you. Uchiha Quan suddenly raised his head and his pupils shrank sharply. No. Impossible. I'm surprised too. Since that guy decided to take action, he shouldn't have hesitated at all. Ha ha ha. It seems that he is still a little reluctant to let you go. He can't do it himself, so he asked me to be the villain. Of course I'm happy to help. The Uchiha clan is going to disappear anyway, and one more of you is not enough. The masked man shrugged, but his relaxed tone revealed the cruel truth. No. Itachi, you would never do that. Uchiha Izumi's whole body trembled at these words, and he refused to believe it in his heart. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but now. Say goodbye to this meaningless ninja world. The masked man holds a chain in his hand and holds a long knife high. Between life and death, time seems to slow down. At the same time, a piece of information suddenly broke into Quan's mind. It was a brief introduction to a chat group that can communicate across time and space. At this moment, Izumi Uchiha seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. She shouted in her heart, no matter who it is, whether it's a chat group or a god, please save me. At the moment when the distress message was sent. When, the crisp sound of metal collision sounded like a clash of weapons. Before Uchiha Izumi could understand, the chains that bound her suddenly disappeared, and her body was free again. Well, she exclaimed, the world seemed to be turned upside down, and then she fell into a warm and solid embrace. Weasel. When she woke up, she saw the face of the visitor clearly, and her surprise was beyond words. She burst into laughter, hugged Itachi's neck tightly, and nestled against his chest. As if to vent the fright and fear he had just experienced. Itachi. I knew you would come to save me. She buried her face in Itachi's shoulder, her voice so excited that it sounded as thin as a mosquito. Don't be afraid. Uchiha Itachi smiled softly, and gently stroked Izumi's back with his left hand. Uchiha Itachi? At this time, the masked talent woke up from a dream. Why is Uchiha Itachi here? Logically speaking, he should be dealing with other Uchiha people in residential areas. The two of them had already assigned tasks. He was responsible for cleaning up the experts in the security department, while Itachi was responsible for the remaining old, weak, women and children. How could this be? Did he regret it? You, repented. Why, you can't do it. HMPH, I thought you were cold and decisive, but it turns out you were just an indecisive person. The masked man narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Itachi, who suddenly appeared, his eyes full of teasing. Whether it was an illusion or not, the masked man felt that the Uchiha Itachi in front of him was a little different from what he remembered. Not only is there a huge difference in temperament. Advertisement, what's more, when did Uchiha Itachi start playing with sticks? Looking at Itachi holding a tungsten iron rod to block his sword, the masked man was full of doubts. Itachi, that guy said he wanted to destroy the entire Uchiha clan. What's even weirder is that he has mastered a ninjutsu that can make all attacks fail. Uchiha Izumi gently broke away from Itachi's arms and hid behind Itachi. Although her heart was full of reluctance, she understood that staying in Itachi's arms would only distract him from fighting. Although I can't be of much help, I can't become a burden. So, she quickly revealed the limited information she had just learned. I see. But, our opponent is not him, Itachi said meaningfully. Bang! As Itachi's arms suddenly shook, a majestic force surged out through the tungsten iron rod and went straight towards the long knife of the masked man. The masked man's pupils suddenly shrank, and without any hesitation, he immediately used his ritualization ability to quickly distance himself from Itachi. Boom! The moment the masked man dodged sideways, a wave of transparent air erupted from the tungsten iron rod. A huge force like a violent wave swept across the earth, tearing a deep crack on the ground. The sound was loud and resounded all around. Pure physical power? The masked man's heart trembled. Is this still the Uchiha Itachi I know? When did his taijutsu become so powerful? This big move immediately attracted the attention of the people in the guard building next to it. What's going on? Who did it here? Do you know where this is? Be careful of being arrested. In the blink of an eye, countless heads poked out of the window, their faces filled with anger and surprise. It was obvious that this scene frightened them greatly. Huh? Is he the young patriarch? When it was confirmed that the person below was Uchiha Itachi, the angry expressions on the faces of everyone on the building suddenly solidified, and then turned into awkward smiles. I'm sorry, young patriarch, I didn't expect it to be you. By the way, what are you doing? Are there any enemies coming? Uchiha Itachi looked up at them and gave an order in a deep voice. Everyone, evacuate immediately, don't stay here. Huh? But we are on night shift, young patriarch. Execute the order. Yes, remember, no one is missing. Even the sleeping ones are awakened. Follow me to gather at the tribe. As you command, young patriarch. After a while, all members of the security department were dispatched, and the team of hundreds of people was huge. They are the elite of the Uchiha clan. They live in the security department building on weekdays and guard the peace of Konoha. What happened? I don't know. Just follow the young patriarch's orders. I just fell asleep. Although everyone was somewhat dissatisfied, they still obeyed the order and gathered neatly behind Uchiha Itachi, waiting for further instructions. The masked man is also observing all this, frowning. What on earth is Uchiha Itachi doing? The original plan to exterminate the clan was interrupted before it even started. Now that they're in this posture, it is difficult for things to continue. Withdraw. Uchiha Itachi gave the order and led Uchiha Kwan in front, heading towards the Uchiha tribe's land. The elites of Uchiha looked at each other. So, we have a holiday? Yeah, is it true that no one is left to guard the security department? Listen to the young patriarch. They acted together. Since the young patriarch took the lead, let's follow suit. The group of people left in a mighty manner, leaving only the masked man standing alone in the empty security department. There was dead silence around, no one responded. Are you kidding me? The masked man smiled angrily. Uchiha Itachi. His eyes were deep, and this boy seemed to be hiding many secrets. But you have offended the wrong person. From today on, you'd better be careful. The masked man snorted coldly and was about to leave, but suddenly found that his Kamui could not be activated. What? The masked man almost thought he was hallucinating and hurriedly tried again, but still invalid. What's going on? The panic surged into my heart for the first time in a long time. How could his Kamui, the pupil technique that has always been like an arm and a finger, suddenly fail? However, something even more shocking is about to come. The space suddenly distorted. A figure came quietly, and his fingers gently touched the white Magatama mask on his face, gradually revealing his true appearance. One yo Hajimaluzo, Chapter 169 Mask Showdown. The tone was deliberately lowered, with a sense of mystery, and the man stood firmly. He was wearing a gray and black combat uniform, his face was covered by a white Magatama mask, and he carried a huge fan on his back. The real white mask makes its gorgeous debut at this moment. Sorry, it took me a while to change into a handsome outfit, I'm sorry. But luckily I didn't miss the good show. As soon as he opened his mouth, his unique silly aura betrayed his identity, even though he deliberately imitated Uchiha Madara's voice. Uchiha Obito open black lens bracket white mask close black lens bracket. As for the guy opposite, his mood swings were obviously much more severe than Obito's. Under the one-eyed mask, his eyes were bloodshot. He asked in disbelief. How could you also have Kamui's power? The other party appears in exactly the same way as him. Kamui, this is his unique eye skill, how can anyone share it? Unless the other party has another Sharingan containing Kamui, but the other party will never be Kakashi. As a result, the identity of the other party becomes more and more confusing. Facing the question, Obito raised a mysterious smile. Guess what? I guess. The masked man's eyes suddenly became sharp. Base. He suddenly drew his sword, and the blade shone in the moonlight. He slashed 3 times in a row, shooting out several streaks of red light. In an instant, the sharp sword wind approached Obito. But Obito responded quickly and responded immediately. He raised the huge round fan and easily blocked all attacks. Obito yelled out the name of the move, Uchiha Bounce. Uchiha Rebound? The masked man looked solemnly. He recognized this move. It was Tuanfin's special ability, which could absorb attacks and transform them into wind and fire elements to counterattack. The other party actually mastered this skill. Who is he? The masked man is ready to evade counterattacks, which is a force that cannot be underestimated. However, Obito did not launch a counterattack with a round fan. In a flash of lightning, using Kamui, Obito appeared behind the masked man without any warning. I'm right behind you. Behind me? The masked man was surprised. The masked man subconsciously wanted to activate Kamui to avoid this attack. But, Kamui is disabled. Hateful, bang. With a heavy slap of the fan, the unsuspecting masked man was suddenly slapped away. As he flew back, the masked man was filled with astonishment. What the F***K is this Uchiha Rebound? Advertisement. Tisk tisk. By inserting the long knife deeply into the ground, the masked man barely stopped his retreat. The knife marks dragged and cut through the earth. Before he could take a breath, as the fans roared, a huge flame tornado roared in. Fire-style flame fan fire. The red firelight reflected in the masked man's pupils. Without thinking too much, he used Kamui again almost reflexively. Kamui is available again. The masked man's expression was complicated, and it was really confusing that his ability was working sometimes and not working. But no matter what, it's lucky to be able to use it at a critical moment. Using virtualization to avoid the fire tornado, the masked man immediately launched a counterattack. Under the moonlight, the long knife flashed with cold light, and he kicked his foot violently. Like a bolt of red lightning, the masked man rushed straight towards Obito. The blade seems to want to split Obito in two. It's too slow, I react casually. Obito chuckled and shook his head, placing his hand on the edge of the mask. Just when the masked man's blade was about to touch. Instant blur. The blade passed through the body without touching it at all. Immediately afterwards, Obito took action. He turned around and grabbed the masked man who had just passed through. Got you. Obito chuckled, grabbed the masked man, and sucked him into Kamui's space. With a big backswing, you can't press anything. The masked man felt his eyes go dark. When he regained his vision, he immediately realized that the battlefield had changed. Here, it's Kamui's space. The masked man recognized the familiar territory beneath his feet with just one glance. To him, this place is as familiar as home. How could he not recognize it? This guy can actually use my Kamui space. Under the mask, his teeth were clenched, and his eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Why the F***K? Kamui, as his unique eye technique, has now become a weapon for others to attack him. It feels so ironic to be defeated miserably in the field you were best at. The space fluctuated slightly, and what followed was Obito's figure. He also stepped into the realm of Kamui space. When the masked man saw this, without saying a word, he struck down with his knife in a decisive and fierce move. Bang! Obito raised his fan lightly and blocked the blow, with a smile on his lips. Want to compete with me in physical skills? Obito is very interested. In fact, he has never stopped practicing taijutsu. It's just that Kamui is too powerful, and he always relies on it unconsciously when facing enemies, so that physical skills have become a rare display. Advertisement, come on, let's go through 2 moves. There was a hint of playfulness in Obito's smile, and he took the initiative to launch an offensive. They fought as they said, and the two of them actually started to compete in physical skills. Obito expertly fanned that huge ball until it was airtight. Such a heavy weapon seemed extremely light in his hands. On the contrary, the long knife held by the masked man was obviously not an artifact. After several collisions, it showed signs of being scrapped. Bump. Bang. Their weapons collided again. As expected, the masked man's long knife. Broken. Puff. Obito naturally would not miss this opportunity, and slapped the masked man away with all his strength. Fire-style Great Fireball. While flying upside down, the masked man opened his mouth and inhaled, and a fiery Great Fireball came rushing towards him. Watch me do my old trick again. Obito grinned and raised his head to fan. Uchiha Rebound. The huge Great Fireball was absorbed. Poof. At this time, the masked man landed, and he observed the flash of amusement in Obito's eyes. Want to trick me again? Noticing this scene, he immediately paid full attention. Is it behind my back? Humph. He has made preparations behind the defense. As long as the opponent dares to come, he will. But the next moment, A monstrous sea of fire, mixed with howling winds, swept over. Uchiha rebound release. Boom boom. You're playing dirty, right? The masked man's eyes are about to burst. He wants to use Kamui. But at this moment, Kamui can no longer be used. He still doesn't understand why this is the opponent's method. Now, he had no time to hide. His tiny figure in the sea of fire was like a helpless boat in the tsunami, being pushed away without any resistance. At the same time, the clan land of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi leads the elite members back. As soon as they stepped into the gate of the clan, the sight in front of them made them collectively stunned. The streets were littered with blood-stained corpses. They were once living beings, but now they were turned into cold remains, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, as if they were extremely surprised by the identity of the perpetrator. The directions of the bodies were all towards the door, indicating that they were still trying to escape at the last moment of their lives. No one was spared. The old, weak, women, children, and even a few tribesmen in their prime were all ruthlessly taken away by this catastrophe. Chapter 170 Batch Mangekyo. Who did it? The roar cut through the crowd. Immediately afterwards, a tribesman rushed forward and picked up a corpse, with pain and despair written on his face. No, father. As if this was a signal, the elites behind Uchiha Itachi woke up from the initial shock and rushed to their relatives lying in a pool of blood. Elder sister, mother, brother, wake up. The deceased was not someone else, but their nearest and dearest family member. These strong men of Uchiha never expected that during their absence, someone would actually carry out such a brutal massacre of the Uchiha clan. Wails and cries instantly filled the entire clan. Although the Uchiha clan has been moved to the edge of Konoha, the heartbroken cries still penetrate the night sky. It alerted the nearby residents of Konoha, causing them to wake up from their deep sleep. Why is this Uchiha so crazy because he doesn't sleep so late at night? Why are you yelling so loudly? Scanned the code. Uchiha Itachi stood there quietly, witnessing all this. His expression was calm, not ruthless, but he knew in his heart that since Obito had arrived, the resurrection of the dead was only a matter of time. It is said that the power of the Samsara Eye is really outrageous. Then it's time for Obito to take the seat of the King of Hell. Itachi. Uchiha Kwan clutched Itachi's sleeve tightly, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Although her parents were not found on the death list, no one is absolutely safe in the face of such a disaster. At this moment, all she could rely on was Uchiha Itachi beside her. Only by his side did she feel a sense of peace. Leave everything to me. Itachi's words were like reassurance, giving Kwan strength. Kwan nodded, his eyes full of trust. I believe in you, Itachi, just like when you saved me from the clutches of Nine Tails when I was a child, right? Itachi smiled and touched her head, gently but firmly. That's right. He looked around and saw the sad faces of the tribesmen one by one. If it weren't for that chat group, this scene might also become my future. He sighed softly, but there was no trace of frustration in his eyes, instead there was burning determination. But there are no ifs in reality. Since I was selected by the chat group, I will use this power to change these tragedies. Uchiha Itachi walked forward with a steady pace, fellow tribesmen. Although his voice was soft, it seemed to have magic power, causing all the sobbing to stop suddenly. People wiped away their tears and turned their attention to Uchiha Itachi. Young patriarch, you must have learned something before you brought us back, right? Who is this brave guy who did such a heartless thing? I will make him pay 1,000 times the price. Itachi nodded slightly, but now, please come with me to catch the murderer. As soon as these words came out, everyone's spirits were lifted. Yes. Young patriarch, advertisement. They gave their fallen relatives a last look and immediately stood up to line up. Hundreds of people lined up on both sides, with Uchiha Itachi and Izumi passing through. He glanced at everyone, and he saw all the changes in everyone. Catalyzed by great grief due to the loss of their loved ones, many tribesmen have made breakthroughs in their Sharingan activation state. 3 Magatama trees have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. At this moment, Sharingan, who has no one in the team, is lower than double Magatama. But this still falls short of Uchiha Itachi's intended effect. He decided to add more firewood. He whispered to the tribesmen around him. The situation is not irreversible. When everything is over, I will have a way to bring them back to life, so everyone, don't be too sad yet. These words were like the night wind blowing through their hearts, shocking every clan member. Everyone who heard this was stunned in place, their eyes focused on Uchiha Itachi in disbelief. Young patriarch, are you telling the truth? Isn't it to comfort us? One person asked tremblingly. When have I ever lied to my people? Itachi tilted his head slightly and smiled at the questioner. Boom. This sentence was like thunder on the ground, shaking the hearts of all the tribesmen. It's actually true. Huge joy poured into my heart like a tide. I was just as excited as I was crying in despair. Haha. Great. Under the impact of this strong emotion. In an instant, 3 pairs of Mangekyos suddenly opened. Powerful pupil power poured into their eyes, and the 3 people who awakened Mangekyo immediately covered their eyes in pain. What's wrong with you? Let me check it out. Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu's clan members quickly stepped forward to investigate the situation. Only 3 pairs? Itachi stared at the 3 people, lost in thought. After experiencing the huge blow of losing a loved one, he regained redemption in the hope he gave. Under such extreme emotional contrast, only 3 people awakened Mangekyo. It seems that this Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed unattainable. 3 pairs are fine, but the number of 3 Magatama has indeed increased a lot. With the Sharingan of 3 Magatama, the Uchiha tribe can at least become Jonin, but reaching this point is not easy. The entire Uchiha clan totals no more than 50 pairs. Now, after this incident, it is roughly estimated that there are more than 200 pairs of 3 Magatama on site. The strength of the Uchiha clan has greatly increased. Yun, Chong. How do you feel now? Uchiha Ga, Uchiha Cloud, Uchiha Rush. It was those 3 clansmen who awakened Mangekyo. The 3 of them were just a little surprised by the impact of the pupil power at first, but now they have relaxed a lot. Advertisement, it's okay, young patriarch, we are. The 3 people raised their heads, and 3 pairs of extraordinary Sharingan appeared. Congratulations, you have gained great power, Mangekyo Sharingan. The 3 of them couldn't help but rejoiced. It's really Mangekyo. These are the eyes of Madara's ancestors. Does that mean we already have the power to match Madara's ancestors? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but chuckle. You're still far from it. The 3 of them looked puzzled. Young patriarch, don't we already have Mangekyo? How can it be so far behind? Among Mangekyo, there is also a distinction between superior and inferior. Okay, let's not discuss this now. You will have the opportunity to understand Madara's power in the future. Now, let's go out and find the murderer. Uchiha Itachi waved his hand and led the Uchiha army with increased strength deep into the clan territory. Along the way, there were not many corpses left on the road, but Itachi still sent people to check carefully inside the house. They had died quietly in the room. It seems that not many people can detect the killer's actions and escape. Most people die without realizing it. The team moved on in the darkness. In the darkness where no one can reach, a dark crow watched all this silently. It tilts its head sideways, using its eye inlaid with the eye of the distinguished heavenly gods. Keep a clear view of everyone's actions, at the same time. In another clansman's house, Uchiha Itachi of this time and space is wiping his long sword. At his feet, several corpses were already cold. What happened? That person missed. Through the picture transmitted by the crow, Uchiha Itachi in this time and space witnessed the situation over there. Looking at the aggressive Uchiha elite team, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but frown. Didn't the guy wearing the mask confidently say that he could take down the security forces? So what's going on now? People are coming. Before he could figure out the reason, Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly trembled. As the crow's perspective changes, an unexpected figure of Uchiha Itachi comes into view. He saw himself, at this moment. The other party seemed to be aware of the crow's presence. He actually cast a glance into the darkness. Uchiha Itachi from 2 different time and space made eye contact for the first time through a crow. Chapter 171 Appearance. Who is he? Uchiha Itachi stood on the quiet corridor, with a look of surprise on his face. In the entire Uchiha territory, except for the clan leader, his father Uchiha Fugaku. Except for his mother Uchiha Makoto, all the rest of the clan have fallen under his hands. Uchiha Itachi knew that Fugaku possessed the secret of Mangekyo Sharingan, and the originally expected duel was between 2 pairs of Mangekyo. However, at this moment, a sudden change made him unable to take care of this fateful battle. 3 powerful pupil forces were approaching at an alarming speed, like 3 invisible chains, tightly strangling his nerves. 3 pairs of Mangekyo. He mused secretly in his heart, even if he didn't count the mysterious, other self. Just these 3 unknown Mangekyo holders were enough to put him in unprecedented trouble. The situation seems to be getting out of control. Call out, a black shadow cut across the night sky, and Uchiha Itachi's figure disappeared in an instant. No matter what the road ahead is, once you have taken the first step, there is no way back. For Konoha, for Sasuke, he must clear all obstacles. And on the other side, stop. The healthy ferret suddenly stopped and stopped. In order to easily distinguish the 2 Uchiha Itachi, the Itachi in different time and space will be called a healthy Itachi in the following, and the Itachi in the current time and space will be called normal. By the way, next Thursday I will draw 1025 and 1198 ninjutsu posts in the group. Brothers who have good fortune Kishin Gu can try it. I touched my head in room 920, 884,793 times. The sudden words interrupted the marching team. When everyone heard the sound, their mighty steps came to an abrupt halt. Young patriarch, is there something wrong? Uchiha took a step forward and asked with doubts on his face. He's coming. Healthy Weasel spoke calmly and looked up into the shadow of a pole not far away. Everyone looked along his line of sight, and unexpectedly a figure appeared in the darkness. Wearing an Anbu mask, his identity was difficult to identify. But this does not prevent the Uchiha people from igniting their anger. Advertisement, he is the murderer of the clan members. Some people's eyes widened with anger and anger. That outfit is the village Anbu, exclaimed another. What a shame. It turned out to be Konoha's fault. The 3rd Hokage really has ulterior motives. Kill him. Overthrow the rule of Konoha, revenge for the people. Anger spread like wildfire. When it was confirmed that the enemy came from Konoha Anbu, the hatred that had been suppressed for a long time boiled over instantly. Uchiha Uchiha Yun, and Uchiha Chong acted almost simultaneously, turning into ghosts in the night and quietly approaching the target from 3 directions. Suffer death. Uchiha Yun shouted angrily. The double blades glowed coldly in the moonlight, one pointed at Anbu's throat, and the other pointed directly at the heart, showing his murderous intent. You won't be alone. That old fox Hokage will be with you soon. Uchiha's words are chilling, and his attacks are ruthless and decisive. However, at this moment, his eyes met the scarlet pattern in the other person's eyes unexpectedly, and his shock was beyond words. That's Mangekyo Sharingan. This is our Uchiha's power, how could he have it? Could it be that he is also from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yun was horrified in her heart, and a terrible suspicion quietly took shape. But before these thoughts were fully formed, his world suddenly fell into darkness. When the light returned to his field of vision again, he found that he was firmly tied to the cross and the surrounding environment was completely different. Before he could figure out the situation, he felt a heartbreaking pain in his abdomen. Uchiha Yun lowered his head and was shocked to see a long knife pierced through his chest. Am I going to die? Confused thoughts flashed past, and he couldn't even resist the opponent's blow. Damn it! He has just awakened Mangekyo and has not yet realized his ambition. But in an instant, he found that he was intact and his wounds were gone. Is this Genjutsu? Advertisement. He gasped for breath and looked around in fear, with cold sweat on his forehead. At this time, a faint voice sounded behind him. Everything here is under my control. Whether it's space, time, or mass, no matter how much time passes here, the outside world is only a moment. Just enjoy the rest of the time. As he finished speaking, countless figures of Anbu suddenly appeared around him. All of them were that mysterious man. Uchiha Yun's throat tightened. Facing such a large number of enemies, he couldn't help but feel desperate. To be criticized for sword power. Time passed, and in this endless torture, Uchiha Yun experienced indescribable pain. Outside world. Well. Uchiha Yun's face was suddenly filled with pain, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground, his face turned pale and sweat was pouring down like rain. That Anbu had quick eyes and quick hands, grabbed him and threw him towards Uchiha who was rushing towards him. Uchiha's attack rhythm was suddenly disrupted, and he hurriedly caught Yun. In the midst of this flash of lightning, Anbu took the opportunity to attack, aiming at the last approaching Uchiha, and unleashed a smooth combination of physical skills. This Anbu member has extremely high attainments in physical skills. Uchiha was beaten so hard that he was helpless and was knocked out after a few rounds. At this point, the three people's joint offensive was completely collapsed. Young Patriarch. Uchiha He and Uchiha Chong supported the weak Uchiha Yun back to the healthy Itachi. Both of their faces were filled with guilt. They didn't even survive a few rounds, and they didn't even have time to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Before healthy Itachi could speak, an Uchiha tribesman behind him could no longer hold back and asked, Yun, what happened to you just now? In everyone's eyes, Uchiha Yun was almost close to the Anbu member, but suddenly he was restrained as if his strength had been drained. The three people's joint attack thus revealed a flaw. Chapter 172 No. Why are you jealous? It's Genjutsu. That guy uses extremely advanced Genjutsu. I almost fell on his Genjutsu and almost died, Uchiha Yun said with lingering fear. By the way, young chief, that man is also from the Uchiha clan. I saw his Sharingan. Uchiha Yun pointed at the figure on the telephone pole and gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand why he was so cruel and helped Konoha to attack his own people even though he was from the same clan. What? Uchiha Yun's words were like a bomb, exploding in the crowd, causing an uproar. He is also from the Uchiha clan. How could you do such an inhumane thing? I will never admit that such people are from our clan. Some were shocked, others angrily condemned. The man on the telephone pole faced everyone scolding, his face was expressionless, as if he had a heart of stone. His eyes were always fixed on the healthy ferret. After a long time, he finally opened his lips, looked directly at the healthy ferret with cold eyes, and asked slowly. Who are you? The healthy ferret smiled slightly and was about to respond. But was beaten to the punch. That's Uchiha. At this moment, his eyes were like a wild beast that chooses people to devour, full of anger. It's okay to do such bad things, but you don't even know the young patriarch? Those eyes of yours were stolen, right? You're not the real Uchiha at all. Uchiha's words seemed to touch that Anbu. Anbu was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. Under the mask is his true face. Seeing that face, everyone's eyes froze. The anger on Uchiha's face condensed instantly and turned into shock. Young patriarch. Uchiha Izumi opened his eyes wide, sometimes looking at Uchiha Itachi on the telephone pole, and sometimes looking at the healthy ferret next to him. She felt like her brain was going to explode. Two ferrets? Advertisement. She was a little confused. How come there are two young masters at the same time? That's not important. The key thing is, why did he attack our people? Uchiha Itachi ignored the noise below, his eyes remained on the healthy Itachi. He stretched out his hand towards the healthy ferret and gestured. Now my identity has been revealed, please stop hiding. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the healthy ferret, looking forward to his explanation. Why are there two young patriarchs? Needless to say, I am also Uchiha Itachi, the young clan leader of Uchiha. Healthy Itachi smiled. Uchiha Itachi frowned. Obviously this was not the answer he wanted. What is the difference between this and not saying anything? Healthy Weasel continued. However, I am Uchiha Itachi from another time and space. Because I received a special gift, I was able to travel through different time and space. As soon as he finished speaking, the Uchiha clan members behind Healthy Itachi were stunned. A young patriarch from another time and space? They all looked in disbelief. This sounds too bizarre, right? Uchiha Kwan blinked curiously. No wonder, I remember you never used a stick before. You are the Itachi in that chat group, right? Uchiha Kwan approached the healthy ferret and whispered softly. As he spoke, Uchiha Kwan also summoned the chat group interface, turning it on and off. Healthy Itachi naturally saw this interface and nodded with a smile. Although you are not the weasel I originally thought you were, I still want to thank you for saving me. There's no need to talk about this between you and me. The chat world can only be seen by members of the group. No one else, not even Uchiha Itachi, could notice. In his sight, there were only Uchiha Izumi and the self who claimed to have traveled through time and space. The intimate interaction below reveals extraordinary familiarity between the lines. Uchiha Itachi's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily, and then interrupted their conversation. You said you were a person from another time and space. What evidence is there? What is the purpose of your appearance? Advertisement. The healthy Itachi caught the subtle changes in Uchiha Itachi's expression and was stunned for a moment. Is this guy jealous? Are you jealous too? The healthy ferret laughed dumbly and shook his head slightly. My purpose? It's very simple. I'm here to stop you. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were cold. Stop me? When will it be the turn of outsiders to point fingers at the Uchiha clan's affairs? The Uchiha clan. If I hadn't intervened, this family would have disappeared without a trace in the long river of history. Healthy Weasel looked around, and the faces of his tribe members fell into his eyes one by one. You will all face death, no one will be spared. He, Yun, Chang, including you. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Uchiha Izumi. Quan is no exception. Healthy Weasel's words were like the cold wind in winter, making everyone's hearts tremble. They will all die? Uchiha Quan also looked very frightened, her face was pale, she moved her steps lightly, and subconsciously moved closer to the healthy Itachi. Perhaps it's because this Uchiha Itachi from another world inexplicably gives people a sense of peace of mind. Uchiha Quan snuggled next to the healthy ferret, as if he had found the courage to face death. She looked up at Uchiha Itachi with a complicated expression. Itachi, do you really want to kill us all? She now began to believe that what the man wearing the mask said might be true. At that time, Itachi was dealing with the clansmen in the clan and had no time to care about her. She had already been given up by him. If it weren't for the unexpected appearance of a healthy ferret, she would probably be dead at this moment. Uchiha Itachi on the telephone pole had a flash of pain in his eyes, which quickly disappeared. He regained his indifference. This is a necessary sacrifice. Why, young patriarch? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately burst into questions. Why do you want to kill us? We respect you so much. The expressions of the Uchiha tribe members were complicated, and their young chief actually wanted to raise a butcher's knife against them. However, another young patriarch from time and space could not sit idly by and stepped forward to save them from dire straits. All this is like a magical story. Chapter 173 Izumi's Mangekyo. Respect? Uchiha Itachi sneered. Shisui was persecuted by Danzo and eventually committed suicide by jumping off a cliff. He didn't even have time to avenge his best friend. Some people in the clan foolishly suspected that he killed Shisui out of coveting the power of the distinguished heavenly gods, and even pointed the finger at him. How did they come up with such heaven-defying ideas? Couldn't these people see the relationship between him and Shisui? From that moment on, Uchiha Itachi realized how stupid and short-sighted these tribesmen were. If they are allowed to develop, they will only hurt both Konoha and will eventually be taken advantage of by other ninja villages. It was at that moment that Uchiha Itachi's determination became rock solid. They must be eliminated. Shang. Uchiha Itachi slowly drew out the sharp blade, with murderous intent in his eyes. For Sasuke, I had to give it a try today. 3 pairs of Mangekyo? It seems that he is going to fight hard, Weasel. Are you really going to do it? Uchiha Kwan suddenly took a step forward, with tears in his eyes, full of begging. She hoped that Uchiha Itachi would stop. Facing the person who once made his heart beat, Uchiha Itachi's face was full of struggle. But in the end, he closed his eyes. Well. Realizing Uchiha Itachi's choice, Uchiha Izumi gave up completely. She sighed sadly, and 2 lines of blood tears slid down her cheeks. Boom. Suddenly, the ground is thundering, the storm is rising. A terrifying force burst out from her delicate body. Pink bones appeared around her, forming a huge skeleton giant. But this is just the beginning, the majestic pupil power will burst out. Behind the skeleton, the meridians and flesh spread crazily. They quickly clung to the skeleton and merged with it. In the end, a huge and terrifying giant was formed. Susanoo 3rd form. Advertisement, Weasel. I will stop you with my own hands. The Uchiha clan will never be destroyed because of you. The sound of Uchiha Spring is extremely calm, like an ancient well without waves. Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes and looked directly at the huge pink Susanoo. She also turned on Mangekyo. It seems that Uchiha Itachi underestimated the other party's emotional investment in him. Facing the huge pressure that was coming, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with surprise, but then he calmed down. Stop me. You can try and see. Even Susanoo, he can do it. This, Quan is only 13 years old. The Mangekyo trio were astonished. They are almost 30-year-old uncles and have just awakened to Mangekyo. The differences between people are so huge. We can't fall behind. A flash of passion flashed across Uchiha Yun's pale face. Chong, help me. Uchiha nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a pale golden sword came out. Then, amid everyone's astonishment, he suddenly thrust his sword into Uchiha Yun's body. Surprisingly, Uchiha Yun not only did not show any pain, but also looked very comfortable. Peeved. After a moment, Uchiha rushed out and drew his pale golden sword. Although Uchiha Yun was a little nostalgic, he quickly returned to his original state. The mental damage caused by Tsukuyomi has been completely restored. This is Uchiha's Mangekyo pupil technique, Dahuang Sumeishin. He can control this golden sword, which can both attack enemies and heal wounds. The left eye pupil technique absorbs damage, and the right eye pupil technique can release the absorbed damage, but it requires the golden sword to hit the enemy. Let's go too. Wake up the young patriarch. The Mangekyo trio quickly unfolded their respective Susanoo's, and the scene instantly became extremely shocking. 3 giant Susanoo's stand in the field, each with its own characteristics. Uchiha's Susanoo is like the first snow in winter, transparent and pure. What Uchiha clouds is the abyss of late night, the deep blackness is full of mystery. Advertisement Uchiha is the most dazzling, with golden light that is as bright and dazzling as the midday sun. Boom. With the appearance of these 3 behemoths, the Uchiha people were excited and their excitement was palpable. This is the true power of Mangekyo Sharingan? It's incredible, it's like a god came to the world. The tribesmen were having a heated discussion, debating which color of Susanoo was cooler. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi could no longer maintain the calmness on his face. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a turmoil arose in his heart. 4 Susanoo's. Young master, I'm offended. Uchiha Yun roared, a light of pleasure flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else, he just wanted to vent the frustration he had suffered earlier. The field expands. Uchiha Yun put his palms together, and Mangekyo's eye power suddenly exploded. In an instant, a dark shadow spread like a tide from under his feet, covering the entire world in the blink of an eye. The trio of Mangekyo, Uchiha Izumi, and Uchiha Itachi were instantly sucked into a strange dimension. Here, the gray mist is shrouded and boundless, as if you have stepped into the underworld. Uchiha Itachi frowned, and he could feel that part of his power was being quietly swallowed by this space. At this time, Uchiha Yun's voice came slowly, through the dark portal. Young patriarch, welcome to my domain. Here, I will extract at least 1/10 of your power. And there are limits to this realm. You can't escape until you defeat us. Uchiha Yun smiled slyly. Itachi, use your full strength. As soon as Uchiha Izumi finished speaking, her Susanoo had already pulled out her exclusive artifact. Mikazuki Munichika. That is a sharp spiritual weapon that can cut through all obstacles. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, just silently, his Susanoo gradually appeared around his body. Likewise, he also evolved it to the 3rd stage. The 10-fist swords, the 8-foot mirror, and the 8-foot Magatama, the 3 god-tier weapons appear one by one, with extraordinary majesty. Itachi, I will make you sober completely, rumble. With a deafening bang, Susanoo of Uchiha Izumi launched an offensive. A beam of sword light shot through the air and struck down hard. Wherever it passed, there was only a dazzling cold light, which was unstoppable. Chapter 174 Danzo's happiest episode Night Falls. But the Hokage office building is still brightly lit. In a quiet room next to the office, 2 heavyweights sat opposite each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo looked at each other, each with their own hidden agenda. They were silent and the atmosphere was depressing. You seem to be in a good mood. Hiruzen held a pipe in his mouth and was a standard traditionalist. He glanced sideways at Danzo, with a hint of amusement in his tone. Danzo was stunned for a moment, and then realized that there was a flaw in his expression management. He secretly wondered how he could be so rude. Tonight, the hidden danger of Uchiha will be completely removed from the Konoha tree. I am just happy for the future of the village. Danzo reluctantly suppressed the curvature of his mouth, but the joy that could not be hidden soon quietly emerged. So damn happy. Oh, really? Hiruzen's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything, deep and meaningful. No wonder, even a gloomy person like Danzo could not hide his smile. Uchiha Itachi is about to implement a decisive plan. By dawn, the famous Uchiha clan in the ninja world will become a thing of the past. Danzo has been wary of Uchiha for a long time, and its destruction is undoubtedly the greatest victory for him. Facing Hiruzen's scrutinizing gaze, he didn't care. He knew in his heart that even if Hiruzen was also eager to solve the Uchiha problem, as a Hokage, he would never show it easily. He had to take action from the roots of Konoha. It's almost time, the plan should have started to be implemented. Danzo looked out the window, where Uchiha's territory was, and spoke in a calm tone. The full moon hung high, and a silent storm was brewing under the moonlight. The demise of Uchiha not only eliminates an unstable factor, but also means that a large number of Sharingan will fall into his research. Danzo has long coveted the power of Sharingan. Thinking of this, an imperceptible smile crept onto Danzo's lips. However, suddenly, a roar broke through the tranquility, accompanied by violent vibrations. Boom! Hiruzen and Danzo were caught off guard, their bodies were shaken into the air, and they immediately landed firmly on the ground. What happened? The two exchanged a look, their eyes full of confusion. The vibration came from that direction. Danzo quickly came to the window and locked his eyes on the source of the vibration. Hiruzen followed closely, with a stern look on his face. Is there something wrong with Itachi? It's okay, Uchiha can't survive the storm. I'll send someone to find out the situation. Advertisement. Just as the two of them were contemplating, the next moment, shock surged into their hearts like a tide. Hiruzen, what is that? Danzo looked at the huge Susanoo figure rising from the Uchiha territory. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by incredible shock. Susanoo. Hiruzen chewed his pipe and spoke with heavy words. The face covered with traces of time was deeply impressed by the shock. Back in the early years of Konoha, when he was only 6 years old, he witnessed Uchiha Madara's prominent position in the village. However, Madara left the village the next year. In the same year, 7-year-old Hiruzen witnessed Madara driving Susanoo to attack Konoha. Although Hashirama intervened in time to prevent the disaster, the power of Susanoo that could shake the world is still unforgettable to him. Gather your forces immediately, we must confirm the situation in person. We must not allow such forces to break out into conflict in the village, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous, Hiruzen ordered in a deep voice. Even though Uchiha is located on the edge of Konoha, how can the destructive power of Susanoo be underestimated? It is not an exaggeration to be extremely vigilant. Danzo left silently, but fortunately they were already prepared. Anbu and the root members were on standby at any time. At this moment, they have only one goal, Uchiha. Without saying a word, the two set off immediately, each leading a team of numerous Anbu, or root members. Behind him, there was an endless crowd of people that could be seen in darkness. A rough calculation showed that there were hundreds of them. Those who can gain a foothold in Anbu and the roots are all elites with their own merits. Together, this group of people can cope with almost any challenge in the world. However, on the way, something unexpected happened. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, 3 more Susanoos rose from the ground. 3 more. Now there are 4 Susanoo. The 4 behemoth Susanoos each exude a heart-stopping pressure. Just looking at them is enough to make people feel stressed. The light they emit even lights up half of the night sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sweating profusely and stared blankly in the direction of Uchiha's territory, feeling shocked in his heart. When did the Uchiha clan become so powerful? When did all this happen? His footsteps stopped involuntarily, and he hesitated in his heart whether he should continue moving forward. Hiruzen, is this still going to pass? Danzo appeared with a serious face. Obviously, going there at this moment was not a wise choice. If there was only one Susanoo, they might still be able to give it a try. Damn it, now it's 4. If this is to pass, wouldn't it be like throwing yourself into a trap? Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyes slightly, scanning the 4 huge Susanoos with his peripheral vision, and then looked at his own body, which was not strong. In the end, I chose to follow my heart. He turned to Anbu behind him and shouted. Retreat. Advertisement. Before he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the teleportation technique and jumped towards the path he came from. Everyone Anbu. The man touched his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but suggest. The Uchiha people looked at each other in shock. They thought they would witness a century-old war, but it ended like this? Everyone in Uchiha felt more relaxed than ever before, and getting along with the young patriarch was too easygoing. But just as they pulled away from each other, the light behind them suddenly dimmed. How about? Go over and have a look. What a clever little guy. Danzo said. After all, he alone did not dare to act rashly. I'll go if you go. Is it fun? Kick us around like a ball. And here in Uchiha territory. Escape. When Danzo saw this, he naturally followed and evacuated. Chief Jia Shao, what should we do now? The man grinned and nodded repeatedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then ordered Anbu behind him. As the Uchiha cloud opened its territory and absorbed all the Susanoos, the scene suddenly became empty and silent. The other person was incredibly kind. There was surprise in his eyes. The 4 huge Susanoos had disappeared without a trace at some point. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and looked back in confusion. Someone asked curiously. Danzo landed next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking strange. Now that Susanoo has disappeared, should they continue to go? However, this peaceful atmosphere was soon broken by an exclamation. Let's call it the normal name, it sounds a bit weird. Hiruzen. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out first. Aren't you a young patriarch from another world? I thought adding world would make it easier to distinguish. Just call the young clan leader. Why do you have to add the word Jia? No need to retreat, turn around, head to Uchiha territory? The strong Itachi found it a bit funny. I heard that it takes a lot of chakra to activate the Susanoo. Maybe those Susanoo only appear briefly? Chapter 175 War begins. Uchiha Itachi, under the moonlight, Hiruzen Sarutobi's figure jumped up on the wall. Along with his appearance, in the inky darkness around him, black shadows flickered and the human form was graceful. A dense layer of Anbu members silently surrounded the place. Visiting me late at night, Mr. Third Generation, what are you doing here? Uchiha Itachi's face remained unchanged, with a faint smile on his lips, and he calmly faced Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel slightly surprised when he faced Itachi, who had a completely different demeanor. Is the cheerful-looking boy in front of me really the Uchiha Itachi? At this time, Danzo flashed next to Sarutobi Hiruzen like a ghost, and spoke with sinister eyes. Uchiha Itachi, this is the time for us to ask you, what do you really want? The implication is self-evident. Why did your actions deviate from the plan? Danzo expected to see the corpses of the Uchiha clan everywhere when he came here, but he didn't expect that there were so many people safe and sound. Those who died were all clansmen with mediocre fighting abilities and were worthless to him. Uchiha Itachi glanced sideways at Danzo, his eyes narrowed involuntarily, with dangerous sparks flashing inside. Another Danzo. It's no wonder that it was delivered to your door automatically. A sneer formed on the corners of Itachi's lips, and instead of answering Danzo, he turned sideways and faced the clansman behind him and asked. Everyone, do you know who this big shot is? He waved his finger lightly and pointed at Danzo. Young patriarch, isn't this Shimura Danzo? How could we not know each other? He always finds trouble with us in every meeting. Someone immediately responded angrily. Yes, and I must tell you that it was this Lord Danzo who forced Shisui to death in order to seize the distinguished heavenly gods. He targets us Uchiha in the dark, and even studies our Sharingan in private. His right eye is Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. Itachi pointed at Danzo's eyes covered by bandages and chuckled softly. He broke his skin without any scruples and made Danzo's secret known to the public. The moment the words fell, Danzo's face turned black. What? Following Itachi's words, everyone in Uchiha looked at each other angrily. A pair of scarlet Sharingans locked tightly on Danzo, full of murderous intent. Seeing the murderous atmosphere on the field, Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer wait and watch. He frowned and said sternly, Uchiha Itachi, what do you want? Don't incite the masses of Uchiha and provoke hostility in Konoha? Third generation Sama, what are you anxious about? Itachi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with interest. Could it be that you are also involved in these things? As soon as these words were spoken, the angry gazes of the Uchiha tribe immediately focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if he was being burned by burning flames. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked gloomy. Could he admit it? Advertisement once you nod, the flames of war will probably begin immediately. Moreover, what shocked him even more was when did the Uchiha clan possess so many 3 Magatama Sharingan? He quietly looked around. The 3 Magatama, which were rarely seen at ordinary times, now looked like stars. A rough estimate was that there were nearly 200 pairs. This is wrong. Where do these 3 Magatama come from? Can 3-1 Magatama Sharingan be combined into 2 Magatama? Can 3-2 Magatama be combined into a 3 Magatama? But from memory, Sharingan does not seem to have this kind of synthesis ability. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo being shocked by his words, Itachi had a look of satisfaction on his face. He had already planned this, but he always felt that his choice in the original work was too stupid. Why keep hiding the truth about Shisui, letting the Uchiha clan run around like headless flies, and finally point the finger at themselves? Holding distinguished heavenly gods and unwilling to reveal the truth about Shisui, the tribesmen will naturally be suspicious. And now, if you tell everything clearly, why not fight with Konoha? Although there are many Anbu and roots on the field, the Uchiha people have high fighting spirit and superior strength. In a battle, victory will definitely belong to them. Besides, I still have the master to tell me everything, so my death will be nothing. If you die, you are really dead, but if we die, we can still be resurrected. What about the Obito people? Does it take so long to deal with a masked man? Are you secretly playing again? Suddenly, the healthy Itachi felt a strong surge of yin-style chakra, attacking his brain and trying to tamper with his will. Huh? Healthy Weasel's eyes moved slightly, can't help but activate the distinguished heavenly gods? The healthy Itachi's eyes flashed, he caught a glimpse of Danzo's figure and immediately understood the current situation. To make people laugh, the healthy ferret's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately focused his energy to fight against the invading power of the distinguished heavenly gods. Almost in the blink of an eye, he broke through the intruding yin-style chakra. Danzo squatted down suddenly, covering his eyes with his hands, his face twisted in pain. The backlash is coming. Distinguished heavenly gods are so easy to control. Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and quickly stepped forward to help him. Uchiha Itachi, what did you do? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in anger. As Third Hokage's mood fluctuated, the Anbu on the sidelines immediately went into alert mode, just waiting for his order. What did I do? The healthy ferret spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. Master Third Generation, you have really wronged me. I am the victim. Shimura Danzo wanted to use distinguished heavenly gods on me, but I cracked it and suffered backlash. This is all his own fault. Advertisement. The healthy ferret's face was filled with contempt. Danzo was unable to exert the true power of distinguished heavenly gods at all, and it was difficult for him to control Mifune with his little ability. Not to mention trying to control a healthy Itachi with a Mangekyo and a fairy body. Isn't this asking for trouble? Bang, hoo. In the silence, a huge fireball suddenly struck. It was the people at the root who took action. How could these people sit back and watch when their master was injured? Young patriarch, I'll take care of it. Healthy Weasel was about to destroy the incoming fireball when an Uchiha tribesman suddenly jumped out. Stand in front of him, playing fire style in front of Uchiha? He sneered and quickly formed seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. The young man Uchiha opened his mouth and spat out, and an even bigger fireball roared out, instantly suppressing the fireball at the root and driving it into the opponent's array. Boom! Flames soar into the sky. Facing the attack, all root members immediately counterattacked. What started as one person's impulse has now led to a full-scale conflict. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Afterimages of the roots are coming in one after another, rushing towards this side crazily. Go! Destroy them! Everyone in Uchiha was furious and attacked one after another. They have long been dissatisfied with these Konoha ninjas. A melee broke out. Stop it, everyone, don't fight anymore. Seeing the war between Uchiha and the Roots ignited, Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. He hated the Root member who took action first, he was so stupid. But his shouts were quickly drowned out by the noise of the battle and ignored. Sarutobi Hiruzen's clothes were soaked with sweat on his back. It's over. Once the battle starts, it is difficult to stop easily. Now that Uchiha's strength has greatly increased, after this battle, even if Konoha can win, his vitality will definitely be severely damaged. When the time comes, other ninja villages will definitely take advantage of the situation and move in. Konoha. It's dangerous. Chapter 176. The old third generation is really not shady. Anbu, move. The Uchiha family went against the grain and started a rebellion. Immediately execute the obliteration order, and no one will be spared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was as cold as ice, full of murderous intent, and resounded in every corner. The usually indecisive Hokage showed unprecedented decisiveness at this moment. As you command. Anbu members responded quickly like phantoms in the darkness. Transformed into afterimages, merged into the battlefield, and surrounded the Uchiha clan together with the Root organization. The Uchiha people showed no fear, drew their weapons, and charged into battle without hesitation. For a moment, the battlefield fell into complete chaos, with roars and the roar of ninjutsu intertwined, deafening. Young Patriarch, leave this to us. You can go ahead and deal with the third Hokage. Many Uchiha people shouted loudly. Although there are many people in Anbu and the Root organization, there is always a way to crack it, but the third Hokage is a troublesome existence. Among the people present, perhaps only the young Patriarch can fight with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninja hero of Konoha, is also the most difficult character to deal with. His name is not self-proclaimed, but actually earned by fighting in the ninja world. All attribute Grand Master, an all-around master without a single weakness. The healthy ferret nodded slightly, and a light smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he locked his sight on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was waiting for him, and couldn't help but chuckle. Master third generation, you may have made an unwise choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were solemn, but revealed unquestionable determination. Now that the war has started, Uchiha and Konoha must fight to determine the outcome. He quickly made up his mind to put an end to the Uchiha clan here, even if the cost was heavy. I would rather not do this, but in many cases we have no choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice. Then, please show me Hokage-sama's superb ninjutsu. The healthy ferret slowly removed the two tungsten iron rods from its back and gently rotated them together to form a 5-foot 3-inch long stick. Sticks? Sarutobi raised his eyebrows slightly, quite surprised. Why did Itachi switch to this weapon? Let's explore the reality first. Sarutobi Hiruzen already had some calculations in his mind. With a flick of his wrist, several shurikens roared out. The sound of breaking through the sky is sharp, heading straight for the healthy weasel. As a ninjutsu professor, Hiruzen Sarutobi's attacks naturally don't stop there, as he can only see his hands forming seals. Ninpo Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Moment. The originally simple shuriken quickly split, from 1 to 2, and 2 to 4, growing exponentially. In the blink of an eye, shurikens filled the night sky like raindrops, densely packed, as if thousands of arrows were fired, rushing toward the healthy ferret. There are enough arrows, feel free to use them. Advertisement. Ding 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 ding. Facing this intensive offensive, the healthy ferret's movements were simple and crisp, and a stick shadow flew around, forming an indestructible line of defense. All the shurikens were shot down one by one before they even got close. According to this trend, even if all the shurikens are consumed, they will not cause any trouble to the healthy Itachi. However, at this moment, the healthy ferret's feet suddenly became weak and his movements stagnated. The place where he stood had turned into a quagmire. In the distance, Hiruzen Sarutobi silently completed the seal. Earth-style river. The healthy ferret was instantly swallowed by the mire. Peefed, PFFT, PFFT. The shuriken was like a violent storm, instantly piercing the healthy weasel trapped in the quagmire. However, under the night sky, the cry of crows suddenly came. Guaguagua. Then, the healthy ferret's body suddenly exploded and turned into a flock of crows, flying away in all directions. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crow going away, with no surprise on his face. It would be strange if Uchiha Itachi was defeated so easily. Soon, the crows gathered together and once again transformed into a healthy ferret. He was safe and sound and smiling. As expected of ninjutsu, if you use ninjutsu together, you can't defend against it. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored the words of praise and immediately started to form seals. Psychic art. With a bang, the white mist exploded. What happened again, Sarutobi? The fog cleared, revealing a tall and mighty figure. The strongest psychic beast appears. The ape demon, that giant beast that can transform into the Vajra wishful stick. Something's wrong, ape demon, turn into a Vajra Rui stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly. Without saying a word, the ape demon used his innate ability to turn his body and turned into an indestructible Rui golden cudgel. Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the Vajra wishful rod and turned like a whirlwind toward the position of the healthy Itachi. Rui bang strong wind. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The Vajra Rui rod roared and rotated in midair, combining with the wind escape released by Hiruzen Sarutobi to form a powerful suction vortex. What a fast windmill, healthy weasel exclaimed. The execution of this move was so smooth that a healthy weasel was not even able to react. His body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and he flew towards Sarutobi Hiruzen involuntarily. Sarutobi Hiruzen swung the Vajra Wish Wish stick in one move. The Wish Wish stick extended like ramen and hit the healthy Itachi with a huge force. This attack can repel even tailed beasts of the 9 tails level. Want to compete with me in physical skills? Advertisement? The healthy ferret had a smile on his face, and the tungsten iron rod in his hand was ready to go. With the help of the strong wind, he jumped up suddenly and swung the bat with all his strength. Bang! The two sticks struck each other hard. In an instant, astonishing airwaves swept across all directions like a storm. Boom! The sound of metal crashing in the field was endless, clear and loud. In this attack, it seemed that Hiruzen Sarutobi had the upper hand. One stick after another, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to retreat continuously, only defending but not attacking. Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded the Vajra stick and struck out from behind. Master 3rd generation, it's my turn to take action. His breathing also became rapid, and he was too old to withstand such a high-intensity battle for a long time. For a while, the two sides fell into a stalemate. Amazing strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and used Penultimate's perception to fight back. The healthy ferret played a beautiful stick trick, chuckled, and approached instantly. The two clashed again, and the weapons collided with loud noises. But after all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has decades of combat experience and can always find opportunities to counterattack. Bang! Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be able to sustain it for long. Fortunately, the wishful stick transformed from the ape demon can act independently and can offset the power of a healthy ferret to a certain extent. With the help of the powerful power of the immortal human body, healthy weasel exerts his physical skills to his heart's content, with a fierce attack and a full sense of oppression. One of the magical changes of the wishful stick, the ape demon can change its shape at will. Bang! He looked at the rock-steady healthy Itachi in disbelief. When did this kid possess such amazing power? The stick shadows are intertwined, as dense as raindrops. The healthy ferret has no fear and uses the tungsten iron rod to fight head-on. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was not much better. As soon as he said it, a strong arm stretched out from one end of the wishful stick and tightly grasped the throat of the healthy ferret. The two started a fierce duel using physical skills. The healthy Itachi pressed down with great force, while Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and held on. Then, the healthy Itachi's body was overturned by the force and flew backwards. Hiss, Sarutobi! Now, huge energy was released, and the surrounding ground suddenly collapsed several inches. He suddenly raised his stick and blocked the attack from behind. His speed is as fast as a ghost, and he is almost invisible. The weapons collided again, and the two competed. For a time, his hands were shaking slightly and his expression was shocked. As the number of fights increased, Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms gradually felt numb. Chapter 177 Good news. Hit, bad news. Susan is hit. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not miss this opportunity and complete the seal immediately. Lightning-style thunderbolt. He began to accumulate thunder and lightning, and when the accumulated thunder reached the threshold, he opened his mouth and spat out, and a bolt of thunder erupted from his mouth, directly hitting the healthy weasel who couldn't move. Hey hey! Boom! After the thunderous sound, lightning wrapped tightly around the healthy ferret's body like a giant python. With a deafening roar, he was thrown into the air, and finally fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. The electric current wrapped around the body was visible, and the muscles were shaking uncontrollably due to paralysis. However, the strong vitality given to him by the immortal body quickly took effect and alleviated the pain of the electric shock. Soon, the healthy ferret struggled to stand up and was about to take action when he saw the Vajra wishful stick turning into a sharp arrow and attacking directly towards him. The lag caused by the electric shock prevented him from evading it. The Vajra rod touched his body instantly, but strangely split into dozens of sections. Then it reorganized as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye weaved into an indestructible diamond cage, locking the healthy ferret tightly in it. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. The sky suddenly lit up with a fiery red light, and a roaring fire dragon roared down and rushed straight into the Vajra prison. With a loud noise, the flames collided with the cage and exploded. In an instant, blazing flames filled the inside and outside of the cage. The Vajra rod was unscathed, but the healthy ferret in the cage had to withstand the full burst of fire. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Even though the healthy Itachi had been engulfed by the sea of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen never relaxed his vigilance. He used the clone technique, and the four figures dispersed instantly, each occupying one side. Then, the main body and the clone took off at the same time, forming a tacit seal in midair, and the 5 figures shouted in unison. Release the chakra with the 5 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. 5 escape Dalian bullet technique. The roaring sound was loud, and the 5 attributes merged and restrained each other, triggering an unprecedented violent explosion. The collision of thunder and fire inspires greater power, and the blending of water and fire creates steaming mist. It affected the area where Uchiha and Anbu were fighting, and everyone was stunned and shocked. Oops. Young Patriarch. The Uchiha clan was anxious and wanted to go to the rescue, but were blocked by the quick-moving Anbu members. Even with the mask on, Kakashi's silver hair stood out among the crowd. Everyone, please stay here. The Uchiha people showed resentment on their faces, gritted their teeth, and said sternly. Damn Konoha Anbu. Get out of the way. After the conflict of words, the two sides fought again and the situation escalated. On the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi withdrew his Vajra Wishful Staff, leaning on it to catch his breath while paying close attention to the battlefield situation. The high-intensity battle coupled with the continuous use of ninjutsu is undoubtedly a huge load for this old ninja. Can it be successful? He stared at the center of the explosion, filled with anticipation. Advertisement. The aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, and smoke and dust filled the air. A huge orange arm suddenly tore through the clouds, revealing the scene within. Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the huge Susanoo with wide eyes, shocked. This orange Susanoo had obviously disappeared before. He thought it was just a flash in the pan, but it turned out to be owned by Itachi? This means that Itachi can also control Susanoo. Tricky. So, what about the other 3 Susanoos? He looked around anxiously, but found no signs of Susanoo among the Uchiha tribesmen. It was barely enough to make him sigh in relief. The healthy weasel walked out of the Susanoo unscathed, and the Susanoo gradually faded away according to the owner's will, and finally disappeared. What a wonderful combination ninjutsu. 3rd generation Sama is worthy of being a Konoha shinobu. Why don't you show 3rd generation Sama my ninjutsu? Having said that, the healthy weasel began to form seals with simple and direct movements, preparing to perform the most basic fire-style Great Fireball technique. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. His throat felt hot, and Uchiha Itachi quickly raised 2 fingers to his lips, and suddenly spurted out a ball of blazing flames. The flame seemed to have life, condensed into a round fireball, and blasted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with an unstoppable momentum. And in another corner of Konoha village, a single Konoha villager who couldn't sleep at night was doing craft work when he suddenly noticed a dazzling light flashing outside the window. The fiery red light penetrated the window lattice and illuminated his small house. Hey, is it dawn yet? No, it's obviously dark at night. He put down his work, walked to the window, and looked out. Looking at it, I saw a huge fireball rising slowly, lighting up the night sky. What the hell is this? The sun can still shine in the middle of the night. Damn it, don't overdo it and create an illusion, right? He had a look of astonishment on his face. This strange sight aroused the curiosity of many Konoha villagers. They all approached the window and cast surprised glances in the direction of the fireball. Some were amazed, some were curious, and there were many discussions. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who greeted him in front of the great fireball, did not have such a leisurely mood. He raised his head in fear, facing the seemingly endless giant fireball. His heart was full of shock and fear. Is this what you call the great fireball? Is this really fire style, and not some mutated version of fire style Sunset Yao? How much chakra does this guy have inside his body? Shadow Clone Jutsu. In desperation, Hiruzen Sarutobi tried his best to separate more Shadow Clone, but because there was not much chakra left, he could only summon 3 figures in the end. Even if the number is small, he must face the difficulty, otherwise he will be swallowed by that huge fireball. Advertisement. Water-style water barrier. The 4 Sarutobi Hiruzen formed seals at the same time, and then a large amount of water spewed out, converging into a huge water wall that lay across the path of the fireball. CCC. Members of the Uchiha clan also gathered around Uchiha Itachi. Just one jutsu from Uchiha Itachi requires so much manpower to resist. Lord Hokage. Danzo made an immediate decision and recalled all members of the Roots and Anbu, temporarily leaving the front line to provide emergency support here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Even the 4 layers of water barrier can't completely resist the advance of the great fireball. Is he really a human? Or is he a tailed beast wearing human skin? They looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo with unfriendly eyes, and the atmosphere was tense. Block that fireball. Seeing these reinforcements, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face finally flashed with relief. CCC. A rough estimate was that there were about 500 people. In the darkness, countless hurried footsteps approached along with shouts. Danzo, who had regained his composure a little, suddenly threw himself into the battlefield. Young Patriarch. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Water and fire are on the verge of breaking out, and the astonishing heat immediately evaporates the water curtain, causing the heat to steam and fill the surrounding area. Danzo summoned the psychic beast Dream Taper, which opened its mouth wide and roared with strong winds, blowing away the surrounding heat to prevent it from being affected. As the last flame was extinguished, the huge great fireball was finally stopped. But there was no trace of relaxation on the faces of everyone in Konoha, and the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were even more solemn. Stay alert and prepare to fight, psychic art. Finally, the great fireball's offensive was contained and gradually extinguished. Reinforcements finally arrived. After receiving the order, the Anbu members quickly evacuated the battlefield, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sweating like rain, and he was obviously at the end of his strength. Water-style water barrier. Everyone gathered behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, forming a new line of defense. Hiruzen, let me help you. At the same time, clear. Yes, Lord Hokage. No, I can't hold it anymore. Danzo, call for reinforcements quickly. It was only a few minutes from the beginning of the battle to now. Unexpectedly, he almost didn't survive the arrival of reinforcements. Hundreds of people performed water style together, and huge waves of water surged out. Advertisement Chapter 177 All faint. Hiruzen, how's your recovery going? Danzo asked in a deep voice, rarely standing on the front line against the enemy. Of course, all this is due to the existence of the Uchiha family. If not, Danzo would have remained hidden, just like watching a fire on the shore, waiting for all the dust to settle before slowly emerging to clean up the mess. I still need a moment, please fight for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked tired, and there was a sense of powerlessness in his voice. 100 root members under Danzo. In addition to the 100 Enbo under Sarutobi Hiruzen, 500 Konoha elites were now reinforced. Our combat strength has increased to 800 people. On the other hand, there are only 300 people on Uchiha's side. Faced with such a disparity, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt confident in his heart. 300 versus 800, the advantage is mine. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a little more at ease. What's more, this is only the first batch of support, and more ninjas will gather in the future. After all, this is their own territory, so they will naturally have more confidence. Uchiha Itachi, surrender immediately. I may be merciful and spare your life. Danzo stands on top of the Dream Taper's head, commanding and showing his majesty. His gaze swept over the Uchiha tribesmen below, and an imperceptible murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Let go? Absolutely impossible, this is just a bluffing strategy. Once the opponent really surrenders and gives up resistance, he will raise the butcher knife without hesitation. However, healthy Itachi did not seem to be panicked, but instead had a smile in his eyes. Master third generation, does this also represent your opinion? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was as dark as water. He looked at his heart with his nose, remained silent, and restored chakra wholeheartedly. He must respond to the Uchiha clan's actions tonight. Okay, I understand your choice. It's a pity that because of your wrong decisions, many innocent people will lose their lives. The healthy ferret shook his head and chuckled with a hint of regret. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly and said jokingly, listen to this, are you determined to fight? A fight against the odds? Why did Danzo-sama say this? We are clearly the innocent party. It's very simple. If you leave, everything will be calm. The healthy ferret spread out his hands easily, making a helpless gesture. Uchiha Itachi, stop being so mysterious, do you think you can really escape? Advertisement, even if we spend everything today, we will wipe out the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Danzo snorted, he really couldn't stand Uchiha Itachi's calm look. I'm so anxious, how can this guy be so calm? This completely frustrated Danzo's desire to see the other party panic. Then please show me your skills, Danzo-sama. When Healthy Weasel said this, his eyes flashed with deep meaning. You will see it. I hope you won't kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy, Danzo said coldly, his face as deep as water. Everyone, please step back, he ordered the tribesmen who were following closely around him. Yes. Without any hesitation, everyone quickly distanced themselves. What does he want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, unable to guess what Healthy Itachi was planning. But the next moment, the answer is revealed. Healthy Weasel asked the tribesmen to disperse just to avoid them being affected. At this moment, there was a shock that shook the world. A red Susanoo suddenly rises from the ground, no longer the third half body form, but the true completed body. With a figure of 100 meters tall, wearing a Tengu armor and spreading wings on his back, he looks like a god descending into the mortal world. The 10-fist sword transformed from a gourd shape into a 40-meter-long sword, shining with red light. The power of the divine weapon shocked people's hearts. The healthy Itachi stands in the gem space between Susanoo's eyebrows. Looking down, the Konoha ninjas, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, were as small as ants. What amazing power! No wonder Uchiha Madara can be so arrogant all his life. No one can catch his eye except Senju Hashirama. If I can continue to have this power, maybe I will be like him. He clenched his fists. At this moment, he and Susanoo became one, and he could feel the power of the perfect Susanoo vividly. Not only the eternal Mangekyo can control the complete form of Susan, the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan is also possible. It's just that Mangekyo's eye power is limited. Under normal circumstances, one use will almost result in blindness. But with the help of the immortal human body, the eye power can be restored, and it is not a bad idea to indulge in the luxury of enjoying this power occasionally. Shimura Danzo, I didn't hear you clearly just now, can you say it again? Perhaps, I will consider your proposal. Healthy Itachi controlled Susanoo to lift the slender 10-fist sword and said with a smile. Just that smile made Shimura Danzo feel chills all over his body. Advertisement, bang dang. The Vajra wishful rod in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand slipped involuntarily, and he looked up at the sky in shock. This, what exactly is this? Complete body Susanoo. Standing under the 100-meter tall Susanoo, they couldn't even reach each other's ankles. If they wanted to see Itachi, they could only look up at the sky. It's over. The last trace of luck in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was completely shattered. How could he still fight this battle? Unexpectedly, after spending half of my life as a gentle person, I finally made a decision, only to be greeted by the completed Susanoo. Senju Hashirama has been dead for many years, and without first Hokage by his side, how can they, a group of mortal ninjas, fight against this earth-shattering divine power? He glanced at the Konoha ninjas behind him and felt mixed emotions in his heart. 800 people? Now, even 8,000 people are of no avail. In theory, the party with more people has a greater chance of winning, but now, the rules are being rewritten in Itachi's hands. The 40-meter-long 10-fist sword was the new rule he set. Facing Itachi's declaration of war, Danzo subconsciously took a step back, his eyes full of fear. But then, he realized, how could he show a trace of fear in front of so many people? Hiruzen, no matter how powerful he is, we cannot surrender. Danzo gritted his teeth, as if this could correct his previous gaffe. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer cares about Danzo, fight, how to fight. The completed Susanoo can split the leaves in half with just one swing of his sword. Although they were extremely reluctant to admit it, their defeat was determined from the moment Susanoo appeared. Alas, why did the reversal come so quickly? The advantage was clearly on their side. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the huge Susanoo with sorrow and anger. Damn Uchiha, they didn't play according to the common sense of ninjas at all. After fighting for so long, apart from the great fireball, what other methods does the opponent have like ninjutsu? What kind of ninja are you? Hiruzen, I'll feint attack. Follow me. As if aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's despair, Danzo dropped these words and rushed forward without hesitation. As if to release his inner fear, Shimura Danzo actually attacked Susanoo. Feint? Chapter 178 Kunai stabs Susanoo, but completes the body. Feint? Where do you attack? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He looked up and down at the huge Susanoo. With his decades of combat experience, he could not find a single flaw despite all his efforts. But it was too late to stop Danzo. He was seen rising into the air, holding a sharp kunai. Stabbing Susanoo's knee. Danzo, what are you doing? Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed. He also thought that the other party had some hidden skills that he wanted to reveal. This is the result? You want me to follow you? Bite. With a crisp sound, the kunai broke instantly. What? Danzo was shocked. He was so indestructible. He quickly wanted to escape, but there was no way out. How could a healthy ferret let him go? Controlling Susanoo's legs to release chakra shock, Danzo instantly received a strong impact and fell from the air. Before Danzo could get up, Susanoo raised his right leg high and stepped down hard. Boom! At that moment, the entire Konoha seemed to have experienced an earthquake. This is the giant of Konoha. Every time he stamps his feet, Konoha will be shaken. A Konoha villager who just fell asleep. Damn, the Imperial Formation. In an instant, Konoha became brightly lit, and countless people woke up from their sleep. Quickly dragged the family and everyone to a safe location. Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen screamed and screamed. Danzo, oh no, it should be Danzo-chan now. As Susanoo raised his feet, Danzo could no longer be seen in the pit. An Uchiha curiously walked over to investigate. Uchiha was always disgusted. Is Danzo finished like this? After a while, he loudly reported to the healthy ferret. Report to the young patriarch. I found a small amount of Shimura Danzo in a lot of dirt. Oh, you didn't use Izanagi? After hearing the report, the healthy ferret's eyes flashed. I thought it would have to be solved again. Is it because the Eye of Distinguished Heavenly Gods is too precious to be used? Danzo only had one Sharingan, which he used when he captured Shisui's Distinguished Heavenly Gods, and later replaced his eyes with Shisui's eyes. Advertisement Distinguished Heavenly Gods are very precious, so it's normal to be reluctant to use them. Only, you're going to die but you still can't bear it? It's like a gold shovel that doesn't improve the quality even after the last drop of blood, and still wants to take advantage of it. The final outcome is the golden coffin, Lord Danzo. Everyone in Genbu was stunned. They couldn't believe that the clever and cunning leader of Genbu would die so foolishly. Take Kunashi Susanoo? Is this really something humans can do? Avenge Danzo-sama. No matter how stupid Danzo's actions were, as root members, they could not remain indifferent to Danzo's murder. Everyone in the roots immediately rioted and rushed towards Susanoo like crazy. Fire-style firebomb, water-style water shockwave, lightning-style thunderstrike, earth-style gun. Wind escape wind killing formation, rumble. Various escape techniques are intertwined, and the momentum is fierce. It was like a downpour that hit the Tengu-like armor on Susanoo's body, but it failed to cause even a flicker. The attacks are like bubbles, all dissipated under the indestructible armor. Their offensive was in vain, but Susanoo's counterattack was like thunder, causing heavy casualties to the members of the root organization in an instant. Itachi controlled Susanoo to raise the 10-fist sword high, without any complicated moves, just slashing it down with one sword, simple and direct. The world was shaken, and a force that split mountains and rivers exploded. Boom, the dazzling sword light pierced the sky. None of the members of the root organization who were touched by this sword light, nor their bodies, were left behind. Because they will be imprisoned in the 10-fist swords forever and ever, lost in the dream woven by genjutsu. With one strike of the sword, the root organization suffered heavy losses, except for a few die-hards who were deeply brainwashed by Danzo. The rest all had the intention of retreating, and the offensive came to a halt. The second sword, the 10-fist sword, swept past. No matter whether they were still resisting or trying to escape, no one was spared. Be fair and selfless and never show mercy. By this point, Uchiha Itachi had completely defeated the enemy. After losing Danzo, the root organization was severely damaged. From then on, the root of Konoha existed in name only. Witnessing the majestic power displayed by Susanoo, everyone in Konoha was in danger, and the whole place was silent. This kind of power is beyond the power of human beings to contend with. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was so gloomy that he could almost cry out, and the supporting ninjas who had just arrived behind him all had facial muscles twitching. Are we actually facing off against the perfect Susanoo? Lord Hokage, how do you feel at this moment? Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi asked softly as he looked down from the height of Susanoo. Although it was a whisper, it seemed particularly clear in this dead silence. Uchiha Itachi, you win. And everything that Uchiha Itachi has achieved for his people in front of him undoubtedly makes the Uchiha clan satisfied. The complete Susanoo is almost invincible. If Itachi is willing, with just a few sword swings, the entire Konoha village will be reduced to ashes. What Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned was exactly what the Uchiha clan expected. I think we can put down our weapons and talk peacefully. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the Konoha ninjas behind him couldn't help but be stunned. One person suppresses the entire Konoha. It seems that the world of Konoha is about to change. Compared with Konoha's frustration and loss, the Uchiha tribe's emotions instantly rose after hearing the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen admitting defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists with a deep look in his eyes. Leave it to discussion at a later date. Uchiha Itachi rubbed his slightly sore eyes, turned his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and chuckled. Hence the desire for change. What do you think? Lord Hokage, this is. Why don't you retire and take care of yourself and pass on the position of Hokage to the young people in the village? Uchiha Itachi nodded with great satisfaction. Please put forward your conditions. Now that Danzo is dead, some grievances may be put aside. He slowly descended from the sky, like a god above the clouds descending to the mortal world. At the same time, the Uchiha clan can return to live in the old site and regain their former status. Because they are unable to participate in Hokage elections and have been excluded for a long time, they feel marginalized by Konoha. Of course, the Uchiha family has its own problems, but these can be solved slowly. How majestic this is! Konoha, which was entrusted to him by the Second Generation Project, failed to protect it after all. Bowed to Uchiha. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to admit that this battle was a great victory for Uchiha. Everyone's eyes were firmly attracted by this scene. Master Hokage is old and should no longer work hard for Konoha. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's already old face seemed to have some traces of time added to it. After many years, Uchiha has finally reappeared as a Madara-level powerhouse. Hokage-sama is so thoughtful, then I won't be polite. In a few days I will retire, elect the 5th Hokage, and allow the Uchiha clan to participate in the Hokage election. The admiration for Uchiha Itachi arose spontaneously. Konoha has admitted defeat, and Uchiha Itachi naturally no longer has to maintain the huge consumption of Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen hunched his back and took a deep breath. I can agree to all these. Chapter 179 Open up the midfield. The young patriarch is wise and mighty. Ahaha, does this mean that Uchiha will also have the opportunity to become a Hokage in the future? This is what the young patriarch fought for us. The Uchiha people were full of enthusiasm. Seeing that the mood of the Uchiha clan gradually calmed down, Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown finally relaxed slightly. Everything seems to be moving towards a happy ending. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. I object. A cold word came through the air, huh? Both the members of the Konoha village and the Uchiha clan could not help but be extremely surprised and followed the news one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen's just relaxed mood suddenly became suspended again. I almost couldn't carry it in one breath. Who are you? What are you against? The shadows dispersed, and a towering figure suddenly appeared. The tall body completely blocked the moonlight, with the familiar Tengu armor and wings spread out. It turned out to be Susanoo in another perfect form. The same as a healthy ferret, except that the color is changed to a gentle light pink. Spring. The healthy Itachi raised his head, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. This was none other than Susanoo from Uchiha Spring. She was able to open to her full body so easily, without any trace of reluctance. How did she do it with just a pair of Mangekyo, young patriarch? Uchiha Yun dragged the three of them and approached panting. Although there were no scars on his body, his fatigue was evident and his breathing was rapid, as if his physical strength had reached its limit. The only ones he dragged were the unconscious Uchiha He and Uchiha Chong. There is also Uchiha Itachi, who has a weak breath, as if the fire of life will be taken away by a breeze at any time. Yun, you guys. What's going on? What kind of fierce fighting did they go through in the field to cause so many people to fall? With a plop, Uchiha Yun sat down on the ground in front of the healthy Itachi. He stretched out his thumb and said weakly, as expected of the young patriarch, the four of us can't subdue each other even if we work together. On the contrary, I was quite embarrassed by those three artifacts. Thanks to Izumi, her pupil technique, Life Realm God, can strengthen herself and activate the complete body Susanoo. Coupled with 4 versus 1, we finally won. It's just that he hit Izanami and we can't save him. Young master, is there anything you can do? Advertisement. The healthy ferret was silent. After listening to Uchiha Yun's narration, healthy Itachi's defenses were a little shaken. Izanami? And 2 people were tricked. If this happens, wouldn't it mean that both eyes will go blind? A precious pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. How could I be so desperate in this time and space? Looking at the 2 people on the ground, healthy Itachi fell into deep thought. I thought they were just comatose due to excessive consumption, but it turns out they were poisoned by Izanami? This is troublesome. He can't break this technique. Unless they realize and accept their fate, they cannot escape the shackles of this spell. Yes, healthy Weasel suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Although he himself can't do it, there is someone who can definitely do it. I thought of a solution. Healthy Weasel chuckled, opened the group chat and got busy. He sent a private message to Uchiha Obito. Obito, have you finished dealing with it? There are some difficulties here and I need your help. Close black lens bracket. At this time, in Kamui's space, get up, are you giving in now? Obito stood on the high point of a cube, looking down from above. Below, the masked man collapsed to the ground, panting, eyes empty. As soon as Obito finished speaking, the masked man clenched his fists, a trace of unwillingness and anger flashed across his face. Is this guy just full of shit in his head? Don't get rid of me happily, just like to tease people like this. Is it really that fun? What's even worse is that his Kamui ability fails from time to time, making him unable to escape even if he wants to, and can only be trapped here like a toy. Now, the masked man is exhausted. Simply, he decided to pretend to be dead and remain motionless. Hey, move around. Don't be like a stone, it's so boring. The masked man thought silently, pretend to be deaf. The showdown begins, then, it seems I can't play anymore. Obito suddenly sighed helplessly. Oh, forget it, let's withdraw. Hearing this, the masked man's eyes almost popped out. Could it be the dawn of freedom? Advertisement. My heart is overjoyed. Just when he thought Obito was leaving, he found him looking around, as if he was looking for something. Soon, Obito seemed to have a target. Would it be ******************? He quickly tried to avoid it, but the position Obito chose was too insidious. In the case of being unable to blur, no matter how agile the masked man is. Then, violent thunder and lightning poured down like a waterfall. Geto's statue was stolen. Conan, who was always by his side, noticed something was wrong, slightly opened his red lips, and asked. Hey, hey, hey. Geto's statue breaks out of the ground and roars, showing its terrifying power. The Geto statue was stolen. In an instant, the entire Kamui space was illuminated by the light of thunder. Obito quickly formed a seal and slammed his palm to the ground. I saw him jump into the middle of Kamui space and said with a smile. Boom. Time and space were distorted by Kamui, and Obito teleported to the top of Geto's statue. It is also impossible to completely avoid Geto's statue's attacks. Is there another pair of reincarnation eyes in this world? Damn. The masked man is about to collapse. The reincarnation eye is required to control the Geto statue, but now. This is it, the core place, which can cover the entire Kamui space. The Samsara eye shines with dazzling purple light, penetrating time and space, and the Geto statue in the distant Yuyan village comes through and appears behind Obito. In an instant, thunder and lightning drowned the figure of the masked man. At the same moment, Nagato suddenly opened his eyes. Where did the super thief come from? There, Geto statue's attack covered almost the entire space. He doesn't want to die just like that, he still has a great dream that has not been realized. Even the Geto statue can be walked along. Nagato, what's wrong? The purple Samsara eyes seemed to carry their own pressure. Immediately afterwards, Nagato's eyes were filled with confusion. Geto statue. Yuyan village. Conan showed surprise, obviously aware of the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 180. The blackened Uchiha Spring, Nissan. A sneaky figure, peeping like a kitten, trotted closer. Hearing that familiar voice, healthy Itachi turned around instantly. Sasuke, why did you come here? It's very dangerous here. The healthy Itachi smiled, but there was a hint of helplessness between his brows. Brother, it's even more chaotic outside than here. Sasuke looked frightened and pointed with trembling fingers towards the way he came. Brother, I saw too many fallen people along the way. Also, what happened here? Why did so many people gather? On my way home from school, the whole earth seemed to be shaking. Little Sasuke's little face was full of fear, and he slowly relaxed until he was close to the healthy Itachi. Huh? How come there are two brothers? Sasuke walked up to the healthy Itachi and suddenly froze. He looked at Uchiha Itachi lying on the ground, and then at the healthy Itachi who was tall, majestic and full of energy. Forget it, they are all brothers anyway, so just hug anyone. It's inconvenient to hold my brother who is lying on the ground, so let's hold him while he is standing. So, Sasuke rushed forward and hugged the healthy Itachi tightly. Nissan, hug. The healthy Itachi opened his arms and caught him steadily. He gently pressed his forehead against Sasuke's and smiled softly. Although he comes from another time and space, his love for Sasuke has not diminished at all. Brother, what is this? It's so cool. I saw one just now, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sasuke raised his head and stared at Uchiha Azumi's complete Susanoo, with little stars twinkling in his eyes. This is the ability of Susanoo, Mangekyo Sharingan, and you will also have it in the future. So, you have to open your eyes quickly. The healthy Itachi rubbed Sasuke's head and chuckled. Really, brother, I can be so powerful? Little Sasuke is full of excitement and yearning for power at a young age. It's a matter of time, don't worry. Let's go see your sister Quan first. Healthy Weasel twitched the corner of his mouth and changed the topic at the right time. He had no doubt that Sasuke could activate Mangekyo, but at this time. You may have to wait a while. He originally experienced the Night of Genocide and some verbal stimulation before he activated Shan Magatama. Now that there is no trigger for the Night of Genocide, Sasuke's eyesight may be open even longer. The healthy Itachi hugged Sasuke and retreated to a safe distance. He wanted to see Quan's next move, and he had no intention of intervening. Having defeated the third Hokage before, he did not push Konoha into a desperate situation, but only fought for more rights for Uchiha. I came here purely to save Uchiha Azumi, and now Izumi has activated Mangekyo and has become a real strong man. It's up to her to decide her own affairs. A healthy ferret certainly doesn't overwhelm the rest of the family. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Izumi's voice fell from the sky, with an unmistakable coldness and arrogance. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He looked up at the Uchiha spring that stood above Susanoo. Call him by his name? Even Uchiha Itachi would respect his dignity and call him Hokage. Advertisement and Uchiha Izumi actually, it seems like she is planning to leave no room for anything? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was heavy, and he had a premonition that what might happen next might not be pleasant. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is your excellency? Uchiha Spring. She said her name coldly. Uchiha Spring? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Uchiha's super genius. Why hadn't he heard of this name? Oops, could it be the superpower hidden in Uchiha? Looking at the complete Susanoo, he was obviously on the same level as a healthy Itachi. Uchiha Izumi. I understand. So, did you reject the proposal I made before? Did you think it was unreasonable? It's okay, we can renegotiate. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, as long as we can still negotiate, everything will turn around. Talk. No need. As soon as Uchiha Kwan's voice fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition in his heart. As expected, as Uchiha Izumi slowly spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression gradually darkened. She calmly announced. First, you immediately step down as Hokage. Tomorrow morning, the Uchiha clan will elect a new Hokage to take over. It is a waste of time to skip the election process. Second, from now on, the position of Hokage will only be held by the Uchiha tribe, and Konoha will also accept the leadership of Uchiha. Rebels, we will have the right to take any measures. Third, Konoha must fully compensate for the damage caused to Uchiha tonight, and the deceased will receive 10 times the wartime standard. Above. As soon as Uchiha Izumi finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled unconsciously due to anger. How dare you speak? Even Danzo would not dare to sign such a clause. Are you kidding me? I didn't sense your sincerity at all in this conversation? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. Not only him, but many Konoha ninjas around him also had expressions of indignation on their faces. Negotiation. Uchiha Kwan crossed his arms over his chest, his long black hair fluttering in the wind, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen proudly. When did I mention the word negotiation? I'm just informing you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Her words were like the wind on a cold night, cutting through people's hearts with coldness. The strong will dominate the weak. If you feel dissatisfied, just do it. Uchiha Kwan's eyes flashed with red light. With undoubted power, it seemed as if Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen were not worth mentioning. This is Kwan? Shock was written on the healthy Itachi's face. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could that girl who was once as gentle as water become like this? His eyes were fixed on the other person, and he faintly noticed the shadow of Uchiha Madara. Oh my god. Healthy Itachi was shocked beyond words. He couldn't help but look at Uchiha Itachi, who was still sleeping soundly on the ground. He said somewhat helplessly, "You're in big trouble now." Advertisement from love to hatred, this troubled Konoha. Sister Kwan is so domineering, brother, have you seen it? In contrast, Sasuke looked excited and full of admiration. Be good, we won't watch this. Healthy Itachi covered Sasuke's eyes. To avoid being misled, he is still so young, Konoha sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Izumi, her attitude of indifference to everything. For a long time, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Sorry, your request is too ridiculous and we cannot accept it. Uchiha Kwan was not surprised at all, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter, you will change your mind soon. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if there were needle pricks in his back, and a sense of crisis suddenly arose. He shouted urgently. Don't act rashly, however, it was too late. Uchiha Izumi drew his sword without hesitation, Chang. Following Susanoo's will, Mikazuki Munechiko was withdrawn from his waist. The complete Susanoo is 100 meters tall, and the weapon in his hand is also a giant blade that is 40 meters long. The long knife cuts through the night sky. This is the sharpest artifact in history, shining with a captivating light under the moonlight. Cut. Uchiha Izumi didn't hesitate at all, driving Susanoo to chop down hard at Konoha below. Stop. I promise you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were about to burst, and he shouted with all his strength, intending to stop the attack. But Uchiha Izumi was determined and his actions did not stop at all. Boom. The third day of the month is about to fall. The target is the bustling center of Konoha village. The indestructible sword energy swept out, rumble. The earth trembled, dust filled the sky, and everything was destroyed wherever the sword energy passed. The mountains shook and the earth shattering sound could be clearly heard even 10 miles away. Nothing can stop this sword energy, not even Konoha's symbol, Hokage Rock. Boom. The sword flashed, the mountain peak split open. The Hokage Rock is neatly divided into two. The sword energy did not stop and continued to move forward, cutting off Konoha's protective wall. Eventually, it moved away from Konoha, leaving an unfathomable crack along the way. It wasn't until the sword energy dissipated in front of everyone's eyes that they came back to their senses. He looked up blankly at the shocking complete form of Susanoo. This power that shakes the world, it's really amazing. At this time, a deep crack extended from Susanoo's feet, through the bustling streets of Konoha, and across the Hokage rock, spreading to the end of sight. From this moment on, there was a chasm like a chasm in the center of Konoha village. Chapter 181 Danzo. Let me save another one. All ninjas obey orders. Start rescue operations immediately, find survivors. After issuing the order, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes sadly, his face full of sadness. Uchiha Spring. Opening his eyes suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Susanoo in front of him, with a cold light flashing in his eyes and a murderous intent. Why do the battles between ninjas cause innocent villagers to suffer such disasters? Her knife cut the entire Konoha in half, and no one knew how many lives were lost in this disaster. Young Patriarch, please go to Jukwon quickly, she is too impulsive. Why bother making trouble like this? Uchiha Itachi slowly turned around and saw an extremely anxious young Uchiha man running towards him. Uchiha Itachi blinked, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, this was a radical member of the clan, right? Those radicals were clamoring all day long to make Konoha pay the price. Why are they so soft-hearted now? The young man seemed to be aware of Uchiha Itachi's doubts, and sighed, full of helplessness. Young Patriarch, it is true that I am a radical, but we are not willing to destroy Konoha. He spread his hands and added, without Konoha, where can we, the Uchiha clan, go? They just want to take back their rights and interests from Konoha, or go one step further and win the position of Hokage. Destroying Konoha was never part of their plan. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help laughing. Is this what it is called? Radicals think you are too radical. Don't worry, Quan knows what's going on, don't worry too much. Uchiha Itachi said with relief amid chuckles. Yes, is that so? That being the case, there's nothing to worry about. The Uchiha young man smiled awkwardly at Uchiha Itachi and then stepped back. Oh my god. I haven't seen you for a while, what good things have you done? Along with Kamui's light, Obito wearing a white mask appeared next to Uchiha Itachi. He looked around, his voice full of surprise. Before Uchiha Itachi could speak, Sasuke suddenly trembled. Ah! Sasuke screamed in horror, obviously frightened. Who are you? He stared at Obito's white mask with wide eyes in horror. In the dark night, an expressionless face suddenly appears next to you, which would scare anyone out of their wits. Obito glanced at him, and suddenly pinched Sasuke's little face teasingly. Advertisement, aren't you a person without fear? Are you so responsive? Sasuke couldn't say a word and hid in Uchiha Itachi's arms in fear. Stop teasing him, Sasuke is scared by you. Uchiha Itachi smiled helplessly. Obito raised his eyebrows. How can this kid become a powerful ninja if he is so timid? Let's not mention this for now. What on earth is going on? Where did this little slit come from? Obito pointed at the gap in the middle of Konoha and asked curiously. Uchiha Itachi briefly recounted what happened. That's pretty much it. Tisk. So, she has gone dark. As expected of Uchiha, this is a classic scene. Obito grinned and gave a thumbs up. Quan has his own sense of proportion, so we don't need to worry too much. I would like you to do me a favor and take a look at these two people first. They have been hit by Izanami, and I can't undo it in a short time. Uchiha Itachi pointed at the two unconscious people on the ground and said. Obito glanced down, his eyes lingering on Uchiha and Uchiha. Izanami? It's a small matter, just take care of it. Obito smiled confidently, took a step forward and squatted down beside the two of them. He put a hand on his forehead to explore the situation. Well, if you want to crack Izanami, you must calmly accept your fate and truly repent to be free. After so long, they still haven't been able to break free from that technique. They seem to be quite determined. Not bad, very good at steaming. Suddenly, Obito seemed to feel something, raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile. Haha, that's it. Without your intervention, the outcome of these two people would be death. No wonder they are unwilling to surrender to fate. Once the genjutsu is lifted, their lives will end. Itachi frowned. Then what should we do? This is tricky. Accepting fate is equal to welcoming death. If you don't accept it, you will be imprisoned in genjutsu forever. Both roads seem to be dead ends, Obito said meaningfully. Isn't it enough to cut off fate? As soon as he finished speaking, Obito's right eye suddenly glowed with a powerful purple light. Eye technique activates. Modify the cause and effect and graft the fate of the two people onto yourself. At this moment, Obito can change the fate of the two of them however he wants. Click. There seemed to be the sound of something breaking. It's like the moment when the shackles are broken. I am destiny. Advertisement, awake, Obito flicked his fingers. As if responding to Obito's movements, as the snap of fingers fell, the eyelids of the two Uchiha men began to tremble. Soon, the two slowly opened their eyes. The whole Konoha shook 3 times. That knife was intended to shock, not destroy. Danzo indirectly saved Konoha. Facing the god-like perfect Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen may only be able to give the opponent a slight threat with this forbidden technique. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been fighting on the front line, and he doesn't know these situations yet. There wasn't much expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Go and rest. When he trampled Shimura Danzo to death, the movement caused by that move was like the heaven and earth toppling. However, what is incredible is that not a single Konoha villager died under this sword. Itachi turned his gaze to the huge Susanoo in Uchiha Spring, smiled slightly, and then looked at the devastated Konoha village. Itachi couldn't help laughing. The arrogance was palpable. There was no one in Konoha, and Uchiha Izumi's knife actually didn't hurt any life. Obviously, Uchiha Izumi had a sense of control in her heart. Although her temperament changed drastically, she did not become a real crazy killer. At this point, he had made up his mind. As a Hokage, he could not just watch Konoha being destroyed and villagers being killed without doing anything. Perhaps, people would have such a face when they are extremely angry. Yes, he began to form seals. The villagers of Konoha are not stupid. Whether it is an earthquake or other reasons, they will naturally not stay in the house. Si Hai Wei Mao Shu Zi Yu Si, young patriarch. However, facing the seal of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Izumi remained indifferent. The residents of Konoha, who had experienced countless disasters, were able to cope with it with ease, and immediately hid in shelters throughout the village. The show is about to begin, but my will of fire will never shrink back even half a step because of this. You are very strong, I am far from your opponent. This is the most powerful forbidden technique he has mastered. It requires the sacrifice of a caster's life to summon Shinigami to seize the enemy's soul. The two looked excited and immediately realized who had rescued them. Uchiha Kwan's sword shook the world, and a bottomless rift was cut out of the entire Konoha. Yes, it's that incredible. Obito looked around and found a comfortable stone to sit down with a happy face. Itachi smiled and nodded. He thought that the villagers in Konoha had been wiped out at the hands of Uchiha Izumi. The Mangekyo trio left. Chapter 182. You are so filial to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless and just continued to form seals silently. Ghoul. Lord Hokage. The investigation is completed, there are no casualties in Konoha. Suddenly, a figure jumped in the distance, the sound came before anyone arrived, and an uncontrollable shout of excitement came. Interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's spellcasting, he was stunned. What? Say it again. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously grabbed the arm of the Anbu member who came to report. This move revealed the turmoil in his heart. The villagers have already moved to shelters, and our losses are limited to buildings and other materials. Anbu quickly recounted the information. Sarutobi Hiruzen panted rapidly, seemingly confirming the authenticity of the news. No casualties. Very good. After a while, he calmed down a little and turned to look at Uchiha Izumi with complicated eyes. Your Excellency Uchiha Izumi. Thank you for your mercy. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, but had to thank the other person despite being suppressed. But in the world of ninjas, power is everything. What's more, Uchiha Izumi is indeed merciful, and it doesn't hurt to destroy some buildings. As long as no major casualties are caused, that's fine. Konoha has agreed to the conditions you mentioned before. Sarutobi Hiruzen said categorically, any further delay would appear to be ungrateful. If he was a step too late, even the shelter would be in trouble, and he would really want to cry without tears. Uchiha Kwan nodded lightly, with a steady hum coming out of his nose. Then we won't bother you. However, Your Excellency Kwan, regarding the issue of compensation and pensions, can you please extend some time? I need time to raise funds. The time limit is 3 days. That's enough. Thank you for your generosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, then turned and left. The corpses were left at the base of the ground. Regarding Danzo, he just pretended that this person never existed. Not a word was mentioned. It was lucky for tonight to end like this, he didn't dare to ask for more. Uchiha Kwan watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's retreating figure, with a smile quietly forming on his lips. He still has to thank us, this is the meaning of power. Susanoo's state was released, and Uchiha Izumi landed lightly from mid-air. She walked directly towards healthy Itachi, passing by Uchiha Itachi who was lying on the ground, without even giving him a look. Hi, Obito waved hello. Is he Obito-senpai from the group? Kwan looked at his outfit and hesitated slightly. That's right. Thank you Obito-senpai for your help. After thanking him, Uchiha Izumi turned his attention to the healthy Itachi. Itachi, I want you to be the Hokage of this era. Advertisement. A gentle smile bloomed on Uchiha Kwan's face again, and the indifference and dominance just now were so gentle that they seemed like an illusion. Me? Healthy Weasel was stunned for a moment, not expecting her to make such a suggestion. He couldn't laugh or cry. Kwan, I don't belong to this era. I will leave sooner or later. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Uchiha Itachi on the ground. Instead of asking me to do Hokage, it's better to let him. Before healthy Itachi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Kwan's gently raised hand. No need. Since you are not happy, let the clan leader consider it. Forget it. Uchiha Izumi shook his head slightly. Clan leader. Chief Fugaku. Suddenly, small sounds of greetings sounded around. Uchiha Fugaku appears. He nodded his chin slightly in greeting to the tribesmen around him and walked slowly in front of everyone. His eyes passed over Uchiha Itachi on the ground, and he shook his head slightly. He had been watching the battle, but did not intervene, he just watched the changes. He also learned the truth about the two Uchiha Itachi from the tribesmen. Without comparison, there is no harm. I thought my son was good enough, but when I saw Itachi from another time and space, I feel that the version in my hand is not so fragrant. With a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes, Fugaku nodded to the two of them. Izumi, Itachi. Well done. Although it was a compliment, one could not tell from Uchiha Fugaku's calm face whether he was happy or sad. Itachi. Father. Kwan, clan leader. Sasuke, dad. Obito. Oi, The four of them each greeted each other in different ways. Uchiha Fugaku's face couldn't help but tighten. The first few were still normal. But what is the operation of, "Oi, do humans say hello like this? Who are you?" The seriousness that Fugaku had managed to maintain was instantly broken. "It's me, clan leader, I'm Obito." Obito took off his mask and said with a smile. "Obito?" Fugaku couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that familiar face. "You, Obito, didn't you die in the war?" Fugaku looked at him with squinted eyes and couldn't help but ask. "Actually, I didn't die at that time. I just hid quietly to practice. Now that I have completed my practice, I have returned to the world. Clan leader, VI give 50%, how about I come back and be your Hokage deputy?" Uchiha Fugaku's face twitched slightly. "You. Forget it, do whatever you want." Advertisement. He stopped talking to the funny Obito and turned his attention to Uchiha Spring. He said solemnly, "Izumi, currently no one from our Uchiha clan is suitable to sit on this Hokage position. Seizing it by force can only temporarily make them bow their heads. As time goes by, conflicts will inevitably emerge." Uchiha Izumi Kaido said indifferently, "Whoever dares to object, just take action and solve it directly." Fugaku shook his head. "You are still too young, things can't be that simple. You might be able to solve it with one person, 10 people, or even 100 people. But if everyone in Konoha stands on the opposite side, is it possible that you want to eliminate them all? Furthermore, Mangekyo's power is not eternal, although I don't understand why you can manifest the perfect form so easily. But your eyesight must have begun to be damaged, right?" Uchiha Izumi frowned. What Fugaku said was true. Her eyesight did deteriorate slightly. The pupil technique of her left eye, Fate Realm God, can forcibly increase her power and enhance it in all directions, which naturally also includes the enhancement of pupil power. With the blessing of nearly unlimited eye power, she can unlock the complete body of Susanoo. However, the Destiny God cannot be triggered repeatedly and can only be used once in a short period of time. Otherwise, as long as Uchiha Izumi keeps using his left foot to step on his right foot to block the bug, he will be able to smash the ninja world with one punch. But after the fun is over, the price is also huge. The huge backlash not only caused unbearable pain, but also made her extremely weak. Fortunately, this kind of backlash can be transferred through the Izanagi technique of the right eye and disappear. Her extreme desire for power allowed her to obtain the Fate God, and her extreme fear of death allowed her to master Izanagi. Her Izanagi is different from the forbidden technique used by the Uchiha clan that consumes Sharingan. The Izanagi of the family rewrites reality, and hers can only transfer damage, but it is practical enough. Izumi quickly calculated in her mind that with the current intensity of use, she could still activate the full Susanoo 3 times. "Clan leader, what should we do?" Uchiha Izumi asked sincerely. "Let me think." Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes and thought deeply. The current situation was complicated, and he needed a foolproof strategy. If only the 4th generation were still here. Fugaku sighed softly. This sigh seemed to have touched something. Healthy Itachi and Obito suddenly exchanged glances. 4th generation? They all said in unison. "Hey." "Yes." Obito clapped his hands and said excitedly. "Can't we just call Minato-sensei back? Minato-sensei will definitely be able to handle everything." "Yes, if it is the 4th generation, all problems will be solved." Healthy Itachi nodded with a smile. Uchiha Izumi looked confused and was confused by the two riddlers. 4th generation? Does it mean 4th Hokage? But hasn't 4th Hokage been dead for several years? "You." Uchiha Izumi was about to ask. Obito smiled mysteriously and used Kamui to distort the space. "You'll understand later." As the figure gradually disappeared in Kamui, he dropped a word. "I'll dig a grave first." Chapter 183. It turns out you also. Shinigami mask. This should be it. Obito is playing with a ferocious Shinigami ghost face in his hand. Namikaze Minato's soul was swallowed by the Shinigami because of the ghoul seal, and he fell into endless darkness. Simply digging the grave was not enough, he had to bring his teacher's soul back from the other world. Obito adjusted the mask in his hand and put it on his face without hesitation. The moment the mask fit his face, he seemed to feel that something extremely dangerous was coming from the underworld to the world through this mask. "Is this Shinigami? Why are you so weak?" Shinigami's power was attached to Obito, but he couldn't feel even a trace of pressure. It seemed that the other party posed no threat to him at all. It seems that all my previous preparations were redundant. Originally, he planned to use all means if he really wanted to fight Shinigami, but he didn't expect that he seemed so relaxed now. In that case, Obito raised a smirk on his lips and turned to face Shinigami in front of him. "Minato-sensei, I'm here to save you." After saying that, he stretched his hand directly towards the terrifying face and opened its mouth with force. Then, he put his hand into Shinigami's throat and groped inside. Shinigami's eyes widened in shock, and then the fire of anger began to burn. Dignified Shinigami, how could he be insulted like this by a mortal one day? It glared at Obito. According to the rules, it could not take the other party's soul before completing the transaction. But as long as Obito gets what he wants, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, it will definitely take away Obito's soul and torture this person severely. However, Obito knew nothing about it at this moment and just frowned and searched inside. So many souls. Summoning Shinigami to fight against enemies is a sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. It seems that besides Minato, many people have suffered the same fate. Finally, he felt a familiar scent. Yes, that was Minato-sensei. Got you. Obito pulled out his arm excitedly. With a retching sound from Shinigami, Obito held a small ball of light in his hand. It is the soul of Namikaze Minato. At this moment, a strong malice suddenly struck. When he looked up, he saw Shinigami staring at him fiercely. Snap. 2 crisp, loud slaps fell on Shinigami's face. You still want to take away my soul? Have I given you too much face? If you don't get out of here, I'll make you fly. Advertisement. Obito took off his mask and threw it aside, raised his 2 fingers and said fiercely to the astonished Shinigami in front of him. Shinigami covered her cheeks with a confused look on her face. After finally being summoned, he was not only insulted, but also beaten for no apparent reason. What is even more puzzling is why the human being in front of me can touch it in its spiritual state. And he actually dared to attack himself as a Shinigami. It was so audacious. Still not leaving? Do you want to sign with me? Seeing this, Obito raised his palm again to strike. Shinigami was so frightened that he immediately retracted into his mask and disappeared. Damn, the world is really terrible. Finally, I'm honest, take some credit. Obito smiled and clapped his hands, ending it all. With the reincarnation eyes strengthened by Yu, he can already look at or even surpass existences like Shinigami in terms of personality. For a little god of this level, there is nothing to fear. Once you have a soul, the rest is much simpler. Obito bought a reincarnation puppet directly from the Gold Coin Mall and recreated Minato's body through filth reincarnation. Then, he launched the reincarnation technique and began to completely resurrect Namikaze Minato. Resurrection. My teacher, Obito called affectionately. As reincarnation started, the hardworking master returned to the place where he had worked hard all his life. Minato voice. Stop it, Minato-sensei, start working quickly, Obito said eagerly. Obito pulled Minato Namikaze, who looked confused, and dove into the space vortex that Kamui had broken. While moving, Obito succinctly explained the situation to Minato. However, the newly resurrected Minato was still confused. Obito said a lot and he understood almost nothing. Even Minato's flexible brain fell into a brief stagnation at this moment. His mind was filled with questions. Wasn't Obito sacrificed? Why is he standing in front of him alive again now? And he actually has the ability to resurrect himself, a person who has been dead for many years. What happened all these years? Before Minato could figure it out, Obito had already taken him away using Kamui teleportation. No matter where in time and space, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, always seems to be busy. But who makes him so charming? As soon as he stands up, everyone will admire him, and most problems can be solved easily. Simply the most perfect toolman. Uchiha Obito. At Seagon Yu, I'm done. I'll show you the battle damaged version of Konoha. Advertisement, picture, JPG. Shinomiya Yuyue. So fast? Have you finished killing them all? Is cutting fruit fun? Uchiha Obito. What are you talking about? In your eyes, am I that kind of perverted murderer? I didn't kill anyone, and I saved a lot of people. Without me, the Uchiha tribe would be dead, and they would lose at least 70% of their population. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Okay, I'll compliment you, but what's going on with this ravine that looks like a natural chasm? Is there a magnitude 10 earthquake in Konoha? Uchiha Obito. It was done by Izumi. It was split by the complete body Susanoo with one blow. How about it? It's handsome, isn't it? Shinomiya Yuzuki. 6. As expected of a young man, he is really ruthless. But this is also a good thing. It can store water in the middle. It is simply a purely artificial canal that runs through Konoha. It will be much more convenient to transport in the future. Let Yamato build a few more bridges and a unique landscape will be formed. I even thought of a name. It's called Wushang Blade Hajama. Uchiha Obito. So you also. Shinomiya Yuyue. Me too. What? Uchiha Obito. It's okay, I just suddenly felt something. By the way, the name you chose is pretty good and quite cultured. I'll tell Mr. Minato and let's use this name. Shinomiya Yuzuki. I didn't pick it, it was picked by a purple-haired girl who is good at lightning style. I just quoted it. So what's the situation on your side now? Is the fight over? What's the follow-up? Uchiha Obito. The fight has been finished a long time ago. Minato-sensei has probably taken care of everything now. I'm already lying on the bed. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Minato? Did you resurrect Minato from that time and space? Just to deal with the aftermath for you. I am a worker by destiny. Namikaze Minato. Oh, I knew it. Uchiha Obito. Haha, there's nothing I can do about it, Minato-sensei. Why are you so useful? He who can do it should work harder. Shinomiya Yuzuki. What about Uchiha Itachi in your space and time? Kill him, or something else. Uchiha Obito. No, the clan leader wants to protect him, otherwise the angry Uchiha will tear him apart. Itachi is now blind and cannot exert much of his fighting power. He will probably have to work as a security guard in the clan and enter old age early. But the good news is that the eyes can still be fused and have been transplanted to the clan leader. The clan leader will soon be able to evolve the eternal Mangekyo. With clan leader Izumi here, and with Minato-sensei controlling Konoha, Konoha will get better and better in the future. As for Itachi's future, he shouldn't have a particularly bad life. I resurrected Shisui. Shisui will enlighten him, and Sasuke will also accompany him. Well, of course it's hard to say. Shisui and Sasuke seem to have a weird attitude towards him now. Shinomiya Yuyue, it's really a betrayal of everyone. Uchiha Itachi. This is inevitable. From the beginning, there was a problem with his choice. He should never destroy his own tribe for the sake of Konoha. If it weren't for the chat group, my end wouldn't be very good. Chapter 184 Who killed me? They can take care of things in the group. I'd better continue fishing. They are all mature group members and can solve problems by themselves. Yuyue held the fishing rod leisurely, enjoying the fun of fishing, waiting for the fish that was destined to take the bait. Huh? There seems to be some movement. He sighed softly, and the fishing rod in his hand was heavy. A smile appeared on the corner of Yuyu's mouth, and he began to slowly reel in the line. After a while, a huge black fish was pulled out of the water and leaping. It looks like dinner is in order. This is the realm of a fishing master. There is no need to carefully build a nest or bother with baits. The big fish will still fall into the trap. Well, okay, it's actually the magic of this fishing rod, which is made of wood style. It is close to nature and attracts fish to come closer unconsciously. Yuyue was carrying tonight's delicacies and was about to process them when she suddenly found someone in the group calling him by name. Uchiha Obito. At Group Zoo, something happened to you, come out and clean up the floor. Shinomiya Yuyue. What's going on? Tsunade. Where are you? You dare to bring me here, do you know who I am? I want to tell my grandfather and let him educate you. However, if you are willing to give 5,000, no, 50,000 yen, I can consider keeping it a secret, what about it? Yuyue touched her chin and smiled. This little Tsunade revealed her incomparable desire for money in her words. Across endless time and space, Yuyue seemed to be able to see a small figure on the other side of the screen, snickering proudly. But this guy is only 3 years old. Oh, by the way, First Hokage once mentioned that because he likes to gamble, little Tsunade has been exposed to this habit since she was a child. So, little Tsunade started gambling when she was 3 years old. Yuyue gave a bad laugh. Little guy, you want to fight with me? Let me give you a surprise. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Is this little Tsunade from number 11 Shengyuan Street, Konoha Hidden Village, the country of fire? Uchiha Obito. The root of Konoha? When did it come from? Tsunade. How did you know, Shinomiya Yuzuki? Not only do I know who you are, I can also contact your family. At Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Yuyue, what's wrong? I was planning to have a drink with Madara. Shinomiya Yuyue. Looking through the chat history above, your little troublemaker is haunting. Advertisement Senju Hashirama. Hey, Suna, 12 years of the Konoha calendar. Little Tsunade, who was bored at home after losing all her money in gambling, suddenly became energetic. Grandfather? Those little eyes were full of disbelief. But my grandfather has been dead for more than a month. Gambling was both a pastime and an escape for her, a distraction from the grief of losing her grandfather. Now seeing Senju Hashirama talking in the group, little Tsunade felt confused and uncontrollably excited. Tsunade. Grandpa, you are not dead. Senju Hashirama. Why did I die? Wait a minute, Shaozuna, we don't seem to be on the same channel. We don't belong to the same time and space. I am Senju Hashirama in the 2nd year of Konoha, and you are in the 12th year of Konoha. There is a full 10 years difference. You are not talking about me. After the explanation, little Tsunade was silent for a long time, wondering if she understood. Tsunade. Then. Are you a grandfather? Senju Hashirama. Well, Suna, you still don't understand. Forget it, you're still young and it's hard to explain, just think of me. Tsunade. Grandpa, I miss you. Senju Hashirama sent a head touching emoticon. Senju Hashirama. Okay, Suna, don't be sad, I'll always be here. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Although it's a bit inappropriate, I'm still curious about how Hashirama on Tsunade's side died. Uchiha Obito. Curiosity +1. Senju Hashirama. I'm a little curious too. The cause of Senju Hashirama's death has always been a mystery. The god of ninja, even Uchiha Madara defeated him, but he died inexplicably. The records in history are also very vague and there is no accurate information. This makes people not curious. Tsunade. My grandfather died in battle. The anime didn't give any specific information about Hashirama's fall, and the manga only vaguely mentioned death in battle in the early setting, so let's start editing it. Shinomiya Yuzuki. 6. The god of Ōtsutsuki is coming? Uchiha Obito. Fight to death. Namikaze Minato. It's unbelievable. I can't think of any opponent who can defeat first Hokage-sama. Advertisement. Unless that enemy is a ninja army composed of thousands of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi. It may be that the first Hokage suffered internal injuries after the battle with Madara in the Valley of the End, and his body gradually weakened, and finally died suddenly in a certain battle. Uchiha Madara. Nonsense, during the Valley of the End, I didn't even touch Kakuzu's clothes. I was the one who was beaten throughout the whole process. How did he get injured? It is more likely that he followed me because he was too sad after my death. Senju Hashirama. That makes sense. Wait a minute, who wants to bury you with you? Uchiha Obito. Madara's personality has changed so much that he even makes jokes. It's hard to imagine that this is him before. Picture.jpg. Obito sent a photo from the 4th Ninja War. At that time, Madara had a cold face and looked down upon the Ninja Coalition forces, with domineering eyes. Such a comparison is really shocking. 6 Paths Obito. What are you talking about? He has become much more restrained in the group. You have to come and meet him offline. I guarantee you will be surprised. On Hashirama's birthday, the two of them were competing to see who could float farther, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Shinomiya Yuyue. I always feel that the topic style in our group is getting more and more off-kilter. Little Tsunade, how do you know about the news about Hashirama's death in battle? Tsunade. My second grandfather told me. Senju Hashirama, Tobarama. Okay, I think I understand. I said that for a ninja, the best outcome is to die fighting to protect what you love. No matter what the real reason is, Tobarama will definitely say that I died in battle. This is the pride of our Senju clan. Tsunade. So grandpa, when will you come back? Second grandpa said the war is about to begin. People in the village are very nervous. The key is, the casinos are closed. Senju Hashirama. It seems that this is what worries you the most, Suna. Tsunade. Hey. Shinomiya Yuyue. War. I seem to smell something interesting. At Senju Hashirama. The one who is about to appear is the one with the Samsara Eye, 6 paths Sage Jutsu, Ultimate Wood Style, 6 paths Body. God Senju Hashirama. I want to see a river of blood. Chapter 185 Who counterattacked me? Namikaze Minato. Put the fish higher and farther away from the fire source. This will make it less likely to burn and taste better. Shinomiya Yuyue glanced at the burning bonfire and suddenly realized, so she adjusted the bracket to raise the position of the fish. Namikaze Minato. Remember to make a few cuts on the fish and brush the sauce every once in a while, so that the grilled fish will be more delicious. Yuyue took out a small knife and ran it back and forth on the fish a few times, cutting out nice patterns, and then applied Minato's special secret sauce on it. Namikaze Minato. Actually, grilling fish is very simple. You just need to control the heat. In about 40 minutes, the fish will be on the table. If you roast it for a long time, the meat will become dry. If you pick it up too early, it will be undercooked. It is very important to master the time. Shinomiya Yuyue. I understand, thank you. Namikaze Minato. You're welcome, I'm very happy to be able to help you. After ending her private chat with Minato, Yuyue continued to focus on grilling fish, full of expectations. This is a technique taught by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who is known as the god of cooking. It must be extremely delicious. As night falls, the Death Forest enters its most dangerous time. For those candidates who are still stuck here, finding a safe campsite is the first priority. Unless they have absolute confidence in the strength of their team, most people would never dare to light a fire overnight. Because the flame is undoubtedly a signal flare for the enemy. But, Yuyue not only raised a big fire, but also flipped the fish in her hands as if no one else was around. As waves of fragrance filled the air, he seemed not to care whether his position would be revealed. All around him, pairs of eyes were paying close attention in the darkness. I don't know how many teams are hidden in this small space. That's the person who openly exposed the scroll before the exam. One of the teams whispered. Yes, if I remember correctly, his should be the scroll of heaven. A member of another team joined the discussion with greedy eyes. What they were holding was the scroll of earth, and they couldn't help but be excited when they saw the opportunity right in front of them. I'll do it, someone couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly. As soon as I heard that a fool was willing to take the lead, a voice of encouragement suddenly came from the darkness. Well done. Be energetic, don't lose your share. Immediately afterwards, a shuriken shot out of the air and flew towards Shinomiya Yuyue at an astonishing speed. The man couldn't help himself and started to act. Although everyone understands the principle of shooting the first bird, once you successfully snatch it, you will be the first to taste the sweetness. This shuriken immediately attracted everyone's attention. But what is surprising is that in the face of the fatal attack, Yuyue still sat still and concentrated on the grilled fish in front of her. Why didn't he hide? Still didn't react. In the end, there was no reversal, and the scene where everyone imagined Yuyue avoiding the attack at the critical moment did not appear. The shuriken hit solidly. Is it a related household? Advertisement. It's really rotten. These great ninja villages, even places like the Chunin exam, have people who can have connections. Some people couldn't help but laugh. Shuriken is not a powerful thing, any genin can react to it. But the other party was stunned and didn't make any move at all. How could this make people not doubt whether he came into the examination room through connections? Everyone shook their heads. Do you really think that the Chunin exam is just playing house? This will kill people. Just when everyone thought it would be a tragedy, an accident happened. The shuriken that was supposed to hit the target actually bounced away. When? The sound of metal hitting was particularly harsh in the quiet night. It seems that the object it hits is not the fragile human body, but hard steel. What's going on? Everyone fell into chaos instantly. Until I heard that understatement, deep forest creation. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. For a moment, the whole world seemed to freeze. The ground suddenly rolled up like waves, and the thick trees seemed to be summoned by some unknown force, growing crazily upwards. The target of these trees is obvious. It is the direction from which the shuriken flew just now. What is this? A man yelled in terror from the darkness. But in an instant, he was tightly bound by countless entangled tree roots, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. His teammates stepped forward to try to untangle the tree trunk, but found that they could not move even the slightest bit against this obstacle, which was as solid as a copper wall. Where did the attack come from? It popped up instantly from the ground. There was no warning at all. On the other side, Yuyue gently raised the grilled fish in her hand to her nose and sniffed. Well, It should be just right. After carefully putting the food aside, he slowly stood up and turned towards the forest shrouded in night. So many friends are here. Are you all attracted here by my grilled fish? It was eerily quiet. Everyone fell silent in unison, only daring to secretly glance at the figure sitting around the campfire, whose face was illuminated red by the jumping flames. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Logically speaking, they took the initiative to attack and surrounded this guy. But now, they were restrained by an inexplicable pressure and couldn't move. Finally, one team of candidates could no longer bear the invisible pressure and ran away. Advertisement, humph, want to escape? Lightning whirlwind strikes. Accompanied by a loud boom, a huge beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth appeared in his hand, forming a giant lightsaber shining with white light. As the words fell, a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire forest of death as bright as day. All the candidates hidden in the dark corners were immediately exposed, including the look of panic and astonishment on his face. Seeing the magic sword suspended in midair in front of them, like a magic weapon from myths and legends, these young people almost wanted to spit out the resentment in their hearts. What the hell is this? Tell me it's not true. He's from the Leaf Village. You actually say he's Genin level? Unfair game. Can such a person be admitted to the Chunin exam? Now, these people still don't understand that Yuyue is not a related party at all. He dares to be so showy by himself because he is not afraid of anyone at all. Yuyue waved her arms lightly, and saw the huge energy blade penetrating the sky and earth sweeping across the ground with a devastating force. Everything it touches disappears instantly. There was no deafening sound as a background, and the whole process was as quiet and as smooth and natural as erasing notes with an eraser. Those candidates who were the first to turn around and evacuate have already stopped moving. He looked at the new wide chasm that appeared in front of him with trembling eyes. If you take another half step forward, or slow down and stop for a moment. Now probably no one can stand here and complain about how incredible this all is. Okay everyone, please come here and line up in order, remember to hold your head and squat down. Yuyue said in a calm tone. Everyone's bodies trembled slightly, but they still obeyed the order and came out in order. After Yuyue counted the number of people, she found that there were 7 or 8 teams with a total of more than 20 people standing in front of her. He couldn't help but shook his arm and commanded. It's right here, squat down. The people in Wuyang just squatted down obediently, holding their heads. In the crowd, a person looked up at Yuyue and then quickly lowered his head. A flash of shock and palpitations flashed in his eyes. He had just thrown a shuriken at this man. The candidate from Longyan village suddenly remembered the legend that had been circulating in the village. There was a rumor circulating in his village. I heard that Kakuzu, the legendary ninja of Longyan village, was ordered to assassinate the legendary first Hokage. But he only threw a shuriken from a long distance. He thought that Kakuzu's situation at that time should be similar to his. After settling everything, Yuyue walked back to the bonfire, slowly picked up the skewer of grilled fish that exuded an alluring aroma and continued to taste it. This fish is still warm. Chapter 186 I am a student, can you give it to me? Another corner of the forest of death. Although the bright lightsaber only appeared for a moment, it was such an obvious sight that Naruto would not miss it. He raised his eyes to look at the night sky, which was exactly where the lightsaber once appeared, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It's so dangerous. Who uses ninjutsu? Even a brief glance at that lightsaber made Naruto's hair stand on end. However, in addition to fear, he also felt an uncontrollable fighting spirit welling up in his heart. This must be a formidable opponent. I must find him to challenge. Naruto clenched his fists and grinned, as if he couldn't wait to face this contest. Naruto, come and have something to eat. Sakura smiled gently by the fire and handed Naruto a piece of freshly prepared food. Thank you. Naruto took it generously and said with a smile. Speaking of which, Sasuke hasn't come back yet. After taking a bite of food, Naruto looked at Sakura suspiciously and said. Sasuke was nowhere to be seen from morning to night, and he didn't leave any news. Don't worry, Sasuke is so powerful, he should be fine. Sakura explained with a smile still, as long as he comes back here within 5 days. Hearing this, Naruto's heart dropped a little, and he nodded and said, that's right. After eating, Naruto lay down on the spot and rested his head on his hands. Sakura, you should go to bed early, I'll be on guard tonight. At the same time, a slight but disturbing sound came from deep in a corner of the death forest. In a hidden tree hole, Sasuke's figure quietly arrived. There are many lion majesty hiding next to the grass in the tree hole. Their cold eyes are staring at Sasuke. They swallowed the snakes and looked at them eagerly, as if they were choosing people to devour. But Sasuke was not afraid at all and walked calmly, even stepping directly over the head of a small snake. In the end, those lion majesty did not dare to attack Sasuke and let him get close to the tree hole. Orochimaru. Entering the tree hole, Sasuke shouted and looked around. Sasuke-kun, why are you coming to see me so late? In the large tree hole, Orochimaru was squatting on the ground tinkering with something. He was not surprised to hear Sasuke's voice. The snakes outside have already passed on the information. I was too busy telling you something before that I forgot to take my Kusanagi sword. Fake goods are just fake goods, and they will never be as smooth as the real ones. Patting the imitation Kusanagi sword on his waist, Sasuke stretched out his hand directly to Orochimaru, as if he was reaching out to someone else. Orochimaru's body didn't move, but his head ignored the shackles of the body and turned 180 degrees. This awkward scene was replaced by the lingering confusion on Orochimaru's face. Your Kusanagi sword. Sasuke-kun, when did I take your things? Orochimaru raised 3 fingers. I remember that there are 3 Kusanagi swords in the ninja world. 2 of them are in my hand, and the third one is with Itachi. Advertisement, what's yours? Chang, Sasuke pulled out the imitation Kusanagi sword and showed it to Orochimaru. It's just like this one. Orochimaru's head stretched out leisurely and he looked at it curiously. Immediately, there was some astonishment on his face. Sasuke-kun, I do have a Kusanagi sword with the same style as this sword, but it is in my collection. It doesn't seem to be yours, right? Sasuke didn't take it seriously, but shook his outstretched hand. I know. But I'm a student, can you send me off? Orochimaru? Is it really okay for you to just blackmail me outright like this? Orochimaru was speechless, but looking at Sasuke's expression, he didn't look like he was joking. Then, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a small snake came out of his mouth. Then, like a Matryoshka doll, the little snake opened his mouth again and spit out a Kusanagi sword. Sasuke even told him such important information, it was just a Kusanagi sword, just give it to him. He still has one anyway. Plop. The Kusanagi sword was spat on the ground. Sasuke raised his eyebrows and bent down to pick it up neatly, not disdainful of the slime on it. He took out a handkerchief and began to wipe it carefully. A moment later, a Kusanagi sword flashing with cold light appeared. Thunder flashed in Sasuke's hand, and the Kusanagi sword also turned thunderous. There seems to be no pause and it is extremely smooth. The familiar feeling is back. With this thing is useless, and I'm not good at dual sword style either. Sasuke smiled lightly, took off the imitation Kusanagi sword from his waist and handed it to Orochimaru. Let this be a souvenir for you. Orochimaru was stunned. What do I want with this thing? But this was a gift from Sasuke, and it would be rude to refuse it, so he had to accept it. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru forced a smile, thinking that he would find a place to lose it later. Sasuke nodded, took out a storage scroll, and took out a brand new scabbard. The Kusanagi sword was inserted directly, not too long, not too short, just right. Orochimaru couldn't help but choked and couldn't hold himself any longer. He even prepared the scabbard in advance. Co-author, you had the idea of my Kusanagi sword from the beginning, right? Sasuke-kun, let me see you off. Before Sasuke could say anything, Orochimaru stood up directly and greeted each other with a smile, which made his meaning obvious. Send this living dad away quickly. Sasuke naturally understood the meaning of Orochimaru's words, smiled and prepared to leave. But at this time, due to Orochimaru's movement, Sasuke also saw what he had been tinkering with while squatting there. There are actually 3 people. Upon closer inspection, there were teeth marks of the same size between the necks of these 3 people. Seeing this, Sasuke couldn't help but shrink his eyes. Advertisement this is. Curse seal? Orochimaru hasn't given up research in this area yet? Sasuke-kun. What's the problem? Orochimaru couldn't help but feel confused when he saw Sasuke's footsteps stopped. Sasuke shook his head slightly. Orochimaru was startled for a moment, then smiled. Don't worry, I'm just doing some research, and I don't intend to take their lives. Sasuke shook his head and laughed. Okay, let's go now. Sasuke spread his hands. I'm worried about what you do. Sasuke picked up a branch and poked it at the campfire and said calmly. Sasuke-kun is quite ruthless. Orochimaru smiled, his golden vertical pupils showing interest. Sasuke made a chopping motion with his sword. When Sasuke followed Naruto's breath to find their destination, Sakura had already fallen asleep peacefully. Naruto's eyes lit up. What a great idea. Sasuke landed lightly and sat down next to Naruto. It's okay, but I have to remind you that those 3 guys are a team Reikage values. If something happens to them, there may be quite a stir on Reikage's side. Orochimaru watched, and he didn't look back until Sasuke's figure completely disappeared under the night sky. Sasuke. Naruto was communicating in a low voice with a small 9 tails. We just need to stop them there. We have as many scrolls as we need. After waving his hand, Sasuke turned around and left calmly. Naruto growled under his breath. So, are you worried about me? You guys are finally back. Unexpectedly, Sasuke looked sideways in surprise. This is nothing. Sensing Sasuke's aura approaching, Naruto looked up and saw Sasuke's figure on the treetops. But if you were caught bullying someone, Reikage will definitely be furious. Is the matter settled? Orochimaru thought that Sasuke was worried about causing a diplomatic dispute between Konoha and Kumogakure, so he explained and comforted him. He knelt down in front of the Kumogakure team again and began his research. The most you can do is issue a wanted notice to greatly increase your bounty. Who can kill you, you scoundrel? Reikage is most likely to get angry out of anger, and he can't do anything to you. I mean, if you're going to get rid of them, remember to get rid of all traces. You can arrest yourself later and collect the reward. In the Chunin exam, everyone relies on their own strength. If candidates fight among each other, they will die. Reikage thinks that their skills are inferior to others at most. No need to worry, no matter which team they're in, they will always go to the tower in the center of the forest. These little guys have been rude to me several times, and they need a little lesson. Then when are we going to snatch the Earth Scroll? 6th chapter 187. There must be a deep meaning behind what Yuyue did. The Cruel Death Forest assessment was originally supposed to be an undercurrent and a hidden struggle. Now, the style has suddenly changed. A huge procession marched across the area. The gongs and drums are loud, as if they are afraid that others will not know that there is something going on here. 4 candidates were seen carrying a wicker chair, and Yuyue was sitting on it, swaying slightly as the chair rose and fell. His expression was a little embarrassed and helpless, but more of a sense of freshness. After capturing this group of people last night, he gave them a symbolic punishment of a few hours and then let them leave. Unexpectedly, these people were chatting endlessly overnight. They were waiting at the door early in the morning, carrying a chair and waiting for him. Before Yuyue could speak, everyone gathered around him and sat on the wicker chair. Claiming to escort him all the way to the high tower in the center of the forest, he even insisted on recognizing him as the boss. You really hurt me. This sudden change made Yuyue dumbfounded, but he still reluctantly accepted the hospitality of these overly enthusiastic younger brothers. Isn't it Yuyue? Why does he have so many younger brothers following him? The movement here naturally attracted the attention of others. Some old faces also appeared one after another. Ino crossed her arms and looked helplessly at the team in the distance. Don't be surprised what happened to this guy. Shikamaru looked thoughtful. During this period of time, Shinomiya Yuyu's impression on him has always been unfathomable. After pondering for a while, he said, Yuyue must have a deep meaning in doing this. Shoji didn't say anything, just munching potato chips, looking very leisurely. Boss Yuyue. We found a team from Yuyin village ahead. The figure flickered, and a candidate who was good at investigation appeared on the branch in front. He knelt down on one knee and reported. Aim hidden village? There were many people surrounding Yuyue. Some were captured last night and then surrendered, and some were defeated along the way today and then joined him. So far, there are almost 30 people in Linlanzongzong. At this moment, a round-nosed candidate wearing a red vest next to him was stunned for a moment, and then asked for admission with a smile on his face. Boss Yuyue, let me go. This is a candidate from Yanyan village, and it was only entered into the account today. The strength is good, and he is good at earth-style ninjutsu. In terms of attributes, earth-style is better than water-style. The rain-hidden village is generally dominated by water-style. If there is a fight, the people in the rain-hidden village will have a much lower chance of winning from the beginning. Advertisement, okay, you go and fight. Yuyue nodded and waved her finger. Yes. Tu Dongwu nodded heavily, and then left with his 2 teammates with an excited look on his face. The 3 of them jumped onto the nearby trees and galloped along the front. As soon as they left the team, Todo Mu's teammates couldn't help but ask. Captain, why are you so positive? Have you really considered yourself someone else's little brother? It's not shameful for us to lose against many and be captured. There's no need for this. They are the elite seeds of Yanyan village. They were tracking a team holding the Earth Scroll today and originally planned to take action. As a result, a group of young men like Yuyue who were passing by were herded up and surrounded by more than 10 or 20 people. No matter how talented they are no match, so they can only become Yuyu's little brothers. But they were caught, and the 2 teammates just mixed in and paddled. But they didn't expect that Tudongmu, as the captain, would be so attentive. It was as if he was asking to attack in order to please the so-called boss. After listening to the complaints from his 2 teammates, Tudongmu showed a meaningful smile. What do you know? You've become someone else's younger brother anyway. This humiliation is definitely irreversible. When the assessment is over, there is no guarantee that you will be reprimanded by Tsuchikage-sama. But if you think about it from another direction, what if everyone becomes Sigong Yuyu's younger brother in this assessment? Isn't it commonplace? Everyone is the same. Don't laugh at anyone. This is called a different kind of respect, do you understand? Tu Tangwu smiled inscrutably. When the 2 companions heard this, they suddenly realized. Captain, you are really thoughtful. Immediately, the 2 expressed their deep admiration for the captain, who usually seemed rough but was actually delicate, and gave a thumbs up. Also, have you noticed that some people inside look at Shinomiya Yuyue very strangely? What's this weird method? The 2 teammates asked in confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures appeared in front of him. Fleur closed her eyes and entered the state of perception, and whispered, someone is coming. Boom. At the same time, hard rocks suddenly appeared and quickly formed an upside-down bowl-shaped structure, trapping the 3 people from Yuyin village inside. Advertisement: the earth suddenly cracked open, and Chu Tangwu emerged from it. Where? Hydrangea and Waterlily immediately entered a state of alert. Heartbeat, footsteps, even breathing. The teammates were stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. As long as he continues to inject chakra, the dungeon will continue to repair and cannot be broken from the inside. Water style. Kirasame hidden jutsu. Okay, get ready to fight. Earth style earth listening technique. After thinking for a moment, Tsuchido Mu replied. It's just like the way we usually look when we see Tsuchikage-sama. Earth style Dulao Danwu. The figures of the 3 people quickly separated and formed an encirclement towards the candidates in Yuyin village below. He quietly moved underground to the feet of the 3 people in Hidden Rain village, and then activated ninjutsu. After a moment, Tu Tangwu smiled. In addition, the dungeon will also absorb the chakra of the trapped people. Over time, no one can withstand it. I originally thought that the opponent knew that he was outmatched and left, but unexpectedly he went to call for reinforcements. The 3 people in Yuyin village gradually disappeared into the mist. Invisible waves emanated from Tudongwu's body. He was like a bat at the moment, able to capture the sounds coming from the ground. Tu Tangwu put his hands on the dungeon and continued to cast spells. Huh, do you think you can defeat us by recruiting helpers? As long as you can't fly, the traces you leave on the earth will always expose you. Found you. Use that move. Respect, awe, worship. Too naive. After Fleur reported the opponent's location, Water Lily sneered and quickly formed a seal. Tu Tangwu shook his head. I don't know, but what is certain is that he is indeed not an ordinary person. Clear. Muzo Todo was underground and lost sight of the target, but he did not panic and closed his eyes. There is never a shortage of water in the Death Forest. The water molecules in the air instantly turned into white mist, spreading like cotton candy, and the vision became extremely blurred. Isn't this too exaggerated? Do they really think Yuyue is that strong? They had just seen someone looking this way from a distance, but before they had time to react, the person ran away. Huh? Is this ninjutsu similar to Kirigakure no Jutsu? Chapter 188 I will never admit that you are me. It's your turn, Tu Tangwu shouted loudly. The two teammates who had been prepared for a long time immediately took action. Here comes Captain. The two stood on the top of the dungeon, quickly formed seals and slapped. Earth-style gun. Violent noises suddenly came from the dungeon, and countless rock spikes sprouted from the walls. There was nowhere to hide in the small space. Although these rock thorn attacks are dense and violent. However, since the current purpose is to capture rather than kill, the length has been reduced, just to achieve the effect of heavy damage but not fatality. It's done, Captain. A teammate stood up slowly, his face full of joy. They have used this trick countless times, and countless enemies have fallen at their feet. Once the skill chain is formed, the opponent basically has no power to fight back. Tu Tangwu nodded. He also felt that there was no movement inside. It must be that the other party gave up resistance. He removed his hand from it and stopped the flow of chakra. But you still have to wait a while before opening it. At this moment, suddenly, boom, there was a loud noise and the dungeon suddenly collapsed. A huge figure rushed out from it, its black and white body so huge that it was shocking. It's a giant panda, rush! Hydrangea rode on the panda's neck, waving her fists to command. Water Lily and Farong clung to the panda's back. The three of them relied on the panda to survive this move unscathed. This panda's skin is so thick that even rocks can't pierce it. Earth-style wall. Tu Tangwu quickly slapped his palm on the ground, and a thick earth wall rose up in response, trying to block the panda's impact. But the earthen wall was shattered by the panda as easily as a fragile piece of paper. Kaifeng technique. Paper blowing snow. Hydrangea holds a talisman in her hand, and with the injection of chakra, the things hidden in the talisman spurred out in an instant. Suddenly, like an avalanche, the sky was full of white paper mixed with the wind. Captain, let's take action together. Two teammates came to Todo Mew at the critical moment. Earth-stone dragon. The three of them formed seals together and pressed their palms heavily to the ground. With their full cooperation, a ninjutsu that far exceeded what was expected at this stage was unleashed. The ground seemed to come alive, and a huge dragon head slowly rose up from the soil. Immediately afterwards, a long body, a giant dragon composed entirely of soil and rocks appeared lifelike. Roar. The giant dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, jumped into the air, and started a fierce battle with the white paper falling from the sky. While the battle was raging, the huge team led by Yuyue was slowly approaching. The battle situation there was still stalemate, and their team stopped at the edge of the battlefield. I'm so horny. What is that? Panda. Yuyue suddenly sat upright from the wicker chair. He stared intently at the huge black and white figure in the center of the battlefield. There are actually living pandas in the ninja world? Advertisement. Yuyue couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't seen this thing in so many years, and it felt familiar to her. Of course, Yuyue still has an obsession with pandas. Once, when he was playing a mobile game with 10 T0s and more than 20 T1s, he was defeated by Panda. You finally get the starting hand, and the opponent's substitute comes down. You use your backhand to channel the spirit, but the opponent's skeleton knocks you out, and the channeling is in vain. You chase after you and use your skills, but the opponent's psychic panda uses her skills to get to your face and hit you with A. It's a miracle to be able to avoid becoming famous after hitting here. Since then, Yuyue has always wanted to have a panda of her own, but her wallet didn't allow it. Stop. With a light drink. The earth suddenly shook, and countless trees grew like crazy. He controlled everyone instantly, even the huge panda couldn't move. The fighting at the scene suddenly stopped. Panda. Hydrangea struggled for a while and found that she couldn't break free at all. After calling out helplessly, the panda shook his head sadly, as if he could do nothing. How so? Hydrangea opened her mouth in surprise. Since signing the contract with Panda, she has never seen anyone able to restrain its power. Boss Yuyue. Tudong Mew respectfully greeted Yuyue as she gradually approached. Yuyue smiled, waved her hand, and the branches that trapped Dudu Wu and his teammates immediately dispersed, and they could move again. The three of them stood behind Yuyue respectfully, and their previous superficially respectful actions had now turned into sincere awe. Loli said, "Oh no, Hydrangea, right? You know me?" "Of course, can I buy this panda?" Yuyue helped Hydrangea and the others release their restraints, then looked at them hopefully and asked, "Who are you? I don't even know you. I won't sell panda." Hydrangea hugged the panda tightly and looked at Yuyue warily. She felt the terrifyingly powerful aura of this person, who might be able to take their lives with just a thought. But this was not enough to shake her trust and protection of her psychic beast. Seeing this scene, Yuyue understood that her wording was inappropriate, and it seemed that she shouldn't have made such a request so hastily. Okay, I didn't think well. Then do you know any information about other pandas? If so, can you recommend one to be my psychic beast? I promise you will enjoy very good treatment if you follow me. Seeing that Yuyue no longer asked for her psychic beast, Hydrangea lowered her guard a little, but still shook her head and said, I don't know any other pandas, I only know Panda. Yuyue rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. It seemed that she really had no connection with pandas. Okay, can you let me sit down for a while and give Panda a try? His wish was downgraded to a lower level. If he didn't get the ownership, he could at least experience the fun of riding. After a brief moment of thinking, Hydrangea nodded and agreed. Okay. In fact, in terms of strength, Yuyue can definitely take away her partner by force. But he didn't choose to do that, so she didn't want to appear too ungrateful. After hearing the permission, Yuyue jumped on the panda's back without hesitation. Such soft hair. Touching the delicate and soft feeling underneath, Yuyue felt extremely comfortable. Set off. Advertisement. Yuyue waved her arm gently, and the army resumed its journey. Sitting on the back of the panda on the way forward, Yuyu's face was full of satisfaction. Compared to a wicker chair, this journey couldn't be more beautiful. Time passed quietly. There is only the last day left before the end of the Death Forest assessment. During this period, everyone who was attracted to Yuyue or met by chance was arrested. They all became Yuyu's little brothers. At first, these newcomers felt very humiliated and lost all face. But after some old-timers in the team released Shikai, they suddenly woke up. Yes, if everyone becomes Yuyu's little brother, then who else will laugh at whom? As a result, various 8 gates and even bizarre ideas appeared. Some even pretended to be insiders and lured their companions from the same village. Because you asked me the same question 13 times, Sasuke responded. It's been so many days and I haven't seen a team yet. Except for those who were close to Konoha and a few who unfortunately died during the trial, most of the others gathered here. Where have all the people gone? 6 Paths Obito, a bit preemptive. Located outside the central tower of the Death Forest. When I heard there was something good and I was from the same hometown, how could I not go and take a look? 6 Paths Obito. I'm absolutely sure now that you are definitely not me. I was definitely not that bad when I was a kid. Whatever the rush is, it will come eventually. This raises a question. I was deceived by my brother, so as my brother, why don't you come with me? This level of power is far beyond the scope of the ninja world. Good brother, I have a good thing here. How about you come over and take a look? Naturally, the result is that everyone becomes a little brother together. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have said this 13 times. More than 70% of the team in the entire Death Forest has gathered at Yuyue. Jiraiya. 0.0 inches at the same time. At the same time, she also prepared food for everyone at noon today. 6 Paths Obito. Didn't the group leader admit that he is an outsider? Uchiha Obito. Yuyue, don't believe him. What could have happened to him? He must have felt guilty after being arrested in person. Shinomiya Yuyue. I am an extraterrestrial demon. Fortunately, I am watching the group, otherwise they might not be able to say bad things about me. Naruto sat on the ground, looking at the empty road leading to the tower and asking. To be honest, even after watching the group video and with a lot of evidence in front of me, it's still hard for me to believe the authenticity of this group chat. In this way, more and more people joined Yuyue through spreading the word from 1 to 10 and from one to another. Sasuke still lowered his head and concentrated on wiping the Kusanagi sword in his hand, looking quite calm. Sasuke, is anyone really coming? Isn't everyone eliminated? Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya-sensei, you are finally willing to take the lead. Say quickly. Who are you? Sakura on the side smiled and watched the exchange between the two teammates. Jiraiya. Well, spent some time studying this thing. On this last day, in his words, it's an extraterrestrial demon? Chapter 189 Group Chat upgraded again. Jiraiya. Don't get excited. No matter what the origin of the group leader is, his help to us is indeed huge. We should be grateful. Shinomiya Yuyue. Rem. Namikaze Minato. So Jiraiya-sensei, which era are you in now? Jiraiya. Here I am. It's the 63rd year of Konoha. I just left Konoha and am planning to sneak into the Hidden Rain village to gather information. Uchiha Obito. Oh, isn't that just right? Now that you have information about Nagato, you should be able to defeat them easily. Wait. Something seems wrong. Jiraiya-senpai, you went to a Megacure village to gather information. Now that you have information, don't you need to go? Jiraiya smiled and said, haha, you were right, but I still have to go see Nagato and the others. I feel very guilty for their situation. It was because I paid too little attention to them that they were poisoned by Hanzo. Uchiha Obito. Wrong. Senior Jiraiya, this is not your problem, nor is it even Hanzo's problem. Jiraiya. I didn't expect you to be quite good at comforting people. But I have accepted these fates and I won't be too sad. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Obito is not joking. Danzo is actually behind all of this. In order to provoke a war between the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Earth, Danzo deliberately disguised himself as someone from Iwagakure village and attacked the ninjas of the Kingdom of Rain. When I met Yahiko and the others, I attacked them as ninjas from the Land of Rain. In the end, Nagato burst out the Rinnegan to come to the rescue, but this also exposed his ability. When Danzo saw this, he had a wrong idea, which led to the subsequent tragedy. This is mentioned in the anime plot. It is not clear whether it is original by the crew, but it is true, so don't dare to talk nonsense. On a path outside Konoha village, Jiraiya's footsteps suddenly stopped. Danzo? The image of the man always wrapped in bandages and with a sinister expression appeared in his mind. Did he actually do it? Jiraiya's fists clenched involuntarily, and a look of anger flashed across his face, but then he showed a confused expression. In his mind, those group videos uploaded by Yuyue did not show this key plot. Jiraiya. Is this true? Advertisement Uchiha Obito. It's true. The group video does not include this part because it only has a general plot and some details are not included. We have dealt with several Danzos, and we all know his underpants clearly. Namikaze Minato. Although it may be an exaggeration to say this, 9 out of 10 major accidents in Konoha are related to Danzo. Jiraiya. I know, I won't let him go. Shinomiya Yuyue. Yes, there is another victim. Every time a new person joins the group, as long as Danzo is still alive, he will become a newbie gift bag, and gold coins will burst out under the laughter of the group friends. Uchiha Obito. There is no killing without buying and selling, but Danzo is an exception. Shinomiya Yuyue. I suddenly had an idea. Since there are so many bad Danzos, is there a good Danzo? Why not bring one into the group and let everyone train him? Uchiha Itachi. It is indeed possible, but we have to find Danzo who is very early in the timeline, or even a young Danzo. People don't become bad in a day. As long as there is enough time, maybe we can train a Danzo who can handle the responsibilities of Hokage. Uchiha Obito. It's better to act than to think. Yuzuki, do it quickly. Shinomiya Yuyue. Okay, I'll go tinker with it. After saying that, he quit the group chat, looked at the team still rushing around, and shifted his attention slightly. He focused his attention on the data panel in front of him, which displayed his Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Left eye pupil technique. Eternal Kingship. Open the VIP pass, and unlock a 20% discount in the chat group mall. Close black lens bracket. Right eye pupil technique. Supreme level, chat group level permanently +1. Close black lens bracket. Take it from the chat group, use it in the chat group. All his strength comes from the chat group, and the pupil technique he was born with is naturally deeply bound to the chat group. Yuyue once thought that everything she had was given to her by the chat group, and if one day the chat group suddenly took everything back, what should he do? The answer is, screw his balls. Anyway, it has been fun for so long. The next few days will be fun day by day. Those are not things he should consider. It's none of his business what kind of culprit or purpose is behind the chat group. Focus back on the panel in front of you. Advertisement. You only need 500,000 to evolve to the Eternal Mangekyo. No, it should be 400,000 yuan after the 20% discount. Yuyue calculated in her mind, and then suddenly smiled. It's pretty cheap. I don't know if it's because the pupil skill bonus is too buggy. The cost of upgrading his Mangekyo is extremely expensive, almost the same as the Rinnegan. But this is nothing more than a small amount of money to Yuyue now. He has not even strengthened himself for a long time. Saved a lot of gold coins. Because there is no need at all, with the current strength, it is enough to walk sideways in the ninja world. It is enough for the time being, and the gold coins are saved for emergencies. Strengthen it and upgrade the chat group to a higher level. Yuyue clicked lightly and put in 400,000 gold coins. Suddenly, he felt a warm current emerge from inside his eyes, surrounding his 2 eyeballs. This warm feeling is really comfortable. After a while, when the warmth gradually dissipated, Yuyue opened her eyes again and was surprised to find the penguin logo, which was originally monotonous in black and white, has become lively and colorful. Black and white right pointing arrow full color. This is too weird. How can I show off Sharingan to others? After taking a closer look in the mirror, Yuyue looked helpless. Anyone who can see this Mangekyo pattern without laughing is considered a god. But at least there is some gratifying news coming. Open black lens bracket bite close black lens bracket. The chat group has been successfully upgraded. The current group chat level reaches level 4. More permissions have been unlocked. Chapter 190 The Son of Prophecy finds hot. Yuyue then checked the new functions that evolved into the Eternal Eye. Left eye pupil technique. Divine power. You can enjoy a 50% discount in the Gold Coin Mall, and also have a chance to purchase rare products in the non-ninja world. Right eye pupil technique. Godhead. Directly increases the overall level of the chat group by 2 levels, and permanently increases the maximum level limit by 1 level. As expected, once you reach the eternal level, you can quickly increase the group chat level. Yuyue smiled lightly, obviously having expected this. In this case, let's try inviting new people to join. After saying this, Yuyue quickly swiped her finger to bring up the corresponding options on the panel. Lao Ma, use the pull function of the designated target. Use this function to invite a specific character to become a group member. But it will consume 1 invitation. Open black lens bracket. Are you sure you want to do this? Close black lens bracket. After pressing the OK button without hesitation, what I want to add is Shimura Danzo. Open black lens bracket bite close black lens bracket. Recruiting completed. After completing everything, Yuyue opened the group chat interface again. When he returned to the extremely lively group interface, he found that everyone was still chatting happily. And the person being discussed was actually Danzo. Chat group. Uchiha Obito. Shocked. Everyone, I found the Son of Prophecy. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato. 6 paths Obito. I guess the person you're talking about is yourself. It's too narcissistic. Uchiha Obito. You don't feel good if you don't quarrel with me for a day, right? Of course it's not me. I'm talking about the prophecy child in the original plot who didn't interfere. Senju Hashirama. I'm also curious. Children of prophecy refer to people who can change the structure of the ninja world, right? Other than Naruto, who else would have such great influence? Uchiha Obito. It's Danzo. Advertisement Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya-sensei's 2 consecutive question marks have written all his doubts on his face. Jiraiya. I would never have guessed that this would be the answer, or you young people's imaginations are rich enough. 6 paths Obito. You might as well be yourself. Uchiha Itachi. I seem to have guessed what Obito was going to say. Uchiha Obito. As expected, my good brother understands me. I'll invite you to play Fruit Ninja next time. Look, in the original plot, if there was no Danzo, everything would be very different. If Danzo hadn't gone to the Land of Rain to cause trouble, Yahiko wouldn't have died, and Nagato wouldn't have gone dark. Furthermore, the death of the rope tree is inseparable from Danzo. The detonating talisman can kill anyone, and it is under Orochimaru's nose. But the rope tree is dead, and it was disemboweled, with all its organs missing. This must be Danzo's handiwork. This led Orochimaru to embark on the path of pursuing immortality, initiated taboo human experiments, and planted the seeds for Tsunade's hemophobia. Without Danzo, none of this would have happened, and both Orochimaru and Tsunade would be in Konoha. Due to the chain reaction, it is estimated that we will not be able to fight in 3 wars. Then I naturally don't have to go deep behind enemy lines to blow up the Shenwu Bridge. Under this assumption, Konoha's lineup is quite luxurious. All Sannin are here, plus Minato-sensei and White Fang, as well as Shisui, Itachi, and a group of Uchiha masters such as Chief Fugaku. Simply invincible. Isn't this the child of prophecy? If Danzo had died early, Konoha would have unified the ninja world long ago. Senju Hashirama. Such an analysis does make some sense. Namikaze Minato. I didn't expect it. Did you really come up with this idea yourself, Obito? Shinomiya Yuzuki. It feels like some artists can only show their value after death. Immediately, Danzo stepped forward to take it and handed it to Senju Tobarama. However, he was still a little excited after winning the battle. Seeing that Danzo refused to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was asking for trouble, so he could only mutter a few words and then gave up. Konoha 15 years Uchiha Obito. Hey. The works may be more valuable when the artist dies, but when Danzo dies, the whole world becomes peaceful and beautiful. Senju Tobarama quickly finished reading the document. Advertisement Senju Tobarama announced formally, picking up a pen and preparing to sign his name on the document. Danzo performed his duties as a guard meticulously, standing up straight behind Senju Tobarama. There is no problem, then, Konoha and Kumogakure have officially ceased war. With an honorific, Senju Tobarama nodded, took the document and began to look at it carefully. At the same time, I feel a little crazy, Hiruzen, you don't even look at the situation, how dare you whisper. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side suddenly bumped him with his arm and said curiously with a smile. It's nothing. Danzo said with a sullen face, something. Not long after the person who was respected by everyone as the first Hokage passed away, the cloud-hidden village began to become restless and finally launched an attack. When he recovered, there was lingering shock in his eyes. Shimura Danzo joined the group chat. Hey, Danzo, what does it say? Then, this is the armistice agreement, please review it with second Hokage. Just about 2 years ago, the country of thunder, cloud-hidden village. Second Reikage and second Hokage Senju Tobarama sat at opposite ends. The expressions on their faces were extremely serious, and they were obviously discussing an extremely important matter. That's how today's meeting happened. Teacher, it's very different. In the office of Reikage building, a long table is spread across it. You will be happy when you are scolded by the teacher later. But for them who just won the victory, there is nothing wrong with relaxing a little, right? Second Reikage handed over a document and placed it on the table. A chat group that draws people into it across endless time and space? Konoha naturally could not sit idly by and quickly announced a counterattack. Just when everything seemed to be going in order, Danzo, who had been concentrating all the time, suddenly fell into a trance for a moment. Seeing this, Danzo retreated to his position behind his teacher and continued to perform his protective duties. This conflict lasted for several years, until finally the opponent was forced to negotiate a settlement. Chapter 191 New Danzo. After digesting the prompt information from the chat group, Danzo was shocked. He has lived for more than 10 years and has never heard of anything so outrageous. At this moment, he suddenly had a strange feeling. It's like someone tapping your ear gently. It's not noisy, but you can know that the other person is calling you. Uchiha Obito. At Shimura Danzo, Yuyue moves so fast. Tuenzi, please post your photos quickly. Your age will determine our attitude towards you. At the age of 20, he was beaten to death. At the age of 30, he was beaten to death. At the age of 40, he was beaten to death. At the age of 50, he was beaten to death. And at the age of 60, he was beaten to death. Hurry up and take the photo. Can't wait. Danzo felt bad after seeing this string of information, so he came up and wanted to F***K him? Where did this shrimp rice come from? Is there any grudge between them? According to the other party's theory, he is the youngest person to be disabled at the age of just 20. Shimura Danzo. A member of the Uchiha clan. Who are you? I don't remember ever messing with anyone from the Uchiha clan. The teacher is indeed right, the Uchiha clan does have a problem. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Madara. 6 Paths Obito. Shinomiya Yuyue. Ouch. The timeline is closed. It turns out that you scared Danzo first, which led to the Uchiha clan being targeted. Case solved. Bang dang. In reality, Shimura Danzo suddenly trembled and kicked Senju Toburama's chair in front of him. Toburama's body shook, and the pen in his hand flew away. The people beside him, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Akamichi Fengfeng, Uchiha Kai and others, couldn't help but open their mouths. He is so brave. Danzo. Is he really not afraid of being taught a lesson by his teacher? Senju Toburama twitched the corner of his mouth, turned his head and stared at Danzo expressionlessly. Danzo. What's wrong with you? But Danzo didn't even care about the majestic teacher at this moment, and looked at the name that popped up in the group with shock on his face. Uchiha Madara? Danzo's face was filled with surprise. He didn't recognize the series of Uchiha in the group chat, but it was impossible for him not to recognize Uchiha Madara. Advertisement: this is a character who fought with the first generation and indirectly led to his downfall. His strength can be seen in Madara. Now that the first generation has passed away, if Madara comes back, who else can stop him? Danzo, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Toburama also saw that something was wrong with Danzo, and immediately stood up and put his hand on his shoulder. I didn't hit genjutsu either, why are you so excited all of a sudden? Senju Toburama frowned. Danzo was always the calmest one in the past, why was he so flustered now? Danzo suddenly grabbed Senju Toburama's arm and said word by word. Teacher, I saw Uchiha Madara. The moment he heard this name, even Senju Toburama couldn't help but his eyes suddenly became serious, but he immediately realized that the other person had already passed away. Impossible to appear. Madara is no longer here, what are you talking about? After Toburama's reminder, Danzo came back to his senses, his eyes suddenly clear, yes. Uchiha Madara has already been killed by first generation. Why'd I get so stressed out just by seeing a name? Teacher, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Danzo lowered his head. Toburama patted his shoulder and looked at him deeply. Have a good rest after you go back. He didn't think much about it. During this period, Hiruzen, Danzo and others had been accompanying him to fight everywhere, so it was normal that he didn't have a good rest. There was an accident, but it doesn't matter. Reikage, let's continue. Watching Hiruzen hurriedly pick up the pen and hand it to Toburama, preparing to continue with the signing ceremony. Danzo's consciousness was once again immersed in the group chat. Shimura Danzo. You can't be Uchiha Madara, who are you? How dare you impersonate this name? Uchiha Madara. It seems that you subconsciously ignored that information when you joined the group? I'll forgive your rudeness this time. I won't be so easy to talk to next time. Information. Danzo was stunned for a moment, and then recalled a piece of information when he entered the group. The group members come from different timelines? Danzo gasped in shock, so outrageous. Doesn't that mean the other person is really Uchiha Madara? He realized this instantly, his face couldn't help but darken. Question. What should I do if I offend a powerful group member as soon as I join the group? Advertisement. But there shouldn't be any hatred between us, right? The relationship between Jing and I is actually pretty good. Shimura Danzo. The leader of the group is joking, it's just the necessary respect for the strong. Seeing the title of the leader of the group above Yu Yu's head, Danzo vaguely felt a strong pressure coming towards him. Everyone. This is definitely not me. I wouldn't do such a B*********** D thing. One is about your highlight clip. After what happened to Uchiha Madara, Danzo no longer dared to underestimate any group member, even though he had never heard their name. 1 minute later. Uchiha Obito. Dwanzi, you haven't said how old you were yet, but I can probably guess a little bit from the way you talk. These group members are scary enough. Danzo, what happened to you today? One is the development history of the ninja world. Seeing this name appear, Danzo almost couldn't help but scream out in surprise, but luckily he remembered that the other person was from a different timeline. Uchiha Obito. Group video. No, it's nothing. Shimura Danzo. Seniors, this is. The expression is also weird. Shimura Danzo. Master Uchiha, I am just 20 years old now. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, you don't need any training at all. You are already honest just a few minutes after joining the group. Shimura Danzo. Hatsu, Shodai, let me be healthy. In other words, there is still some relationship between Uchiha and I, so there is no need for him to be disabled. I feel like a super ninja like first generation, so I'd better treat him with caution. But Bao-Buki is a super powerful person from another timeline. My highlight moment? Could it be that I, Shimura Danzo, became a Hokage later? Sarutobi Hiruzen bumped Danzo's arm. He looked at Danzo and trembled from time to time. Group leader. I entered the group chat again with excitement, but what I saw were 2 big links. Hey, Hiruzen, this is an unprecedented opportunity. From now on, I will surpass you. Danzo suddenly trembled under the touch of Sarutobi Hiruzen, then replied perfunctorily and continued to remain silent in the group chat. You will understand everything after reading it. And stole my name. Shinomiya Yuyue. I changed my face so quickly, I'll give you a thumbs up. Shimura Danzo. Who is this? Why is he wearing the same face as me? Who is this group leader who can connect everyone together across endless time and space? Danzo clicked on the video out of curiosity, wondering what good thing it was that made the big guys in the group so serious about it. Chapter 192. What can I say? Is this my future? Danzo's words are a bit unacceptable. He is a man with a firm will of fire. How could he degenerate into such a wicked person? Let's explain it first. Danzo rubbed his eyebrows. Now he understood why his friends had a strange attitude toward him. He is a supervillain who appears throughout the entire plot. If you do it yourself, you don't need to think about it to know that you will be rewarded with huge gold coins. I guess in the eyes of his friends, he is like a moving golden mountain. Shimura Danzo. Everyone, whether you believe it or not. I am a good person now. Things in the future haven't happened yet, so that shouldn't represent me. Uchiha Obito. I believe you, but you are just talking nonsense. In this case, you let me go to your world to verify whether you are sincere, so that everyone can rest assured. Shimura Danzo. Don't do this, I'm afraid. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Where is the progress of your story now? After reading the script, did you miss the opportunity to be a Hokage because you were too timid? Namikaze Minato. Actually, I think becoming a Hokage is not that simple. The second generation project may have started observing their abilities and qualities a long time ago. Third generation Sama is the best in Tobarama's team, and he is willing to give everything for Konoha at critical moments, which just shows his loyalty to the village. The combination of these conditions allowed him to finally gain trust and inheritance. So Danzo, it may be a little difficult for you to recreate this scene. Uchiha Itachi. So you have passed the Golden Horn and Silver Horn levels? These two people are not easy to deal with. Shimura Danzo. Golden Horn and Silver Horn? Everyone, please get off first. The chat group attracted so much attention that I almost forgot about it. After exiting the group chat, he immediately became vigilant. His eyes swept over the scene like a hawk, but he did not see the two brothers, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. Haven't you shown up yet? Danzo calmed down. He only came to his senses when the group members said it. The group members reminded him that in the original plot, when Kumogakure and Konoha signed the armistice agreement, the two of them, Gold and Silver, did not intend to give up the fight. Advertisement they even ignored Reikage's dissuasion and attacked everyone during the ceremony, resulting in the sacrifice of second Hokage and Reikage. Suddenly, a burst of restlessness came from not far away. Coming. Danzo tensed up his nerves instantly, and saw a group of figures approaching quickly, the two of them, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, and dozens of elite ninjas who had experienced hundreds of battles. What are you doing here? Reikage seemed a little confused. After all, the two brothers had always opposed peace negotiations. Why did they show up on their own initiative today? Have you figured it out? Jinzhao showed a weird smile. We are also part of the village, so we naturally have to be there to witness such an important occasion. While talking, the two men and their men surrounded him, even pushing aside the security personnel who originally protected Reikage. Very good, I hope you understand. Reikage didn't notice anything strange at all, but still had a smile on his face. Jinzhao Yinzhao is Kumo Gakuin's veteran, and his prestige in the village is not low due to years of fighting. He has not the slightest doubt that the other party may have impure motives. Teacher, be careful, the other party may take action suddenly. Danzo leaned down and whispered in Tobarama's ear. Senju Tobarama turned his head in surprise, feeling that Danzo's idea was very whimsical. Kumogakure has been defeated. If he attacks Hokage at this time, wouldn't he be digging his own grave and leading Kumogakure to a dead end? Moreover, although Reikage seems rough and arrogant, his thoughts are still delicate. How can he be a reckless man? He will not do such a thing. After Danzo reminded him, he returned to his original position. There was no expression on Senju Tobarama's face, which was still as calm as water. But as a voice came to his ears, Danzo was stunned for a moment. Open black lens bracket bite close black lens bracket. Group member Shimura Danzo significantly changed the plot and received gold coin reward, 300,000. It's done. Joy surged crazily in my heart, 300,000. Oh my god. Although he hasn't seen the gold coin mall yet, Danzo can guess that this is definitely a huge sum of money. His joy was both due to the gold coins and excitement that Senju Tobarama could survive. It seems that his reminder still made the teacher pay attention to a master of Senju Tobarama's level. His reaction ability is absolutely outrageous. With precautions, it would be absolutely impossible for the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn to make a sneak attack. The armistice agreement was finally signed. From now on, our two families will lay down their arms and no longer fight. Advertisement second Reikage stood up, walked slowly towards Senju Tobarama and stretched out his hand. This moment seemed to mean that the long-standing dispute between the two great powers was about to come to an end with the handshake of two shadow-level powerhouses. Jin Zhao, Yin Zhao and others followed closely behind, as if they wanted to witness this historic moment. However, as Jin Zhao Yin Zhao and others approached, Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes slightly and his body quietly began to be on guard. At first he thought all this was expected, but Danzo's seemingly nonsensical reminder made Senju Tobarama faintly aware that something was wrong. Although the atmosphere at the scene is still peaceful on the surface, undercurrents have quietly formed. However, these subtle changes were well concealed by Senju Tobarama, and no one noticed any flaws. He slowly stretched out his hand and shook second Reikage's palm. I will send someone to Konoha to resolve the matter of compensation as soon as possible, Reikage said with a forced smile on his face. When the time comes, but before he finished speaking, he only heard. Drink. A roar rent the air. Immediately afterwards, a sharp long knife shaped like a cattail fan struck the unprepared second Reikage in the back with precision. This is one of the treasures left behind by the legendary Sage of Six Paths, the Seven-Star Sword. Second Reikage let out a cry of pain. The whole person was sent flying several meters away and fell heavily to the ground, making a loud bang against the wall. When the dust settled, we could see that he was dying. What can I say? He used his last bit of strength to raise his eyes to look at Yinzhao, who had taken action. His eyes were full of disbelief, and then he kicked off his legs. Similar. Suffering a fatal attack without any preparation, even if the body is as strong as the second Reikage, there is no way to save it. Just when everyone was still shocked by this sudden change. Horo gold rope. Almost at the same moment, the golden horn also moved, and a golden thin rope was instantly waved in his hand, and it quickly wound towards Senju Toburama. The distance between the two was already close, so before anyone else had time to react, the dazzling rope had already approached the tip of Toburama's nose. At this critical moment, no one noticed that an ordinary pen placed on the corner of the table suddenly displayed strange symbols. Chapter 193 Danzo, from today on, you are, whoosh. With a slight teleportation sound, Senju Toburama's figure appeared strangely behind Jin Zhao. He was shocked. How is it possible to escape? Obviously, they did not expect that this sneak attack without warning could be easily resolved by the other party. Facing the enemy in front of him, Toburama will not show mercy. I saw him quickly launching an attack, water-style hard vortex water blade. Countless water flows gathered in the palm of the hand, and condensed into a powerful high-speed rotating water javelin at an extremely fast speed, fiercely penetrating Jin Zhao's body. Under the powerful thrust, Jin Zhao's entire body was pushed out like a kite with its string broken. There was a loud noise. Toburama, Kanekaku and the others fell directly through the wall from the top of the tall building to the downstairs, and soon disappeared. Hiruzen. At this time, Danzo on the other side immediately shouted after seeing this, trying to wake up Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seemed a little sluggish because of the sudden turn of events. At the same time, after almost all the ninjas from Union Village who were present were wiped out by the dozens of elites brought by Golden Horn and Silver Horn, the remaining people who were alive immediately changed their goals. The siege came up to subdue these few survivors from Konoha Village. Hurry up and don't hesitate. Listening to the urging voices of his companions, Akamichi used expansion jutsu without hesitation to resist the intruder's attack. When the huge fist swung, even the air was squeezed, making a muffled sound. Subsequently, several ninjas, including Uchiha Mirror, Mito Gate Flame and Kaharu, also began to use their respective ninjutsu to start the battle. Why did it suddenly change? Also, what the hell is going on in Union Village? They don't even spare their own people. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the dead second Reikage and asked with shock on his face, while quickly forming seals. Stopping the war was not at all what the Golden Horn and Silver Horn expected. They could not accept surrender, so they chose to rebel. Danzo quickly explained. How did you know such a confidential matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, extremely surprised. Of course it's the information obtained by our Konoha Root organization. What is this, Root, organization? Why haven't I heard of it? Don't ask these questions now, Hiruzen, get ready to take action. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately tensed up his nerves and his eyes became extremely serious. The next second, he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of burning dragon flames. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet, wind escape great breakthrough. Danzo then cooperated with Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire dragon to perform wind release. In an instant, the fire took advantage of the wind, and the wind assisted the fire. The combined power of ninjutsu suddenly doubled. The violent fire wind swept through the entire office building, and bursting flames shot out of the windows into the sky. Akamichi Kaifeng, Uchiha Kai and others quickly stopped and retreated behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, thus avoiding this catastrophe. Water style. The elite ninjas led by Golden Horn and Silver Horn reacted very quickly and used water style to resist the flames. The opponent had a large number of people, and the huge water flow quickly extinguished the flames. In the steaming mist, I saw a figure suddenly fanning the banana fan in his hand, which immediately blew away the dense smoke around him, revealing the Silver Horn holding the fan. His face was extremely gloomy, as if it could drip water at any time. Advertisement, second Hokage's response is really quick. As expected, he is the fastest in the ninja world. Yinzhao said coldly. But what can we do? You cannot escape death today. As long as you die, the rest of Konoha will become a mess, and sooner or later we will be defeated by us. Go. Deal with them. Following Silverhorn's gesture, dozens of elite troops gradually surrounded him. The huge disparity in numbers put great pressure on Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Several people secretly glanced at the place where Senju Toburama took away the Golden Horn. They couldn't help but feel a little panic when they didn't see the teacher return for a long time. Seeing this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, feeling that the situation was very unfavorable. If morale is low, half of the war has already been lost. He took a deep breath and was about to step forward and cheer everyone up. However, someone turned out to be one step faster. Danzo stepped forward firmly, protecting everyone behind him. Danzo, Mito Monin, who knew Danzo's temperament well, found it unbelievable. How dare this guy stand up at this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then felt a sense of relief in his heart. Danzo, you finally understood the will of fire. Everyone, don't be afraid. Danzo's voice was sonorous and powerful. Even if we all die here, we must destroy all the enemies. We must not let them threaten Konoha. At this moment, Danzo's figure seemed to grow taller and his tone became firmer. The will to die appeared on his face. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. For the future of Konoha, we will fight to the end, never take a step back. Vacuum sword. Danzo holds the weapon, and the chakra condenses into a layer of sharp wind attribute chakra covering it, assuming a duel posture. Standing at the front of the team, once the two sides come into contact, Danzo will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. However, he was unafraid and looked determined. Danzo is right, kill one without losing anything, kill two and gain one. A red pill appeared in Akamichi's hand, and his face was full of determination. Then let's fight. Come on. Danzo gave the order and rushed towards the enemy group first. Facing 10 times the number of enemies, he showed no fear and high fighting spirit. It was as if they were surrounded by enemies. I won't let you steal all the limelight, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, summoned the Vajra Wish staff with his psychic skills, kicked his legs, followed Danzo's footsteps and moved forward bravely against the enemy group. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but complain. Damn, this guy Danzo is still the sinister villain. Now he starts to show off his acting skills. He must know that Tobirama is observing them secretly, right? Now I have a good impression. At some point, Obito's figure quietly appeared on the scene. However, his body showed an illusory blue color, and no one around him could see him or hear his voice. Advertisement: this is a new live broadcast function after the chat group upgrade. Members can enter the live broadcaster's world as an illusion and quietly observe everything that happens like bystanders. Suddenly, with a whoosh sound, Namikaze Minato's figure flashed next to Obito. He smiled helplessly and said, Obito, you can't say that. Minato looked at Danzo, who was fighting desperately among the enemies, and continued. At the critical moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately used the earth flow wall to protect everyone. As if to prove his judgment, the situation at the scene changed instantly. Many enemy ninjas were caught off guard and fell down screaming as the water droplets penetrated their bodies. The roar sounded, and a large number of water droplets condensed into a vivid and lifelike water dragon rolling and roaring in the air. Earth-style wall, banana fan. The two forces collided and produced a deafening explosion. Huge water surged out. Fire-style exploding fire eggs. No matter what he thinks in his heart, at least now he is taking huge risks to fight. Facing the crisis, Ginkaku grimaced and used all his strength to activate the Six Paths ninja tool, the banana fan, releasing a raging sea of fire to contend with it. A huge pool of water formed under his feet, attracting all the surrounding water and forming a huge whirlpool, trapping him firmly and preventing him from moving. Countless water droplets rose into the sky like crazy. The originally gentle water droplets turned extremely hard at this moment, like stones piercing the enemy. Danzo's eyes lit up. He knew that Senju Tobirama must be back now, and he is probably watching from here. With the strength of the teacher, it is easy to deal with Golden Horn, who has lost the opportunity. While they were talking, Danzo was already besieged by the enemy. He was so distracted that he was injured in many places. Konoha really has many outstanding talents. Water-style water dragon bite explosion. Aha! Boom! Senju Tobirama's calm voice came over. From today on, you are. This is not an act, the enemy will not show mercy. Yinzhao smiled coldly, with a fierce look in his eyes, but today I'm going to clean out a few of you first, and see how long you can last. Even Silverhorn was affected. The water on the field violently rioted without warning. At this time, Senju Tobirama suddenly jumped out of an inconspicuous pool of water. His face was stern, and he quickly formed hand seals. Who would have thought that the harmless water beneath our feet could turn into a deadly weapon? Wind release vacuum wave. Well done, Danzo. At this time, a series of steady and powerful footsteps approached. Teacher. It's time to take action. After so long, Golden Horn must have been solved long ago, right? Following Tobirama's action of slapping the ground, the water dragon dived straight towards Silverhorn. Ginkaku made a sudden move, and the gold rope in his hand was like a runaway lion majesty, attacking the injured Danzo like lightning. Although he was aware of the attack, there was no trace of panic on Danzo's face. Chapter 194. The veteran actor. From today on, you are. Senju Tobirama's voice attracted Danzo's full attention like a magnet. He straightened up involuntarily, his eyes full of passion and expectation. While his heart was surging, an inexplicable sense of tension made him hold his breath. Even Obito and Minato, who had always been on the sidelines, were touched by this sudden change and turned their gazes here. What the hell, is he really the one? Obito opened his mouth slightly, with an incredible look on his face. Namikaze Minato raised the corners of his mouth, with a hint of teasing in his smile. Obviously, he had already anticipated how things would develop next. Under everyone's gaze, Senju Tobirama said slowly. Danzo, from today on, you are Hokage. Hokage? The moment he heard these two words, Danzo seemed to be enveloped in a huge excitement. He almost jumped with excitement. Really? I'm actually going to be a Hokage? Assisted. Those two words were like a bucket of cold water poured on the boiling flames, making Danzo sober up. His eyes widened instantly. Gah! After completing the following words, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but show a slightly happy expression. Thanks to your alertness this time, I discovered Yinzhao's intentions. If I hadn't been reminded in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Even with my strength, if I am hit by a sudden attack, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape unscathed. As he spoke, Tobirama lightly patted Danzo on the shoulder, seemingly giving affirmation and encouragement. But at this moment, Danzo's whole person seemed to be frozen, and the smile that had just bloomed on his face was frozen at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. This is so funny. Obito laughed mercilessly next to him. Although the power of the Hokage's assistant is not small, it is far from the real Hokage. Namikaze Minato next to him smiled and added, after all, the second Hokage is in his prime. Now that the crisis has passed, why would he consider retirement so soon? Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Danzo's face twitched. Don't put on that bitter face. It's not bad to be the Hokage's assistant. At least it's second only to the Hokage, isn't it? Obito was still teasing him happily. Danzo couldn't help but glare at him. Is it funny? Obito raised his eyebrows at him and smiled playfully. Just laugh, I can laugh anyway. Then Danzo quietly cast a resentful look at Senju Tobirama. Teacher, can you speak without being out of breath? This kind of going up and down is really frustrating. Danzo, congratulations. Sarutobi Hiruzen strode over, slapping Danzo on the back excitedly, as if he was the one being promoted. Very happy. At the same time, Akamichi Kaifeng, Uchiha Sutra and others also expressed their congratulations one after another. Uchiha Jang sighed with emotion. That is Hokage's assistant, second only to the teacher in the whole of Konoha. Danzo, don't forget to take us with you. Mito Kadoyan winked at him. Danzo squeezed out a stiff smile and nodded to them. They are all here and there is no one to drink, right? You are not my teammates, you are my weakness, right? How come the sword is really hurt? However, Danzo suddenly had an idea, and an idea came to him. Got it. Danzo looked at Senju Tobirama, his helpless eyes instantly changed to firm and serious eyes. Obito, who had been observing Danzo, noticed this scene and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The old actor. This is the old actor, Danzo said slowly. Teacher, I think I may not be qualified for this position yet, it's better to let Hiruzen take it. As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, and even Senju Tobirama showed a hint of surprise. Danzo, what are you? Senju Tobirama was a little confused. He knew the characters of several disciples well and knew that Danzo was a person who dared to take risks and act decisively. But the desire for power is greater than the rest. But because of this, he has always been worried that Danzo's strong desire for power will lead him to extremes. Now that Danzo has made great achievements, Tobirama wanted to take this opportunity to give him a powerful position, even if it might lead to his sinking. After all, everyone has shortcomings. He thought about it in his heart, but didn't take it to heart very much. He believed that he could guide his disciples to the right path at the right time. Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to be dissatisfied and touched Danzo. Advertisement, what are you talking about? This is the teacher's affirmation for you, how can you refuse? But at this moment, Danzo's expression was extremely clear and pure, and it seemed that he no longer had the naked pursuit of rights in the past. Although I am very happy to receive the teacher's recognition, the position of assistant Hokage has a heavy responsibility. He said, Hiruzen's ability is better than mine. I believe that if he is allowed to do this job, the effect will be better. These words were unambiguous, and he seemed very determined even after giving up an attractive position. Now Danzo is like a being who thinks about problems from the perspective of Konoha as a whole, without any selfishness at all. Everyone listening to this conversation was shocked, especially Obito, Minato Namikaze and others. You were really good at acting, as expected of you. Obito gave a thumbs up. Who said Danzo is old? This Danzo is great, absolutely amazing. Danzo. Senju Tobirama called out his name with complicated emotions on his face. If you really don't want to be the Hokage's assistant, then forget it and just give it to the monkey as you said. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more confused. He was suddenly promoted to such an important position even though he had done nothing special. On the contrary, Danzo nodded happily, but was snickering in his heart. Assistant? It sounds nice, but it's actually a lot of trouble, I don't want it. Hiruzen, you are going to have a hard time. My goal is to become a Hokage. In the original plot, I was always assisting you, but from now on, it's your turn. Although Danzo still dreams of becoming the supreme leader of the village, he is no longer as eager to achieve this goal as before. For him, it changes from an immediate need to a long-term planning ideal. Just when everyone was confused about what had just happened, Senju Tobirama suddenly asked about the topic of roots. So, Danzo, tell me what this mysterious organization is all about. There was a hint of suspicion in his voice. Even the second Raikage of Union Village didn't know about the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Rebellion, and even died because of it. So why would Danzo know? According to him, his information came from an organization called Root, and this Root organization came from Konoha. This is bizarre. As a Hokage, he can actually have a mysterious organization hiding under his nose without being discovered? Sarutobi Hiruzen and several other teammates also looked curiously. Root tissue of Konoha? They had never heard of it before. Danzo smiled slightly and explained, it is a team I secretly established to perform covert missions. The reason why it is called Root means that it is like the invisible but huge and complex root system under a big tree, silently supporting and protecting the Leaf Village. After hearing Danzo's explanation, Senju Tobirama was stunned for a moment and then couldn't help but ask. How did you do this? Danzo actually has this ability. He is Hokage, so he naturally knows how much effort it takes to form a force. Danzo just opened his mouth and was about to explain. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening loud noise broke the silence, and the entire ground shook violently. The wall was violently knocked open, and a tall man with bronze skin and muscular muscles walked in through the damaged area. His face was resolute, but his eyes were extremely gloomy. He looked around and saw only corpses on the ground and the dead second Reikage. Sizzle! In an instant, dazzling thunder erupted from the man's body and the surrounding air trembled. You did this? His roar of rage threatened to tear the roof off. This person is none other than the future third Reikage of Cloud Hidden Village. Since everyone at the scene was killed by the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, the news did not spread, and now, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn who launched the rebellion have also been eliminated by Tobirama. With no evidence of death, Konoha became the only living person, and naturally became the primary target of suspicion for the third Reikage. Senju Tobirama's eyebrows rose slightly, and he also realized the seriousness of the problem. Alas! He sighed helplessly. How did things become like this? They are victims, but now they can't explain it clearly. What if you tell the other party, your elders of Kumogakure village, Kanakaku Ginkgo, attacked and killed second Reikage, and also killed all the Kumogakure ninjas present. And they, Konoha, had to get rid of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn just to protect themselves. This explanation is really unbelievable. Even Tobirama himself found it unbelievable. If such a thing happened in Konoha, he himself would not believe it. Young people, don't be fooled by what you see in front of you. What you see may not be the truth. Advertisement Senju Tobirama's tone was full of calmness and determination. It may be hard for you to believe, but the culprits are indeed the two brothers, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. They tried to prevent the signing of the armistice and suddenly attacked and killed the second Reikage. We had to kill them in self-defense. That's all the truth. However, Sanlizi didn't believe it at all. Second Hokage, I thought you were a gentleman, but I never thought you would do such a despicable thing. Tobirama found with a headache that it was really difficult to explain clearly. After all, the reputation of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn in Union Village is extremely high. Without conclusive evidence, verbal explanations alone cannot be convincing at all. Believe it or not, Tobirama's eyes were calm and firm. He was not afraid of this young and impulsive man, and even had the confidence to subdue him directly. If it weren't for Danzo's previous reminder, he himself would have almost been caught in Golden Horn's sneak attack. In this case, Konoha should settle the score with Union Village. At this time, Senju Tobirama secretly prepared the Flying Thunder God technique and quietly waited for the other party's choice. What? What happened here? Astonished sounds came from outside, and the flashing afterimage behind Sanlizi gradually revealed the figures of many Kumogakure ninjas. As the owners of this place, what happens in the core area cannot be hidden from their eyes. That's Master Second Reikage. What happened to him? One of the voices shouted in shock. He has no breath. It was someone from Konoha who did it, another person shouted. Everyone suddenly became furious, their eyes widened with anger, and they glared at the Konoha group fiercely. Kill Reikage-sama if the negotiation fails? You must pay the price? As the sound of swords rubbing together came, Tobirama snorted involuntarily. These guys are so reckless and completely brainless. In this case, let them have a taste of real power. Presumably after today, Konoha and Kumogakure will be at odds with each other. But, because we are Hokage, we must carry out a ruthless attitude. Danzo, Hiruzen, I want you to learn this lesson today. Tobirama quickly formed a seal, and 3 clones appeared in the space behind him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. All the clones in the main body instantly held a large number of Flying Thunder God Kunai in their hands, with cold light flashing and murderous intent. Teacher, let's go together. Sarutobi Hiruzen and other disciples stood firmly beside Tobirama, their weapons ready to go. At this critical moment, wait. Teacher. Danzo suddenly stepped forward and stood directly in the middle of the confrontation between the two sides. Obito teased from the side. Is Tuanzi going to start causing trouble again? Danzo replied in the group. I'm not trying to show off, I'm just a messenger. Danzo? Tobirama frowned. What do you want to do? A strange smile appeared on Danzo's face, and he looked at the ninjas of Union Village opposite, full of provocation. Teacher, we are the misunderstood party now. Even if we can't explain the truth, we still have to fight with them. What good will this do to our reputation? If the battle starts, wouldn't this directly confirm our reputation of Konoha using dark methods? What's so difficult about that? Can't we just get rid of them all? Tobirama said with a murderous look on his face as cold as ice. But Danzo didn't panic. That's not what I meant. I think there is a better way to solve this problem. Oh, what method? Keep talking. Tobirama's tone softened slightly, and he sounded interested in Danzo's proposal. After breathing a sigh of relief, Danzo said confidently. Since we don't believe each other's claims, how about asking a fair and impartial person to judge? I happen to know such a candidate here. He is strong enough and has a fair personality. He is most suitable for doing this kind of thing. Sanleiko immediately interrupted Danzo. Do you think anyone will believe the person you found if you do this? In the face of doubts, Danzo never flinched. Believe it or not, it's up to you, but he is already there. Seeing this, everyone became nervous. Who is it? We'll see what happens in a while. Danzo turned to a certain direction and bowed his head slightly in salute, as if there was indeed an invisible person there. Lord Hashirama, I'm in trouble. Brother? First Hokage Senju Hashirama? Upon hearing this loud name, both Senju Tobirama and Sanleiko were startled. Especially the latter, as if he saw something impossible. Advertisement Chapter 195 I suppressed Senju Hashirama with one hand. 2,000 words have been added to the previous chapter. If you feel that the plot is broken when you read this, please scroll up. What are you talking about, brother? He has long. Tobirama's tone was full of disbelief, but he couldn't suppress the shock and nostalgia in his heart. After all, the person he mentioned was the person he respected the most and was the most important. Compared to Tobirama's doubts, Sanleiko's reaction was even stronger. If Hashirama was really alive, there would be no need to fight this battle, everyone would be scared out of their wits. This is the intimidating power given to opponents by the strongest in the ninja world. He's scaring us. The first Hokage has passed away. The Kumobikure ninja quickly regained his composure after a brief panic, and stared at Danzo with a sneer while still feeling frightened. Are you using the name of first Hokage to suppress us? Humph, don't say he is dead, even if he is still alive, we Kumobikure will not be afraid. Our newly appointed third Raikage-sama is not under Senju Hashirama. Someone in the crowd snapped. Of course, he said this because he knew that Senju Hashirama was no longer here. However, when third Raikage heard this, not only did he not feel happy, but he frowned. When did he become qualified to compare with Senju Hashirama? Just say it. Why do you want to drag me into it? Senju Hashirama is incomparable to you people. Before his death, the entire ninja world did not dare to act rashly. And after he left, everyone felt that they were the next Hashirama. Okay, shut up. Stop mentioning the god of ninja, we are not qualified to compare with him. Third Raikage-sama, he is just a dead man. No matter how strong he is already dead. If he dares to show up, I can kill him with one hand. But at this moment, it seems that the rumors are quite fierce. A simple and honest voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, Senju Tobirama raised his head suddenly. Ani-chan? He followed the sound and saw a familiar figure standing next to Danzo. His eldest brother, the first Hokage of Konoha village, the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. Wipe it, brother. Tobirama's figure flashed in front of Hashirama in an instant, his face full of disbelief. Standing in front of Hashirama, Tobirama could clearly feel the strong vitality emanating from him. This is Senju Hashirama alive, advertisement, but hasn't he already? Back then, it was he who personally placed his brother's body deep in the cemetery known only to the core members of the Senju clan. Absolutely unknown, safe and secure, just came. Hashirama showed his usual smile and patted Tobirama on the shoulder. This familiar behavior immediately reminded Tobirama of the time spent with his brother. It's really you, brother, but you clearly. A mysterious smile appeared on Hashirama's face, and he whispered in a low voice. Tobirama, actually, I'm not dead at all. All these years I just hid in the shadows to see if anyone would disrupt the peace I was trying to maintain in my absence. Look, I'll catch you, but I collected the body for you with my own hands. Oh, that one is actually a wood clone. Even Madara can't tell it apart. You think it's real. There's nothing strange about it. Tobirama gritted his teeth and complained. Brother, you even lied to me. This is also for confidentiality, Hashirama explained with a smile. Brother, don't do this next time. Tobirama showed a resentful expression. Compared to the warm scene on Tobirama's side, the Kumobikure ninja on the other side looked as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. First Hokage. They were trembling as they spoke, and their faces were extremely pale. Only Sanlizi was calm, but he still felt unprecedented pressure. Is he really the god of ninja? With the appearance of Senju Hashirama, the situation reversed instantly. Now Konoha is in control of the situation. The Kumobikure ninja who had previously dismissed Hashirama was now shrinking in the crowd and did not dare to say another word. Unfortunately, Hashirama ended his conversation with Tobirama and turned his attention to them. In an instant, all Kumobikure ninjas felt a sense of terror as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Their backs started to sweat. Which little brother just said that he wanted to kill me with one hand? Hashirama's eyes swept across the crowd, and everyone immediately panicked and fled in all directions. After a while, there was only one person left standing there, who was the one who made the arrogant remarks before. Hashirama did not rebuke him, but instead showed a kind smile. It's you, little brother, come on, I haven't moved my muscles for a long time. I'll give you 3 moves, take action first. Hashirama lightly punched a few times, looking ready to go. The other party's eyes widened, as if doubting his ears. I fight Senju Hashirama? Advertisement. His vision went dark and he collapsed to the ground. Then may I ask, sir, what should I do now? Come on, don't be so nervous. A powerful voice interrupted their conversation. If you say so, then there is no need to fight. Hashirama asked in surprise. You decided so quickly? Once you say something, you can't change it. Hashirama thought for a while and gestured with 2 fingers. Hearing this, the other party immediately became excited. I don't regret it, never, the young man opposite nodded his head quickly. Seeing the other party's resolute attitude, Hashirama sighed softly and nodded in agreement. Just kidding, if you challenge Senju Hashirama in a one-on-one challenge, you can't hope to win unless the whole village unites. The choice he gave at this time was obviously a step. If he didn't get off at this time, he would really be in arrears with his IQ. Seeing that he still didn't dare to move, Hashirama further persuaded. The ground shook violently, and everyone was drawn back. The young man, who was still somewhat energetic, screamed in surprise, and his voice was a few pitches higher. The second is. But that iconic face had already revealed his identity. It's simply impossible for him to do it alone. Uchiha Madara. First, overcome your fear, and let's continue. Hashirama sighed helplessly. Oh, how can you fight with me if you are so nervous? Before he could finish speaking, don't be afraid, I'm very kind. Hashirama's tone was calm. Moreover, in addition to his amazing strength, Hashirama is famous for his kind heart. Bang. Perhaps feeling that there was no way out, the man raised his hands tremblingly. 22,222. The other party shouted quickly. He crossed his arms and glanced at the whole audience with a stern look, looking domineering. Choose two. You will never regret it, fight me. Then I could no longer bear such intense pressure. I'm going up against Uchiha Madara. Okay, that's it. Zujian smiled and nodded, but the man suddenly softened again and lowered his hand again. I saw a tall and mighty figure standing there, wearing casual clothes and loose hair. Well, I'll give you two choices. Chapter 196, Make the Root Organization Great Again. How dare you speak so arrogantly like this? Ninjas are becoming less and less useful nowadays. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and turned his eyes away from the unlucky guy. I didn't expect Madara to still be alive. What happened between him and Big Brother? What is going on? Senju Toburama's eyes were full of confusion. It was okay for his elder brother to pretend to be dead. Now even Madara is faking his death? So you guys are acting here one after another? So was the battle in the Valley of the End just a farce? Danzo, what on earth is going on? Senju Toburama called Danzo over, and it was because of his call that Hashirama showed up before. It was obvious that Danzo must know some secret connection between them. Toburama was very confused. What on earth was his elder brother doing? Why didn't he tell his younger brother anything? It seemed as if she had been deliberately hiding it from him. Teacher. Danzo looked at him with some confusion. What's going on with brother and Madara? You must know something. Toburama couldn't help but ask. Obviously, he is the current Hokage and his teacher, so how come he is the only one who is kept in the dark? Teacher, didn't Shodai tell you? Danzo pretended to be surprised and showed a real expression. If Big Brother had told me, I wouldn't be so confused, so, what are you planning? A mysterious smile appeared on Danzo's face. Teacher, in fact, Shodai and Madara-sama have already joined the Root Organization, and we are quietly protecting Konoha in secret. As for what we are planning specifically, I can't tell you at this moment. It's all part of the plan. This mysterious look made Toburama feel itchy as if he was being scratched by a cat's claws. What is so secret that even I can't know? Is Konoha facing an unprecedented crisis? All kinds of thoughts came to my mind, mainly because the two strongest people chose to hide their identities. There must be a deeper meaning behind doing this, it can't just be done for fun. That is to say, Hashirama and Madara do not have the ability to read minds yet. Otherwise, after hearing what Toburama is thinking now, he might say something. Hey, we just do it for fun, with Danzo keeping silent. Advertisement. Toburama could only speculate based on his own guesses. Danzo, you really can't tell me even a little bit of news? Countless possibilities flashed through my mind, but none of them were supported by any actual intelligence, just endless suspicions. Finally, he turned to Danzo to try to find the answer. Suddenly, Danzo smiled. If the teacher is willing to join our Root Organization, then I can tell the teacher everything. Me, want to join too? Senju Toburama said in surprise. Since Shodai and Madara-sama are already among them, it wouldn't be inappropriate for you to join, sensei. Came Danzo's gentle yet persuasive voice. That's not impossible. Since my eldest brother is here, he must trust you. Okay, let me join in. I want to see for myself what you are planning. Why are you being so mysterious? With curiosity in his heart, Toburama agreed immediately, his eyes revealing his eagerness to solve the mystery. Success. Danzo was slightly excited, as he had finally succeeded in convincing his teacher to join the Root Organization. He had this idea long before Hashirama and Madara expressed their desire to see this world. Use the claim that Hashirama is a member of the Root Organization as bait to attract Toburama's attention. Hashirama will return sooner or later. Once Hashirama leaves, Toburama's participation will mean that the Root Organization has brought a truly important person. And with such heavyweight support, how could others like Hiruzen and other outstanding ninjas refuse to join? In this way, the entire Konoha will gradually be incorporated into the Root Organization. At that time, it will not only be the root of Konoha. It is the root of the entire ninja world. Going further, the root of the solar system, the root of the Milky Way. Until finally, the entire universe is filled with his tentacles. Make Root Organization great again. Hokage? He wants to be one. But for now, the discovery of the Root Organization is more important than the position of Hokage. After all, even the Hokage has joined in, and hey, nominally Toburama is still his subordinate. It is the opposite of Tiangong. Okay Danzo, now I am also a member of the so-called Root Organization. Don't hide anything from me now, Senju Toburama said in a deep voice. Teacher, are you sure you want to listen? Advertisement? This story is really hopeless. Sometimes knowing too much can make people more painful. Danzo's face was somewhat solemn. Stop talking nonsense. Just say it quickly if I tell you to. Toburama's face darkened instantly, and he reached out to twist Danzo's ear. This kid is still pretending to be mysterious. Teacher, I'll tell you. Danzo cried out in pain and begged for mercy. Tobirama snorted and then let him go. That's right, teacher. In fact, outside the ninja world we live in, there is a very powerful creature. They are a tribe called Ōtsutsuki. They feed on the energy of planets. Any life on a planet they visit will be destroyed. Danzo slowly told the horrible truth. Ōtsutsuki is brought out as the villain again. It's just half made up and half true. In fact, except for the god of Ōtsutsuki, the other Ōtsutsuki that have appeared in the plot do not pose any threat to the chat area. It can even be said that group members can easily defeat them. But Tobirama didn't know that. When he heard this, he stopped for a moment. You mean, our planet has been targeted? Tobirama immediately felt the seriousness of the situation. What the eldest brother and Madara have been planning in secret turns out to be this terrifying crisis hidden from the outside world. It's not that they were targeted, but that they never really left the ninja world. Seeing his teacher's increasingly serious expression, Danzo continued, in fact, chakra was introduced into this world by the Ōtsutsuki tribe. They came here a long time ago, but due to some unexpected circumstances, they did not succeed in swallowing up the land beneath our feet. And now, these guys are still hiding in the dark, secretly staring at this world with drooling eyes. There is also a specific name. Ashiki is an important member of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Through Danzo's description, a terrifying figure was outlined in Tobirama's mind. The other party is always lurking, waiting for the best opportunity to come. At the same time, somewhere Ōtsutsuki Ashiki, who was currently possessing Ji, suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. It was as if some disaster was about to befall him. An invisible pot was being put on his head. What's going on? I feel like things are going to get worse. He was puzzled as to why he had the illusion that someone was watching him. Logically speaking, I have always been secretive in my actions, so it is impossible for me to be discovered so easily, right? Chapter 197. This is not a golden horn, it is a compressed sponge. The truth is out. The second Hokage was right. It was indeed the Kinkaku and Ginkaku guys who started the rebellion. Sanlezi said seriously. Konoha is not only innocent, but also implicated. Let me draw up a compensation document later to compensate you all. I wonder if everyone is satisfied with this handling? Seeing Sanlezi's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Isn't this too fast? This is an absolutely overwhelming force. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions secretly glanced at Hashirama and Madara, their eyes filled with admiration. This power. Just by standing there, he could scare a shadow from a big ninja village into surrendering on the spot. He is so powerful that it is frightening. Although Konoha did nothing wrong. Third Reikage, don't act like we're bullying you. Look carefully at this wound. Danzo laid the second Reikage's body in front of everyone. The hideous and fatal wound immediately caught everyone's eyes. This is. Seeing the wound caused by the 7-star sword, Sanlezi's eyes were full of disbelief. It's actually true. This terrifying power that combines the force of thunder and slashing blows can only be unleashed by any other weapon except the 7-star sword. How is it? Do you believe it? Sanlezi nodded and remained silent. It turned out to be Jinzhao and Yinzhao. Even though the truth was before him, he still found it hard to believe. After a moment, Sanlezi said solemnly, I'm sorry. If the previous bowing of his head was due to pressure from Hashirama, this time it was out of apology from the bottom of his heart. Danzo shook his head and laughed. Third Reikage, what's the point of just apologizing? If it weren't for the sensei's quick reaction, our fate would have been no better than that of the second Reikage. How about doubling the previous compensation? Sanlezi gritted his teeth. Advertisement. The original compensation is already very large, and if it is doubled, it will be an astronomical figure. After this incident, the people of the Hidden Cloud Village will have a very difficult time for the next few decades. But there is no way, this matter was already wrong, and now the opponent has two invincible people, Hashirama and Madara. The Hidden Cloud Village has no right to refuse. Forget about the compensation. After paying this compensation, how will you have the money to train ninjas and other expenses in the future? Danzo showed unexpected thoughtfulness, which surprised Sanlezi. However, Sanlezi was not moved by this. He didn't want compensation? That only means that the other party has a bigger plan. He asked cautiously. What does Konoha want? Danzo smiled mysteriously. It's simple. I want to invite Reikage-sama to join an organization. This organization is called Root. I founded it. It means to guard in secret. Sanlezi had a blank expression on his face. I've never heard of it. The implication is. What kind of crappy organization is this? I've never heard of it. They say they are guarding him secretly, but they are trying to drag him in as a thug. How could a dignified Reikage do such a condescending thing? He might as well just pay the compensation honestly. Danzo waved his hand. Don't be so quick to refuse, Reikage. He turned around and explained. Shodai, Madara-sama, and my sensei are all in this organization. Although the organization is not well known, its members are all powerful people who are famous in the ninja world. There's no shame in Reikage-sama joining in. Are you really not going to reconsider this? After all, it's a huge amount of compensation. The god of ninja and the Shura of ninja world are actually in this so-called broken organization. Sanlezi's face was filled with astonishment. He secretly observed the expressions of Hashirama and Madara and found that they looked normal. Sanlezi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It was actually true? Okay, I'll join. Sanlei made a decisive decision. Advertisement. Since so many powerful people are involved, it is okay for him to join this unknown, broken organization. Oh no, you can't call it that now. With these two in it, it should be called detached and independent from the world. Welcome. Danzo opened his arms with a relaxed smile on his face. Sanlei asked directly, so, the compensation we agreed on can be waived, right? That's right. Danzo replied. Sanlei immediately showed a relieved expression. Just a small concession can save a lot of money, this deal is really worth it. Just when the atmosphere was somewhat relaxed, a hurried Kumogakure ninja appeared in front of everyone and reported to his superior. Report. Reikage-sama, the body of Master Kinkaku has been found. From the tone of this subordinate's voice, it can be heard that he still calls the rebellious Jinzhou sir, and it is obvious that he is still unaware of the actual situation. After hearing the news, Sanlei's expression instantly became serious. Bring him here for me to see. Then he added, remember, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn are no longer part of our top leadership, so there is no need to give them such honorifics. After hearing this, the messenger's face flashed with surprise, but he quickly returned to normal, nodded and left. Soon after, people saw the body being carried over. Although his face was bloody and difficult to identify, it was still possible to tell that the person was undoubtedly Jinzhou. However, this body was covered with terrible perforation wounds, and in some places one could see the ground behind directly through the flesh. It is obvious that these are all caused by the previous hard vortex waterblade attack. Sanlei suddenly picked up the cold and stiff body and threw it heavily in front of everyone in Konoha. Due to the huge force, the body bounced on the ground several times before stopping. Facing the scene before him, Danzo couldn't help but frown. Reikage, what are you doing? The other party calmly explained. In fact, this person is not the real Golden Horn. Golden Horn doesn't have so many holes on his body. The only one with so many holes on his body is SpongeBob. So it's SpongeBob. Since it's not the Golden Horn, then killing it has nothing to do with Kumogakure. As for the matter of Golden Horn, let's just consider it as missing. Chapter 198 Nun Hashirama, Danzo. Tobirama. Madara. Opening parenthesis. There was silence at the scene, and everyone looked at each other. Obito couldn't help but laugh. This unlucky Golden Horn died in vain here. Not only will the hidden Cloud Village not help him get revenge, they will also directly distance themselves from him. But this guy deserved to die anyway. Those who betray the village deserve this fate, Namikaze Minato said calmly. In order to break this awkward atmosphere, Sanlei immediately changed his attitude and showed great hospitality. Dear guests who have come from afar, please allow me to express my respects. Please follow me to enjoy a grand banquet to show our respect for our distinguished guests. After saying this, he gestured and invited everyone to follow him. Hashirama smiled and agreed. Good idea, I can also go to Tobirama to chat and have a drink. On the other hand, Madara seemed to be leaving with no interest. I thought I could have a fight to relieve my boredom, but forget it, it's better to leave early. He looked at Obito and Minato. Let's go back, then. However, before he could finish his words, Hashirama grabbed his sleeve and stopped him. Why are you in such a hurry? Come stay and join us in the fun, Hashirama persuaded. Okay, I'll stay a little longer then. Madara smiled helplessly and agreed. Then you go first, he said to Obito and the others. The show is over, Minato-sensei, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Obito disappeared, then goodbye everyone. Minato smiled lightly and left. Sanlei was just about to leave when he suddenly saw the silver horn on the ground that seemed to be printed on the ground. Advertisement: he was able to survive intact after being bitten by Tobirama's water dragon head-on, all thanks to the 9 tails chakra in Ginkaku's body. Otherwise it would have turned into a pile of slag long ago. Sanlei couldn't help but frown and said something to his subordinates nearby. Shovel this guy away, he is not a silver horn. Silver horns are not that flat. By the way, after you shovel it, burn it together with the SpongeBob SquarePants, and throw the remaining ashes outside the village. Also, it would be a waste to put away the 6 pads ninja tools and give them to someone like this. Yes. Reikage-sama. Let's go, everyone. Don't let these external things affect your mood. The Reikage led the way, with the others following closely behind. During the journey, Hiruzen suddenly grabbed Danzo and asked curiously. Can we also join the root organization you mentioned just now? When the other companions heard this, they all echoed it. Looking at this group of expectant companions, Danzo showed a satisfied smile. Isn't this the celebrity effect? He replied. Of course, from now on, you will all be new members of the root. Especially you, Hiruzen. You are welcome to join us. Danzo smiled meaningfully, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen a little confused. The other side. Land of Earth, Iwagakure Village. Report to Master Tsuchikage. The people from Konoha have left the Hidden Cloud Village. It seems that they have reached a ceasefire agreement. The news that Iwagakure requested an alliance with Konoha had already spread throughout the ninja world. All the countries in the ninja world were nervously watching the movements of Konoha and Kumogakure. The intelligence ninja saluted in response and quickly left. Reported the latest intelligence to him. Just one Senju Tobirama is already difficult enough to deal with, and now the first Hokage has been confirmed to be alive. Why is Konoha so blessed? All the strong ones are there. I don't know why, but I always feel my skin itchy. Advertisement: during the Ninja World War, Countries attacked each other and engaged in intrigue and deception, but now Konoha and Kumogakure suddenly formed an alliance. Such a change is really unexpected. The Hidden Cloud Village signed the armistice agreement with great enthusiasm. The intelligence officer shook his head. I don't know what's going on, but Senju Hashirama definitely showed up. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Wu scratched his butt and lamented that the world was somewhat unfair. If one day they turned their spearheads against the Iwagakure, they might be in great danger. You mean? But apart from this, other countries in the ninja world also knew that Hashirama was still alive. The first Hokage appeared in Konoha. Isn't he dead? Report to Master Tsuchikage. The first Hokage is not dead at all. The little eyes narrowed slightly. Alas. As Wu spoke, his tone gradually became lower, and his words revealed deep helplessness. I have obtained new information. Okay, I understand. Continue to closely monitor the movements over there. Because this is related to the balance of power and future pattern among the major ninja villages. When the group appeared at the entrance of the village with great fanfare, the whole of Konoha instantly boiled over, and the cheers almost overturned the sky. He pondered for a while, then calmly said to the intelligence ninja. Second Tsuchikage frowned after hearing the report. The intelligence officer came to the Tsuchikage office again. Wu was wrapped in bandages, but his only exposed eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Senju Hashirama returned to the village. It seems that the balance of this world is about to tilt again because of Konoha's existence. Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama followed on their journey back to Konoha. If these two parties really unite, no one in the ninja world will be able to control them. Even solemnly vowed never to break this agreement again. I'm afraid the news of his death was deliberately spread by Konoha. Their itinerary was not concealed at all, as if they wanted everyone to know. Chapter 199 Explore again. I won't talk about the outer level of Senju like Hashirama and Madara. Senju Tobirama is also a top master. He developed the bloodline elimination technique of dust style, thinking that he could crush Konoha on the battlefield. As a result, the other party took out an impure world reincarnation. I heard your ninjutsu can turn people into atoms? As it happens, I have a ninjutsu that can restore atoms into humans. Wu waved his hand, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Go ahead and continue exploring. Tell me any new information as soon as possible. Yes, Master Tsuchikage. The agent replied respectfully, then turned and left. However, less than half a day later, the intelligence agent hurried back. Report to Master Tsuchikage, he gasped. I discovered something new. The agent seemed a little excited. Wu raised his head and motioned for him to continue. Not only is Senju Hashirama not dead, Uchiha Madara is not dead either, he is still in Konoha village. The name immediately reminded him of the time he went to Konoha to seek an alliance more than a decade ago. At that time, he didn't even have the chance to meet Senju Hashirama before he was ruthlessly driven out by Uchiha Madara. Go confirm it again, Wu said in a deep voice. Yes. The informant left again, and half a day later he returned to Wu for the third time. Master Tsuchikage. I found some new information. Go ahead. Wu's brows furrowed even more tightly. 2 Uchiha Madara have appeared in Konoha village now. The intelligence officer reported seriously, without any hesitation in his tone. This news made Wu Yi, who was usually as calm as a mountain, widen his eyes in shock. Do you know what you were talking about? Faced with doubts, the intelligence officer responded firmly, every word is true, I am not exaggerating. Explore further, however, as soon as he finished speaking, he changed his mind. No, don't probe anymore. I'm afraid you'll find more and more. I better go and see it myself. After saying this, Wu jumped out of the window and rushed towards Konoha at full speed. Finally, after spending a certain amount of time, Wu arrived at his destination and witnessed an incredible scene with his own eyes. There are really 2 Uchiha Madara in Konoha village. At this moment, Konoha was completely blocked by a huge wooden shield. And it was not far from Konoha. The 2 figures were fighting fiercely with the giant Susanoo in its completed form, and every attack was as shocking as the descent of a god. Advertisement: their fighting power is so strong that a random collision can easily destroy the surrounding hills. Amid the flashes of swords and sabers, the earth seemed to be plowed into several deep furrows. Just one look at it is enough to make people terrified. Uchiha Madara. Why would I have such a dream? Wu was completely stunned. However, just as he was stunned, a terrifying sword energy swept across and cut the hill next to him in half. Wu quickly left the battlefield and did not dare to stay for long. After returning to the Hidden Rock Village, the first thing Wu did was to find the intelligence officer who provided the key information. Because of the accurate information you provided, you have now been promoted to Deputy Minister of Intelligence. Patting his shoulder, Wu said expectantly, keep going, do a good job. I believe you are capable of taking on this position. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, Wadok is waiting for you. The smoke from the cooking stoves rises up and trickles into the village quietly. Yuyue sat comfortably on the soft back of the panda, in a good mood, humming a little tune. As the panda's owner, Hydrangea could only follow behind. Although Yuyue had invited her to sit with them, she declined. At this time, a younger brother suddenly appeared and hurriedly reported. Boss Yuyue, we are almost at the tower. Oh, so fast? Yuyue said with some surprise, then let's go quickly and pass the level as soon as possible. Yuyue smiled and waved for everyone to move forward. However, he noticed that the younger brother looked hesitant, as if he had something to say but didn't dare to say it out loud. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Yuyue asked curiously. The younger brother scratched his head awkwardly. Boss. Do you still remember the requirements for this level? Not only reaching the tower is considered successful, but also collecting both the Heaven and Earth scrolls. The scrolls we have now are incomplete. You are worried because of this. Yuyue smiled gently, seemingly not worried about it. Don't panic, I'm ready for you. After saying that, Yuyue suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it. A handful of scrolls of various colors flew out from his hand, tumbling in the air, and finally fell steadily into the hands of the people behind him. It's connected, everyone, check if there's anything missing. Suddenly, exclamations broke out all around. Those who were originally struggling with anxiety are now simply overjoyed. It's the scroll of heaven, it's exactly what we need. Captain, now we can pass this level. The younger brothers were all overjoyed and started discussing excitedly. Especially those weaker ninjas who originally thought they had no hope of getting any rewards, were all grinning from ear to ear. For this assessment, the 5 major countries have jointly set up a considerable bonus. Advertisement passing the test of the Death Force will satisfy one of the basic conditions for receiving the bonus. They didn't dare to hope for the top few places, but they could hope for a bonus or something. For many people from the small ninja village, this is simply a godsend. Haha, I didn't expect that I could pass the level without fighting, that's awesome. I guess this is all thanks to Boss Yuyue, it's not like I've been a younger brother for nothing. Someone is coming. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the Kusanagi sword beside him, and stood up suddenly. Naruto, wake up. He walked up to Naruto who was sleeping soundly and kicked him hard a few times. Naruto opened his eyes blearily and rubbed his eye sockets. What's wrong, Sasuke? Someone is coming, Upon hearing this, Naruto instantly came to his senses and jumped up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Where is it? He rubbed his hands together, looking towards the intersection with sparkling eyes, full of anticipation. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. The people who appeared before him were not from another team, but from Class 8. Naruto-kun. Hinata waved hello happily. So it's Hinata and the others. Naruto was a little disappointed, but he quickly cheered up and responded, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, how are you? The 3 of them came up to them, and Ya sighed helplessly, we may be eliminated. Naruto was extremely surprised. What, with your strength, you didn't even get a scroll? It's not that I can't get it, it's that I can't find an opponent at all. Ya spread his hands, looking helpless. Can't find anyone? There are obviously dozens of teams taking the test, Naruto said in disbelief. Those people were taken away by Yuyue. Shikamaru's lazy voice came from behind. Naruto turned around and saw the people from Team 10 slowly approaching. Shikamaru, you said Yuzuki took the rest of the team away? Naruto asked anxiously, what's going on? Who knows? Maybe he has thought of some new way to play, Ino shrugged, looking helpless. Obviously, the situation in their Class 10 was not much better. When everyone got together, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, at this time, Naruto's spirit was back again. Let's ambush Yuyue and see what he's up to. Chapter 200. This power is enough to break rocks. I opened this road and I planted this tree. I want to pass by here and leave some money for my passage. At the intersection, an orange figure stood proudly with his hands on his hips, blocking everyone's way. Naruto? Yuyue was slightly stunned, then smiled. What the hell are you doing? Why are you playing the role of a robber? Yuyue said with a smile. Naruto pouted, looking helpless. It's because you took everyone away that we can't find the scroll at all. Sasuke did bring one back, but Hinata, Shikamaru and the others haven't been found yet. So you're going to rob me here? Yuyue touched his chin and looked at Naruto with interest. Now that you know, just hand over the scroll obediently. Otherwise, if I start to fight you, you will suffer. Naruto grinned. Yeah? Yuyue stood up from the panda's back and stretched her muscles a little. Then let me see if you have made any progress recently. Come on, Uchiha. Naruto assumed a fighting stance, his expression becoming serious. A few faint traces of eyeshadow gradually appeared at the corners of the eyes. He has recently been learning Sage Mode from a white-haired, lecherous uncle. Naruto, that Yuzuki guy has an extremely large amount of chakra, almost comparable to Senju Hashirama. Handle with caution. Kurama inside reminded. Got it, Kurama. Naruto nodded seriously. Just when the atmosphere became tense, someone suddenly stood up. Boss Yuyue. There's no need for you to deal with such a small character yourself. Just let us do it. The person who was speaking was wearing shit yellow clothes with the word, death, printed in red on his shirt. He is the ninja Zack Teng from Otogakure. You're going to take the initiative to deal with Naruto? Yuyue turned her head to look at Sakdeng, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Seeing Yuyu's gaze, Sakdeng raised his head proudly and showed his modified arm. Boss Yuyue, please rest assured that we are more than capable of dealing with this guy. This kind of power can even destroy rocks, he said with confidence. Advertisement, okay. Go ahead. Yuyue suddenly couldn't help laughing and waved to Sak. Yes, boss. Sak smiled evilly, turned to Naruto and said loudly. If you dare to offend the boss, be prepared to accept my lesson. Seeing that it was not Ōtsutsuki who attacked, Naruto's expression obviously fell. He pointed at Sak listlessly. Yuyue, you want this guy to fight me? Naruto's lack of interest instantly angered Saku. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Die, he attacked in anger. Sky-slashing wave. Sakton shouted loudly, gathering strength in both hands, and a large amount of chakra poured into his arms. The next moment, Sakden ejected all the chakra he had accumulated in one breath. Bang! Chakra turned into a violent sound wave and rushed out, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, straight towards Naruto. However, Naruto's expression remained calm, even a little bored. In an instant, the sonic explosion rushed in front of Naruto. Poof! Naruto just waved his hand lightly, and the powerful sonic explosion was easily dispersed like smoke. He looked so relaxed as if he was shooing away flies. How is that possible? Sakton's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He looked down at his arm in shock. He had clearly released the sky-cutting wave just now. Why do I feel so light, as if I were blown away by the wind? Hey, do you want to continue? Naruto's slow voice came. Sakton suddenly raised his head and glared at him. Don't be complacent, I just didn't perform well just now. Take my sky-slashing wave. Stirrup inserted his hands directly into the ground, and the sound waves quickly spread along the ground, binding Naruto's feet. Naruto felt a slight restraint under his feet, and he could break free with a little effort. But he did not rush to break free, but continued to appreciate Sackthorn's performance. Ha! Stirrup released several sonic explosions in succession, which were several times more powerful than before. However, Naruto just raised his hand and swept it lightly, and those sound waves were instantly wiped out. What the hell is going on? Sakton was simply stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. How could a person's body be so hard? Advertisement. He didn't even try to dodge and disperse the sound waves so easily? You know, the power of this sound wave is enough to destroy rocks. Hey, stop standing there and help me. Cold sweat broke out on Sakard's forehead. The opponent was obviously too strong, so he had to ask his teammates for help. Tuosin rolled his eyes, his tone revealing helplessness. Didn't you see? That guy dared to challenge the boss. His strength is definitely comparable to Yuyu's. Let alone if the three of us attack together, it will be useless even if we increase the amount tenfold. Sackthorn was stunned. Thinking of that night when Yuyu's sword seemed to be able to tear the whole world apart, I couldn't help but shudder. Ahahaha, boss, I've tested it, that guy is really strong. Stirrup retreated back to the team awkwardly. You can do it now without any worries. Yuyue couldn't help laughing. Why, you won't go to fight? How dare I? I'm just testing the waters for you, boss, to see if the other party is qualified to let you make a move. Sakton answered awkwardly. Yuyue shook her head and laughed, then turned her gaze to Naruto. Naruto, time is running out. We'll compete in the third test tomorrow. Now let's end this test in the Death Forest. Although he still wanted to fight Naruto in his heart, the sudden appearance of Sakateng had made him lose that impulse. All right. Naruto nodded in agreement, but Ōtsutsuki, it seems we won't be able to pass the level without the scroll. Besides, there are so many of you there must not be enough scrolls. After the exam, at least half of them will be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto saw Ōtsutsuki throwing several scrolls at him, both heaven and earth types. Huh? Where did this come from? Naruto's face was filled with surprise. I bought it. You can share it with Shikamaru, Neji and the others. Let's get through this first. Yuyue said with a chuckle. In the gold coin store, everything in the Hokage world can be bought, and these days the earth coiling axis is no exception. You can buy a roll for a few gold coins, it's not expensive at all. And there will be no problem for these scrolls to be tested by examiners because their effects are exactly the same. Naruto walked back with the scroll. You stole so much? Did you even take out Yuyu's underwear? Everyone gathered around and asked curiously. I didn't steal it. Yuyue gave it to me directly, he still has a lot. I don't know where he got it from, his brothers also have it. Naruto scratched his head and said in confusion. Naruto distributed the scrolls to everyone, making sure everyone could pass the test. Then they walked towards the tower. Advertisement Chapter 201. Pharmacist Do. Do you believe what I say? Inside the tower, Mitarashi Anko and Morino Ibiki had been waiting for a long time. How many people do you think will pass the test this time? Hongdu asked curiously. Morino Ibiki thought about it and replied based on the ratio in previous years, about 1/3. It's still a bit much, but that's okay. We'll eliminate half of them later, and that will be just about right. Just as the two were discussing how to arrange the follow-up procedures, there was a noisy sound outside the door. Then, a large number of candidates began to file in, and soon they filled half of the venue. Why are there so many people? Mitarashi Hongdu widened her eyes and scanned the hundreds of examinees crowded below. Didn't you tell them that people who lost the scroll don't have to come here? Anko turned to Morino Ibiki, thinking that those who had been eliminated had mistakenly come in. It's impossible for me to make such a low-level mistake. I have explained the rules very clearly. Morino Ibiki's expression was also very confused. This is weird. Hongdu muttered to herself, and then shouted to the people below. Hey, we said that only the team that got the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth can enter here. What's wrong with you? The candidates looked at each other, then raised their hands one after another. Examiner, we all got the scrolls. Huh? Mitarashi Hongdu was stunned when she saw the dozens of extra earth coiling axes all over the field. Only 1 scroll was given to each team, and she had only given out 43. But now there are almost 90 scrolls here. How many scrolls did you send them? A faint voice came from behind me. Morino Ibiki, there are only 43, not one more. Anko explained anxiously. Yeah, there was a hint of doubt in Morino Ibiki's eyes. The corner of Hongdu's mouth twitched. What kind of look is that? Nothing, I just think some people are too stupid to open the scroll even though they know what's inside. Morino Ibiki shrugged, so I wouldn't be surprised if I heard that you gave out twice as many scrolls now. I'm not that stupid, Hongdu waved her arms angrily. Morino Ibiki spread his hands, smiled and said nothing. Hongdu was so angry that she snorted, turned around and asked the examinees below loudly. Advertisement. Where did you get the scroll? It was given by Boss Yuyue. The candidates answered truthfully, although the matter was indeed very strange. Yuyue? Which Yuyue? Hongdu became even angrier. Stand up. Suddenly, the crowd below tacitly split into two lines, leaving a large space. Shigong Yuyue walked out of the crowd slowly, with an awkward smile on her face. I'm sorry, Examiner. They are all my subordinates. I couldn't bear to see them all eliminated, so I provided some small help. After he finished speaking, he scratched his head embarrassedly and made a gesture pointing his finger at the universe. Seeing Shinomiya Ōtsutsuki's appearance, Hongdu was stunned for a moment. This little guy was the culprit that caused her to be troubled by the scroll problem. This also caused her to be constantly ridiculed by Morino Ibiki. Suddenly, Hongdu came up with an idea and decided to scare this troublemaker. She pretended to be fierce. Shigong Yuzuki, do you know what the consequences of breaking the exam rules without permission are? Yuyue stroked her chin and thought seriously for a while. Will Minato invite you to dinner? It's Hokage, you can't call Minato directly. Anko corrected him with a frown on her face. Still want to eat? I think you should eat the purple eggs? Anko said with a sneer. A mere genin dares to address the Hokage by his name? Okay, stop wasting time. It's already happened. Let's move on to the next assessment. Morino Ibiki interrupted her rant. Are we just going to let this candidate who violated the rules go? Hongdu was a little surprised. This didn't make sense. This is the order from the Hokage-sama, Morino Ibiki said calmly. Fire. Adult Hokage. When the name was mentioned, Midarashi Anko immediately showed an admiring look. Okay, then I'll listen to the Hokage. Let's let this kid go this time. Pa pa pa. She clapped her hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. Dear candidates. Hongdu's voice resounded throughout the venue. Isn't this a temporary addition? It's obviously aimed at Boss Yuyue, right? A candidate muttered in a low voice. Pharmacist Do almost couldn't hold back his laughter, thinking, you actually believed it? Advertisement following Hongdu's announcement, there was another commotion among the candidates below. Really? Ignoring Sasuke, Kabuto Yakushi turned to a group of Kumogakure soldiers that had infiltrated the crowd at some point. The scene fell into chaos for a moment, but everyone realized that this exam would become more intense and cruel. Preliminary round? Why didn't you tell me that before? You're not going to quit. Quiet. Next, you will have a one-on-one battle and eliminate half of the teams. That's right, any guy we meet might actually have such powerful hidden strength. Shi Wanjing agreed. When Orochimaru saw these three strong bodies, he did not kill them directly, but chose to keep them as subjects for his experiments. Everyone turned their eyes to her. Don't worry, Sasuke-kun, I'm very weak. Even if we fight, I can't beat you. Why would I quit? Oh, Sasuke-kun, do you think I'm a threat to you? What if the dog is lucky? Boss, why are we so unlucky? There are experts everywhere, Shi Wanchong said depressedly. To these three, the true identity of the man who defeated them was unclear. Anko shouted loudly. When you truly understand my true strength, see if you can still remain so calm. Pharmacist Do was stunned. Since there are too many people at the moment, we decided to add a qualifying match. Oh. Yeli Liuliang, Shiwan Chong and Shiwan Jing, they look listless, which is a side effect of the curse. Their lives were not taken immediately, but they were locked in a tree hole, so they managed to escape. Yaoshidu pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his middle and ring fingers, and a smile appeared on his face. In the crowd, Sasuke whispered to Yakushi Kabuto. After all, now that we've come here, we should give it a try no matter what happens next. Seeing that everyone was paying attention, Hongdu began to announce. Now, teams that do not wish to participate can leave, but remember, this will be considered a voluntary withdrawal from the competition. You guys made the choice yourselves. Why are you asking me? Yei Liuliang was also convinced by these two idiots. All we know is that it was a mysterious man dressed as a ninja from the hidden grass village who easily defeated them. Normally this should be a humble remark, but Sasuke nodded seriously. As expected, everyone in the Uchiha family is very proud. As soon as she finished speaking, most of the candidates did not react, and it seemed that no one intended to leave. Chapter 202 Kangzu, the first assessment battle. Yei Liuliang vs Gaidong Pingyue. As the random match results were revealed on the big screen, Midarashi Anko loudly announced the two teams for the first match. Boss, you're the one who goes up first. We must perform well and show the strength of our hidden cloud village. The two brothers Shiwan were jumping around excitedly, as if they were even more nervous and excited than the people involved. They did almost nothing in the Death Forest, but just slept soundly for 5 days. Fortunately, there happened to be a pair of scrolls next to me, otherwise I might have been eliminated long ago. This incident dealt a heavy blow to these three people, so now that Yui Liuliang can be the first to appear, it is a great opportunity for him. If you can perform well, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. Don't worry, I will do my best even if you don't tell me. Yui Liuliang clenched his fists expressionlessly, his fingertips flashing with lightning, making his face look blue. Please invite both players to come on stage. Mitarashi Anko's voice sounded again, and her figure instantly appeared in the central area. At her signal, the other candidates retreated to both sides of the venue, leaving an open fighting space for Gui Dengping Yu and Yi Yu Lu Liang to use. The Ghost Lantern Clan? I hope you're not too weak, and don't give me the chance to laugh at you. Yui Liuliang had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't take the other person seriously at all. What are you talking about, Kangzu? Gui Dengping Yu didn't say any more nonsense and took action directly. Water cannon technique. Sweeping fire. He quickly condensed a few drops of clear water with his fingertips and shot them towards Yui Liuliang at an astonishing speed. Yoshi Yoshi. Puff puff puff. Although these bullets are made of water, don't underestimate them. Their power is enough to penetrate metal and stone, and the damage cannot be underestimated. A physical ninja? Humph, I love dealing with guys like this the most. A scornful smile appeared on Gui Dengping Yu's lips. It is well known that most people who rely on physical skills to fight are good at close combat. Advertisement, however, once facing a long-range offensive character like him, it is often difficult for the opponent to get close enough to launch an effective attack. In other words, the party with absolute advantage in this situation must be the one with long-range suppression capabilities. For example, himself. Just as Gui Dengping Yu was confidently preparing to increase the intensity of his firepower, he suddenly felt his body begin to tremble involuntarily. Can't help it. I can't help it, although it looks very strange and even a little embarrassing, the number of water bullets fired will increase exponentially with each shake of the body. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with densely packed water bombs flying towards the target. Just when everyone thought Yui Liuliang could no longer hold out, he remained calm and composed, without any sign of panic or wanting to escape. Instead, it gives people a feeling of being ready to go, as if some earth-shaking changes are about to happen next. Sizzle. Next moment, Yui Liuliang moved. Boom. He stomped his foot on the ground suddenly, and instantly the earth seemed to tremble under his strength. Then, thunder exploded around his body, wrapping around him like a layer of flowing lightning, making him exude a terrifying aura. Lightning-style chakra mode. Qi-dong. Sizzle. Yui Liuliang transformed into a lightning-fast figure and rushed straight towards Gui Dengping Yu. He faced the dense water bombs head-on. He took the opponent's attack head-on. Yui Liuliang's body was tightly covered with lightning armor that shone with arc light. When it collided with the water bullets fired by Gui Dengping Yu, it successfully blocked most of the attack. The remaining shock waves were no longer a threat to this ninja with a strong physique. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Gui Dengping Yu couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes widened. Not only was the defense so strong, but the opponent was also so fast. He didn't have time to react at all, and could only watch the powerful figure approaching. Before he had time to think about how to respond, the opponent's strong arms had already tightly grasped his body. Advertisement. Accompanied by a low roar from Yui Liuliang, he hugged his opponent with both hands, lifted him up into the air, and then slammed him to the ground. Thunder me bomb. These 4 words almost sounded as loud as a roar from his throat. Then an extremely powerful energy burst out from his body and fell down with destructive power. Boom, dazzling lightning exploded, and the powerful electric current mixed with physical impact force hit Gui Dengping Yu heavily, causing huge damage. All of a sudden, the solid ground beneath my feet was torn apart by this force. It left behind a huge deep pit and a network of countless cracks extending in all directions. There was an uproar in the audience, and everyone was discussing how this fierce battle would end. Damn, I hope the boss won't use too much force, Shi Wanchong said fearfully. What are you afraid of? There will always be casualties in battles, it doesn't matter if they die. Anyway, we have the support of Reikage-sama. What can the Hidden Mist Village do? Shi Wanjing next to him responded nonchalantly. With such a strong force, the person over there might have been turned into meat paste. Some people speculated about the fate of Gui Dengping Yu. It's really cruel. Someone next to him added. However, when everyone was expressing their opinions, only Yui Liuliang, who was at the center of the battle, understood that things would not end so easily. Because at this moment, a finger was pointing at his forehead, and on the fingertip was a water droplet-shaped weapon that was about to be launched. At this distance, even someone as fast as you, the Flash, wouldn't be able to dodge it, right? As these words rang out softly, Gui Dengping Yu's voice could be heard sounding a little tired. Just at the moment when he was about to be hit by lightning style, he quickly used his family's unique secret skill, the water transformation technique, to temporarily turn himself into liquid and thus avoid the fatal blow. However, the electric shock caused by the lightning still caused him considerable damage. If you don't admit defeat, I will really kill you. Do you want to try a close-range water gun attack? Gui Dengping Yu stretched out a hand and waved it a few times, his face full of confusion. You don't really think you can get away with it? At the same time, he continued, the water gun at this distance has the power to penetrate your lightning armor. I don't want to see blood, just admit defeat. Faced with such a desperate threat, even though his hands and feet were bound by the power of water and his head was under the gun, Yui Liuliang still maintained a calm expression. Chapter 203 You violated the rules. don't you want to see blood, or can't you? Yui Liuliang asked in a deep voice. You. There was an undisguised tremor in Gui Dangpingyu's voice. Although he responded quickly, his momentary panic betrayed his lack of confidence. My lightning is not so easy to defend against, Yui Liuliang continued. Even if you can avoid most physical attacks, the combination of my Thunder Bomb and Thunder Armor will produce lightning attribute attacks that far exceed simple physical damage. Now you have to distract yourself to control me, and at the same time defend yourself against my attack. I wonder how much energy you have left to launch an attack. You're stalling for time, aren't you? After a short silence, Gui Dangpingyu sneered, then you try it? Do you dare to bet? Oh. Yui Liuliang didn't say anything harsh, but his contemptuous smile expressed everything. Sizzle. As lightning exploded on him again, bang. At the same moment, Kazuki Hirazuki's water gun fired a fatal blow. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Yui Liuliang looked extremely serious. Watching the water bullet slowly flying towards him. He used all his strength to activate the highest form of reaction speed and lightning armor. At this moment of life and death, the water bullet brushed past his cheek, leaving a bright red blood mark. But Yui Liuliang had a smile on his face. What could have been a fatal blow ended up being just a scar. This deal was a huge win. Sizzle. Yui Liuliang struggled hard and freed one hand from Gui Dangpingyu's water transformation technique. A large amount of lightning condensed in the palm of his hand, making a crackling sound and shining brightly. I'm returning what I just said to you now. He placed his lightning-encircled palm close to the pool of water and asked with a smile, give up or die. Gui Dangpingyu sighed, looking helpless. I didn't expect that you would turn the tables in the end. Okay, whatever you want, he said compromisingly. Yui Liuliang chuckled. Smart choice. However, at this moment of relaxation, Gui Dangpingyu suddenly counterattacked. He simply gave up on the hydrated upper body and attacked quietly from behind with his lower body. The body quickly transformed into a stream of water that covered Yui Liuyu's face. Well. Suddenly being controlled by someone, Yui Liuliang stared at Gui Dangpingyu with wide eyes, his heart burning with anger. Advertisement. This despicable guy totally disregarded his previous promise. He wanted to curse him out to vent his anger, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was choked by the water that poured in and made gurgling sounds. Ouch. Yui Liuliang felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, struggling violently. He frantically scratched at the water on his face, but how could he catch the water with just his bare hands? The air gradually ran out. Even the strongest ninja can't recover if he can't breathe. Shi Wansong in the audience suddenly stood up and shouted. Examiner, is this considered cheating? He pointed at Gui Dangpingyu in the arena. He just said he surrendered. He should be considered to have lost to the opponent. How can he still attack like this? Seeing Yui Liuliang's ferocious expression due to suffocation, Shi Wanchong was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pan, running around in circles. In response to Shi Wanchu's question, Mitarashi Hongdu, one of the examiners, calmly explained. When did he say the word surrender? At that time, Gui Dangpingyu's answer was just, whatever you want, and he didn't explicitly say he gave up. Did I say that you need to clearly say the word, surrender, to be considered as admitting defeat? Hearing this, Shi Wanchong was stunned and could not believe his ears. Is this actually possible? At the same time, Yui Liuliang, who had completely lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen, fell to the ground without any reaction. At this time, Gui Dangpingyu slowly loosened the water curtain that was covering Yi Liuliang's face. Boss. As soon as the game was over, the Shiwan brothers immediately jumped off the field and hurriedly ran to Yui Liuliang. Don't worry, you won't die, you're just suffocating temporarily. A voice came from the water mass. The two looked up and saw two water masses merging together, gradually regaining their human form, revealing the appearance of Gui Lantern Pingyu. You rascal, if I see you next time, I will tear you to pieces and avenge my boss. Shi Wanchong frowned and said angrily. Gui Dangpingyu shrugged, looking nonchalant. Whatever you want. At this time, the medical ninja who had been on standby at the sidelines came over and carried Yui Liuliang away for treatment. Hizuka turned to the examiner Mitarashi Hongdu with an arrogant look. Examiner, can you declare me the winner? Hongdu glanced at him with a strange look in her eyes. I declare that the winner of this competition is. She deliberately stretched out the tone. Yui Liuliang. When the name was revealed, Gui Dangpingyu smiled proudly and waved to the audience. It's just luck. Don't worship me too much. But the smile on his face quickly froze. Yui Liuliang. Wait, why is he the winner? Advertisement. Examiner, shouldn't I be the winner? Hizuka Hirazuki suddenly turned around and stared at Hongdu in disbelief. Gui Dangpingyu widened his eyes and struggled violently. What kind of rule is this? It's nonsense, he asked angrily. I don't believe anyone can resist shaking a water gun. Okay, go down, don't delay the next game. Hongdu waved his hand, and then two ninjas came forward and carried him away. The competition continued in full swing, with candidates fighting in pairs, the losers eliminated and the winners advancing to the next round. Let's go too. The opponent was eliminated because of such a weird rule? F*K. This is clearly targeting me. Gui Dangpingyu protested loudly with red eyes. Dear candidates, please go back and rest. The final examination will be held tomorrow. Gui Dangping Yu's face darkened. Examiner, please don't go too far. Okay then. Hongdu nodded and took a step forward. Hongdu looked at them with some confusion. The two brothers jumped into the audience, still finding it hard to believe that the eldest brother actually won this game. Why? I need a reason. Gui Dangping Yu looked dissatisfied. It doesn't matter if there are more. After all, it's a joint exam. It's not good to have fewer people passing. Morino Ibiki said coldly. After the announcement, the candidates cheered and left the venue one after another. So many people? On the podium, Hongdu frowned and sighed. Nowadays, those who can still use the water gun without shaking it are the ones who can do it. As he said this, Gui Dangping Yu gave a thumbs up. Most people were eliminated. After all, this was a Chunin exam jointly held by the 5 major countries, and many experts gathered there. Hongdu turned her thumb upside down. Then you were this. What? Gui Dangping Yu's mouth opened like a big black hole. How could it be you? It should always be Yui Liuliang, Hongdu said calmly. In the past, the number of people who passed the Chunin exam was usually only in the single digits. As his voice gradually faded away until it disappeared without a trace, the Shiwan brothers were still in shock. Because you were shaking the water gun during the game, which is a violation. Once discovered, you will be directly judged as the loser, Hongdu explained calmly. What are you still doing here? Get down now. Half of the candidates were eliminated, but the remaining number was still considerable. There were 20 teams and a total of 58 people. Don't worry about what the rules are. We're the organizers and we have the final say on the rules, Hongdu said lightly. Soon, the preliminaries came to an end. This guy should be taught a lesson. Only a few people from Konoha advanced, including Yuzuki, Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Ningxiai, Rock Lee, Tenten and others. I can only say, well done. The two brothers smiled at each other. The two came back to their senses and nodded hurriedly. Oh, okay, examiner. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Chapter 204 5 Elegant Things in Life. After saying goodbye to his friends one by one, it was already evening when Shinomiya Yuyue returned home. Wow. It smells so good. He took a deep breath, and his nose was filled with an alluring fragrance. Who's cooking? Driven by curiosity, he pushed the gate of opening and looked around. Yuyue. You are finally back. Hearing the noise, a familiar figure poked his head out from the kitchen. It was Kagaya. She was wearing an apron and holding a soup spoon in her hand, obviously showing off her cooking skills. Waving the soup spoon in her hand, Kagaya smiled gently and said to him, You're back just in time, Ōtsutsuki. We can have dinner soon. Is it really Kagaya you who are cooking? Shigong Yuyu's face was full of surprise. You know, the food that Kagaya usually cooks is so delicious that you wouldn't even dare to smell it. But this time, the whole house was filled with the fragrance, and it was hard to believe that it came from the same person. I've put a lot of effort this time, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Kagaya nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Well, seeing Kagaya being so confident, Yuyue didn't look very excited. The disastrous lunch scene from last time unconsciously emerged in my mind. I don't know what Danzo felt after eating that piece of food. If I had known, I would have asked him to write an article before he died. Haha, go ahead, I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, Shigong Yuyue hurried back to her room and quickly closed the door, not forgetting to lock the bolt, as if this would make her feel a little more at ease. Kagaya, who was completely unaware of this, still smiled and went back to the kitchen to continue working. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lying on the bed, Shinomiya Ōtsutsuki closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Don't call me, don't call me. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door, which made him tremble slightly. Yuyue, dinner is ready. Have you finished washing? Not yet, he answered stiffly, trying to buy a little more time. However, a slightly doubtful voice came from outside the door. But I clearly saw you lying on the bed. After a moment's silence, Shigong Yuyue suddenly sat up and stared at the door in amazement. You rolled your eyes? When? It's never been closed. Kaguya's gentle voice came from outside the door. Puff. Yuyue almost fell to the ground. He was a little mad. Then wouldn't it be like I'm invisible in front of you? Give the child some privacy. Yuyue doesn't like it? But Xiao Hei and the others said they felt safe when I was watching them. I thought everyone thought so. Kaguya's tone was somewhat confused. I don't like it. How can we be the same? Xiao Hei and the others are different, right? Shinomiya Yuyue retorted. Feeling the other party's dissatisfaction, Kagaya immediately compromised. Okay, sorry, I'll just turn it off. Advertisement. At this moment, the bedroom door creaked open, revealing Yuyu's serious face. Do you think just apologizing can solve the problem? If apologies are useful, what's the point of Uncle Anbu? Faced with such a straightforward question, Kagaya blinked a few times and looked very innocent. What compensation do you want? Seeing this, Shigong Yuyue raised a sly smile. I want to look back. As soon as the words came out, the whole air seemed to freeze in silence. Kagaya, who was standing not far from the door, was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted, but didn't say anything. He just stood there blankly staring at Shigong Yuyue. Perhaps he was really frightened by this proposal. Seeing that Yoruichi didn't respond, Shinomiya Yuzuki felt embarrassed first. He quickly found a way out. Haha, I was just joking. Eat first, eat first. As he spoke, Yuyue grabbed Kaguya's shoulders, helped her turn around, and then pushed her forward from behind. Kagaya walked towards the hall obediently. As soon as you enter the hall, the food on the table has been neatly arranged. The aroma is so tempting that it makes you salivate. Wow. Yuyue was stunned on the spot. Was this done by Kagaya? Not to mention how it tastes, the appearance of it alone is enough to make people's eyes light up. Compared with her previous, dark dishes, it is completely different. Let me have a taste. Yuyue couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of food and put it into her mouth. How about it? Kaguya's eyes were full of anticipation as she waited for Yuyu's answer. Excellent. Yuyue praised him unabashedly and gave him a thumbs up. To be honest, the meal didn't taste particularly good, but it was a huge improvement for Kagaya. Compared with the previous masterpieces, these ordinary foods can simply be called delicacies. Seeing Ōtsutsuki's praise, Kagaya smiled happily. As long as you like it. Then let's eat, together. They sat down one after another and began to enjoy this sumptuous dinner. After taking a few bites, Yuyue suddenly felt that her hands were empty, as if something was missing. I almost forgot about that. He patted his head gently, as if he remembered something important. I saw Yuyue taking out 2 bottles of sake from somewhere. How can we enjoy delicious food without good wine? He handed one of the bottles to Kagaya. Come, let's drink and talk. Kagaya looked at the bottle curiously, picked it up and looked at it from left to right. This is the first time I have seen this kind of liquid. This is called wine. You will know what it tastes like if you try it. Boo. As she spoke, Yuyue flicked the bottle cap and drank half of it in one gulp. Ah, delicious. I just heard him sigh with satisfaction, his face slightly flushed, obviously the alcohol was starting to take effect. Open black lens bracket item. Wine close black lens bracket. This wine is specially made for the strong, and can make the drinker feel drunk regardless of any physical differences. Let even the top experts experience the joy of drinking. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Seeing Ōtsutsuki's intoxicated expression, Kagaya tried to imitate him, carefully opened the bottle and took a sip. Just one bite, the spicy and stimulating feeling made her delicate little face wrinkle. How is it? Yuyue asked curiously. Although she didn't like this feeling, seeing how much the other person was enjoying it, Kagaya still forced a smile and replied. It's fine. Let's have a good drink today. Then he raised the bottle and touched the glass of the person opposite him. A meal is perfect with wine. Although she didn't really want to drink anymore, in order not to spoil Ōtsutsuki's fun, Kagaya still forced a smile and took another sip. Time passes slowly. The atmosphere at the table became more and more lively, and Kagaya gradually adapted to this atmosphere. The delicacies on the table were slowly cleared away, and the floor was filled with all kinds of empty wine bottles, which made crisp sounds with the slightest collision. Yuyue suddenly burped and fell limply on the table. The impact of alcohol made his eyelids almost stick together. Ōtsutsuki. Kaguya's low voice came from the side, with a barely perceptible hint of shyness. What's wrong? Yuyue barely propped up his head, resting his chin on the table, and looked at Kagaya with misty eyes. You said before. What do you want me to do to accept my apology? Kaguya's voice became softer and softer, but it still reached Yuyu's ears clearly. Apologize? What apology? Yuyue didn't react for a moment, her face full of confusion. That's the one you said you wanted to look back at. A blush appeared on Kaguya's face, and it was hard to tell whether it was due to drunkenness or shyness. Oh, you mean this? Yuyu's eyes widened instantly, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The sleepiness was immediately thrown aside, replaced by unprecedented clarity and excitement. I get excited when you say this. Are you serious? Yuyue stared at Kagaya closely, the corners of her mouth rising unconsciously, and she was almost unable to control herself. Could it be that, for the first time in this life, this much anticipated moment has finally arrived? Seeing Ōtsutsuki like this, Kagaya couldn't help but chuckle. The red lips opened slightly. If it's Yuyue-kun, then it's okay. Yuyue suddenly jumped up as if struck by an electric current, moving swiftly but cautiously. He came behind Kagaya, put one hand under her armpit, and with the other hand, he held her calf, and lifted her up steadily with a standard princess hug. It has been several months since Yuyue possessed the immortal body. During this period, Yuyu's development has been like riding a rocket. He grew very fast to a height of 1.75 meters, he was tall and strong, almost as tall as an adult. But Kagaya is from the Ōtsutsuki clan after all, and his height of more than 2 meters makes Ōtsutsuki look a little petite in front of him. But it doesn't matter, they're all the same after they're laid flat. Ōtsutsuki. Kagaya whispered softly, leaning against his chest, listening to the rapid and powerful heartbeat. Xiao Hei and the others are not at home these days. This statement is almost explicit. Hearing this, Yuyu's blood boiled and he quickly walked towards the room holding Kagaya. As the door gently closed, a powerful force quietly unfolded, covering the entire house, ensuring that no one could disturb the world of the two at this moment. What are the 5 noble things in life? Flower viewing. Climbing. Explore flower arrangement, watch the tide. Chapter 205. Driving a big car. The night passed by like flowing water. Yuyue, it's dawn. What, so fast? Take a break first, you have another test later. No hurry, it's still early. I just learned a new move. How about you help me test its power? Please, this is very important to me, all right. 3 hours later. Boom boom boom. Ōtsutsuki. You're not still sleeping, are you? The test will start in 5 minutes. Get up. there was a loud knock on the door and Naruto's anxious voice. Yuyue, who was immersed in deep plowing, suddenly woke up. I looked up at the alarm clock by the window, which clearly displayed the time. 9:55. There are only 5 minutes left until the Chunin exam. Wow. Yuyue was shocked and quickly called off the attack and got up. He hurried to the bathroom and showered quickly. Outside the door, watching the time pass by little, Naruto became more and more uneasy. Is he really sleeping? Forget it, just break in, and then we'll give him a new door. Bang. Naruto threw a powerful punch, which instantly created a powerful shockwave. The door shook violently but was not damaged at all. Naruto looked at his fist in surprise. Had he become so weak overnight that he couldn't even open the door? Again. This time, Naruto accumulated some strength before punching hard. Advertisement boom. The result was still the same, the door was intact, and even the surroundings were safe. Not a single bit of paint was left. All the power was absorbed, not a single bit leaked out. I just don't believe this. Naruto gritted his teeth and shouted. Kurama. Inside Naruto's body, 9 tails put their hands together and began to accumulate natural energy. I also find it strange, why is this door so strong? Is it that Yuyue guy who did this? No matter what, I must break it and wake Yuyu up. Naruto looked determined. Once he made up his mind, nothing would stand in his way. Then, Naruto entered Sage Mode. At the same time, 9 Tails chakra also surged throughout his body, superimposed on Sage Mode to enter Perfect Jinchūriki mode. Naruto's eyes turned into cross-shaped pupils. Fairy Fox mode is on. Kurama. Naruto yelled. Here we go. Naruto raised his right hand, and a huge wind-style Rasengan Shuriken quickly gathered. At the same time, the shadow of 9 tails appeared behind him, and a giant tailed beast ball was condensed in his mouth. Tailed Beast Planet Rasenshuriken. Crunch. Just when the attack that was about to destroy everything was about to be launched, the door was suddenly and quietly pushed open. Naruto. What are you doing? Shinomiya Ōtsutsuki raised his head, the huge and terrifying Tailed Beast Planet Rasenshuriken reflected in his eyes, his face was bewildered. Yuyue. Why are you out at this time? Naruto was shocked and his eyes widened. Kurama, hit it up in the sky. Naruto shouted hurriedly. However, Naruto's speed was too fast, and Terumi Mei has a different expression. There is only 1 minute left before the exam begins. Advertisement. The auditorium was already packed with people, and the candidates who had successfully advanced had already lined up, ready for the final examination. Is this the breakfast you brought me? That tailed beast planet Rasenshuriken shot straight into the sky, piercing through the sky. Everything was ready and everyone was waiting for them. Uchiha replied proudly. With his full speed running, it was almost like teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the two of them passed through the entire Konoha village and arrived at the assessment site. He looked at Naruto and couldn't help asking. In comparison, the Reikage looked somewhat helpless. Okay, whatever kind of chicken you like is fine, then why don't you tell me where you were doing? Ino asked curiously. Yuyue stared blankly at the scene in front of her, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. It's too late to tell you. I'll tell you in detail on the way. The test is about to begin. It doesn't look very tasty. Among the 5 Kage sitting on the high platform, Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ōtsutsuki appear on time. It's finally here. Ino's eyes flashed with surprise. There was a deafening noise, and the heaven and earth were shaken. In an instant, it seemed as if 2 suns appeared in the sky, dazzlingly bright. Wrong. Yuyue straightened up and retorted, I didn't sleep in this time. As soon as he stepped into the examination venue, Yuyue heard Ino's disappointed voice behind him. Boom. You're not sleeping? You're a reincarnated squirrel, but you don't want to stay in bed? Finally I'm here. Drive a big car. Understood, 9 Tails responded with lingering fear. The man and the fox work together and can even change the direction of attack at the critical moment. I've said it several times. In my previous life, I was an armed helicopter. Naruto didn't have time to explain. He grabbed Ōtsutsuki's hand and ran out. She rested her elbows on the armrests of the chair and looked at Yuyue below with interest. Buzz. It's finally here. The time at this time is exactly 9:59. Did you oversleep again? He turned around and saw Ino sitting in the front row staring at him. Chapter 206. The final assessment begins. Ahem. The examiner of the last round, Moonlight Gale, suddenly appeared in the arena. Seeing his tired look, I wonder if he fought till dawn like Yuyue last night. Everyone is here. Now, the Chunin exam officially begins. Starting now, with Moonlight Gale's loud announcement, the final assessment officially began. The opponent will be matched next, please wait a moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the large screen in the center of the venue, and the candidates' portraits were scrolling rapidly on the screen. Each contestant will be randomly paired with an opponent of equal ability. Matching with equally matched opponents, on the high platform, the Reikage and Onoki's hearts were lifted unconsciously. Don't run into Shigang Yuzuki, they prayed silently in their hearts. Soon, the first match result appeared on the big screen. Open black lens bracket Gaara vs Rock Lee close black lens bracket. After seeing this result, Luo Sha nodded slightly, his expression still indifferent. The opponent is just an insignificant taijutsu ninja, so it should be no problem. If you can't even handle an opponent like this, then you are not worthy of being a Jinchūriki. Although he was thinking this secretly, there was no change on Luo Sha's face. Immediately afterwards, the next pair of contestants were quickly announced. Uzumaki Naruto vs Dodo Mew. Oh, Hokage, what a coincidence. Seeing this, Tsuchikage Onoki stroked his beard proudly. He was quite satisfied with the result of this match. He had met Uzumaki Naruto several times. Although he has the title of the son of Hokage, he looks silly and doesn't look like a powerful figure. Tutang Wu should be able to complete the assessment successfully now. Noticing the complicated mood swings of Minato Namikaze beside him, Onoki thought that he was worried about Naruto, so he comforted him. Haha, is this a sign of concern for the younger generation, Hokage? Don't worry, Tutang Wu is always cautious and will never hurt your son in the slightest. Namikaze Minato suppressed his weird look and couldn't help laughing. Really? Then I'd like to thank you on behalf of Naruto. Onoki waved his hand and said, Hey, Master Hokage, you are too polite. Our fire and earth countries have always been friendly. This is as it should be. I can guarantee that if Dodo wins, I will return you a completely intact Naruto. Listening to Onoki's confident words, it seemed as if he had already grasped victory in his hands. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but say, Tsuchikage-sama, if. What if Naruto wins? Onoki was suddenly stunned. Obviously he had never thought about this result. Minato shook his head and laughed at this. Forget it, let's watch it first. The battle hasn't even started yet, so no one can predict the outcome. What do you think, Master Tsuchikage? Onoki came back to his senses and looked at Minato suspiciously, wondering why the other person's words were full of hidden meanings. Soon, avatars scrolled on the big screen, and the candidates who would fight in each team were assigned. Uchiha Sasuke vs Xiangling, Hyuga Neji vs Shikamaru. Open black lens bracket Tamari vs Tianshin close black lens bracket. Seeing that Yuzuki had yet to find a match, the Reikage's hands began to tremble. Because the candidates from the Hidden Cloud Village have not yet been assigned opponents. The Reikage looked down at the calm and composed Shinomiya Yuzuki, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. I can't be that unlucky. However, it seemed as if God was determined to play a trick on him, and the next moment, a new group of candidates appeared on the big screen. Shinomiya Yuzuki vs Yatsuki Riryo, Dong. The Reikage couldn't hold back his eyes and fell down. He slumped in the chair, his eyes dull, ha ha ha. Onoki slapped the armrest of the chair without any manner. Reikage-sama, your luck doesn't seem to be that good. Terumi Mei supported her chin and smiled meaningfully. Well, how about I ask Yuyue to give in a little? Namikaze Minato thought for a moment and said with a smile. The only one who wasn't smiling was Luo Sha, but the twitching corners of his mouth also revealed what he was feeling at the moment. Reikage didn't say anything, but held his forehead helplessly and sighed. How can a person be so unlucky? The opponents have been assigned. Then please invite the first group of players to come on stage. Moonlight Gale raised his hand and announced loudly. Advertisement, come on. Tamari gently encouraged her younger brother and tidied his clothes for him. Gaara simply responded with a, but his eyes were extremely clear, and all the resentment from the past seemed to have disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Rock Lee paced excitedly. I'll go first. He said to Neji and Tenten. Just as the two were preparing to go on stage, a voice suddenly came. Wait a minute, you two. Gaara and Rock Lee paused and looked back in confusion. Open black lens bracket rain stagnates between the sky close black lens bracket, like tears swirling in my eyes. This may be the last time we meet. They didn't know if it was a visual or auditory hallucination, but they seemed to hear a sudden BGM. And a person was there doing a strange dance. What's wrong, Yuzuki? Rock Lee scratched his head in confusion, and Gaara gave him the same look. He recognized this person. He was Naruto's good friend. Gaara often heard Naruto mention his name. What's the matter? Gaara asked softly. Hey. Shigong Yuyue walked up with a smile and patted their shoulders with both hands. With a mysterious look on his face, he said, since fate has brought you two together again, why don't you dance a more exciting dance? Let the general public see the strength of our genin. Gaara and Rock Lee both looked confused. Yuyue, what are you talking about? Yuyue didn't explain too much, she just turned them around and gave them a gentle push. With a mysterious smile. Go dance, as for what I'm talking about specifically, you'll know in a moment. The two of them blinked, and then walked into the battle arena with a lot of doubts in their heads. Just as Rock Lee and Gaara stepped onto the fighting stage, a strange message suddenly flooded into their minds. This made both of them stunned for a moment, and then they felt a force awakening in their bodies. This new power filled every inch of their skin like a tide. The battle begins. Before they could figure out what was going on, the referee Moonlight Gale gave the order and the game officially began. Rock Lee came back to his senses immediately. The most important thing now was the game in front of him. His eyes focused and his body quickly got into a fighting stance, with his right hand behind his back and his left arm raised high. Bang! With a strong push of his feet, Rock Lee rushed forward with the help of powerful elastic force. He appeared in front of Gaara in an instant. However, Gaara stood there with his arms folded, neither dodging nor defending. Konoha Whirlwind. Rock Lee, who couldn't understand the opponent's tactics, decided to try the depth first. He swung his foot violently and kicked his opponent hard. But at this moment, the sand floating around Gaara began to move. Accurately blocked Rock Lee's powerful kick. Puff. The kick was easily neutralized by the sand. Huh? Seeing this, Rock Lee couldn't help but be a little surprised. He landed again and prepared to adjust his posture. If you want to defeat me, you must first overcome the power given by my mother. Gaara said this and raised his fingers, only to see a few strands of fine sand entangled between his fingertips. It flowed gently in his palm as if it had a spirit. Ah! Rock Lee scratched his head in confusion. You mean, I have to be faster than this automatic defense to reach you? That's probably it. Can you do it? Gaara asked back, with a hint of a smile. If you can't do it, you can just admit defeat. But at this moment, facing the provocation, Rock Lee was not discouraged, but his eyes became more determined. Well then, watch me demonstrate to you the power of youth and passion. Then he turned around and shouted outside the venue. Teacher Kai. Xiao Li. In response to him, Might Guy gave him an encouraging thumbs up from the sidelines, burn to your heart's content. After getting recognition, Rock Lee immediately took off the huge weight equipment he usually wore during training. When he threw the metal rings to the side, there was a deafening sound and 2 deep holes were created on the ground, which showed how heavy they were. The whole audience burst into exclamations, and even the usually steady Kakashi couldn't help but whisper to Might Guy whether his move was a bit too much. It seems that you do have extraordinary tenacity. Looking at the young man in front of him, even Gaara, who usually has a blank expression, couldn't help but show some approval. All I saw was that fine, soft, yet extremely hard golden quicksand was pouring out from the gourd behind him. Advertisement. Rock Lee smiled and did not hide his shortcomings. It's because I can neither use ninjutsu nor master genjutsu techniques. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Rock Lee disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he appeared behind Gaara like lightning and threw a swift punch. However, this attack was blocked by the automatically formed sand wall. So fast. Gaara was secretly shocked, and he couldn't catch any of Rock Lee's movements. Without the weight, Rock Lee's speed increased to an astonishing level. He continuously launched attacks around Gaara, catching his opponent off guard with every strike. Gaara could only barely resist and was forced to retreat step by step. In that case, Gaara found an opportunity and suddenly pressed his palm on the ground. Instantly, countless quicksands surged out from the ground, like surging waves. In just a few seconds, the entire venue was filled with sand. Since he couldn't capture the other party's figure, he might as well let the entire space become his trap. Sandstorm burial. He shouted in a low voice. Following the order, the sea of sand suddenly began to boil, frantically devouring everything around it. At this point, Rock Lee no longer dared to attack rashly and could only rely on high-speed movement to avoid the fatal attack. But this is obviously not a long-term solution. Seeing himself like a struggling boat in the sea, which might capsize at any time, Rock Lee decided to use the last resort. 8 gates. Dunjia Ray Gate of Wonder. Open. With a low roar, azure energy violently fluctuated around his body, emitting terrifying power. The strong airflow pushed away the turbulent sea of sand in front of it. In the stands, Might Guy, who witnessed all this, was stunned. Xiao Li. Stop immediately. Your body can't withstand the power of Gate of Wonder. But Rock Lee seemed unaffected. Instead, he felt an unprecedented surge of energy. Teacher Kai, I'm fine. I feel great right now. Rock Lee just felt that his body was full of strength. Moreover, he did not find it unbearable at all and could easily control this power. You know, he used to have to endure tremendous pressure when driving a 5-door car, but now it's completely different. He wondered in his heart, could it be that Yuyue had blessed him with something when she patted his shoulder just now? Namikaze Minato waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. Drink. Before Minato Namikaze could say anything, the Reikage spoke first. Then tell me what's going on down there. The Reikage glanced at him and murmured. To be honest, there's something wrong with all the genin in Konoha. Reikage said dimly. Yeah? He said in a muffled voice. I always feel that the Hokage's purpose in launching this Chunin exam is not very pure. The Reikage has now completely given up on making the hidden cloud village famous in the Chunin exams. Countless quicksands gathered in front of Gaara to form a huge sand mountain, blocking the way of the day tiger, vowing to intercept the tiger. Without thinking too much, he concentrated his mind and gathered the energy in the air with his palms. Well, this is a secret technique that only grants temporary power, and the cost is extremely high. Having said that, Rosa and Reikage felt a little better. Daytime Tiger. With a roar, a huge white tiger-shaped shockwave roared out and rushed towards the opponent not far away. Gaara was so shocked that he hardly dared to stop, and he circulated the chakra in his body to continuously summon sand. Keep watching. An attack of that level would take a lot of effort for him to launch. Was this an attack made possible by Genin's ability? The moment the sand mountain collided with the day tiger, there was a deafening noise, and the entire arena seemed to be shaking. Boom. Hokage. You call this a genin? A huge barrier then rose up, blocking all the aftermath to protect the audience from being affected. Alright, hasn't Konoha always been like this? There are always geniuses, what's the big deal? The scene was shocking, as spectacular as the splitting of the sea. Old man, let's see if you're still happy later. Huh. How could that be? 4 Red Yang formation. This guy. He just didn't believe that Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Hokage, would be an ordinary person. On the high platform, Luo Sha could no longer hold it in. He stood up suddenly, with dark lines all over his cold face. All obstacles encountered along the way, including the layers of sand and gravel, were easily pushed to both sides. Onoki spoke with a gloating expression on his face. He was happy to see other villages suffer misfortune. Yuyu's 4 clones quickly distributed to the 4 corners of the arena. It must be kept secret. Chapter 207 Chunin exam, but the gate of death is opened. In the arena, the high temperature and shock waves melted the surrounding sand into glass and splashed everywhere. At this critical moment, Gaara used chakra to strengthen his defense layer and was able to barely withstand this amazing force. The sand has become so solid. Gaara was shocked and asked himself in confusion, what is going on? He suddenly remembered the mysterious smile of Shigong Yuyue. Could it be his credit? This thought flashed through my mind. Who on earth did this guy come from to make my sand so strong? But Rock Lee didn't give Gaara much time to think. Feeling that his offensive was blocked, Rock Lee did not give up. Relying on his excellent physical skills, he started a series of quick attacks. Each strike was as powerful as thunder, and the figures were so fast that only a trail of afterimages was left, which was dazzling. Faced with this situation, Gaara raised his hands, and a large amount of flowing sand immediately gathered around him, forming an indestructible ball. Bang! Rock Lee punched down with great force, but only left a shallow mark. Instead, a powerful recoil force pushed him back several steps. The sand has become much harder. After quickly standing up, Rock Lee adjusted his strategy. Let's try another way. Whoosh whoosh. He was seen swinging his fist at an extremely fast speed, which generated heat from the friction in the air and soon caught fire. To the peacock. Fists burning with flames were thrown out continuously, hitting the sandy protective ball at high speed and density. Boom boom boom. Although it looks like the sand ball has been significantly impacted, it is still very strong. But Rock Lee didn't really want to destroy the sandball directly through such an attack. With the continuous hot attack, the sandball began to melt gradually and gradually turned into a transparent crystalline object. Now, the opportunity before him cheered him up, and he punched out with all his strength. Bang! Advertisement. The heavy punch embedded deeply into the crystallized sandball, followed by a crisp cracking sound. Click. Bang! Soon after, the once indestructible barrier finally shattered. You have nowhere to hide now. Rock Lee showed a smug smile like a winner. However, when he saw the scene clearly, the smile on his face froze into astonishment. Where did they go? At this moment, a faint voice came from behind. Desert layer great funeral. Ceiling. Next moment. The quicksand suddenly rioted. The sand rushed towards Rock Lee like waves in a strong wind. Before he could react, he was completely swallowed up and submerged in the yellow sand. Gaara closed his eyes tightly and continued to cast spells, compressing all the sand with great intensity, gradually forming a huge pyramid. This tower looks like a huge monster growing out of the desert, which is daunting. Shukaku. Gaara suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. Just knowingly bothering me. Boom, ha, you have a good attitude. Shukaku was obviously very satisfied with this respect. Then you can come to me if you have any problems in the future. Is it over? Gaara was silent for a while and finally spoke. Everyone's eyes were focused in that direction. What does this vibration mean? Does it mean that the battle is not over yet? Despite complaining, Shukaku stretched out its sand claws, pierced through Gaara's chest, and slowly reached the top of the pyramid. Might Guy's eyes were fixed on the pyramid. He paused. Well, no matter what, now that we have started, there is no turning back. Advertisement. However, just as the words fell, after hearing what Might Guy said, he looked at the pyramid in the distance that was emitting red light. Did you really use that trick? As the seal spread from its arm to the entire pyramid, the seal was completely completed and all became quiet. It was really exciting, but unfortunately the people from other villages still won. You left me one more of this level of power? Kai, I haven't offended you in any way, have I? He turned to Kakashi, who was also shocked. Under the violent vibration, Kakashi held the iron bars in front of him tightly with both hands. What on earth is this? There is a way, but I don't want to see him use it. But how could Xiao Li? Some people in the audience began to talk. Kakashi touched Might Guy beside him and said, if you don't have any other cards, you're going to lose this time. The tip of the pyramid suddenly exploded. A strong red light shot up into the sky accompanied by a deafening roar. This is Xiao Li's burning passion and youth, and I have the same trick ready for you. Without any signs, Gaara looked at the scene in disbelief. Shukaku's lazy voice sounded, I really don't know why that stinky fox fell in love with weak humans like you. Gaara pursed his lips lightly, tisk. Suddenly, there was a subtle but distinct vibration from the ground. Take a good look, Kakashi. Such a powerful seal, is there actually a way to break free? Kakashi couldn't help but say, you must remember it carefully when the time comes. Thank you. When the fiery life force instantly bloomed, Might Guy's face became excited. Chapter 208 Hey this. Seeing the red beam of light rising into the sky, Sasuke's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Is this the gate of death? He turned to Shigong Yuyue and shouted in a somewhat collapsed tone. What the hell are you doing? Although he didn't know why Rock Lee could activate all 8 gates in this situation, he knew very well that the power of Gate of Death was no joke. That is dozens of times stronger than the 5 cage. Even though Rock Lee's physical fitness is not as good as Might Guy's, he can at least exert a strength that is more than 20 times that of the 5 cage. With just one strike from him, the entire Konoha village would probably be pierced through. Are you going to destroy Konoha? Yuyue gave him a weird look. Hasn't it been destroyed once before? Sasuke was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Yuyue patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Just watch over it with peace of mind. Both of them turned their attention back to the duel arena. The huge pyramid began to shake violently, and countless cracks quickly appeared on the solid stone walls. I can't control it anymore. Gaara clenched his teeth and clenched his hands into fists. He had tried his best to suppress that power, but to no avail. Boom. Finally reaching its limit, the pyramid exploded instantly. A ball of hot red steam shot up into the sky, dyeing half the sky red. At this moment, Rock Lee seemed to be on fire, and the blood vessels beneath his body glowed with a thick red light, surging like volcanic magma. He breathed in and out slowly, bringing out a burning breath with each breath. Rock Lee standing here now seems like an invincible existence. Even the people in the stands felt a sense of oppression and their breathing became heavy. And when facing him, Gaara felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. Whoosh! Rock Lee's figure blurred for a moment. Before Gaara could react, he flew backwards quickly, his eyes full of shock. This speed. Bang! With a loud bang, Gaara fell heavily to the ground, using the sand flow to mitigate the impact. Even so, a long groove was left on the ground. It can even break the sand armor. This explosive power is too exaggerated. Gaara's face beneath the sand gradually returned to human form. Skydrive. Before he finished speaking, Rock Lee suddenly stepped on his feet and leapt into the air, as if he was stepping on an invisible staircase. He approached the enemy like a wild beast and shouted, "Evening Elephant." He swung his right fist, and the powerful force instantly compressed the air, throwing a fierce punch in the air. As the roar was heard, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, smashing Gaara directly into the ground. Gaara. Tamari below subconsciously covered her mouth and exclaimed, with worry in her eyes. Even Luo Sha, who was sitting on the high platform watching the fight, couldn't help but frown. Isn't this too cruel? Hokage, isn't this a bit too much? Just as Luo Sha opened his mouth to say something, there was a new movement in the arena. Tiny friction sounds came one after another, and it turned out that the sand on the ground was moving slowly. Advertisement puff. Rock Lee raised his hand and waved it, and a powerful air cannon swept out, instantly smashing countless grains of sand into pieces, and continued to advance forward. And the direction of the shockwave turned out to be. Spectators. What the hell? Why don't they even let bystanders go? The audience was panicked and wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to hide. Fortunately, the 4 red yang formation maintained by the 4 Yuyue clones had already been activated. Although the shockwave caused fluctuations when it hit the barriers, it was eventually blocked. It's so scary, we'd better retreat a little further. What if the barriers can't handle it? Many people in the front row quickly evacuated their positions. However, the battle did not stop. More sand continued to pour out of the huge pit. Soon it formed into a small hill, which seemed to be about to submerge the entire area. Are you trying to force me out this way? Faced with this situation, Rock Lee knew very well that if he confronted them head-on, he would have a slight advantage. But if the opponent takes advantage of environmental restrictions, you may be forced to withdraw from the field. This would cause big trouble. Yuzu, a pair, 2 legs. Rock Lee threw punch after punch, the air burst into a deafening whistling sound, and each blow was so powerful that sand flew everywhere. But Gaara's speed in summoning sand was too amazing. No matter how hard he attacked, he could never catch up with the speed at which the sand was generated. This won't work. Rock Lee quickly observed the situation and made a decision in his mind. Then use this trick. Taking a deep breath, Rock Lee struck a posture of gathering strength, as if the whole world had stopped at this moment. Product. With a roar, thick blood-red steam immediately gathered around him. It was as if a living dragon head slowly emerged from behind him, lifelike and full of majesty. This scene made Might Guy, who was standing far away, couldn't help but get excited, and he patted Kakashi on the back. Kakashi. Look over there. This is our ultimate technique, the ultimate move that burns our youth. Kakashi was already stunned by the scene before him. The space on the field seemed to be distorted and everything in front of him became blurry. You're going to use this against me? Kakashi looked at Might Guy in disbelief, pointing at the red dragon that was gathering. Yeah, that's it, Kakashi. Might Guy gave a thumbs up with a confident smile on his face. As my eternal rival, I take you very seriously. This. Kakashi shook his head and waved his hands quickly. There's really no need to be so exaggerated. At the same time, feeling Rock Lee's determination to attack with all his strength, Gaara slowly climbed out from the bottom of the pit, his eyes becoming more solemn. This guy actually intends to use this level of attack. It seems that I must go all out. As he put his hands together, all the sand around Gaara began to gather and compress, eventually turning into a huge sand spear. Roar. With a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, Rock Lee activated his Night and rushed forward like an arrow. At the same time, the giant dragon followed him and rushed towards Gaara. Yakai. Rock Lee screamed, gathered all his strength into his toes, and kicked at the target. Shukaku spear. Faced with such a powerful attack, Gaara did not flinch, but instead shouted loudly, and with both hands, he threw out his most powerful weapon. Advertisement. Suddenly, 2 powerful forces collided violently. At that moment, something surprising happened. Gaara's Shukaku spear was broken in an instant. But he was not discouraged. Instead, veins on his forehead bulged and he tried his best to mobilize chakra. More sand was frantically pumped from the ground to replenish the broken spear. Drink. The sand waves rolled out, and with endless support, they miraculously blocked Rock Lee's kick that was enough to destroy everything. At this moment, everyone held their breath, shocked by the visual shock and fighting spirit brought by this fierce battle. Boom! A deafening vibration broke out instantly, and the entire venue seemed to be shaken by this huge force. But everyone at the scene was watching this thrilling match intently. We can still maintain a stalemate. Sasuke was shocked. Gaara can actually stop Ikai. What? Sasuke and Shinomiya Yuzuki were both stunned. What's so surprising about this? Gaara wins by sheer numbers. It's not that hard to use the power of nature to fight back. Naruto suddenly popped his head out from between the two of them, interrupting their conversation. He pointed to the ground below. Do you feel that we are descending? Shigong Yuyue explained lightly, but then, their expressions became solemn. Wait. Let's not talk about this for now. Draw. Thump. Shinomiya Ōtsutsuki reacted suddenly and turned to look at the battlefield, only to see Gaara frantically sucking sand from the ground. However, he was exhausted, and almost all of his strength had been consumed in the previous defense. Rock Lee roared and rushed forward with his last bit of strength. Besides, Xiao Li is not Kai. If he were Kai, even if he didn't use Night Kai, Gaara wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from Shishong. It seems to be because of Gaara. Sasuke pondered for a while and asked. -0 He approached the two people cautiously, leaned over to examine them carefully, and immediately announced the results. They looked at each other and said in unison, the battle is over. Shinomiya Yuzuki looked up into the distance. The location of Hokage Rock was indeed far away from their height, as if they were suddenly sent to the foot of the mountain. Ah! According to the rules, a tie is considered a failure and both players are eliminated. Moonlight Gale, who had been hiding somewhere watching the battle, only dared to show up again at this time. Finally, he broke through the endless sand flow and came in front of Gaara. This is the ultimate physical technique that almost killed Six Paths Madara with one kick. Rock Lee and Gaara collapsed to the ground at the same time, one of them exhausted his physical strength and the other's chakra was dry. Yikai. Damn it, this attack was finally blocked by the sand that kept surging in front of Gaara. No need, they're almost done. Yuyue waved her hand and said. We are really going down. He roared and kicked Gaara's body with all his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, new changes occurred on the field. At that moment, it seemed as if I saw a striking number appear above Gaara's head. Do we need to stop them? Chapter 209 I have never seen such a request in my life. Xiao Li, rest in peace. I will definitely hold a grand funeral for you. Woo woo woo, Might Guy's tears flowed like a spring. He knew that after the gate of death ended, the burned out vitality would take away his beloved disciple. Kai. Kakashi patted him on the back, but couldn't find any words that could truly comfort his sad companion. On the court, Rock Lee's body was like a burnt charcoal, with cracks all over the body, and the fire of life was about to be completely extinguished. So Xiao Li is completely gone this time? Sasuke couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, with some complicated emotions in his eyes. At this time, Naruto, who has no power of six paths, can save his life. Once his life is burned out, there is really no room for recovery. Don't jump to conclusions, just wait and see what happens. Shigong Yuyue smiled softly, and her tone seemed to show that she had a superior control over the entire situation. Sasuke looked at the field in confusion, and at that moment, something incredible happened. Rock Lee's body, which was supposed to be dead, suddenly burst into a dazzling green light. In just a moment, the charred and cracked skin returned to its original state, as if it had never been injured. Huh? Xiao Li seems to be fine. Kakashi had sharp eyes and noticed this immediately. Well, Might Guy's tearful expression suddenly froze. Looking in the direction Kakashi pointed, I saw that Xiao Li had indeed returned to normal. Haha, I knew that our youth would continue forever. Might Guy's tears disappeared immediately, revealing an excited look. Kakashi was stunned, his expression changed so quickly. What's going on? Sasuke felt a little confused and shocked. This power was a strange phenomenon he had never seen before. This is the power of perseverance, Yuyue explained. It can help people regain new life in despair. Perseverance? I heard my dad mention a book called The Biography of Perseverance. Is it the same as what you said? Naruto suddenly remembered the books in his father's study and asked curiously. Maybe it's a little different. Yuyue smiled awkwardly and then reminded, but Naruto, get ready, it's your game next. Just as everyone was getting ready, the referee's voice rang out. Due to the serious damage to the field, the next game will be postponed for 2 hours. Hearing this, Naruto's face immediately broke into a smile. Haha, looks like I can rest a little longer. After that, he waved to Yuyue. Let's go, Yuyue. You just woke up and must not have had breakfast yet. How about we go get some ramen together? Yuyue smiled and said jokingly, haven't we already had a feast? That giant Rasen shuriken from the tailed beast planet? Facing the joke, Naruto scratched his head and smiled silly in response. That can't be considered a proper meal. Okay, let's really go eat ramen. As the two smiled at each other and walked towards the ramen restaurant, they found Sasuke walking in the opposite direction. Sasuke, you're not coming. They shouted, no time, you guys go first. Sasuke answered briefly without even stopping. Although Sasuke did not explain the reason, Yuzuki seemed to have known it for a long time, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Okay, I get it. Have you gone to find Xiangling? Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret for you. Sasuke paused when he heard this, glanced back at the other party, and then said coolly. I'm just going to take a look, you're thinking too much. Don't worry, I understand. Ōtsutsuki gave a meaningful smile, and this smile made Sasuke alert immediately. Don't always think you understand me. Okay, then go and do your own thing. I won't bother you anymore. With a dissatisfied snort, Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, turned around and walked away from the crowd. As soon as Sasuke left, Yuzuki and Naruto immediately turned around and headed towards the audience seats. Sakura, Xiaoying was about to leave when she heard a hurried call. She looked back and saw Ōtsutsuki and Naruto running towards her. Yuzuki, Naruto. Sakura smiled happily and waved to them enthusiastically. What do you want from me? Sakura smiled sweetly, her voice was clear and pleasant. We weren't the ones looking for you, it was Sasuke who asked you to go find him. Yuyue pointed with his thumb in the direction behind him. Advertisement, really? Sakura's eyes lit up instantly, and she asked in surprise, where is he? Over there, just keep going straight and you'll see him. Yuzuki pointed in the direction Sasuke had just left. Sakura didn't hesitate, turned around and ran over there, waving at them. Goodbye, I'll go see him, goodbye. Yuyue also waved with a strange smile on her lips. After Sakura left, the honest Naruto blinked and looked at Yuzuki with some confusion. I remember Sasuke didn't ask us to call Sakura over, right? No, he did. Yuzuki answered confidently. Really? But I didn't hear it. Naruto, you don't understand this. Sasuke and I can convey 300 words with just a glance. So awesome. Can you teach me? Of course, let's go and eat ramen first. The two of them walked arm in arm towards Ichiraku Ramen. At the same time, in another corner of the village, a heart-wrenching drama was unfolding. Hurry up. Put your hands out. The grass ninja wearing a bamboo hat glared at Xiangling, his eyes full of ferocity. Xiangling was so scared that she curled up with a look of horror on her face. We all come from the same village. How can you bear to watch them die without helping them? Another grass ninja with a scar on his face said in a cold tone. Why are you still wasting time? Just do it like we did in the village. A Jing is dying. If we delay any longer, he will die. The short grass ninja next to him anxiously hugged his seriously injured companion, blood dripping from his fingertips and could not be stopped at all. During the Death Forest assessment, they tried to snatch a scroll from a team, but ended up underestimating the other team's strength. One of his companions was severely injured and was in critical condition, barely alive. Idiot. This is Konoha. Didn't you see the rules when you came in? Parasol Grass couldn't help but curse loudly. If she reports us to Konoha later, we will all be in trouble. After that, his fierce eyes fell on Xiangling again. Hurry up and stop wasting time. Don't think we can't do anything to you here. If you dare not cooperate, I will kill you when we get back to the village. Facing the fierce threat from the Kusanagi nin, Xiangling was extremely frightened, but she still shook her head desperately. No, he is so badly injured, it takes too much blood to save him. By then, I'll be dead. Although Xiangling is usually weak, she showed her rare determination this time when her life was threatened. After all, this is Konoha's territory, and they dare not attack her openly. Because Konoha has strict regulations prohibiting any form of violence within the village. Once a violation occurs, there will be extremely severe punishment. It is precisely for this reason that these grass ninjas did not act rashly against Xiangling. There was a fierce light in the eyes of the Kusagasa ninja. This guy actually dared to reject him again and again, which made him lose face. He raised his hand unconsciously, but at this moment. Suddenly, a chill surged up my back, as if countless needles were piercing my spine. He knew that if he dared to touch Xiangling, he would surely face unpredictable and horrific consequences. He turned his head slowly and stiffly. On the treetop not far away, a masked figure appeared quietly, and his eyes seemed to see through everything. Anbu of Konoha. The grass ninja with the hat trembled suddenly in his heart, and immediately raised his hands high to show his innocence. My lord, I didn't do anything. However, Anbu did not respond. He just pointed at his own eyes and then at him. It's like a warning. I will be watching you all the time, so you'd better behave yourself. After saying that, the figure disappeared silently. Call. After the other party really left, the Kusanagi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did I realize that my back was soaked with cold sweat. So this is the legendary Konoha ninja. He muttered to himself, even ordinary Anbu players can make people feel such a huge sense of oppression. Wiping the sweat from their foreheads, the other companions looked at each other. After experiencing this incident, everyone gave up the idea of taking action here. What should we do now? Jing is dying. When they saw their companions dying, one of them suddenly raised his finger. Hey, since we can't do it in Konoha, then why don't we go somewhere else? How about taking her out? What a great idea. As he said that, the Kusanagi gave his companion a thumbs up and said, let's see where you can escape to this time. Advertisement. Then he looked at Xiangling viciously and sneered. Xiangling was so frightened that she was shaking all over. No, don't take me away, no matter where we go. She struggled desperately to escape, and kept shouting, help, someone come and help me. Because she was too flustered, Xiangling didn't pay any attention to the road conditions ahead, and almost bumped head-on into someone who happened to pass by. Ouch. The other party stood very steadily and was not affected by this. Instead, Xiangling staggered several steps. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a strong arm reached out and grabbed her body tightly. When she came to her senses, Xiangling was completely engulfed in the arms of this stranger. He looked up at the savior-like figure in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. He was a very handsome young man. In an instant, Xiangling felt her cheeks starting to get hot. She had never seen such a handsome man since she was a child. Are you Uchiha Sasuke? After taking a closer look for a few times, I gradually recalled the face that had appeared on the big screen. After all, he is still the opponent I have to face. Hearing this, Sasuke smiled slightly and asked, "Recognize me?" "Sasuke-sama, please help me." Xiangling doesn't care about so many etiquette issues at this moment. So without hesitation, he hugged the arm of the person in front of him tightly. No matter what, as long as I can stay in this village and live in peace, that will be enough. Konoha's ninja. Several grass ninjas looked at each other, and their faces involuntarily became solemn. Although the boy in front of them did not look very strong, they did not dare to underestimate any child in Konoha village. They are still frightened by the amazing attacking power displayed by the kid named Rock Lee. Now everyone knows that Konoha ninjas can never be measured by common sense. Especially Genin. "Hey, my friend from Konoha, this is none of your business, right?" One of the Kusanagi spoke cautiously, trying to keep the situation under control. Sasuke held up 3 fingers, speaking in a flat tone. "Boy, don't be so arrogant. Who do you think you are?" The second Rock Lee. A grass ninja challenge. Seeing Sasuke's gesture, Kusagakushi became even more complacent. "Of course I'm not Rock Lee. I have never heard of such a request in my life. I couldn't help but satisfy you. Why are you blaming me now?" After hearing this, the Kusagasa ninja simply lay down on the ground and crossed his legs like a rogue. But Sasuke had already gently pressed down on Xiangling's head, stopping her from explaining. 2, 3, I'm going to report you for breaking the law unknowingly. Faced with the provocation, Sasuke didn't say much, but just silently started the countdown. 1. The grass ninja rolled on the ground in pain, and his arm was completely cut off. "What's that expression on your face? Do you want to beat me up? Haha." Sasuke replied coldly, "But I suggest you leave quickly before the count of 3 is over. You will have 3 counts to leave now, otherwise you will bear the consequences." The Kusanagi's brows immediately frowned. Even if they were from Konoha, they should have some sense of propriety, right? Ah! Chidori's spear. In a flash, a blue electric current cut through the sky and hit the target accurately. Sasuke couldn't help laughing. "Didn't you ask me to hit you?" At that moment when the last number fell, "We won't leave." Such an arrogant attitude made them feel quite disrespected. There was a barely perceptible smile on his face, which did not require any additional explanation. "You're dead. I'm going to report you to the Hokage," the Kusanagi ninja shouted in grief and anger. "How dare you do that? You, the people of Konoha, broke your own rules. She is our medical ninja. Look, the wounded here are dying, but she is unwilling to treat them. You are helping such a person?" "No, that's not true," Xiangling hurriedly wanted to refute. Several people began to talk at once and make up reasons, trying to make bystanders understand that they were the right party. "Don't you dare to scare me here? Hit me if you dare." Accompanied by shrill screams, everyone present saw an unbelievable scene. "Shush! Don't talk yet. You are not allowed to resort to violence in Konoha. This rule was established by you, Konoha." Chapter 210 Konoha is already dark. Suddenly, a black figure flashed in the sky. Who is taking action here? An Anbu ninja suddenly appeared. The Kusa nin immediately pointed at Sasuke and screamed as if he had grabbed a lifeline. "Anbu adult. That's the man, he cut off my arm." He hoped with great hope that Anbu would give him justice. But when the other party really looked around, he didn't seem to notice Sasuke standing there calmly. "There's obviously no one else here. You must have seen it wrong. Did you fall down by yourself?" Anbu pointed at the other person's neatly cut arm and made up a story. The face of the Kusagakushi ninja instantly froze, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He pointed at Sasuke with a trembling hand and shouted. "Fall, let me see if you can give me a wound this smooth. Can't you see there's a grown man standing here? Please watch your words, otherwise I have the right to arrest you," the Anbu personnel said coldly. "You." The Kusanagi ninja took 2 steps back in fear, looking back and forth between Sasuke and the Anbu personnel in horror. "Okay, now I understand, you people in Konoha village are protecting each other, right?" The Kusanagi nin yelled angrily. Sasuke interrupted calmly. "Okay, Shisui, don't waste your time talking to this guy." Hearing this, Anbu slowly took off his mask, revealing Uchiha Shisui's helpless face. "I'm on a mission now, how could you say my name? You two actually know each other?" The Kusanagi nin almost roared his throat out. Sasuke looked at him expressionlessly and said, "You have 2 choices now. Disappear from here within 3 seconds, or be sent to prison by us." The shinobi was so frightened that he could not speak and just kept repeating. You, I never thought Konoha would become like this. Anbu colluded with the villagers and deceived the superiors and subordinates." He cried in despair. Sasuke's face was filled with black lines, and he felt like he had done something unforgivable. He is obviously on the side of justice. At this moment, a black shadow flashed, and suddenly there was an Anbu member around. His appearance immediately made the situation more tense. Seeing this newcomer, the Kusagasa ninja seemed to have seen a savior and shouted. "Anbu-sama, You came just in time. I want to report these two people. Elder brother. However, just one gentle call instantly shattered the last bit of hope in the heart of the safari grass ninja. Puff, advertisement. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staggered and pointed at the people in front of him and asked. Is it your accomplice again? The newly arrived new Anbu also took off his mask, revealing Uchiha Itachi's calm and gentle smile. There was a glimmer of relief in his eyes as he looked at Karen in Sasuke's arms. Sasuke, this kid, has actually started looking for a girlfriend. Then I started to observe the surrounding situation. What is going on? At this moment, the whole person of Kusanagi suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground unconscious. I don't know whether it was because of excessive blood loss or because he fainted from anger. Shisui held his forehead and sighed. Save the people first, and I'll explain it slowly later. Itachi nodded in agreement, then picked up the unconscious Kusanagi nin and said, then I'll go to the hospital. Send the one with the serious injuries to hospital as well. Sasuke suddenly added, pointing to another severely injured Kusa-nin. Let's go. Shisui waved for them to follow him, and quickly took the wounded man to the roof and left the scene. The other few surviving but trembling grass ninjas quickly followed suit and moved their companions away. In the blink of an eye, only Sasuke and Xiangling were left on the field. At this time, Xiangling's face was full of gratitude towards Sasuke, and her eyes were full of stars. Sasuke looked at Xiangling and asked, do you want to go back to Kusagakure or stay with me in Konoha village? I want to follow you. Xiangling answered almost without hesitation. Sasuke smiled faintly upon hearing this, as if he had expected such an answer. Then let's find a place to settle down. Just as the two were about to set off, a slightly trembling voice came from behind. I seem to have come at a bad time. Hearing this, Sasuke suddenly paused. It's Sakura. Why is she here too? The annoying smile of Shigong Yuyue suddenly flashed through my mind. This guy. Sasuke suddenly had a terrible headache. But he immediately calmed himself down. He turned around and gave the other person a warm smile, and stretched out his hand to signal Sakura. No, you came just in time. Sasuke. Faced with Sasuke's invitation, Sakura immediately put everything behind her and threw herself into Sasuke's arms. Holding the two of them in his arms, Sasuke's lips curled up slightly. Advertisement still want to plot against me? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Shinomiya Yuzuki, you underestimate the charm of me, Uchiha Sasuke. Yuyue took a big sip of the noodles and was about to savor them carefully. What do you mean? Let's go. Okay, Sasuke-kun. That stinky Sasuke. Naruto nodded. He felt that he had to start getting used to the strange words that Yuzuki would say from time to time. Nothing, continue eating. Yuyue patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. But considering your strength, the opponent is definitely not your match. Sasuke shook his hair, and his cool look made people's heart beat fast. Yuyue glanced at him and said, why are you so envious? Your luck with women is better than his. Really? Naruto didn't react much and continued eating noodles. I'm sorry I didn't let you succeed. Yuyue was very surprised and began to count on her fingers. Surprisingly not, as soon as Yuyueke saw the situation clearly, the excited smile on his face froze instantly. Not to mention that outside the village, there are several girls who are interested in you. He has always been a little slow in terms of emotions, not to mention he is still young. How could there not be? In Konoha village alone, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan has fallen in love with you. Yuyue paused with the chopsticks in her hand, then turned around with a smile on her face. He pointed at Sasuke, who was hugged by two girls, with a stunned look on his face. You two will definitely have a good encounter. Yuyue, you said you would keep it a secret for me. Are you really going to keep it a secret? Huh? Is that true? Naruto was stunned. Awesome? Naruto held a bowl of ramen and looked at Sasuke and the other two as they walked away, his eyes full of envy. Huh? For example, recently, after the Chunin exams, a big star named Fuji Fuyuki is coming to Konoha. Sasuke's faint voice suddenly sounded from behind. Just keep attacking. Dodo doesn't have Grandmaster Earth style, so he has no anti-air capability. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smug smile. Sakura, Karen. How does it feel to be caught up in this Shira field? Okay, eat quickly. You will have your game later. What can Yuyue say? She can only give a thumbs up. F*K, you. Snort. Chapter 211. I'll go through the front door this time. Who's it-ing me? After taking a few mouthfuls of noodles, Yuyu's attention was drawn to the group chat. When I opened the chat group, I saw that the person who had me was Jiraiya. Shinomiya Ōtsutsuki was a little surprised. This powerful toad sage himself was extremely powerful, and now he knew the direction of the plot. Jiraiya, who has all the information about the ninja world, still needs help. Shinomiya Yuzuki. What's wrong, Jiraiya? Jiraiya. Well, Master Yuzuki, if I want to revive someone, what price do I have to pay? Uchiha Obito. Resurrecting the dead has completely destroyed the balance of yin and yang. The Pure Land will severely punish the destroyer. At the very least, one life for another. Jiraiya. 0.0 inches. Really? Don't lie to me? Open black lens bracket. Uchiha Obito has been muted for 1 hour. Close black lens bracket. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Don't listen to his nonsense. What's the price of resurrecting a person? I have a relationship with the Sage of Six Paths. It's just a matter of words. Uchiha Obito. What's the relationship? I've been in the group for so long, how come I didn't know you had this relationship? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wait, didn't I ban you from speaking? Uchiha Obito. Your silence period is 1 hour. What does it have to do with me 1 hour later? Shinomiya Yuzuki. What the hell? You have been able to influence the permissions of the chat group? Yuzuki was shocked. He knew that Obito's Samsara Eye ability was heaven-defying, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It can actually affect the chat group. Uchiha Obito. No, my past self is still muted, but my future self is not affected. Shinomiya Yuzuki. How did you do that? Uchiha Obito. It's just time travel, how easy it is. Shinomiya Yuzuki. 6. Seeing this, Yuyue breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I thought the group chat couldn't keep up with the speed at which the group members became stronger. It turns out that Obito used some kind of card bug to circumvent the muting effect. But even so, that guy is pretty awesome. Uchiha Obito. So what is your relationship with the Sage of Six Paths? Aren't you an outer devil? Shigang Yuyue. You are still young, you will understand when you grow up. So, Jiraiya, who is the person you want to resurrect? Jiraiya. Yahiko. I paid too little attention to them and failed to oversee their growth, which led to Yahiko being killed by Danzo. Orochimaru. I suggested killing those 3 little guys at the beginning. If you had listened to me, there wouldn't have been so many things that happened later. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Hey, Orochimaru, the Boruto legend from Konoha 80 years ago, finally showed up. I've been diving for so long. Orochimaru. Sorry, I spent some time studying this group chat. Advertisement Shigang Yuzuki. Did you find anything? Orochimaru. Nothing. Your power is too secretive and too powerful. I have no idea where to start. Jiraiya. Orochimaru, after all these years, you are still the same. Killing cannot solve the problem. When will you understand this truth? Orochimaru. I think so, of course, if you refute it, you are right. Jiraiya. Killing can never solve problems, it will only bring more hatred. Orochimaru. You are right, Jiraiya, I think. Orochimaru. You are right. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wait a minute, stop arguing, Orochimaru, get me a computer. By the way, remember to download more standalone games. I haven't played computer for a long time. Orochimaru. Well, I have to ask Boruto. Mitsuki and I don't know much about this. Shigang Yuyue. Hey, I'll wait for your good news. At Jiraiya, I'll send someone over to you. You can revive whoever you want. Jiraiya. Thank you, Ōtsutsuki. By the way, who is this person? Shinomiya Yuzuki. My loyal subordinate, Hidan. Jiraiya stopped on a small hill not far from the Rain Country. He was going to visit the Rain Country, and unlike the original novel where he sneaked indirectly, this time he planned to make a visit openly. But before taking action, he still needs to wait for foreign aid. Support from the chat group is coming soon, here we go. Jiraiya raised his head suddenly and saw a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a green figure jumped out from it. Boom. The man fell from the sky and hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Jiraiya brushed the dust in front of him and looked closely at the unexpected visitor. A resolute face, a round bowl cut, and a green tights. This outfit looks strangely familiar, Hidan? Why are you dressed like this? Jiraiya was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. At first glance, he thought it was my guy. Hidan calmly brushed off the dust on his clothes and said casually, I'm used to wearing it. Wait a minute. Your eyes, are those the Rinnegan? Jiraiya was also very surprised. He didn't expect that this kid also had the Samsara Eye. This is a gift from the highest god, there's no need to make such a fuss, Feiduan explained. Okay. Advertisement, Yuyue has already told you about my mission, right? Of course, don't worry. Lord Evil God has made all the arrangements. I will follow your instructions from now on. The evil god you were talking about, you are referring to Yu, right? The two then headed towards the Rain Country without speaking a word along the way. He sensed a familiar power in Hidan. Conan's tone remained calm, and it seemed to her that the person she was about to face was not an old acquaintance but an enemy. He didn't come in a covert way, he walked in openly. After noticing that Nagato looked strange, Conan, who had been guarding him, immediately asked with concern. In the hidden rain village located in the center of the Rain Country, Nagato suddenly opened his extremely sharp eyes. As soon as the two stepped into the border, drizzle hit them in the face. And, perhaps this is why Konoha sent Jiraiya-sensei here to gather intelligence. This made Conan frown. Could it be that the other party had used some new tricks? He came to the land of rain, but she quickly regained her composure. The Akatsuki organization has indeed been quite active recently, and has attracted widespread attention in the ninja world. Strange, really strange. Yes, Sensei Jiraiya is here. Reincarnation I. Nagato quickly shook his head. Was it because too much vitality was sucked away that he started to have hallucinations? What happened, Nagato? Yeah. Feidan nodded. For example, luring the tiger away from the mountain. At this point, Nagato's voice sounded a little strange. When this name was mentioned, even Conan, who was always as cold as stone, couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise on his face. No. That seems to be. At this point, Nagato's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Jiraiya nodded and waved to Hidan. Okay, let's go. This country is covered with dark clouds all year round, and it seems that the sun never shines. The drizzle never stops all year round. Didn't Hidan go on a mission with Kakuzu? It's quite a lot of fun. At the same time, how about I go and find out how he got in quietly and then chase him out? He spoke the name as if he were talking to himself, the name that had not been mentioned for a long time. I sensed Jiraiya-sensei's chakra appearing near us. And I also sensed Hidan's chakra, he was right next to him. Come here openly? Familiar chakra fluctuations? Chapter 212 I defend Jiraiya alone. Ever since Nagato defeated Hanzo and took over the Rain Country, the entire country seems to be isolated and closed to the outside world. No outside visitors were accepted and information became extremely blocked. Even the news of Hanzo's death was covered up for a long time, and the outside world was almost unaware of the change of regime in the Rain Country. If it weren't for the Akatsuki organization's frequent hunting of tailed beasts in the ninja world, alerting various countries, the Rain Country might have been able to continue to hide from the world's sight. Stop! The Rain Country doesn't welcome strangers now, please go back. Just as Jiraiya and Hidan were about to step into the border of the Rain Country, a loud shout rang out, stopping the two in their tracks. At the same time, a stern figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way like a barrier. As a veteran who has been in the martial arts world for a long time, Jiraiya has already been able to handle such emergencies with ease. He approached me with a familiar look. I have old friends in this land, how can you say we are strangers? As he spoke, Jiraiya naturally took out a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette and handed it over. Try this cigarette? But this Rain Shinobi obviously didn't buy it and directly refused. Leave here immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Seeing this, Jiraiya no longer forced himself and silently put away the cigarette in his hand. You have to know that you are usually very cautious when using these good things. Then he said with a smile on his face, why do you have to be so repulsive, little brother? What if the person I'm looking for is your boss? If you let me pass, I will put in a good word for you in front of my superiors. Maybe you can even get a promotion. It's so boring to be a guard here. Unexpectedly, these words were met with a burst of ridicule from the Rain Shinobi. He pointed at Jiraiya's fancy and unruly attire and said, you know my boss. You're dressed like an opera singer. You don't even have the most basic forehead protection badge. Let's go quickly, go back to where you came from. Faced with this contemptuous attitude, Jiraiya, the hero, and Toad Sage, was of course dissatisfied. Advertisement, hey, are you looking down on my outfit? Don't you think it's cool? In response to his complaint, the other party seemed even more impatient and said coldly, stop talking nonsense and get out of here, or you will suffer the consequences. After saying that, the ninja quickly took out a kunai and stabbed it into the ground. Those who cross this line will be held responsible for their own actions. Then, with a sneer, the man leapt into the rain like an arrow and disappeared. Jiraiya, who witnessed all this, scratched his head in confusion. Talking to himself. Is my image as Mr. Toad so disgusting? It seems that if I can't get in openly, I can only choose to act in secret. Why does it feel like entering openly is much more troublesome than sneaking in secretly? Teacher Jiraiya. Suddenly, a call with complex emotions came from above, as if it passed through layers of air and reached the ground directly. Jiraiya made a curious sound, huh? Then he looked up and saw a figure floating in the sky. The figure seemed to merge with the sky, making it almost impossible to detect its existence. If you look closely, you can see a pair of pure white wings extending behind her, like a pair of bright moons in the night sky. As she appeared, countless pure white pieces of paper slowly fell from the air, as light and pure as the first snow in winter. These white papers float gently in the wind and finally fall quietly to the ground, giving people a feeling of transcendence from the world. A dim and mysterious light shone through the dark clouds, making the face of the uninvited guest half bright and half shadowy. When he came to his senses, Jiraiya immediately showed his signature warm smile and waved to the other party enthusiastically. Conan. Long time no see. Following the sound of wings fluttering slightly, Conan began to slowly descend from the air, as gracefully and lightly as a fairy. Finally, when it touched the ground, the pair of pure and beautiful wings originally attached to her back began to gradually dissipate. It turned into tens of thousands of tiny pieces of white paper and scattered in the wind, until it finally disappeared completely from sight without leaving any trace. Looking at Conan, who had completely stood still, Jiraiya said happily, it's been a long time since I last saw you, Conan. Advertisement. Looking up and down at the now graceful girl, he even exclaimed in surprise. Wow, you've grown so much in the blink of an eye. But compared to Jiraiya's enthusiasm, Conan standing opposite him still maintained his usual calm and composed expression. She raised her eyes slightly to look at the mentor whom she had not seen for many years, and asked in a calm but polite tone. Teacher Jiraiya, may I ask what is your purpose for coming to the land of rain this time? This question made Jiraiya stunned for a moment, obviously caught off guard by the other party's direct approach. Haha. What's my purpose? I just want to come and see if you guys are doing well. After saying this, he laughed heartily, trying to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. Then, in order to prove that what he said was true, he deliberately clapped his hands twice as an opening statement. Boom boom. Then he said excitedly, look what treasures I brought. At this moment, Jiraiya used summoning magic, and then a cloud of white smoke suddenly rose from the ground. This sudden change made Conan, who was originally a little confused, immediately alert. She quickly took a few steps back and deployed a paper shield floating around her for defense. But what no one expected was that as the fog cleared, what appeared before their eyes was a big, shiny, black fish that jumped around. Jiraiya held up the big black fish that was still struggling and wagging its tail to escape, and looked at Konan, who was obviously too nervous with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? What happened to you? Although he felt a little surprised and confused deep down, he did not stop showing his affection. Jiraiya held up the freshly caught river fish and shook it proudly a few times, smiling smugly. Remember? In the past, we loved to sit around the fire and chat while grilling delicious fish. I wonder if you still have this taste after all these years? After that, he suggested, why don't we have a nice meal together to celebrate our reunion like we did before? Konan fell into a long silence. She stood there like a statue, so quiet that even the air around her seemed frozen. Chapter 213. No damage clearance. The woman. Jiraiya took a few steps closer, walked in front of Konan, and waved his palm, his eyes showing worry and concern. What's wrong? You seem to be acting weird. I'm fine. Konan's voice was like the faint chirping of insects in the distance, almost drowned out by the wind and rain. Her expression was complex and varied, like a canvas on which ink of different colors was randomly splashed. She had indeed changed, to a point that even teacher Jiraiya couldn't fully understand. This change made her feel a sense of inexplicable fear and self-blame. After a moment, she shook her head, her voice a little hoarse. Teacher Jiraiya, please go, we are doing well. There is endless helplessness and sadness hidden in every syllable of her words. Grilled fish. We don't like it anymore. As soon as Konan finished speaking, he turned and left. She turned her back to Jiraiya and didn't even turn her head, as if she was deliberately trying to hide something. Konan cruelly wanted to cut off all contact with the man who had once brought her new life. The current Akatsuki organization has long deviated from its original path. Under their leadership, they have provoked wars everywhere and captured the tailed beasts. These actions made Konan feel guilty and painful. The moment she turned around, a crystal-clear drop of water slid silently down her smooth cheek. It fell gently and disappeared into the mud beneath its feet. Rain or tears, perhaps it makes no difference to her at this moment. There was no turning back from the path they had embarked on. The woman. A sudden call from behind interrupted her steps. That was Jiraiya's voice, with a hint of surprise, but more of concern and reluctance. This is not like you, Konan. You used to be so warm and generous, but why do you seem so distant now? Did you encounter any difficulties? Jiraiya had an unusually serious look on his face. I am your teacher. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you can tell me. His tone became firmer. I can help you solve the problem. I'm one of the Sannin, the heroic Jiraiya. There's nothing I can't do. As he said this, Jiraiya laughed and struck a classic pose. Teacher. Konan's voice trembled, as if too many emotions burst out at this moment. She tried to explain but felt her words were powerless. Seeing this strong yet fragile girl standing in front of him again with tears streaming down her face, Jiraiya's heart suddenly softened. He walked slowly to Konan and gently stroked the wet ends of his hair. It's okay, you can tell me anything. Advertisement. Jiraiya comforted gently. Those warm and powerful hands seemed to be able to dispel all the darkness in the world and gave Konan great comfort. Hearing these words, Konan could no longer control the torrent of emotions that had been suppressed for so long in his heart, and he threw himself into the teacher's strong arms. Teacher. Before he could finish saying the two words, he was already sobbing. I did. It is true that I neglected to support your growth during the teaching process. Jiraiya hugged his apprentice tightly and whispered softly. But from now on, no matter what happens, the teacher will always be with you. Feeling the warm power transmitted by the master, Konan's tears flowed like a spring. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, she spoke intermittently. We have violated the goals and ideals that we set when we first established the Akatsuki organization, and now we are deeply trapped in sin and have done many wrong things. It doesn't matter. As long as we work together and slowly make up for our mistakes, that's the best solution. Jiraiya said firmly, these problems will be overcome sooner or later. However, when the topic touched upon a heavier name, Yahiko. The originally stable emotions suddenly got out of control. And Yahiko. He passed away. Konan couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he mentioned the name of this man who was once regarded as a spiritual leader. This is a small matter. I can revive him, Konan raised his crying face like a cat in astonishment. Could the teacher have such a profound ability? Under Konan's surprised gaze, Jiraiya scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Actually, it wasn't me, it was him. Jiraiya suddenly pointed at the man who had been doing push-ups since entering this place. Konan looked in the direction Jiraiya was pointing. I saw a figure in a green tights, who seemed to be unconcerned about the pouring rain, and was doing standard push-ups on the ground. Who is he? Hidan. When Jiraiya said the name, Konan almost thought he had heard it wrong. Hidan? Before coming, she already knew that Jiraiya was accompanied by Hidan. This made both her and Nagato very confused, but didn't Hidan just go on a mission with Kakuzu? So since she arrived here, she has been looking for the image of the man with a scythe and a slicked back hair. Yet no trace of it could be found. Konan never expected that the person now called Hidan would be a strangely dressed person, which made Konan very surprised. Advertisement, Hidan, stop practicing. There will be plenty of time for training later, come on. Jiraiya waved and shouted over there. As for his fears and worries about the future, Jiraiya had actually put them behind him long ago. The Samsara Eye? That is definitely Fei Duan. Shit, that person is actually Jiraiya, one of the Sannin? Hidan slowly stood up from the ground, and when he turned around, Conan was stunned. It is too difficult to talk about the complex background of parallel time and space, cross-dimensional communication groups, etc. The most important thing is to find a reason to solve the issue of Yahiko's resurrection first. As long as Yahiko can return and lead the Akatsuki organization again, everything else can be ignored. Because Hidan's appearance changed so much, it was only then that Conan noticed the pair of mysterious Whelan in his eyes. On the other side, a ninja hiding outside the city gate couldn't help but tremble all over after seeing the three people's backs gradually going away. But what about this pot-lid hairstyle and this green outfit? No matter which version of Hidan is standing before her, she must always maintain the dignity of a leader in the eyes of her subordinates. Maybe he found it. Even if he still remembered, according to Jiraiya's personality, he would not deliberately make things difficult for such a small character. Hey, the man waved hello. The shock was extraordinary. Finally got it done. As he spoke, he gently scratched his cheek with his fingertips and spoke vaguely. Seeing that the matter was resolved smoothly, Jiraiya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Well, at least it can be used. Jiraiya quickly changed the subject. Achievement. Passed through the rain country without taking any damage. Teacher Jiraiya, what's going on? Why did a second pair of Rinnegan appear? Thinking that a long career as a goalkeeper might be his only way out, the rain shinobi could not help but feel hopeless about the future. All right. Master Jiraiya, please follow me. I will take you to see Nagato. After that, she gently led the way forward. Faced with this sudden change, Conan was speechless for a moment. Fortunately, the drizzle now is continuous and can easily cover up the traces of tears. I just need to tighten my expression again. What do you mean by picked it up? This is the gift I received for my devout service to the evil god. Fei Duan corrected him sternly. Although I understand that my teacher may be hiding something, it no longer matters in the current situation. And they actually know some of the senior officials in our village. It looks like we're done for. Never let the other party see you so weak. Hearing this, Conan quickly broke free and tidied his appearance. Conan was incredulous. Picked up. He looked down at the kunai in his hand, realizing how close he came to fighting such a being alone. Chapter 214. Nagato remained silent, just attacking blindly. Sensei Jiraiya. Feeling Jiraiya and Conan's chakra slowly approaching, Nagato sighed softly. He knew that Conan had been convinced by the teacher. Teacher Jiraiya is still so powerful that he won over the angels in the Akatsuki organization without any effort. Yuhu's technique can only sense the existence of chakra, but Nagato has no way of knowing the content of the conversation between the two. What was even more unexpected to him was that at this moment, Jiraiya was planning to resurrect Yahiko with the help of Hidan, who possessed the Rinnegan, with the intention of reviving the Akatsuki organization. Nagato's current judgment is that, under the influence of Jiraiya, Conan has turned to Konoha village. In a dim environment, Nagato's body was fixed in a specially made large container. The head was slightly raised, and the Samsara Eye was activated. 8 tails only has 1 tail, but it can still be used, as long as 9 tails is put back in place. Peace is within reach and must not be destroyed. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the hidden rain village, all the 6 paths pains are attacking. Kakuzu, Hidan, Sasori, Deidara, and Uchiha Itachi, who were once part of the Akatsuki organization, have all died, and even Conan has joined the enemy camp. But even if he is the only one left, he must stick to it and implement this plan. It's not far ahead, Jiraiya-sensei. Led by Conan, Jiraiya and others were moving at a very fast speed and were about to reach their destination. The location of Nagato. At this moment, 6 figures suddenly appeared in the air. Boom, these uninvited guests appeared before their eyes, stood side by side, and completely blocked the way forward. Pain. After seeing who was coming, Conan's face flashed with joy. Because in her eyes, these were the concrete manifestation of Nagato's will, almost equivalent to seeing Nagato himself. Nagato, we are about to usher in a new turning point, and soon we can. Excited beyond words, Conan was eager to tell Nagato the news that Yahiko would be reborn. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Shinra Tensai. I saw Tendo Pain gently press down with one hand, and an extremely terrifying repulsive force burst out like a wave. The powerful shock wave quickly rushed towards the 3 people on the opposite side, making people feel that even their tiny figures could be swept away in an instant. Nagato. Wait, let me explain. Jiraiya-sensei means no harm. The moment Conan discovered the misunderstanding, he quickly spoke out to stop it, eager to explain the situation to clear the air. Advertisement, however, the only response she got was a continuous stream of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming pressure poured down, as if to destroy everything. Conan was anxious and wanted to say a few more words, but Jiraiya behind him protected him. It's useless to say anything now. Wait a moment and let him calm down first. Teacher. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Conan briefly and clearly introduced the opposing team's lineup. These pains are puppets created and controlled by Nagato. Each of them has very powerful abilities. For example, the Heavenly Path, the main force responsible for attacking, the Hell Path, which can repair the damage of other companions and even revive dead members. Just when Conan thought that Jiraiya would personally take action against his opponent, the latter just waved his hand calmly, signaling everyone to stay calm. Don't worry, just stand aside and watch the show. As soon as the words fell, a person who had been standing quietly on the side slowly walked towards the front line. As he moved, this person exuded an increasingly strong sense of oppression. 8 gates Dunjia activated. Gate of opening, gate of healing. Gate of life. With every step forward, an 8 gates formation is opened. By the time the 7th gate, the gate of wonder, was completely opened, Hidan had already walked to the front. Amidst the roars, blue steam began to violently burst out of his body. At this moment his body is bearing unprecedented pressure. Every minute and every second, the power brought by 8 gates escape armor continued to torture his bones, muscles and tendons. But what was surprising was that Hidan was not afraid at all and instead seemed to be enjoying the process with a look of joy on his face. Chemo chicken, boom boom boom. At this moment, the Shinra Heavenly Expedition has arrived. The earth cracked, tearing out a deep gully. However, Feiduan was not panicked at all. He just raised his hand and flicked it lightly. Boom! Shinra Tenjung's advance was instantly blocked. That terrifying repulsive force couldn't even shake Hidan in the slightest. After a moment of stalemate, as Feiduan's palm slowly clenched, all the repulsive force released by Shinra Tensai dissipated instantly. Advertisement, this. Conan was greatly shocked and couldn't believe that the Shinra Tensai was blocked like this. Nagato's gaze suddenly tightened. Hidan? Only then did I notice that this strangely dressed man was actually Hidan. No. Hidan is dead. Who is this person? And, is this the Samsara Eye? Nagato was shocked. Another pair of Samsara eyes appeared? Wow. That feels good. Feiduan shouted loudly, kicked his legs, and leapt into the air like an arrow. Soaring into the sky. Then, an object like a meteor was seen with a long tail, breaking through the thick dark clouds of the rain country, leaving a huge hole. Light rushed out from the cracks, and the long-lost sunshine finally shone on the earth again, swooping down and spreading warmth all over the world. Ashura's attack. Nagato quickly controlled Shirato's movements, just like an exquisite science fiction blockbuster. Shirato Pain's arms changed dramatically. Transformed into a deep and terrifying laser cannon. Boom. A huge beam of energy shot straight into the sky and flew straight towards the falling meteor. Boom. The moment the two collided, a blinding white light illuminated the entire sky. Is this all you have to deal with me? Your attack is not as good as the feeling that 8 gates Dunjia gave me. Accompanied by Feiduan's mocking words and the rapid whistling of the wind, he turned into a meteor and fell to the ground. It just hit the Shira road. Bang, in an instant, Shirato Pain disappeared without a trace, leaving only a huge pit. This guy, Nagato's face darkened, because he immediately realized that with the loss of sight, it meant that Shira road had been completely destroyed. As the grandmaster of all pains in close combat skills, Shirato was unable to withstand the opponent's attack. The power of the opponent was simply unimaginable. What are you staring at? All the pains were concentrating on watching the hole, in case Hidan suddenly jumped out of it and launched an attack. But at this moment, Hidan's voice unexpectedly sounded from behind them. Chapter 215. Should you win? What? Nagato was shocked and quickly tried to mobilize the remaining pains for defense. But it was too late. Bang bang bang. After 3 consecutive heavy punches, 3 more pains, Hellpath, Animal Path and Hungry Keto fell one after another. Scrapped. Shinra Tensai. After losing 4 pains, Nagato's chakra consumption was greatly reduced. At this moment, he gathered all his strength and performed a god-tier Luo Tianjung that was far stronger than usual. At that moment, it was like a huge wave pressing down on us. Boom boom boom. This time, even Hidan couldn't resist and was thrown away like a puppet under the unrivaled force. What kind of power is this? It can actually compete with the power of God. The expression on Nagato's face did not show any relaxation, but rather looked more solemn. He clearly saw that although Hidan was knocked far away, he was unharmed, which meant that he would come back for revenge sooner or later. Use that trick. Nagato immediately made up his mind, and at the same moment, the only remaining human also collapsed to the ground. At this moment, all the chakra in Nagato's body is concentrated at one point. In the end, all of them converged on Tiandao Pain. Feeling the opponent's powerful chakra, Conan instantly understood Nagato's intention. Nagato, don't use that move, it will cause too much damage to your body. She shouted loudly and stretched out her arms to try to stop Nagato from performing the spell. However, Nagato did not respond. Tendo Pain clasped his hands together, and when he opened them again, a tiny black ball appeared in his hands. Tendo Pain threw the black ball lightly, and it floated up and flew into the sky. Planetary devastation. Conan quickly grabbed Jiraiya's clothes and said, "Teacher Jiraiya, let's go. Once you're sucked in, you can't escape." Jiraiya put his hand on his forehead and stared at the black ball in amazement. Oh, is this the planetary devastation? It looks amazing. As the black sphere rose high into the sky, Conan looked helpless as he saw Jiraiya, who had no intention of evacuating. "Teacher Jiraiya, if we don't leave now it will be too late." "Don't worry, everyone said someone would take action, so let's just watch the fight calmly. This is a super strong man I called from the group, he can easily defeat the ninja world. Don't worry about this little planetary devastation." Jiraiya waved his hand, signaling Conan to stay calm. Conan was speechless for a moment. She admitted that Hidan was indeed strange and extremely powerful, but to say that he could overthrow the entire ninja world was a bit. Too much exaggeration. Since Sensei Jiraiya was so confident, Konan had no choice but to suppress his anxiety and nervously watch the situation on the battlefield develop. At this time, the black sphere began to generate power, slowly emitting an amazing attraction, trying to suck everything within a 10-mile radius into it. The earth fell apart and the boulders were slowly pulled up. Advertisement. Konan and Jiraiya, who had just stood firm, found that a figure had quietly appeared above the black sphere at some point. It's Fiden. How did he know the planetary devastation's weakness? Nagato's pale face showed shock. Before the planetary devastation is formed, if someone breaks the black sphere, this special skill will be completely ineffective. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feiduan suddenly stretched out his hand and reached directly into the black sphere. He grabbed the black sphere and refined it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the huge gravitational force disappeared without a trace like a black hole. Nagato clutched the handrails on both sides tightly, his veins bulging, and the strong backlash made him feel so painful that he wished he was dying. There was a sweet feeling in his throat, blood gushed out, and Nagato fell into extreme weakness. After struggling for a while, Nagato gritted his teeth, raised his shaking hands stubbornly, and tried to seal again. I haven't lost yet. On the battlefield, Tendo Pain took action again. However, a ghostly figure, which even the Rinnegan could not capture, approached silently behind Tendo Pain. Ah-da! Imitating the sound of Might Guy's usual fighting, Hidan swiftly hit Tendo Pain's head with his elbow. Boom! Tendo Pain was immediately knocked away and his body bounced back violently. What? Nagato's eyes suddenly went dark, and he completely lost his vision. He could only slump in his seat with a dazed look in his eyes. Well, after a long while, he sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and accepted his fate. Nagato. Is he defeated just like that? Konan looked around and saw the mess and the damaged panes, and an unreal illusion arose in his heart. Hey, come and help me, I have no strength left. Suddenly, Feiduan's weak shout was heard from a distance. Jiraiya and Konan rushed over immediately upon hearing the sound, and in a flash they were in front of Hidan. Why are you like this? Jiraiya looked in surprise at the emaciated, almost skin and bone Hidan in front of him. It is a far cry from his original strong image. The aftereffects of using 8 Gates Dunjia are nothing serious. Just replenish your energy. Excuse me, there are a few bottles of potion in my left pocket, bring me one. As he spoke, Fiden turned over with great effort, revealing a small backpack on his left. Is this it? Jiraiya quickly stepped forward, fumbled around inside and pulled out a small bottle filled with red liquid. Yes, that's it. Put it in my mouth, Hidan nodded repeatedly. Jiraiya did as he was told, unscrewing the lid and pouring the red water in the bottle into his mouth. Advertisement. After a while, after absorbing the mysterious liquid, Feiduan recovered to his original state visibly. It was simply a miracle. What kind of magic elixir is this? It's so magical. Jiraiya stared at the empty bottle in his hand with surprise. The effect is so fast. If there were more of them in stock, they could almost completely replace the role of medical ninjas, right? He said in a deep voice. If Nagato had listened to her advice earlier, perhaps he wouldn't be facing such a difficult situation now? At this time, after moving his limbs a little, Feiduan was finally able to slowly prop himself up from the ground and sit down to rest. Looking at the other person's slowly approaching figure, Nagato said lightly. Should we ask Nagato to also go and pay homage to this so-called evil god? Noticing the change in Jiraiya's expression, Fiden smiled. However, his attention was immediately attracted by the broken puppets around him. The evil god. However, it is still heartbreaking to actually witness all these changes with your own eyes. Teacher Jiraiya. The shy boy in my memory has now turned into a haggard look. Should you win this? You win, teacher. Nagato. Jiraiya's voice trembled a little. Don't even think about it. This stuff is an exclusive secret recipe made specifically for me by our Lord Evil God. There are only a few bottles of this in the entire ninja world. After releasing so many abilities, how much vitality does Nagato still have? Especially the one that was transformed into a heavenly being, which was made from Yahiko's remains. Jiraiya nodded to Konan's suggestion. Teacher, let's go find Nagato and explain everything now. Nagato slowly opened his eyes and cast his gaze towards the 3 people who were slowly approaching, with a complicated expression. We must take all of these wreckage away, especially Tiandao Pain, who needs to be kept carefully. Sitting on a special device, almost no sunlight. Don't worry about me, sensei. These are the consequences of gaining great power. That was Pain, who was once invincible but was ultimately defeated by them. Yuyue, facing the disciples in front of him, even though he had already watched the video of the original plot beforehand. Thinking of this, Konan suggested to Jiraiya. When Jiraiya saw Nagato again after a long absence, his heart was filled with waves of emotion. It seems that this evil god of unknown origin but omnipotent magical powers not only gave Feiduan extraordinary powers. Upon hearing this name, Konan's expression suddenly changed. She keenly captured the key information in the conversation. Even the legendary and extremely rare Rinnegan was thanks to him. But as his eyes fell on Hidan standing beside him, Nagato couldn't help but twitch his lips. I can ask him in the group when I have time later. Thinking in his mind, Jiraiya nodded involuntarily. When Konan mentioned that name, his tone was not only complicated, but he could hardly hide his sense of loss. Chapter 216. I marked a location in a corner of Yuyan village. A towering water tower stands. On the top of the water tower, a fray, the only remaining member of the Akatsuki organization, was standing quietly, watching everything that happened in the Land of Rain. The battle between Hidan and Six Paths Pain was so grand and earth-shaking that it seemed as if the whole world was shaking. Even in such a fierce battle, even if he was going to the toilet, he had to cut it off to see what was going on. Thump, 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 a crisp sound came from behind Fray. It was the sound of the iron ladder being stepped on. He turned his head when he heard the sound, and saw Baizetsu and Heizetsu, with their heads covered with pitcher plants, climbing up the iron ladder breathlessly. You are such a jerk. You always choose to gather in places where you can't use mayfly to sneak. What on earth are you thinking? Baizetsu was breathing heavily, and looked like he might collapse to the ground from exhaustion at any moment. You know, this water tower is more than 100 meters high. Baizetsu gasped and shouted in despair. Why are you so mean to me? I didn't choose this place. Fray was so angry that he kept dancing and his unique duck voice was quacking loudly. If it's not you, then who is it? Baiju stared at Fray with a half-believing and half-doubting look. Okay. Just then, Fray suddenly spoke. This time, it was no longer that funny duck voice, but was replaced by a vicissitudes and deep voice. We'll go to a different place next time. First, how's the intelligence gathering going? Huh? Baiju was surprised when he heard Fray's sudden change. This guy's transformation is too fast, isn't it? Could he have a split personality? Black Zetsu pondered for a moment, then slowly replied. It's not a good situation. One of Konoha's Sannin, Jiraiya, is calling. Jiraiya? What is he doing here? Fray frowned tightly under his mask. You know, this guy is not an easy character to deal with. Probably to get information about the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization has become a target of public criticism in the ninja world, so it's not surprising that it has attracted Konoha's attention. Fray nodded slightly, and then continued to ask. So what is the current situation? Advertisement. Nagato has been defeated, and all of Six Paths Pain have been destroyed. Black Zetsu's voice was extremely heavy, as if he was carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Huh? Jiraiya is that strong? Fray was extremely surprised. In his opinion, even if he wanted to deal with Nagato, it would take a lot of time. But how long has it been? 10 minutes, or 5 minutes? It wasn't Jiraiya, it was Hidan who did it. If I'm not mistaken, today is not April Fool's Day. Fray said meaningfully. You know, Feiduan had died a long time ago and was buried deep underground. Without any nutrition, even if he had an immortal body, he would probably have become a lifeless corpse now. Although it may sound unbelievable, Hidan is indeed still alive and has joined Konoha. I noticed that his outfit is somewhat similar to my guy from Konoha village, and he can also use the forbidden technique of 8 gates. 8 gates Dunjia. Detailed information about this forbidden technique immediately emerged in Fray's mind. It is a forbidden technique that can remove physical restrictions in a short period of time, thereby gaining powerful strength. This forbidden technique is so terrifying that even an ordinary genin can easily defeat the famous 7 ninja swordsmen of the ninja world after using it. However, Fray's voice remained calm, without any fear. It doesn't matter. No matter how strong you are, it's useless if you can't hit someone. But he still has the Rinnegan. What? Black Zetsu's next sentence made Fray stunned. He suddenly turned his head to look at Heizetsu, his eyes full of disbelief. What did you say? Black Zetsu's voice was also full of doubts. As far as I know, there is only one pair of samsara eyes in this world. I don't know where the pair he has came from. Ha, ha. Fray took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions. Take me to see it, after a moment, Fray said in a serious tone. Advertisement, this way. Heiju pointed in a direction and turned around to climb down the water tower using the iron ladder. Don't crawl, I'll teleport over. Fray suddenly reached out and grabbed Heizetsu's shoulder. Heiju was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Fray activated Kamui, and a mysterious space vortex appeared instantly, about to draw them in. At this moment, Fray suddenly made a puzzled nasal sound. What's wrong? Black Zetsu turned around and asked. It seems like something is staring at me. It's probably a mosquito, don't worry about it. The corners of Fray's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, this mosquito is really good at catching timing. You know, when Kamui is activated, he will be in a physical state, but it is only for a moment. Even a mosquito can bite him. This mosquito is really powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, Kamui sucked the 2 of them in. Only a tiny, barely noticeable mosquito was left buzzing around. After circling a few times, the little mosquito found that the other party had indeed left, so it turned around and flew away. Ha ha ha, isn't it normal for an apprentice to be unable to defeat his master? Jiraiya laughed and patted Nagato's shoulder gently. The hearty laughter echoed in the air, as if it could dispel all the haze. But Nagato looked at Jiraiya calmly and said slowly, Teacher Jiraiya, you have come all the way from Konoha to the Land of Rain. You must not just come to me to reminisce about the past. Now that you've won, just make any offer you want. His voice was low and weak, as if he had completely given up and was desperate. Nagato. Conan called Nagato's name softly, his voice full of concern. Conan, you were right to join Konoha. Staying in the Akatsuki organization. There really is no future for you. Nagato looked at Conan, his eyes full of helplessness and fatigue. Seeing Nagato's negative look, Jiraiya could no longer sit still. He stepped forward, put his arms around the man's neck, shook him with dissatisfaction, and then said. Hey, Nagato, why are you making me sound like a villain? Is this the image of me, Jiraiya, in your mind? Jiraiya's actions were full of intimacy and casualness, as if there had never been a barrier between them. Chapter 217 Recovery. Feeling his mentor's familiar movements, Nagato couldn't help but feel a slight touch of emotion in his heart. His mind involuntarily recalled the good times he had spent with Sensei Jiraiya when he was a teenager. Those were the happiest 3 years of his life. During those days, they studied and grew together, and their time was full of laughter and warmth. Teacher Jiraiya. Nagato had a complicated expression. After hesitating for a while, he sighed and said, I'm sorry, Teacher Jiraiya. Nagato's tone was full of guilt and self-blame. He knew that what he had done in the past had disappointed Teacher Jiraiya. Seeing that Nagato had calmed down, Konan quickly spoke. Nagato, Jiraiya-sensei came this time to help and change us. Then, she quickly told Jiraiya about his plan. When Nagato heard Konan say that Jiraiya could revive Yahiko, he was completely stunned. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. After a long while, he raised his head slightly and spoke in a heavy voice. Resurrection. But this is of no use. If you want to change the world, you can't just revive someone. The only way to do this is with power. Over the years, Nagato has seen too much suffering and injustice, and has long decided to collect the tailed beasts to intimidate the ninja world with force and then bring peace. But Jiraiya spoke strangely at this time. This does not affect their simultaneous existence. Jiraiya suddenly pulled away and showed off his muscles. Do you think I have no strength, teacher? This. Nagato was suddenly speechless. He glanced at Hidan standing beside him imperceptibly. As for power, the teacher has it, and it's huge. Thinking of this, Nagato seemed to suddenly understand. Teacher, are you willing to help us change the world? Nagato's voice was filled with anticipation and hope. Smart. Jiraiya smiled and gave a thumbs up. I ignored your growth in the past, but it doesn't matter. It's not too late to make amends now. So now, are you willing to work towards peace with the teacher? Jiraiya raised his hand and clenched it into a fist towards Nagato. Bump. Nagato raised his shriveled arm without hesitation and bumped fists with Jiraiya. That's great. Konan clenched her hands and held them in front of her. She was very happy to see the master and disciple reconciling. However, at this moment, Nagato and Jiraiya's movements suddenly stopped. Advertisement. Is there anyone coming? Jiraiya and Nagato said in unison. There was a hint of danger in their voices. Wow, Nagato, you have such a keen sense. Jiraiya turned his head slightly and looked at Nagato with an appreciative smile on his face. Teacher, you are the same. Nagato responded, and the master and disciple smiled at each other, and in that smile they rebuilt the long-lost tacit understanding and trust. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya slowly turned around, and as he moved, the playful expression on his face began to turn serious. Da. Light footsteps were heard, and soon a figure appeared at the door. The other person rested his head on his hands, looking relaxed, as if he didn't care about anything around him. Hello, everyone. Seeing the 3 people looking at him, the visitor waved to them with interest as a greeting. His tone was lighthearted, as if he was just meeting an old friend. Teacher, be careful. Seeing this person, Konan's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. He is Fray. On the surface, he is organizing activities as an intern of Akatsuki organization, but his real identity is. Konan paused, then said solemnly, Uchiha Madara. Nagato also spoke solemnly at this time. The leader of the Akatsuki organization is Tendo Pain, but in fact we are all under his control. His voice was full of helplessness and fatigue, as if he was completely helpless about this fact. Teacher, did you bring Pain here? With the 3 of us working together, we may not be without a chance of winning. But as soon as he finished speaking, Nagato started coughing up blood uncontrollably and his face turned pale. Nagato. Konan immediately moved closer to check the situation, his expression changing slightly. How are you doing? Her eyes were full of concern and worry, and she was very worried about Nagato's physical condition. It doesn't matter. I can still hold on. Your physical condition is no longer able to support continued combat. You need to rest. Konan's voice was full of determination. Nagato raised his hand with difficulty and waved. It doesn't matter, I only control one pain. That won't work either. Looking at Nagato's severely overdrawn body, Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Take it. Hidan, do you still have that potion? Jiraiya suddenly asked Hidan. Advertisement, hiss, isn't this possible? As the potion entered the mouth, it instantly turned into a powerful life energy rushing through the body. When has I, Great Toad Sage, ever lied to anyone? Money is useless to me. If it was Kakuzu, he might have agreed. Feiden's tone was full of disdain. In less than a moment, Nagato's skinny body began to swell up. I'll give you 1 million. Jiraiya raised a finger, trying to impress Hidan with money. At this point, Feiden's expression changed slightly, and he slowly walked up to Jiraiya and said with a half-believing and half-doubting tone. This is, Jiraiya said seriously. Sell me a bottle, please. Nagato didn't even have time to take a closer look at what it was before Konan urged him to drink it. After witnessing what happened, Fray was the most surprised. The vitality that was sucked away by the ghetto statue has actually been restored? Nagato looked at the potion in his hand with a hint of confusion and surprise on his face. As long as Jiraiya can praise his achievements in front of the evil god, then everything will be worth it. Jiraiya handed the potion to Nagato. Nagato, try this. Nagato, drink it. It might help you recover. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. What? Conan's eyes lit up. She had seen the miraculous effects of this potion. Maybe after taking it, Nagato could also recover completely like Hidan. Dry hair also becomes soft and smooth. Without hesitation, Hidan shared a bottle of precious life potion. Then how about this, when you get back, I'll give you a 5-star rating in front of Yue, okay? 10 million, real? There are 2 more bottles? No, it's just a pile of waste paper. Nagato looked shocked. You're dreaming. Hidan rejected Jiraiya's request without hesitation. Ah-Fei was shocked when he saw Nagato trying to walk. Chapter 218 I have a little information. He glanced at the empty potion bottle beside him and asked, what on earth is this? Did that guy take it out? Ah-Fei looked at Feiduan, his heart full of confusion and surprise. First it was the 8 gates, then the Rinnegan, and now this heaven-defying potion. Where does this flying section come from? Why are you staring at me all the time? Ah-Fei's fiery gaze aroused Feiduan's dissatisfaction. His tone was full of impatience and anger, as if he was very dissatisfied with Ah-Fei's gaze. Ah-Fei's eyes fixed, and a deep voice came from under the mask. Where did you get your samsara eye? Why do you always like to ask this question? I already said that it was given to me by the evil god. Hidan was full of impatience. If you want one, then join me in worshipping the evil god. If he's happy, he might install one for you. His tone was full of ridicule and disdain, as if he found Ah-Fei's question very ridiculous. Really? Ah-Fei almost laughed out of anger. He would rather believe that Uchiha Madara had held back than believe it was some damn evil god. If this thing was really that powerful, Hidan wouldn't be the only believer left. Forget it, I don't care how you got it, as long as it works, it's a good samsara eye. Ah-Fei spoke in a cold voice and slowly raised his hand. Want to fight me? You have to be sure. Hidan stared at Fei with a playful look on his face. Be careful, this guy's abilities are very strange. He has an ability that allows him to penetrate all attacks, but this ability can only last for 5 minutes at most. Conan immediately told Hidan the information he had observed over the years. Oh, it seems like you've been keeping an eye on me all these years? Ah-Fei was a little surprised, but he just smiled nonchalantly. His eyes revealed confidence and calmness. But you think you can compete with me, Uchiha Madara, with these, which is ridiculous. Boy, don't be too happy too soon. I have a little bit of information about you. Do you want to hear it? Advertisement. Jiraiya chuckled, with a mysterious smile on his face. One of the Sannin, the hero Jiraiya. Hearing about him is worse than meeting him in person. Do you have any advice? Ah-Fei raised his hand, motioning the other party to tell the story, but he didn't care in his heart. Ah-Fei was surprised that Conan could tell some of Kamui's abilities, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was a conclusion drawn by Conan based on more than 10 years of observation. And what about Jiraiya? He had never even met the other party a few times in his life. What information could he have? He was more inclined to believe that the other party had heard something from hearsay and thought he had information about him. Humph, the legendary Sannin is nothing more than this. Jiraiya looked at him meaningfully and said, your ability is eye technique, right? It seems to be called Kamui. Ah-Fei's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. But Jiraiya didn't care and continued. Kamui's eye technique can only fully exert its power if he has 2 eyes, but you only have 1. It's still more defensive, but it's pretty powerful. It can turn itself into a virtual being, it can teleport, and it can also capture people and absorb them into a place called Kamui Dimension. The advantage is that the blur can be triggered instantly, without any pre-swing, but the disadvantage is that when blurring, you can't attack yourself. Am I right? Mr. Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya turned to Ah-Fei and smiled with interest. You. Ah-Fei's heart trembled. How did he know? Suddenly, Ah-Fei felt a red ball on his nose. He just became a clown. The little bit of information Jiraiya gave him directly exposed his true colors. He actually looked down on the other person before. Conan and Nagato were also very surprised. Seeing that Ah-Fei was silent, it was obvious that what Jiraiya said was true. But how did he know? You know, it took Conan more than 10 years of observation to figure out some of the rules of the Ah-Fei eye technique. How on earth do you know all this? Ah-Fei said through gritted teeth. His voice was full of anger and doubt, as if he was questioning Jiraiya. Hey, advertisement. Jiraiya chuckled. I know more than that. For example, you are not the real Uchiha Madara. Nonsense. If I'm not Uchiha Madara, then who am I? Ah-Fei said coldly. It doesn't matter if his underwear is seen through, but he can't lose his vest. In this identity, he has to keep tough. No matter what Jiraiya said next, he would firmly, regardless of the consequences, firmly stand firm on his identity as Uchiha Madara. Yeah? Jiraiya didn't comment, then he took out a small card and read out the words on it. Excuse me, are you Mr. Tsuchi, who lives in the Uchiha clan residence number 139 in the southwest of Konoha? Jiraiya said with a grin. As the words fell, Ah-Fei felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his head. He felt like countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. But I couldn't see anyone. Now you still want to say you are Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya's tone was full of ridicule and sarcasm, as if he was mocking Ah-Fei's disguise. Oh, by the way, Mr. Soil, I think I know something more. Jiraiya rubbed his chin with a grin. Do you want to continue listening? It's news about a girl. Enough. Ah-Fei was furious. He pulled out a black stick out of thin air and stared at Jiraiya with murderous intent. I don't care where you got this information from, but it doesn't matter anymore. Because the dead will keep my secret forever. Sannin Jiraiya, let me learn from your skills. If you can't win the argument, do you have to use force? Jiraiya was stunned. His eyes were full of surprise and helplessness. Snort. Ah-Fei said nothing and rushed forward. Jiraiya's expression began to calm down. I haven't even avenged Minato yet, why are you more anxious than I am? Rasengan. Chapter 219 hit your kidney's chakra quickly condensed in Jiraiya's palm. After a moment, a blue Rasengan appeared in his palm, spinning rapidly like a whirlpool. Whoosh! Ah-Fei rushed towards him like an arrow, but Jiraiya showed no fear and faced him resolutely with Rasengan in hand. At the moment of touching, Ah-Fei's body became ethereal, and the two bodies passed through each other, and in the blink of an eye they were standing back to back. But the next moment, Ah-Fei turned around at lightning speed and stabbed Jiraiya with the black stick in his hand. Ninjutsu. Needle Jizo. The long hair on Jiraiya's back suddenly grew in size. It instantly became extremely tough and sharp. Laugh. The black stick only penetrated a few inches and could not go any deeper, being stuck firmly. Rasengan. Suddenly, Jiraiya, who was wrapped in a needle Jizo, quickly retracted his hair and rushed out of it like an arrow. In just a moment, the dazzling Rasengan was approaching Ah-Fei's face. Nothing can hit me. Ah-Fei said coldly, the light of the Rasengan reflected in his pupils, and he used hollow transformation again. Jiraiya once again crossed paths with him, passing through his body. Well, even if Kamui knows the information, he's still very difficult to deal with. Jiraiya stood back in front of Nagato and the others, extinguished the Rasengan in his hand, and spoke with emotion. I should have brought Kakashi along earlier. The person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. After he activates the hollowification, there are very few people in the ninja world who can pose a threat to him. At least, there is no ninjutsu that can break the hollowification. Using another Kamui Sharingan is the most direct method, because the Kamui space is connected. As long as someone attacks Ah-Fei in the Kamui space, his hollowing will be ineffective. When Kakashi was mentioned, Ah-Fei's eyes fluctuated slightly, but soon returned to his indifference. I wonder how Minato defeated Kamui back then. Why don't you go down and ask him? As the words were still fresh in his ears, Ah-Fei casually threw out a black stick, which, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, shot straight at Jiraiya like a powerful arrow. Bang! Without Jiraiya having to do anything, a blue energy cannon was instantly fired, blowing the black stick into pieces. Teacher Jiraiya, let me deal with him. We still have some unresolved old scores. Nagato's firm voice came from behind Jiraiya. He walked slowly to the front, his legs fully recovered. Oh, you want to take over? Great. Jiraiya was slightly surprised, but immediately agreed that this was Nagato's first battle after returning to his peak. As a mentor, he has no habit of spoiling people's fun. Jiraiya and the others stepped back a few steps to leave more fighting space for Nagato. We were attacked by Hanzo that year. Were you involved? Nagato stared at Ah-Fei and finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for many years. What does it matter whether you admit it or not? Ah-Fei's tone was as calm as water. Nagato smiled slightly. It doesn't matter if you don't speak. The human path will force me to get the information I need. Ashura's attack. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, Nagato suddenly attacked. His arm transformed into a cold gun muzzle, and instantly fired a powerful laser straight at Ah-Fei. Useless. Ah-Fei sneered. As soon as the laser touched his body, Kamui activated immediately. Behind Ah-Fei, a huge phantom of Mangekyo Sharingan flashed by. Whoosh! The next moment, Ah-Fei launched an attack at an astonishing speed. He held a long black stick in his hand and rushed forward as fast as a bolt of lightning. Nagato immediately became highly alert, with his Rinnegan fixed firmly on Ah-Fei's figure. When he attacks, his physical form will be revealed. As long as I can find the flaw at the moment he attacks. Nagato deliberately let down his guard and let Ah-Fei approach, preparing to counterattack in desperate situation. Whoosh! However, to Nagato's surprise, Ah-Fei penetrated his body without him being prepared. The other party didn't fall for it and gave up this attack opportunity? Then, Ah-Fei flashed in the air like a nimble flea, dazzling everyone. Feint? Nagato immediately understood the other party's intention. Ah-Fei is using this method to confuse himself. If a real attack is suddenly mixed in among these countless fake moves, it will definitely catch people off guard. After the two crossed paths again, Ah-Fei flashed behind Nagato. Now, Ah-Fei's eyes focused, and his figure instantly moved into the air, and the branch in his hand flew out at an extremely fast speed. Wood style the art of cuttings. Nagato stood there quietly, seemingly not reacting. At the critical moment, a blue shield suddenly surrounded Nagato. Hungry Keto sealing technique suction seal. This thin layer of blue shield was like a natural barrier, blocking the branches from advancing and making it impossible for them to break through. The human way. Nagato counterattacked quickly, his figure flashed, and he instantly passed through the blue shield and appeared in front of Ah-Fei. What? Ah-Fei's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was defeated by the sudden attack. He was dragged to the ground by Nagato and held down heavily. His face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Nagato could jump out of the shield. At this moment, Ah-Fei had a breath accumulated in his throat, but it was choked back abruptly. As usual, after the insertion, he will follow up with Fire Style. Storm Dance to finish off the opponent in one fell swoop. Who knew that the opponent would seize this fatal gap? Got you. Nagato smiled coldly, and instantly activated the human path with his right hand, firmly controlling Ah-Fei's soul and making him unable to move. Then, his left hand turned into a black gun barrel and pressed tightly against Ah-Fei's cheek. Pay the price for your actions, the muzzle flashed. Boom. A powerful laser suddenly burst out. How could I die here? Advertisement. Ah-Fei's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. With strong willpower, he managed to tear open a gap under the control of the human world. It was this moment of opportunity that Ah-Fei seized firmly. Kamui. Boom boom boom. The laser brushed across Ah-Fei's face and passed by his side. This move was incredibly powerful, penetrating the building beneath his feet and leaving behind a huge bottomless pit. However, now that I have the Samsara Eye, I won't play with you anymore. The Samsara Eye is just that good. Ah-Fei took advantage of the situation and grabbed Nagato's throat, lifted him up, and slammed him towards his right eye. Phew, Ah-Fei sneered, laughing in his heart at himself for having been wary of the other party. Oh no, goodbye. But Ah-Fei ignored her. The power of Kamui was activated, and his figure gradually faded away. A black stick pierced Nagato's abdomen. He looked down in disbelief, his eyes filled with horror. He had been stabbed in the kidney. Nagato tried to escape from the predicament, but the intense disorder caused his chakra to suddenly go out of control and become unusable. At this time, Ah-Fei seemed to be in a good mood and even waved goodbye to a few people. This change interrupted his transmission process. Phew, the angry Conan attacked, and a pair of pure white wings instantly condensed behind him. Stop. Let Nagato out. The activation of Kamui means a reversal of the offensive and defensive situation. Conan's face suddenly changed, and he launched ninjutsu without hesitation. Jiraiya, wherever you got my information from, it doesn't matter now. However, for Ah-Fei who possesses the ability to become virtual, all this is useless. Goodbye. Conan roared, his eyes red as blood. What is going on? Nagato, after the world ends, no one will remember any of this. Ah-Fei raised his face and declared arrogantly. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. Ah-Fei looked down in disbelief and saw a bloody wound appeared on the right side of his waist. With a sneer, the vortex-like space distortion instantly sucked Nagato in. I saw the blood under Ah-Fei's mask dripping slowly along the edge. I didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed. If I had known, I would have taken the Rinnegan earlier and went out to work on my own. Go into the trash can. How can the human way fail? He stood there motionless, and the paper wind could not touch his body at all. With a flap of its wings, a huge paper wind whistled towards Ah-Fei. Shikimachi Dance. Chapter 220. Wooden Stake God of War. Puff. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and the mask was already filled with blood. This time, the same wound appeared on the left waist, as if someone had stabbed him out of thin air. Wait. Out of thin air? Ah-Fei suddenly came to his senses and looked around hurriedly. Finally, Hidan was found in a corner, covered in black, standing in a magic circle. Obviously, the curse of death by blood has been activated. It's you? Ah-Fei glared at Hidan fiercely. What are you looking at? Who told you to scold me before? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Facing Ah-Fei's malicious gaze, Feiduan curled his lips in contempt. Then, without hesitation, he stabbed himself with the blade, aiming at his thigh. Laugh. The sound of steel-piercing flesh was horrifying. Hidan, however, looked like he was enjoying it. On the other side, Ah-Fei, who was injured and suffered backlash, was in big trouble. As his thigh was stabbed hard, he collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. The activation of the Death God's blood power requires a blood mark. How can you bypass this? Ah-Fei's eyes almost popped out and he screamed loudly. I didn't avoid it. I got your blood a long time ago. Hidan blinked innocently, then stabbed the knife into his lower abdomen again. Impossible. You never touched me from beginning to end. How could you have my blood sample? Ah-Fei retorted, suppressing the pain. Who says you have to draw blood yourself? Humph, it turns out that Lord Evil God is really wise. How can ordinary people understand the methods of God? Feiduan shook his head in disdain, then stabbed himself in the heart with a knife and stopped playing with Ah-Fei. Ah-Fei stood with his legs straight and his eyes bulged. His heart was hit hard, and if half of his body was not made up of Hashirama's cells, he would have died on the spot. Huh? They're not dead yet? Feiduan was very surprised, because in the past when he dealt with other ninjas, stabbing the heart was the method he used to end the enemy when he got tired of it. Why is it ineffective now? Let me help you. An impatient shout came from the side. Hidan turned his head and saw a blue Rasengan covering his face. Advertisement. Hey. Why didn't you tell me in advance? The huge Rasengan was stuffed directly into his mouth. Houchi. Feiduan's eyes lit up when his mouth was forcibly pried open. This seemed to be a good experience. He was happy, but the other guy. Well. His whole body was shaking like a sieve on the ground, but even so, he did not scream, just let out a muffled groan. His only remaining eye looked towards Hidan through the mask. Are you human? Shiki paper dance. Separation? Conan did it too. She watched Jiraiya and Hidan having so much fun, and immediately raised her hands and summoned a huge paper wheel. The paper wheel cut Feiduan's body madly, while Ah-Fei was killing him like a fish, with blood spurting everywhere. Big ball Rasengan. Shiki paper dance. Spin, toad oil flame bomb. Confetti, explosion. The master and disciple seemed to be competing with each other, continuously using ninjutsu on Hidan. Feiduan didn't care, he even enjoyed it a little. But Ah Fei on the other side was in a bit of a miserable situation. His body was straight, his face was dull and his eyes were lifeless. This was the first time that Ah Fei felt disgusted with Hashirama's cells. The endless vitality prevented him from dying quickly and cleanly. Finally, after holding on for a few minutes, Ah Fei's head tilted and he died completely. On Feiduan's side, the death god's blood was also lifted at the same time, further confirming the result. Because the death god cannot curse the dead with blood. Finally dead. Feiduan showed a satisfied smile, and then slowly lay down on the formation. Every time after killing someone with blood, he had to lie there for 30 minutes. This was a necessary ritual to offer a sacrifice to the evil god. Wait. Jiraiya-sensei, are we forgetting something? Conan came back to his senses from his crazy attack, with a hint of confusion and doubt in his eyes. What did you forget? Jiraiya scratched his head, unable to remember for a moment. Suddenly, Feiduan's leisurely voice came from the side. The guy with the red hair. That's right, Nagato. Conan and Jiraiya looked at each other, their eyes widened. It's okay if a Fei dies, but what about Nagato who is trapped in Kamui's space? Advertisement. While the two were talking, Ah Fei's body disappeared quietly. Fire-style storm dance. Following an angry shout, the astonishingly high temperature and the violent spatial strangulation attacked the three people madly from behind. Jiraiya had his back to the other party and did not seem to notice the attack at first. Teacher Jiraiya, be careful, Conan exclaimed as a warning. However, at this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on Jiraiya's lips. As someone who has all the information, how could I not know that you have Izanagi who can be resurrected? Bang! Jiraiya clasped his hands together, and suddenly two balls of white mist rose from his shoulders. The two-toed Sagers, Fukasaku and Shima, are ready. Brother, sister, turn on Sage mode, roger that, little Jiraiya. The two-toed Sagers had received Jiraiya's message in advance. They had already begun to gather natural energy, and at this moment, they entered Sage mode with Jiraiya in an instant. Little Jiraiya, get started, Fukasaku Sennin said in a deep voice. Here we go. Jiraiya turned around suddenly, took a deep breath, and then exhaled a large amount of oil. Immediately afterwards, Shima Sennin used the fire-style technique, instantly igniting the sea of oil. In an instant, a blazing fire rolled into the sky. And this is not the end. Fukasaku Sennin immediately added wind escape technique, and the flames suddenly became more violent and hot, reaching the extreme. Oil, fire and wind, 3 in 1, Sage Art Gomon. A thick substance like a torrent rushed across the ground, advancing like a surging wave. Gomon, with a temperature of several thousand degrees, can melt almost anything. Boom! Stormy dancing collided with Gomon, and the former was instantly devoured by this terrifying force. Completely annihilated effortlessly. Do you know even this? Ah Fei's face was extremely gloomy. He does have a backup Sharingan that he uses to cast Izanagi in battle. But how did this matter, which had never been made public, get discovered? This is not just a simple intelligence leak. This information should be a personal secret. Information Jiraiya? I'll remember you. Ah Fei looked at Jiraiya deeply, and the next second he was engulfed in the sea of fire. There was no sign of struggle, as if he had been completely melted. But in the immortal's perception, Jiraiya clearly felt that Ah Fei's breath quickly penetrated into the ground and quickly disappeared.